Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. The awakening is successful, and the system is successfully installed. Congratulations, your awakened profession is Necromancer. Occupation type: the only hidden occupation. Professional rating: natural disaster level. In my mind, there are hints like this. On the surface, Chu Shan did not have the slightest disturbance. People were into this world. Inexplicably got a brand new identity. Inexplicably became a student of the number 1 middle school affiliated to Xiamen University. But now, it was logical to awaken his profession. In the ear, there are the voices of other students in the class who are either surprised, envious, or amazed. Chu Shan remained silent. He ignored the others, but silently clicked on his attribute panel. Not long after, his personal information appeared in his mind. Chu Shan. Occupation: Necromancer. Professional evaluation: Natural disaster level. Level: LV 1. Life 200, Magic 150, Stamina 10, Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10. Available skill points: 0. Available attribute points: 0. At first glance, this panel property. I don't think it's such a disaster. Not even a basic skill. But then the prompt tone given by the system. These doubts of Chu Shan were eliminated. Congratulations, you have mastered the skill of this profession, summoning skeletons. Skill: summon skeleton. Skill type: recruiting skeletons from corpses. Not recruiting a single skeleton consumes 20 points of mana. Congratulations, this skill triggers a natural disaster level blessing and evolves into a natural disaster level skill. Summon the Calamity Skeleton. Skill type: recruit natural disaster grade skeletons from corpses. Note, there is no upper limit on the number of skeletons. Calamity grade skeleton. Quantity: still no upper limit. Chu Shan, who had always been calm and accepted such things as time travel, froze for a moment. Although the definition of this natural disaster grade skeleton is not yet known. But there is no limit to the number. This note touched Chu Shan a lot. In other words, as long as there are enough corpse materials and enough mana. Even if he is only level 1 now. It can also create a real undead natural disaster. This profession. Just this natural disaster level skeleton call alone is worthy of a hidden profession. After all, as far as Chu Shan knows, the summoning skills of other summoning professionals have an upper limit, and the number will never exceed 5. This gap is very obvious, and it feels that 1 or 2 grades cannot be compared. However, this is not the end. After that, the system prompt sound appeared in his mind again. Congratulations, you have mastered this professional skill, resurrect. Skill: resurrection. Skill description: resurrect the dead body, let it be controlled by you. The resurrected unit has all the abilities of life, including skills. Congratulations, this skill triggers a natural disaster level blessing and evolves into a natural disaster level skill. Resurrection of natural disaster level. Skill description: can revive boss level corpses, and ignore the level difference. The revived boss unit has all the abilities in life, including skills. Infinite duration, forever. Resurrection boss to fight for yourself? This skill directly stunned Chu Shan. It is completely conceivable to imagine the magical effect brought by this skill. In the initial stage of the novice's sailing, I directly resurrected a few bosses of the ultimate level. Isn't it a flat push all the way? Others follow the steps to play levels, play dungeons, and kill bosses. On my own side, I can lie down and win directly. This is much more powerful than the settings of some undead professions, games, books, etc. that I have seen before. A natural disaster level occupation is indeed a natural disaster level occupation. But it's not over yet. After this, the system sounds again. Congratulations, you have mastered this professional skill, Amplification Halo. Amplify the Halo. Skill description, passive skill, increase all summoned units, subordinate units, 50% attributes, unlimited duration. Congratulations, this skill triggers a natural disaster level blessing and evolves into a natural disaster level skill. Natural disaster grade amplification halo. Skill description, passive skill, increase all summoned units, subordinate units, 500% attributes, unlimited range, unlimited duration. Expand the 50% increase into a 500% increase. And it works forever. That is to say, the ability is increased by 5 times. Sure enough, under the natural disaster grade blessing, there is no simple ability. Think about the 5 times the attributes of the top boss. The top boss must have high blood and thick blood, and it is not easy to kill just 1 or 2 people. This is for sure. But what if we give the boss a 5-fold attribute increase at this time? I believe that even top professionals can only do scraping. This passive skill is simply used to match with the natural disaster level resurrection skill. Chu Shan was amazed. Could have won by lying down. It's easier now. Chapter 2. How about it, Chu Shan, have you awakened to a good job? Michelle at the same table poked Chu Shan's arm, and this person was very excited. It's you, have you successfully awakened? Chu Shan's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Michelle is Chu Shan's desk mate. Also a neighbor. The two don't live far away. Ever since they traveled here, the relationship between the two has been pretty good. Seeing how excited you are, your awakened career must be good. Chu Shan asked. Of course, what I awakened is an A-level profession, Priest Xingyu. Michelle's face was full of pride, and she looked for praise. The awakening of this world. It's not like in the novel, what queues up to touch the awakening stone. But after reaching the right age, the school uniformly distributes the props for awakening. You can complete the awakening by yourself in the class. It can also be used at home. Certainly. If you think the awakening props provided by the school are too cheap, you can buy good awakening props by yourself. But such an uplifting moment. Most of the students are not willing to take it home and use it again, and it is solved in class. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have received a natural disaster level blessing and a natural disaster level viewing technique. Now, you can actively check other people's information. The information that appeared in Chu Shan's mind. Immediately afterwards, Chu Shan tried to investigate Michelle's information. Michelle. Occupation, Priest Xingyu. Professional evaluation, A grade. Level, LV, 1. Life 200, Magic 600, Stamina 10, Strength 8, Agility 11, Spirit 12. Available skill points, 0. Available attribute points, 0. Skill, Starlight Healing. A-level career, it's really good. Chu Shan praised. That's it. Michelle was extremely proud. Awakening career. According to the strength, there are S-level and higher SS level, and of course A-level is not too bad. After all, the chances of ordinary people awakening to high-level occupations are low. Normally, in a county-level city, a career that can awaken A-level is considered excellent. A-level careers often mean good treatment and scholarships. Looking at the situation in this year's class, it seems that most of them are really good. Hey, what profession did you awaken? Ah, what I awakened is an A-level live fighter, not bad, A-level. I'm a B-rank silver shooter. I'm also a B-level professional. Haha, B-level, not bad, as long as it's not D-level or E-level, I'm happy. Ahaha, your requirements are really low, but depending on the situation, the quality of our class is not bad. It seems that few are C-level, most of them are B-level, it's okay, it's okay. The students discussed. Very emotional. Podium. The head teacher also nodded in relief. Generally B grade, there are quite a few A grades. With this result, she can be regarded as good at work this year, and she has a bright face and a lot of face. Wen Xingxin? My god, Wen Xingxin, what you awakened is an S-level profession. No way. At this moment, a certain female classmate let out a scream. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wen Xingxin. S rank? No way. Real or fake? Wen Xingxin is the monitor of the class. The grades would have been good. Over the years, courses such as cultural information and monster information for various professions have all graduated with excellent grades. The family background is not weak, and has a lot of influence in this city. I am even a big beauty, and now she is successfully awakened, which makes her even more popular. It's an S-level profession, and the profession is the Snow Dragon Rider. Yes, it is a kind of dragon knight. Okay, I won't forget you in the future. Wen Xingxin smiled confidently and responded to the students' inquiries one by one. S-class, too shocking. Of course, the head teacher was shocked for a long time. S-class. The high school affiliated to Xiamen University has developed this year. I have also developed. Okay, next, everyone fill in your awakening information, and remember to work hard when you go back. The head teacher began to distribute the information form, as well as the corresponding career stone. Professionals holding a professional stone can prove that their profession is not false. Chu Shan's occupation level is natural disaster level, which is higher than S level and SS level. But Chu Shan doesn't want to publicize like Wen Xingxin. It may not be a good thing to report one's talent too high. He doesn't have a rich family as a backer like Wen Xingxin. He was just a solo traveler who came here alone, and he didn't have any family members. And besides, with these natural disaster level skills, Chu Shan feels that he can practice solo. After thinking about it, Chu Shan only filled in the A-level level on his awakening information form, and his occupation was a summoning mage, and he did not directly state that he was a necromancer. The corresponding career stone, there is no way to measure the career level. It can only test whether the professional has lied about his occupation. Proven with career stones. Chu Shan submitted the information. The corresponding scholarships will be issued one after another by tonight at the latest, and congratulations, you are now a full-fledged professional, work hard, said the head teacher. There were cheers from the audience. Hey, Chu Shan, what do you plan to do with the scholarship? Michelle asked. Looks very excited. Just kidding, the pinnacle of life, this is almost half done. What else can you do if you eat, drink, and scatter, but the next upgrade to fight monsters, do you have a good plan? Chu Shan asked. Fighting monsters and leveling up. Well, I actually plan to take a break first. Michelle thought about it. The school curriculum is too tight. Now the awakening is successful, and the door to the future is open. Once relaxed in this way, people will become slack. Rest, it's good to have a rest. Chu Shan said. So what are you going to do? Michelle asked. Me, of course I've upgraded, it's rare to wake up, I want to experience my new profession well. Chu Shan. Scourge level Necromancer. Chu Shan is very much looking forward to how far he can grow. Chapter 3. The school's scholarships were distributed in the afternoon. More than 400,000 gold coins were directly deposited into Chu Shan's account. The purchasing power in this world is similar to that on Earth. More than 400,000, not to mention a huge amount of money. But it was enough for Chu Shan to spend a while without worrying about money. Speaking of upgrading, should I first find the corpse of a top boss and revive it? On the way back, Chu Shan was thinking. Compared with the traditional Digwai upgrade stream, my own talent seems to be more suitable for some special upgrade methods. However, all major dungeons have level access restrictions. I want to go to the top level dungeons to find the corpse of the boss, but I can't get in because of the rules. The bosses of low level dungeons don't seem to be worth recruiting alone. But wait. I remember that there seems to be a dragon corpse buried under the Black Dragon Temple. It seems that Zheng Jin is a top level boss, you can try it. Legend has it that it was the top boss thousands of years ago. It should also be within the scope of his resurrection skills. And the Black Dragon Temple. It sounds like it's heavily guarded. In fact, it is more like a tourist area open to the outside world. You can enter by buying tickets. Yes, that's right, let's go and have a look. Chu Shan clenched his fists, turned around and walked towards the temple. At this time, behind him was a large group of students, bustling and shoving over. Sister Wen, I will have to rely on you to take care of me in the future. Sister Xingxin, my dear sister, it is impossible for you to leave me alone, we are all counting on you. Sister Xingxin, if you order me, then we must go up the mountain of swords and down the pan of oil, and we will die. It's not just that I will die, I will go through fire and water, and then I will go through fire and water again. Sister Xingxin, we are your pendant now, you can replace it, but you have to wear it. Haha, you guys are disgusting enough, but what you say is reasonable. Sister Xingxin needs a younger brother, so we are bound to do so. Haha, they all came from the same class. Sister Xingxin is still the monitor, how could she forget us? Really? Haha. Classmates in the class. Come bustling. Surrounding the beautiful class leader Wen Xingxin, the stars are holding the moon. It's as if there is no one else in everyone's eyes. The people I met on the road couldn't see them at all, they rushed over in a swarm, and knocked Chu Shan away. What are these people? For flattery. Walking does not care about other passers-by, it is really realistic enough. There is also that Wen Xingxin, who looks complacent and happy. Although she is still calm on the surface, who can't see that she is happy in her heart, I'm afraid she will be overjoyed long ago. Who is it? Forget it, it's none of my business, I'd better go and do my own business. Chu Shan patted the dust on his body. Then quicken the pace and go to the temple. Hired a taxi and arrived at the destination. When we got there, we bought tickets temporarily. Then, you get the right to visit the door. It's strange that there are still people who want to visit the Black Dragon Temple. Student, we close at 6 o'clock here, please pay attention to the time yourself. The administrator who collected the tickets gave Chu Shan a strange look, and after collecting the tickets, he let them go. Okay, I'll be on time. Chu Shan nodded, and then stepped into the hall. The so-called temple exhibition hall is of course not just the black dragon skeleton. It shows the general process of ancient civilizations from prosperity to decline. Fossils, murals, various tools, various races, etc., are very majestic. Of course, this is also to record the origin of human beings and the rise of professionals. There are also teachings in this history textbook. However, this has nothing to do with Chu Shan. Student, do you want to visit alone? Do you need a guide to explain? I am a senior guide here, and I can show you around here as a whole. As soon as I entered the door, a beautifully dressed young lady came up to talk politely. Temple officials. Chu Shan shook his head, no need, I can just turn around by myself. Chu Shan is here to steal the dragon corpse, so who else should follow to observe it? That's it. If you need anything, please come to me anytime. The beautiful young lady nodded, expressing her understanding. Boys of this age. Of course, I will not admit that I can't do it alone when I do things, which is understandable and understandable. For the sake of your handsome looks, this girl doesn't care about you. I'm right there, welcome to find me anytime. Beautiful young lady. Okay. Chu Shan nodded. Walk away alone. The number of tourists here is really sparse. Right. During this time period, all parts of the country are busy awakening. How can there be time to engage in tourism? The location of the dragon corpse is in the exhibition hall below. I'll go and have a look. Chu Shan checked the nearby map signs. Then I found the elevator, walked quickly, and came downstairs. Downstairs showroom. What is shown in the central part here is a huge black dragon skeleton. Next to it, there is an introduction about this black dragon. Black Dragon, Christina. The patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, the brave Black Dragon warrior, is powerful and invincible. She killed more than a dozen powerful enemies of the same level in a row, and then died of exhaustion here. Black Dragon, I found it. Then now, I can use the resurrection skill. Chu Shan was faintly excited. But he was not in a hurry. Instead, observe the location of surveillance cameras around you. When he was out of the range of the camera position, he could see the position of the dragon corpse while maintaining his vision, and then he released his skills. Resurrection. Chu Shan. A dark light emerged from the dragon corpse. Indistinctly between. A very graceful and beautiful figure appeared directly beside Chu Shan. This is an unbelievably beautiful black-haired woman. Tall, fair-skinned, and so good-looking. The scarlet eyes had a icy taste, an aura that strangers should not enter. After all, she is the queen of the Black Dragon clan, and some fancies are inevitable. Master, you woke me up. Christina asked. Puff. This is called. As soon as he opened his mouth, the character setting was disrupted. Chapter 4. I thought it was a high cold queen. Result. He opened his mouth and called himself the master. Are you Christina? Chu Shan said. I was born from the bone of that black dragon. It is not accurate enough to say that I am her. But I copied a lot of her abilities. Christina said. The new Black Dragon Queen resurrected from the Black Dragon Queen's bones. That's probably what it means. Nothing special either. Master doesn't like this name, then I can change it. Christina said. No, keep using this name. Chu Shan said. It doesn't matter what the name is, it's just a code name. To Chu Shan's surprise, he thought that what was resurrected must be a skeleton. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a beautiful woman with flesh and blood. This is really profitable. After all, it would be much better if the one next to him in the future is not a shriveled skeleton. As for the strength of the new queen, Chu Shan checked her property panel, and was really taken aback. Christina. Identity, the new Black Dragon Queen. Occupation, Black Dragon Queen. Level, 9 to 129. Skills, Black Dragon Curse, Death Breath, Shadow Dragon Claw, Poisonous Mist, Magic Immunity, 80 Leap Air Strike, Dark Ray. 9 turns to level 129. It really deserves to be the pinnacle top boss. Gosh! Let alone this small city. It is estimated that there are not many such high reincarnation levels in the entire provincial capital. This level is too dizzying. With this kind of strength, Christina can completely push all the dungeons with herself, and it is really not a dream to lie down and win all the way. The natural disaster level profession is indeed the most powerful. What big snow dragon ride, what S-level SS level, how does it compare with yourself? However, this is not the end. Because at this moment, a systematic prompt appeared in Chu Shan's mind. The resurrection skill was released successfully. Detected the new attendant obtained by the host, Christina. It is detected that Christina's loyalty to the host is diehard, and natural disaster grade luck is activated. Christina's career has been upgraded, and she has been promoted to the Queen of Natural Disasters. Depend on career upgrades. Originally, Christina's occupation was the Black Dragon Queen. This is an SS class occupation. After evolution upgrade, It directly became SS++, and became a unique hidden class occupation. This wave of promotion is a bit crazy. But that's not all. The system sound keeps ringing. Christina's skills are upgraded. Current skills: Dragon God Curse, Death Breath, Death Call, Killing Dragon Claw, Corrosion Poison, Magic Immunity, Holy Magic Attack Invalidation, 80 Gods Air Strike, Death Flash, Black Hole of Life. Characteristics: Magic Power Sharing, Life Sharing. Skills have been upgraded one by one. At the same time, I also mastered many new skills. Natural disaster level skills. The most practical of them should be that holy magic attacks are invalid. After all, the natural enemy of the Black Dragon is the magic of the holy department. Now, however, this sole weakness has been smoothed out. It is conceivable that how terrifying the future Christina will be. Master? My strength seems to have improved. Is it because of the master? Christina was surprised. After all, this is a career advancement. In the memory of the Queen passed down, she had never heard of a profession that could be upgraded. At the same time, there is a huge increase in the property panel. After all, there is also the 500% boost effect of Chu Shan's boost halo. How do you feel? Chu Shan asked. It's great, it's really great, thank the host for the gift. Christina stroked her chest and bowed her head to show her respect to Chu Shan. It's good to feel good, but I'm a little tired. Chu Shan smiled. Resurrection skills consume mana. To revive a boss of this level, the mana consumption is even more exaggerated. At this time, Chu Shan's only mana points were swallowed up. Not a drop left. This made him a little sluggish and tired. He leans against the wall. Slightly weak, sit down and rest. It's because the magic power is exhausted. Sorry master, this is my problem. Christina also came over, sat down beside Chu Shan, and then pulled Chu Shan to lie down, letting Chu Shan's head rest on her lap. At the same time, with white and soft fingers, gently helped Chu Shan knead the temples to relieve fatigue. I went for it. This is the knee pillow. Feeling the fragrance of a young girl, Chu Shan only felt that his concentration of more than 10 years was almost in vain. It's okay Christina, don't pinch any more. Chu Shan. Is it my fault? Christina was full of doubts. She thinks it's normal. I am the master's servant. The master's magic power is consumed too much. Add some magic for the master yourself. Isn't this a matter of course? Hey? My mana is recovering. Supplementing mana. Chu Shan was about to get up when he suddenly felt his mana recovering. He opened his properties panel. Find the magic slot that should be empty. It was full of magic power at this time. What's so good about knee pillows? Chu Shan quickly checked Christina's information again, and soon found the reason. Magic power sharing. Christina can use her magic power to recharge the host. And life sharing. Life sharing. Christina bears all the damage suffered by the host. Christina is extremely high-ranking. Her life, magic power, is the top echelon. Isn't this equivalent to turning his red and blue double bars into boss level? This is not only a top follower thug, but also an excellent power bank. Chapter 5. As for Chu Shan's pitiful mana at level 1, Christina replenished it for him. This little mana loss, Christina recovered in a second. Master, how do you feel now? Seeing Chu Shan sitting up with recovery, Christina couldn't help but ask with concern. Feeling good, refreshed. This way of recovering magic is really miraculous. Chu Shan rubbed his neck and praised sincerely. Of course, after all, this is the new power that I have awakened to become the queen of natural disasters. After all, the SS++ class career is not too bad. Christina raised her mouth proudly. Don't look at her obedience to Chu Shan. In his bones, he still inherited the arrogance of the Black Dragon Queen. Then I'll leave it to you to recover the magic. Chu Shan said. I thought of the knee pillow just now. The scent of a girl. More than 10 years of skill is almost scrapped again. I am not greedy for black and white silk. I am purely a tactical consideration. Yes. That's it. Chu Shan let himself take the moral high ground first. Then stood up, moved the lower limbs. Christina, of course, also stood up, ready to be called at any time. I don't have any other errands. The things here have come to an end. It's time for us to leave this place. Chu Shan said. Temple Exhibition Hall. In addition to the dragon corpse, there are some other beast skeletons here. But these bones don't have much resurrection value. They are simply beasts. You can decide. Christina nodded. She is not really interested in this world. It doesn't matter where. For here, there is not much nostalgia. To her, this place is really just a foreign memory. Then go back. Returning is easier. Follow the way you came, go back to the lobby on the ground floor, and then leave the museum directly. It is worth mentioning that the security guards encountered during the process, several security guards looked at Chu Shan and Christina strangely. No, didn't this young man enter the museum alone before? Why did he become two people when he returned? That little girl has been waiting for him inside. Are you not a lover? It's also rare to have a date here in the exhibition hall. But it's not right. Any of you have seen that girl enter the museum? I came to work early in the morning before the door opened. Today, apart from this young man, an old man brought his child in for a visit. There is no one else. Hiss, I feel scary when you say that. A few security guards apparently misunderstood something. Hall exit here. The beautiful young lady from before obviously misunderstood. That little handsome guy came out. Hey? Why did you bring out a girl? What a beautiful girl, I have never seen such a beautiful girl in my age. Blood red eyes, so sexy. It turns out that this handsome young man has his own name. It's a pity. The pretty lady watched Chu Shan and Christina leave with a formulaic smile on her face. In my heart, I was sore for a long time. And it was at this moment. The exclamation of the guards came from the hall. It's not good, the black dragon skeleton is gone. The black dragon skeleton in the hall on the ground floor is gone. The sound of exclamation attracted the attention of the beautiful young lady and other security guards in the museum. Everyone rushed over. Check the scene carefully. But what they saw was an empty display case. Inside the skeleton. It has long since disappeared. How could it disappear? Such a big skeleton, how can you say that it will disappear if you don't see it? It's gone, isn't it? Been stolen? Or did it grow wings and fly away? Nonsense, this is not the time to joke around. Then tell me why it disappeared. When I came here early in the morning, it was still there when the shift was handed over. I didn't see it when I came here just now. Such a large object, even if it is a bone, weighs in tons. Who can handle it? Even if you can move it, how do you take such a big thing away? Everyone was puzzled. Yes. This black dragon. The body is extremely large. All the bones are assembled together, not to mention transported away. Whether it can be moved out of this door is a problem. Take the bones apart and take them away? One person can't finish carrying it back and forth hundreds of times. View monitoring. What was found was the skeleton of the black dragon, which disappeared in an instant. Disappeared with the shadowy light. If you say you don't see it, you will disappear. Isn't this a hell? Could it be done by a professional? Crazy, which professional has this ability? What's the use of transferring a bunch of bones? Then, what should we do about this matter? We can't bear the burden of pursuing it from above. What else can I do? Tell the truth. I don't think the higher-ups will pay much attention to it. It's true, isn't it a bad job for us to work here? There is such a money-losing exhibition hall. I heard that the above is going to close it. They will take care of this kind of thing. It's true, so let's forget it. Report the matter anyway, but I guess they won't take it seriously. 80% is nothing but nothing. Unless the safe is lost. Then again, the safe is also empty. The boss has already moved the most expensive oil paintings. It's like running away. There was a lot of discussion here in the hall. Here at the door. Chu Shan and Christina left here as if no one else was there. Look at the time, it's still early. Chu Shan didn't intend to go back right away, but to find a suitable dungeon to improve his strength. Having Christina is not enough, my own strength must also be improved. Chu Shan. Chapter 6. To quickly improve strength, there is only a challenge copy, and no professional can avoid this link. In this city, there are many dungeons suitable for newcomers. In the suburbs, in the city, and in the sewers, there are special dungeon entrance transfer crystals, which correspond to different dungeon maps. Entry levels are 1 to 5. Not too difficult. However, this obviously cannot satisfy the current Chu Shan. I'd better go to those large dungeons with higher levels now, so that my benefits will be greater. Chu Shan pondered. This side of the city. At present, there is only one such large copy suitable for Chu Shan in the suburbs. The entry level is 1 to 20. The type is a large group copy. Difficulty hard start, difficult, nightmare, hell. At least 15 people are required to form a team together. Hail a taxi. Master, go to the large team in the suburbs. Understood, I'll be there soon. Suburban large group copy here. Because it is a group book, it is naturally overcrowded every day, and there are various voices asking for groups and forming teams. 15 people, let's have another treatment. Do you have any friends who treat you? Veterans lead the team, suitable for newcomers. Let a newcomer make up the number of people. Come with experience, and veterans will lead the team to ensure safety. Mage, is there a mage? I am a soldier, do you need a soldier? I'm an assassin, and it's not easy for assassins to form a team. Is there a boss willing to take me? This is on the square outside the entrance. In the copy of the professional continent, the entrance of each copy will be processed into a very standardized entrance building, with tall stone walls, spacious iron doors and internal corridors. This is the unified specification of a neutral organization like Dungeon Hall. And this kind of large dungeon, because of factors such as high experience, large map, and good output, can attract many professionals of appropriate levels every year, trying to try their luck here. When Chu Shan came here, of course the professionals here also enthusiastically sent him invitations to form a team. My friend, what is your profession? Are you a mage? We just need a mage in our team. Will you come? Mages come to our group is treated very well, and good things are given priority to mages. Mage, come to me, I will pay for it. Fei came to our team, that's right, there are veterans leading the team, so you can output with peace of mind. Ah? You're not a mage, so I'm sorry, our team only lacks a mage now. I'm sorry, my classmate, all we need is a mage. It's a pity, I thought you were a mage, it's a pity. Enthusiastic invitation to form a team, when knowing that Chu Shan's occupation is not a mage. They lost interest and became less enthusiastic. Certainly. They are also very attracted by Christina's beauty, but at the novice stage, everyone pays more attention to the upgrade speed. They need mages, not beauties. It's so realistic. As expected, Magister is a popular profession no matter where he is, but it has nothing to do with me. Chu Shan shrugged. He didn't expect to form a team with others. He came to solo this time. Entering the copy does not require a ticket. Chu Shan walked over directly, pushed open the door at the entrance, and walked into the corridor passageway alone. This move certainly attracted the attention of many people. Hey? That guy, they don't want to challenge the dungeon alone, do they? Two people going to play group copies? Idiots. It's probably just going in to have a look. After all, there are quite a few people like this. It's true, the newly awakened professionals hope to learn more about it no matter what. Everyone talked about it, but they didn't pay too much attention. As long as Chu Shan is an ordinary professional rookie with strong curiosity, their attention was refocused on forming a team. New information. Just before he touched the dungeon transfer stone, Chu Shan found new information in his phone. He opened it and found that it was Michelle's message. Chu Shan, where are you? Come to the dungeon in the suburbs now. The team leader Wen Xingxin is leading the team to take everyone to brush the dungeon. There is a master to help. Michelle. This little girl can't forget herself when she upgrades her film. It's quite rare. Chu Shan replied, aren't you going to take a 2-day break? Why are you suddenly so active? Isn't this because of the rare opportunity? Wen Xingxin mobilized her father's relationship and invited 2 mages with just the right level to master group attack spells. Where are you? There is still space here, come quickly. Michelle. In the group book, the mage with group injuries in the team. The upgrade efficiency is so cool. However, could it be better than the full-level boss next to Chu Shan? A group attack spell? Feel sorry. Christina has mastered a whole bunch. They are all natural disasters. I won't go, you can do it yourself, if not, you can come and form a team with me. Chu Shan joked. It is impossible to go. Wen Xingxin is the monitor of the class. She organized the team and did not send an invitation to herself. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to run over to ask for a group out of nowhere? Chu Shan didn't think about forming a team with other people either. In the future, I don't know. Now? Of course alone. Such a great opportunity, why don't you come, Chu Shan? Although Wen Xingxin didn't mean to call you, we can ask her. What a great opportunity. On Michelle's side, after receiving Chu Shan's refusal to recover, she was anxious for Chu Shan. She thinks Chu Shan is too face-saving. Yes. Wen Xingxin didn't want to ask you to join the group. She is thinking about others now, but it's all about human effort. What a waste of such a good opportunity. Shuer, what's the matter? Wen Xingxin couldn't help asking when she saw Michelle's anxious look. Michelle told the truth, I called Chu Shan to let him come, but he didn't come. Not coming. Wen Xingxin's pretty brows were slightly knitted together, didn't you tell him that there are 2 mages? I said it, but he just won't come. Michelle said helplessly. If you don't come, forget it, anyway, I have no intention of looking for him. Wen Xingxin shrugged. I was thinking in my heart, I didn't expect Chu Shan to be so face-saving. If I don't invite him, he won't come? Such a big shelf. I'm sorry, but to be honest, if it wasn't for Shuer's priesthood, I wouldn't have planned to invite you. Chapter 7. What's the matter, Sister Xingxin? Next to it, 2 seniors dressed as mages walked over with a look on their faces. Beside them are classmates who try their best to please them. Wen Xingxin and Michelle's classmate. However, these 2 mage seniors didn't look at these students at all, and they all thought they were tool people, who took medicine and backpacks. What, there are still such people, are they so arrogant? Does he have to let Xingxin's sister invite him in person before he is willing to come? When hearing what happened, the mage with the thick eyebrows suddenly looked unhappy. Such a person will suffer in the future. When Mingzi and I see him later, we will definitely find a way to make him look good. Now, ignore him, let's just upgrade ourselves. The other mage senior with no eyebrows. This sentence says. Michelle was very upset. After all, we are all classmates. Talking about her classmates like that in front of her face made her feel like she couldn't get down. Wen Xingxin didn't seem to care. It's not worth disappointing for such a person. I didn't plan to find him. Someone else I was looking for will come soon. Let's go to the entrance of the copy first, the people I found may have already arrived. Wen Xingxin picked up her package. About to get in the car. Wen Xingxin's family has a bit of background. This car is not a big formula, but an exquisite RV, and even the driver is a carefully selected elite. Sister Xingxin, let me get it for you. The mage with thick eyebrows showed his courtesy and offered to help Wen Xingxin get the package. Wen Xingxin frowned, hesitated for a while, but finally accepted. Sister Schwetter, let me get it for you. The mage without eyebrows began to show courteousness to Michelle. But unfortunately, Michelle is not Wen Xingxin, she has an unfriendly impression of these two mages. No need, I can take this by myself. Michelle walked into the car after speaking. Forward. The mage without eyebrows was left with an embarrassed look on his face. Copy entry space here. End the conversation with Michelle. Chu Shan is also ready to enter the copy. He touched the replica crystal with his hand. Immediately, the corresponding notification sound resounded in his ears. Professionals detected, team status, no team formation. Please select the instance level you want to fight, difficult, nightmare, hell. For large groups, the difficulty is difficult to start. Hell level difficulty. Chu Shan silently chose in his mind. Confirmation of hell level difficulty. The number of challenger professionals is 1, and the teleportation begins. With the appearance of this prompt tone, Chu Shan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then the scenery changed. It is no longer a cold corridor hall, but a decayed jungle, where the atmosphere is dark, there are bones everywhere, and all kinds of rancid smells. Is this the copy space? Strange power. Christina then teleported over. She looked at the world curiously and freshly. First contact with copy space? Chu Shan asked her. But come to think of it, this question is a bit redundant. Christina is a new individual born from the bones of the Black Dragon. Of course it was the first time I was exposed to the outside world. Christina also understood what Chu Shan meant. He nodded and said, there is no such setting in the inherited memories. It turns out that in the thousands of years of the world, there was no such setting as a dungeon. But it's not a big problem. These are all minor issues. Then it's up to you to kill the wild monsters here for me, is Christina okay? Chu Shan said bluntly. Of course there is no problem with this, after all, this is my mission. Christina smiled. Then she took 2 steps back. Incarnation of the dragon out of the body. Black Dragon. Black Dragon Queen. It should be called the Scourge Queen now. Is this your real body? It's too big. Chu Shan was dumbfounded. This was the first time Chu Shan saw Christina's real body. Huge dragon body. The wings spread out, and I don't know how far it stretches. You can't see the end of the wings at all. It's as big as a mountain. But in order to fit Chu Shan's body, Christina took the initiative to reduce her size. It becomes the appropriate size height. Master, please come up, my current size should be enough for you to ride. Christina took the initiative to invite. Then I won't be polite. Chu Shan was also polite and jumped directly on Christina's dragon back. Christina let out a long cry, and spread her wings to take off. Legendary Dragon Rider. It feels really good to be honest. The expanded field of vision, the vast sky, or how to put it all has the complex of riding a dragon. Love is really addictive. Don't fly too fast, Christina, let me get used to it for a while. Chu Shan patted Christina's neck, signaling her not to fly too fast. It was mainly because of the headwind blowing in front of him that he couldn't keep his eyes open. Just get used to it. Christina slowed down and lowered her height appropriately. Although she was a little helpless, it was the master's order after all. Master, do you think this speed is okay? The vocabulary of speed has come out. The Black Dragon Queen is indeed modernized. Okay, keep this speed for now. Chu Shan said. There's nothing wrong with this speed. He himself could better assess the situation on the ground. Find suitable wild monster targets. For large team copies, the total area of the map is large. The endless expanse. And just below the field of vision, there are dozens of wandering zombies in a ruined church burial ground. Chu Shan releases detection skills. The zombies' information intuitively appeared in his mind. Chapter 8. Zombie. Monster Level 3, Whiteboard Wild Monster. Attack 290 to 360, Defense 100, Magic Resistance 100, Life 1200, Magic Power 100. Common wild monsters on the whiteboard, Novice Level Wild Monsters. But the panel data is more than 3 times that of normal wild monsters. You must know that normal professionals at level 3 do not have such high attributes. That is to say, ordinary hell level wild monsters must be dealt with as small bosses in front of ordinary professionals. And such monsters are not 1 or 2, but a group of dozens. It can be seen how difficult the hell level is. No wonder at least 15 people are needed to form a team, and the higher the level, the better. It's not unreasonable. Chu Shan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he began to give orders. Christina, have you seen those zombies? Kill them for me. Christina looked down and looked down. Then he breathed out a mouthful of dragon's breath casually. This kind of low-level mobs. It may be strong in the eyes of others. Here she is. Not even enough to get between the teeth. Like a sneeze, it spewed out a dark energy of death. Explosive force exploded on the ground. Mass destruction. Dozens of zombies were collectively killed without even understanding what was going on. Kill the zombies, get 15 experience points. Kill the zombies, get 15 experience points. Kill zombies, get 15 experience points. The same experience as swiping the screen. With one breath of the dragon, Christina gave Chu Shan dozens of experience hints. The attributes of hell-level wild monsters are tripled, and the experience is of course tripled. Immediately afterwards, the upgrade prompt also arrived. The experience is full, congratulations on your upgrade, the current level is 4. Level 4. With just one magic spell, you can directly upgrade to level 3, from level 1 to level 4. This efficiency. It will take at least 10 minutes for other people to form a team to kill so many wild monsters, and then the experience points have to be divided equally passively. In terms of efficiency, I'm almost too much. Chu Shan was surprised. Level up, attribute growth. Skill points. Attribute points are inflated. But right now Chu Shan doesn't have the heart to care about this. Because inside the building of this church, there are also dozens of zombies wandering around. Zombie. Monster Level 3, Whiteboard Wild Monster. Attack 290 to 360, Defense 100, Magic Resistance 100, Life 1200, Magic Power 100. Level 3 Blank Slate Zombie Nest. So many experience points. Of course Chu Shan is not willing to let it go. Christina, and the ones in the church, don't miss it. Chu Shan ordered. Clear. Christina just spewed out a random dragon's breath. Like sneezing, easy. The dark energy erupting. Along with the church house, and the wandering zombies inside. It all blew up together. Kill the zombies, get 15 experience points. 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 It's the same experience as swiping the screen. The number of experience points obtained this time is much more than before. There are several more in the middle of the bag, which are 20 points of experience. Presumably, there are quite a few elite wild monsters among them. Of course, at this time, they were all charred black corpses. An upgrade prompt will follow. The experience is full, congratulations on your upgrade, the current level is 7. This is level 7. This efficiency is too fast. I'm afraid I won't improve so fast even if I ride a rocket. Chu Shan was very excited. A natural disaster level occupation is indeed a natural disaster level occupation. The resurrected top boss is much easier to use than any team. Don't be too cool. And the square in the backyard of the church, my god, this church is really a nest of zombies. Christina, destroy them. Chu Shan commanded. Understand the master. Christina continued to release the dragon's breath casually. The power of darkness. In theory, it doesn't even count as a decent skill, it's pure sneezing. With a burst of energy, these wild monster zombies were also wiped out. Kill the zombies, get 15 experience points. Kill the zombies, get 15 experience points. Kill the zombies and get 25 experience points. Kill the zombies and get 20 experience points. Kill the zombies, get 15 experience points. The same experience was obtained by swiping the screen again. With the previous psychological foreshadowing, Chu Shan has calmed down a lot after encountering such a situation for the third time. But there is still some little excitement deep in my heart. The experience is full, congratulations on your upgrade, the current level is 10. It's level 10. The black dragon breathed 3 mouthfuls of dragon breath, which took less than a minute. From level 1 to level 10. This efficiency. You can be sure that others will never catch up with you. The nearby wild monsters are almost wiped out. Christina, go down and rest first, I need to sort out the harvest. Chu Shan. Killing monsters can explode equipment. This wave of zombies was killed, and the equipment exploded a lot. Although it is said that the novice monsters at level 3 can't explode good things, it is still okay to overuse them. And a lot of medicines. More importantly, are Chu Shan's skill upgrade points, which need to be allocated. Chapter 9. Look at the equipment first. Knight armor, whiteboard. Defense increased by 30. Requirements, none. Short wand, whiteboard. Magic damage increased by 10 to 15, requirement, none. Recurve bow, whiteboard. Increased damage by 10 to 12, requirements, none. Leather boots, whiteboard. Defense increased by 5, requirement, none. Most are whiteboard gear. However, there are also a lot of blue or purple magic equipment. Magic equipment is equipment with the color of its name. This kind of equipment is more popular. Even if the equipment level is very low. Also very marketable. Simple magic ball, purple top grade. Magic damage increases by 50 to 60, spirit increases by 20, mana increases by 100 points, requires level 10, requires 20 points of spiritual power. The equipment that increases mana and spirit is quite suitable for me. After all, the more mana I have, the more skeletons I can summon. Chu Shan. The higher the spirit, the rate of mana regeneration will also increase accordingly. No doubt. This purple equipment is very suitable for Chu Shan to spend his novice period. Thinking of this, Chu Shan directly picked up the magic ball. When the equipment is in hand, the corresponding attribute is automatically added to his attribute panel. If the requirements are not up to standard, it will fall down within 1 minute after being picked up. Chu Shan's mental strength. Level 10, 20 points of spiritual power, plus 20 points of equipment, equals 40 points. Mana situation. Level 10, the total magic value is 300 points, and the mental power increases the magic value, reaching 700 points at this time. Not too bad. Took a weapon. The magic value is doubled. It feels okay. After that, there was another piece of purple magic equipment. Rough magic wand, purple elite. Additional magic damage 30 to 45, mental power increased by 10 points, magic power increased by 100 points, requires 20 mental power. Why is it still a magician's equipment? Chu Shan was helpless. The magician's weapon can only take one. So, obviously, this weapon can only be kept in the bag. Thin armor, blue elite. Hemp rope wristband, blue ordinary. Patent leather wristband, blue elite. Oak shield, purple is normal. After all, there are a lot of wild monsters killed. The number of equipment that exploded out in various ways is really quite a lot. The dungeon explosion rate of hell level is also high. Soon, Chu Shan found another piece of equipment that suited him. Magician's cloak, purple legend. Increase defense by 100, increase magic resistance by 150, increase magic recovery speed by 50%, recover 50 points of magic power per second, require level 10, and require mental power of 40. Increase magic recovery equipment. This is definitely what I need, and it is the quality of the purple legend. I believe that even level 20 and 30 equipment will rarely have this recovery effect. Chu Shan was pleasantly surprised. His current mana total is 700. Under the increase of this magic return effect, the recovery is 50 per second, and the speed is 50% faster, which is 75. Coupled with its own slow recovery speed. In less than 8 seconds, all can be restored. Not to mention it also provides such a high defense and magic resistance. Chu Shan immediately put on the equipment for himself. There will be no other suitable equipment in the future, which is a pity. Wrist guards, shoes, hats, etc. are all used by other professions. Rings, necklaces, and bracelets can't be exploded in low-level dungeons. The other equipment can only be kept for the time being and sold for money. Chu Shan shrugged regretfully. Then with a big swipe. Throw all this gear into the professional inventory. Next is the increase of points. Chu Shan. Level up, providing free distribution of points. 5 points per level, 50 points in total. Chu Shan added all of his mental power. So the mental power changes. Spiritual power, 40 plus 50, 90 points. Mana changes. Magic value, 700 points plus 750 points, 1450 points. It's over 1,000. It's time to recruit skeletons too. Chu Shan thought excitedly. It's finally time to witness the natural disaster grade skeleton. Chu Shan came to a pile of bones. Unleash summoning skills. Skeleton, summon. Accompanied by the consumption of mana. In this zombie corpse in front of me. Get up a skeleton warrior. Natural disaster skeleton, level 1. Damage, 400 to 500. Defense, 200. Magic resistance, 200. Health, 1200. Magic, 1000. Skill, 1 death scythe. One single target causes damage equal to 230% of attack power, CD, 2 seconds, cost, 0. 2 immortal body, scattered into bones after being depleted of life, resurrected after 60 seconds, life magic is full. CD 6 hours. 3 blood sucking, 15% of the damage caused by the attack is converted into life and restores itself. 4 infection. Wild monsters killed by natural disaster skeletons have a 15% chance to become similar natural disaster skeletons. 5 self-explosion, consume all mana, self-explosion, causing damage 10 times the attack power to all units within 50 yards nearby. This skill can be used in conjunction with the undead skill. I'm going, so many skills? And self-destruction, and resurrection. Is there an infection? Chu Shan was surprised. The eyes that look are straight. Knew it. My necromancer is no ordinary necromancer. Did you see that the upgraded summoned skeletons have changed like this? State. He sucks blood while attacking, self-destructs if he can't fight, and then revives after 60 seconds, he is another hero. This is a skeleton? This skeleton. It can surpass other people's combination of a normal professional and a normal priest. One skeleton is worth 2 professionals. This is a joke. It's not over yet, there is also my amplifying halo, which can be attached to them. The 500% amplifying effect is terrifying. Chu Shan. Scourge skeletons are units that belong to Chu Shan. After the call is successful, these natural disaster skeletons also enjoy the buff of the halo. The amplified Scourge skeleton attributes are more explosive. Natural disaster skeleton, level 1. After the halo is increased. Damage, 2000 to 2500. Defense, 1000. Magic resistance, 1000. Life, 6000. Magic, 5000. This attribute is stronger than the boss. Chu Shan was surprised. And more importantly, such a skeleton. He can be recruited without limit. Chapter 10. Summon. Summon. Chu Shan continuously releases his summoning skills to summon his own Scourge skeleton. On the side of the church, the zombies that were eliminated just now. At this time, it became his best material. There are a total of more than 100 zombies that have been eliminated. 20 mana per skeleton. Chu Shan has more than 1,400 spells and can recruit more than 70. At this time, the importance of magic recovery is reflected. Recruit 70 at a stretch. Then reset in a few seconds. Then recruit the rest as well. In less than half a minute, a huge group of skeletons appeared in front of Chu Shan. It's exaggerated, it's really exaggerated. Chu Shan exclaimed. It's just a level 10 necromancer. Can pull out a brigade of more than 100 skeletons. No one will believe this. The natural disaster level is indeed the natural disaster level. It's just that my breath is a bit cold. Chu Shan shivered slightly. There are too many skeletons. Cold breath. Make him a little uncomfortable. Christina didn't think anything of it, she was the Black Dragon Queen now, her tyrannical physical strength didn't care about the coldness at all. Okay, all of you skeletons step back a little distance first. Chu Shan commanded. More than 100 skeletons retreated neatly. When a certain distance is drawn, the icy breath was indeed relieved. It's fine to have Christina next to me. Skeletons, there's no need to keep them so close for the time being. Chu Shan. Next. It's an increase in skill points. The level is increased by 1, and a free skill point is added. Level 10 is 10 points. Chu Shan added these points to his summoned skeleton. When the level of summoned skeletons reaches a certain level, new skills can be unlocked. Moreover, the summoning level increases. For skeletons, it can also bring about the growth of attributes, which is not a small improvement. Congratulations, Master, for such a big harvest. Christina congratulated. She can feel it. The level of strength of these skeletons is much stronger than those wild monsters just now. It's okay, if you didn't kill these zombies, I wouldn't be able to get so many materials. Chu Shan said. Where is it, even if I don't have me, Master, if you go through a wave of low-level dungeons, this lineup will be easy to pull up. Christina said truthfully. Low-level copy. The skeletons recruited by fighting monsters are of course of this level of strength. Okay, let's stop flattering each other here, let's continue to attack this copy. Christina, it's up to you for the rest. Chu Shan said. Christina turned into a giant dragon and lowered her wings at a slant so that Chu Shan could easily climb on her back. It's my pleasure. Christina. Okay, take off and look for the next wave of enemies. Skeleton team, you follow below. Chu Shan. Christina takes off with Chu Shan. Look for enemies in mid-air. The skeleton brigade followed in the jungle below. At the same time, he went wild. Clean up those scattered wild monsters. That's what Chu Shan thought about. After all, Christina was fast. Although there were a lot of skeletons, their mobility was not as good as that of the black dragon. Kill the zombies and get 10 experience points. Kill the zombies and get 10 experience points. These are the scattered wild monsters that the skeleton team defeated below. Air. Chu Shan here. Not long after, a dilapidated city appeared in front of them. There are a lot of zombies in the city. They are no longer the ordinary little zombies on the periphery, most of them are elites. Blood zombie. Monster level 6, elite wild monster. Attack 390 to 410, defense 110, magic resistance 110, life 1300, magic power 300. Bloodthirsty zombie. Monster level 8, elite wild monster. Attack 450 to 490, defense 130, magic resistance 130, life 1500, magic power 500. Venom zombie. Monster level 8, elite wild monster. Attack 460 to 500, defense 130, magic resistance 130, life 1300, magic power 600. There are more. It is much more than the number of churches just now. There are so many monsters, but they are all elites. This hell level difficulty, a normal professional team of 15 people can't win at all. Even if there are 15 people at level 20 in the full establishment, they can't get past it. Chu Shan exclaimed. Hell level team copy. The difficulty is too great to cross. But it's nothing to me, Christina, please. Chu Shan. Receive. Christina replied playfully. Then breathe out the breath of the dragon. Dark Death Force. Immediately, a large area was killed. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty zombies and get 35 experience points. Kill the venom zombie and get 35 experience points. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty zombies and get 35 experience points. Into a slice of experiential hints. If you let the skeletons kill one by one, it will not be as efficient. On the other side of the city, there is still an endless stream of zombies coming here. It seemed that they were attracted by the living, and instinctively approached and attacked. Christina, of course, took everything she ordered. This time, he directly spewed out a large mouthful of dragon's breath. Useless skills. However, the entire city was shrouded in dark energy. In a moment, the fried ashes disappeared. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty zombies and get 35 experience points. Kill the venom zombie and get 35 experience points. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty zombies and get 35 experience points. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty zombies and get 35 experience points. Kill the venom zombie and get 35 experience points. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill blood zombies, get 25 experience points. Kill the bloodthirsty corpse king and get 155 experience points. Kill the bloodthirsty corpse king and get 155 experience points. Kill the cold-blooded corpse king, get 160 experience points. Kill the poisonous corpse king, get experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased, and the current level is 20. Direct full level. The black dragon has a high attack and a large damage range, not much better than a mage. And also... What? Just that moment. Killed a few bosses as well? This efficiency can no longer be described as fast. It's so fast, it's another harvest. Chu Shan has a calm personality, but at this moment, even he couldn't help feeling elated. Chapter 11. At this moment, the copy entrance is here. When Xingxin's family car arrived here, everyone got out of the car one file at a time. Sister Xingxin, don't worry, it's no problem to give this copy to me and Mingzi. The mage with thick eyebrows who followed Wen Xingxin and helped her carry her things and showed great hospitality, patted his chest as a guarantee. That's right, with Brother Wen here, we must make a lot of money this trip. Brother Wen is the master of Fa, and Brother Ming is also the master of Fa, so only Brother Wen and Brother Ming can lead us. The two big bosses are super high level. With the big bosses here, I will definitely feel at ease. Otherwise, why would Sister Wen ask Brother Wen to help? That's right, Brother Wen and Brother Ming are our core. The classmates who came over to gain experience together, still couldn't stop flattering. Flattered and patted all the way. This once made Zhou Wen very useful, with a smug look on his face. I hope it will go smoothly. Wen Xingxin nodded. Don't worry, I'm sure I can increase your upgrade speed, I'm a mage. Zhou Wen promised. Level 20 mage. It is not easy to lead the newly awakened professionals. The Zhou Wen brothers didn't think this kind of thing was so difficult. Forget it, I don't need to bother with them. Michelle stood aside with her bag, watching coldly. She went out this time. I am completely disappointed with these two mages. That sorcerer named Mingzi saw that he couldn't get any benefits from him, so he took advantage of other female students, and there was no bottom line. She's just telling herself now. This trip is just for experience, don't worry about other things. Don't bother. For this dungeon, what difficulty should we choose? Wen Xingxin said. In front of the entrance here. Wen Xingxin stood still. Ask the mage brothers. When the key point was reached, the two brothers immediately straightened their necks. Satisfied, he began to explain to Wen Xingxin. 1. I am a veteran look. Choose the difficulty of hell, let's go in together and choose the difficulty of hell. Zhou Wen suggested. Hell level. This proposal immediately frightened everyone. Wen Xingxin also hesitated. Hell level, isn't it too difficult? After all, it's only the two of you. Wen Xingxin also felt that Zhou Wen was a little carried away at this time. Don't worry, there's no problem. I've been to this dungeon with hell level difficulty. Just me and Akiko can settle it by pulling a few monsters out alone, no problem. Hell level dungeons have more experience and a higher burst rate. You also hope to produce bigger ones. Zhou Wen assured, patting his chest. In fact, how can a hell level dungeon be that simple? But the words have come to this point, Zhou Wen doesn't want to admit cowardly here. Zhou Ming looked at his elder brother in astonishment. Be good, lead a team of rookies into hell level raids, who will resist? It seems that my old brother really wants to spend some money on this Wen Xingxin. That being the case, it's not easy for Zhou Ming to be short. He also hurriedly said, yes, my brother and I can output enough, you just need to attract monsters. If it doesn't work, you can also help us carry our bags. No matter how bad it is, it's always okay to try it. If it doesn't work, just quit. Anyway, you don't lose anything just after level 1. Right. The last sentence obviously touched Wen Xingxin. That's right. Just level 1. The experience bars are all empty. Even if it hangs up in the dungeon, nothing will be lost. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Wen Xingxin decided. Go to the hell level raid. Very good, let's start. Let's go. More than a dozen people formed groups one after another. Of course, the captain is decided by Wen Xingxin. Although Michelle is not very optimistic about this choice, since she came here to gain experience, she has no right to veto it, so she can only take one step at a time. More than 10 people came to the entrance together. Touch the entrance crystal. One after another into the copy of the world. A group space with hell level difficulty. When we got here, everyone became cautious. Don't dare to run around. In this group, the wild monsters are mainly zombies. Although it's disgusting, it's not a big threat. Everyone, don't run around, the zombies are not fast, just leave it to Mingzi and me to deal with it. Zhou Wen said loudly. The attitude of a senior. And at this time, there was indeed a zombie in front of him, slowly crawling over. Zombie. Creeps. Miss Wen. Don't panic. Everyone panicked, but Wen Xingxin quickly called out her flying dragon and a blue shield. Wen Xingxin's occupation is the Snow Dragon Rider. It's Dragon Rider. But her dragon. It is incomparable with Chu Shan's Black Dragon Christina. To put it bluntly, it's just a lizard. Not mature yet. The wings can't even be opened, which belongs to the poor little one. At this time, Zhou Wen read a spell. Shen Long spell. Followed by a series of fireballs. Smashed it. Zhou Ming also activated the spell. A series of ice cones. Smashed it. The reminder of deduction of blood volume kept rolling. -300. -450. -310. -330. Not long after, the zombie fell into a pool of blood. How about it? As I said, Ming Zi and I can deal with the wild monsters here. Seeing himself shrinking rapidly, Zhou Wen slapped his swollen face to pretend to be fat. Can handle it for sure. After all, even though it is a hell level raid, the level of this zombie is only level 3. 2 level 20 mages. Fighting to fight a level 3 wild monster. What's so strange? However, this has strengthened the confidence of many teammates and doubled everyone's confidence. Naturally, it was another good flattering bombardment. And it was at this time. In the woods ahead, a white skeleton suddenly appeared. Skeleton. Didn't it mean that there are only zombies in this group? Where did the skeletons come from? Brother Wen, Brother Ming, wild monsters are coming again. Someone shouted. See. You can just collect the experience with peace of mind, it's just a skeleton, leave it to us. Zhou Wen uttered the spell again. Unleashes a large fireball. Zhou Ming also immediately released a wide range of ice picks. But a round of bombing passed. The skeleton didn't move, and continued to walk over here. Chapter 12. What? Can't move? What's the matter? The inexplicable brothers Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming. After being stunned for a moment, he released the magic again. -0. -0. -0. -0. With the halo boost, the magic resistance reached 1000 points. How could they fight? Look at this eye-catching 0 damage. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming were finally a little silly. No way, this skeleton's magic defense is so strong. The two of us can't touch him. Is it necessary to use physical attacks? The people around were also horrified. The monsters in the hell level dungeon are really strong. At this time, the white skeleton suddenly charged. He rushed to Zhou Wen at a very fast speed, raising the sickle in his hand. A knife. Zhou Wen's head was chopped off. -798. 798 is Zhou Wen's total blood volume. Zhou Wen's body fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the skeleton raised the sickle again and chopped at Zhou Ming, who was at a loss beside him. A knife. Give Zhou Ming a second. -737. 737 is Zhou Ming's total blood volume. 2 level 20 mages. Just like that, he fell into a pool of blood. Brother Wen, Brother Ming died. Damn, is it true or not? This skeleton is too fierce. Damn it, this thing is starting to stare at us. Oh my god, the hell level is indeed the hell level. Everyone retreat. Everyone who reacted panicked and hurriedly used the scroll back to the city. Back to the city. The speed was slow, and several people were hacked to death. Exit directly. But fortunately, there was no danger. Brother Ming, Brother Wen, what happened just now? Outside the dungeon. Those who failed and were out asked Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming. Wen Xingxin's face is not very good looking at the moment. Zhou Wen couldn't hold back his face, so he could only find reasons for himself. The location we went in is not very good, we should have met the little boss when we came up. Little boss, is this little boss so powerful? Someone asked. Of course, it's a group book after all, and it's hell level difficulty, so it's normal to be more powerful. Zhou Ming found a step for his brother. Then what should we do next? The little boss is so fierce, should we continue to fight? Someone questioned. Question? Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming became impatient. Especially Zhou Wen. Seeing that his favorite goddess, Wen Xingxin, also showed hesitation, he immediately became anxious. Fight, why not fight? This time we met a small boss, let's be more careful next time. Zhou Wen emphasized. If you die in the dungeon, you will lose 10% of the current experience value as a penalty. This experience deduction. The levels of Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming have actually dropped below level 19. Even though no real downgrade, but lack of experience. Think about upgrading again. They have to pay twice as much as others. Is this okay? Wen Xingxin hesitated. Yes, of course, why not? Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and promised. In front of the girl you like. It's a little bit of a loss, but you still have to eat. It's really irrational enough. Beside, Michelle secretly shook her head, and her eyes drifted to the direction she came from involuntarily. Now she suddenly felt that it might be a wise choice for Chu Shan not to come with her. Copy inside. During the period when Wen Xingxin and others were struggling outside. In the dungeon, Chu Shan can be said to have made a lot of money. This abandoned city. The death of so many elite monsters and the boss not only brought him enough corpse materials. It also gave him a lot of good equipment products. Just to count the gains. Chu Shan took quite some time. Blue large shield, blue normal. Heroic mask, blue elite. Praise of the brave, blue elite. Shepherd's gloves, purple normal. Bad tomahawk, blue elite. Excellent sandalwood bow, purple elite. There are a lot of weapons and equipment, dazzling and dizzying. But it's a pity that none of them are equipment that mages can use, so they can only be thrown in the backpack. Chu Shan. Swipe and pull. All these equipment were thrown into the system backpack. Magic potion, restore 500 mana points within 10 seconds. Life potion, restore 600 points of health within 10 seconds. These medicines, on the contrary, are more meaningful, and they are temporarily kept. Chu Shan. Swipe and pull. These red, blue, and blue medicine bottles were also thrown into the system backpack. Physical strength potion, restore full physical strength within 10 seconds. A necessary item for long distance trekking, this kind of consumable item is also quite practical. Chu Shan. Swipe and pull. Still accept the order in full. An antidote. Explosive potion. All kinds, many. There are also some extra special items. Gadgets like special materials. Special material. Such as spider glands, zombie skins, etc. These are the raw materials for improving partial skills, such as crafting, forging, alchemy, refining, etc. Refining weapons and equipment has no meaning to Chu Shan at all. Refining weapons and equipment, most of them are poor people who can't afford the equipment and are forced to contact them, and so are alchemy medicines. This lifelike skill means nothing to me. The corpses of these wild monsters are the most useful to me now. Chu Shan. Recycled props and equipment. Leftover. Chu Shan's eyes fell on these zombie corpses. Promoting combat with battle, summoning wherever you go, bursting out blue potions, and summoning mana replenishment at the same time, there is no profession that can support combat with combat more than me. Chu Shan smiled. Satisfied, raise your hand. Then wave, summon skeleton. Crash. Suddenly, white skeletons climbed up from among these corpses. Christina, help me. Chu Shan patted Christina on the back. Christina is still in the beast state. With a low growl, she took Chu Shan into the sky. Fly low. Chu Shan summoned the skeleton. How many in total? I can't even remember now. Chu Shan. After a lot of tossing. Turn all the corpses that can be seen in the city into skeletons. In the end. How many natural disaster skeletons have I accumulated in total? Can't remember the number at all. There is no way, Chu Shan can only open the data bar to view. Seeing this, I was taken aback. 3,567 only. I now have 3,567 natural disaster skeletons. Chu Shan. This is the previous battle, many zombies were burnt to ashes together with their corpses. Otherwise, the number will only be more, not less. Chapter 13. 3,567 skeletons. This number, to be honest, is quite a lot. This is just the beginning, and I just woke up today, so I have already pulled up a team. And all of them are terrifying natural disaster grade skeletons. Show off, not a skeleton with an axe. It's a death skeleton holding a scythe. This is more terrifying. A natural disaster level occupation is indeed a natural disaster level occupation. It will take time. I am afraid that I can really set off a natural disaster. The question now is, instead, should I revive these boss corpses, or summon them directly into skeletons? Chu Shan hesitated. Summoning skeletons and resurrection are two different concepts. But think about it. The boss in the novice group book. It doesn't seem to have much resurrection value. In terms of resurrection, the value of resurrection is the greatest on the top boss. Low-level bosses are less meaningful. Chu Shan investigates the information panels of these bosses. Poisonous Corpse King. Level 20. Type Boss. Skill, 1 highly poisonous, spraying poisonous mist to cause 100% poison damage, and adding a poisoned state. Skills, 2 BOSS boost, group boss boosts HP by 300%. Bloodthirsty Corpse King. Level 20. Type Boss. Skill, 1 Bloodthirsty, when the blood volume drops to about 50%, the attack speed increases by 100% for 10 minutes. Skills, 2, Boss Boost, group boss boosts HP by 300%. Cold-Blooded Corpse King. Level 20. Type Boss. Skill, 1 Hardboard, passively increases blood volume by 100%, defense by 50%, magic resistance by 50%, and reduces damage received. Skills, 2 BOSS boost, group boss boosts HP by 300%. Really? It's just some basic raid bosses. Skills are not good. It's far worse than the Scourge Skeleton. But it's a boss after all. Under the influence of my 5x boost aura, the 3 attributes can also grow wildly. Well, it's a boss after all, and my natural disaster skeletons are not bad. Chu Shan raised his hand. Swipe down. Resurrection. Crash. The skeleton stood up. Not the scythe skeleton of the scourge skeleton, but risen. Various boss skeletons. I didn't regenerate my own intelligence like Christina. Instead, I just knew how to obey orders like the skeleton soldiers. Is it due to the lack of boss level? Chu Shan guessed. Do not care. Anyway, just achieve the desired effect. Now, go back to your team. Chu Shan shouted at the boss skeletons. The boss skeleton received the order. Taking steps, he merged into the nearby group of skeletons. Really? Without his own intelligence, he only knows to follow instructions blindly. It is also an advantage. Christina, we are going back. Chu Shan patted the dragon's back. Master, are you going to land? Wait a moment. Christina looked down. Then I picked a good location and landed. After falling to the ground, she put Chu Shan down, and she returned to the form of a human beauty. Exit the instance. Chu Shan first took all the skeletons back into the summoning space. Then made a choice in my mind. The exit program is open and exiting. With this system prompt, Chu Shan's eyes flashed again. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of him changed. He is back in the normal world. Chu Shan. Surprised voice, it turns out that Wen Xingxin and Michelle are also here at this moment. Hey? What a coincidence. Why didn't you enter the copy? Chu Shan. It's not that I didn't go in, but I quit. Chu Shan, why are you here too? Michelle was surprised by Chu Shan's appearance. And soon noticed something, said in surprise. Are you playing dungeons here too? Have you found someone to form a team? Michelle was surprised, and then saw the extremely beautiful Christina beside Chu Shan. Michelle was even more surprised. Chu Shan? Are you playing a dungeon here too? Have you found a team? Wen Xingxin frowned, feeling a little unhappy in her heart. This is the man. My classmates. Instead of joining his own team, he teamed up with other people to challenge the dungeon here. This made her lose face a little. Sister Xingxin, this is the classmate you mentioned? He didn't join the team led by the mage, but went to the wild team instead. He didn't really think that the wild team was faster than the mage, did he? Zhou Wen walked over and looked at Chu Shan coldly. I think it's probably because he failed and was released by T. The team book is not so easy to pass. The people next to him were also sneering. After all, they had just been killed and escaped from the group book. Even the two mages couldn't beat the monsters inside. Why is he Chu Shan? You can't, it doesn't mean others can't either. Chu Shan didn't bother to talk nonsense with these people, he probably also saw Michelle's current situation. Go in and challenge, only to quit after failing. Chu Shan asked. Yes, I quit in a timely manner, and many other people were miserable. The two mages who hung out should have lost a lot of experience. Michelle smiled wryly. She came here to gain experience. As a result, I didn't get the experience, and I was in trouble. It's really not worth it. Considering that Chu Shan did not agree to join the team, he really chose the right one. TCH, what does it mean to quit after failing, as if he can succeed by himself? The group copy is not a small dungeon. The wild monsters in it are so powerful that even mages can't move them. Can he move them? It's all about being brave, who doesn't know? Many people sneered. We were all classmates. As a result, in order to please high-level mages, they did not hesitate to do so. Of course, their relationship with Chu Shan wasn't very good in the first place. Chu Shan is a transfer student, except for Michelle, the others are really not familiar with him. However, some people noticed the change in Chu Shan. But it's not right, everyone, Chu Shan just awakened today just like us, if he failed and got out, how could he upgrade to long experience? Look at the mage weapon he holds in his hand, it seems that the limit must be level 10 to equip it. Not everyone is a clown. Many of them have good eyesight. Level 10 equipment, if he holds it in his hand for more than 1 minute and doesn't fall off, then it's really equipped. Could it be that his level is really level 10? No way. Everyone was shocked. Take a closer look at Chu Shan's equipment. It is indeed a level 10 magic ball. I rely on. Everyone is obviously on the same starting line, no way. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming were also a little dumbfounded. He led the team by himself but was defeated and quit. A novice kid, but he was promoted to level 10? Could it be that he really has something to gain in the dungeon? Chapter 14. Speaking of equipment, by the way, Michelle, this equipment is for you. Chu Shan casually threw a magic wand to Michelle. Michelle subconsciously reached out to catch it. At first glance, I was shocked. Knew it. Chu Shan has gained something in the dungeon. I just woke up today, and immediately got a suitable piece of equipment. This kind of thing is actually quite enviable. Michelle, what is the attribute of the equipment? Someone immediately asked. Yes, it's purple magic equipment, the level is, it's purple elite level. It requires level 10 equipment. Michelle herself was so surprised that she couldn't speak clearly. Purple elite? Level 10 equipment? Everyone gasped. Even Wen Xingxin was dumbfounded. Not only did he take out a piece of equipment, but it was also such a high-level magic equipment. This shows that Chu Shan's income in the dungeon is absolutely extremely high. I wiped it, is the gap really that big? Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming's teeth itched. However, there is no way. I am a fae. It's really annoying to be stepped on and ravaged by someone. I can't take such expensive equipment. Michelle quickly refused, wanting to return the equipment. I have a magic ball, but I can't equip 2 weapons. It's okay, I have to continue leveling, so let's take a step first. Chu Shan shook the magic ball in his hand. Then turn around with Christina and enter this copy again. It is detected that the challenger has no team, solo challenge, please select the difficulty level. I choose Hell level. Chu Shan made a choice in his mind. Immediately afterwards, together with Christina, the two were teleported in. Went in again. And, do you see clearly, there are only 2 of them. 2 people played this group book. I think that girl is a bit powerful. I don't know what profession it is. I think Chu Shan is more powerful. Didn't you notice just now that the girl has been standing behind Chu Shan, as if she is following Chu Shan's lead? The person who can drive such a person, I think Chu Shan is the most powerful one. Everyone really doesn't dare to underestimate Chu Shan now. Just now those few people who slandered Chu Shan in order to please Faye. I regret it at this time. Straight out his mouth. What the hell did I just say? I seem to slander Chu Shan, boy, no I mean Chu Shan won't hold grudges against me, will he? I seem to be ridiculed too. Damn, blame me for having such a hot head that I said that. Chu Shan doesn't know us very well, so there's no reason to spoil us. Yes, if it were me, I wouldn't pretend nothing happened. Blame your own mouths, who can you blame? Damn it, I'm so sorry. This is a world where power is paramount. The stronger the strength, the easier it is to gain the respect of others. Those who ridiculed Chu Shan just now are actually expressing their views from the standpoint of the Lord Magistrate, and they belong to the decisive line. I regret it now. Then Fei Zhouwen and Zhou Ming, the faces of the 2 people are not very good looking. This is slapping the 2 of them in the face. A dignified level 20 mage. Group attack the master. Can't even compare to a newly awakened summoner? What the hell are you kidding? Sister Xingxin, get ready, everyone, now we're going to enter another dungeon, this time at hell level. Zhou Wen turned around and said. Oh shit! Of course, it must be hell level difficulty. I don't know how difficult the dungeon played by Chu Shan is, but how can he be worse than him? Wen Xingxin also meant the same thing. Originally, Wen Xingxin was a little hesitant about the high difficulty, but now she completely let go. She is an S-level professional, there is no reason to be worse than Chu Shan. As long as you enter the picture this time. What I ran into was not a boss skeleton. There should be no problem. Walk. Let's go. Start the group. Don't care what you say. It's completely up to your temper. Into the picture. Formation. Everything is so logical. It seems that suddenly, the tacit understanding of everyone in the team has been raised several levels. Wen Xingxin controls the little flying dragon to attract the enemy. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming, deployed to prepare for magic attacks at any time. It seems that as long as you are not unlucky and encounter a boss, everything will be smooth. Unfortunately, things backfired. The little flying dragon brought it back. There are several eerie skeletons. This unlucky boss is still in groups. After a while, the team was basically hung up again, and T came out. Damn it, the position is wrong this time. Come again, everyone. Zhou Wen didn't believe in evil. After a while, the whole team was hanging on the wall again, and was T out. The location is wrong, the location is wrong, it shouldn't be like this, come again. Hanging on the wall, was T out. Come again. Hanging on the wall, was T out. Damn it, come again. Brother Wen, Brother Ming, I think it's better to forget it. After dying so many times, I have lost too much experience. Forget it. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming were almost out of their minds at this moment, so they stuck with this picture. Continue to be killed. By T. Continue to be killed. Quilt? I don't know how many rounds have passed, and the amount of experience loss is particularly huge. When the two of them reacted, their invisible loss is equivalent to reducing their level to only level 13. Both are stupid. Sure enough, it was a wrong choice to agree to form a team with them. Michelle sighed. Fortunately, in the last few waves, Michelle saw it through. There is no team anymore. Right here at the entrance, watching these people continue to challenge and fail. It's pretty sad when you think about it. This moment. Copy space here. Hell level copy here. Chu Shan followed Christina and continued to clean up the wild monsters in this book, fighting monsters and upgrading them. Come in this time. Well versed. Christina didn't bother to guarantee any beast form anymore. He directly hugged Chu Shan and flew into the sky. Being hugged by a big beautiful princess. Chu Shan just wanted to say. This hell level copy. It's more wonderful than dreaming. It's almost enough to attract, it's okay. Chu Shan said. Yes, master, please wait a moment. Christina held Chu Shan and stayed in mid-air. On the ground, a large number of zombies. Attracted by the living, they gather here from all directions. The amount is about the same. On Christina's fingertips, a dark energy ball gathered. The smell of death is strong. Then she flicked her fingers. The energy ball blasted to the ground. Caused a violent explosion. Chapter 15. In an instant. Not to mention zombies. Buildings, grounds. Rocks, flowers, and trees were all razed to the ground. Kill the zombies and get 10 experience points. 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 Massive experience tips, dizzying. And equipment exploded. This time, Chu Shan didn't even look at it. Transfer directly to your own system props. Go, Christina, the next area, that abandoned city. Chu Shan snapped his fingers. Signal to go to the next one. Wait a minute, we'll be there soon. Christina smiled. Flying at such a small distance, can this still stump her? In the blink of an eye, she appeared above the abandoned city with Chu Shan in her arms. Old rules, wait for them to gather. Chu Shan said. Actually, it's not necessary. With a little effort, it can be flattened directly, but considering that the master needs the bones, I must control the strength. Christina looked bitterly. There is no problem with controlling power. But this kind of detail control is too detailed. Like, people have no problem pinching an ant. But if you want to control the power, lift up one leg of the ant without hurting the ant leg. This is a bit more difficult. But even so, there will still be many zombies, burned and blasted together with their corpses, and there is no way to be summoned as skeletons. There is no way. After all, Christina is too powerful. But it's not a big problem. Soon, a large number of zombies have gathered. Among them, of course, those few bosses are not missing. Okay, let's start. Chu Shan. Understood. Christina. Draw a scoop according to the gourd. A dark energy ball blasted down. The copy world is nuclear balanced. The equipment exploded all over the place. Chu Shan didn't even look at it and just pulled it into the backpack. Then there is the necessary summoning link. Resurrection link. 6 bosses are revived as boss skeletons. The rest are all recruited as scourge skeletons. A wave down. The total number of Chu Shan's skeletons soared directly to 8,465. Kill blood zombies and get 15 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty zombies, get 20 experience points. Kill the venom zombie and get 20 experience points. Kill the zombies and get 10 experience points. Kill blood zombies and get 15 experience points. Kill the zombies and get 10 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty zombies, get 20 experience points. Kill the zombies and get 10 experience points. Kill the bloodthirsty corpse king, get 155 experience points. Massive rich experience value. At this time, mixed with reminders of level upgrades. Chu Shan didn't even know how many levels he had advanced. Take it easy. Go back and check your own attribute status. I found out that I have already reached level 28. FK, level 28 so soon. The main reason is that the hell level difficulty experience is very high, and there is no need to form a team to share the experience equally with others, so it can be so fast. The main reason is that you don't need to share experience equally with others. Chu Shan nodded in satisfaction. For such gains, he is very satisfied. Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master, the growth rate is very fast. Christina smiled and congratulated. Instead of congratulating me here, why not find a place to put me down? Chu Shan was helpless. Christina was taken aback for a moment, and then said helplessly, I thought it would make the master feel more comfortable to hold her like this, unlike when I turned into a black dragon. Then how about Master, I'll turn into a black dragon and let Master ride it. Christina said. No, just hold it like this. Chu Shan didn't blush and was out of breath. Yab. This is by no means coveting any beauty. Okay. Look how serious I am. Purely because it's more convenient, well, that's it. With such efficiency, I don't need to look at these equipments. I will go to fight in higher level raids later. It won't be too late to replace higher level equipment when it explodes. I remember that there is a similar large-scale high-level dungeon on the opposite side of this dungeon. It seems to be called the Undead Forbidden Zone. The entry-level restriction happens to be level 25-55. If possible, I can improve my level here. Chu Shan clenched his fists. Excited in my heart. Joke. I have an ace like Christina. Where can I not go by myself? There are more than 8,000 natural disaster skeletons. 5x amplification aura. Where can't I go by myself? Master, why don't you hug me a little longer? Christina asked. At this moment, Christina had already landed and found a comfortable and open place, but Chu Shan in her arms still didn't seem to want to come down. Hey, here you go. Chu Shan blushed, turned his head away and got down by himself. Exit copy. Make a choice in your mind. Immediately afterwards, a prompt to exit appeared. After a while, the foreground changed. Back to the normal world. Chu Shan, have you opened the dungeon again? Michelle greeted outside. Chu Shan. At this moment, including Wen Xingxin, members of the other groups also looked at Chu Shan. But they no longer had the arrogance they had before. Even Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming looked gloomy, as if they had lost their souls. What happened to those two people? Chu Shan asked curiously. Two mages. Known as Fei. At this time, like a quail, he huddled there without saying a word. I was killed out of the shadows. The skeletons inside are really powerful, and their magic damage can't be touched at all. Michelle shook her head. Skeleton. Chu Shan was taken aback. I probably understand what's going on. Brother Shan. Hello, Brother Shan. Shan, Brother Shan. Next to him, sitting on the ground, the other team members who were not too far away showed Chu Shan an embarrassed but flattering smile. The few people who mocked Chu Shan before have changed their tune now. However, the look is rather awkward. Chu Shan didn't bother to pay attention to them. After thinking about it, he directly picked out a few pieces of equipment that Michelle could use from his inventory, and threw them to her. You should be able to use these weapons and equipment. From level 1 to level 20, there should be no problem. In this way, it will be easier for you to form a team and level up in the future. Chu Shan said. Bits and pieces of equipment. Colorful style. Every piece of equipment is purple magic grade. They are all precious grades. Chu Shan, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Michelle was startled, and quickly refused. A piece of purple magic equipment is expensive enough. This is how many pieces this is. Chapter 16. Priests also rely on magic and spirit for food. The higher the value, the greater the amount of healing. It will also be easier to form a team. So it's no wonder Michelle was so shocked. I don't need it, the equipment I need, I will go to a more advanced dungeon myself. Well, I won't tell you more, I'm going to a new dungeon. What Chu Shan is focusing on now is the raid equipment of level 25 to 55. Only level 10 and level 20. Where will I take it to heart? Don't just sit here if you have time, or go back to rest and recover. Or, find a real team, don't find these bells and whistles. Chu Shan said. Gimmicky. This word really stimulated Wen Xingxin's heart. Make her frown. However, nothing more was said. After all, the current situation. She knew that Chu Shan was right. Michelle felt helpless. They were all classmates, but it turned out to be like this. She was caught in the middle, and she didn't know what to say, so she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then I wish you good luck. Michelle smiled wryly. Well, thanks for your kind words. Chu Shan waved his hand and left with Christina. Christina never expressed an opinion from beginning to end. Of course, there is also some curiosity in my heart. So this is the master's classmate? It's just rubbish that can't be more mediocre, and there's that big snow dragon rider, who can ride a snow dragon even with that crappy profession. If it weren't for Chu Shan's classmate, Christina would have gone to kill Wen Xingxin in the morning. In summary, just a bunch of troublesome people. Own master. Do you need such a so-called friend? Christina said that it is not necessary, the master only needs herself. Of course, thinking about it, Christina will not do things that Chu Shan has not ordered. This is the large group copy of the Forbidden Area of the Dead. Chu Shan. It's just behind the entrance of the previous copy. Here is another copy of the spacious entrance. However, because the group book level is too high, the cost is too high, and the difficulty is too large. So no one cares about it all the time. At this entrance, there is a stone tablet, which clearly stipulates the difficulty of this dungeon. Dungeon, Undead Forbidden Zone. Entry level, 25 to 55. Difficulty crossing, Hell level, there is only one Hell level difficulty. Suggestion, this dungeon is very difficult, and it is not recommended for professionals to wander. Because so far, the pass rate of this copy has been very low. The price of failure and loss is too high, I hope all professionals should be careful. The pass rate of this dungeon is so low. Chu Shan was surprised. Even with the full number of people in the group, all the professionals at level 55 can't do it. The number of people in a full group usually does not have a clear definition. Some groups can have 20 people. Some groups can have 50 people. And big groups. A large group can include 3 small groups. Can also contain 5 groups. More large groups. The situation involving 10 groups is not unheard of. So many people. They are all level 55, is there no way to pass this copy? Then this difficulty seems to be really big. No problem. Chu Shan turned to look at Christina. Master, I'm rank 9. Christina said with a blank expression. That's true. Chu Shan was helpless. Yes. It doesn't matter what level or difficulty you have. Can it be hard to beat the top boss? Especially the top boss after the 5 times attribute increase. Well, if that's the case then there's no problem. Let's go in. Chu Shan walked into the entrance. Christina followed suit. Here is the teleportation crystal inside the entrance. Chu Shan reached out to touch. It is detected that there is no team for professionals, it is a single-player challenge, and the difficulty is only Hell level. Do you want to enter the challenge? Challenge. Chu Shan didn't hesitate. With the prompt of the system. Immediately afterwards, the foreground bloomed. After that, the scene in front of me completely changed. This is the entrance. Seeing Chu Shan enter the dungeon of the Undead Forbidden Zone, everyone was stunned. He went in, really went in. That dungeon is the Forbidden Zone of the Undead. He went to the Forbidden Zone of the Undead. This guy, is he so brave, he dares to go to that death copy. No way, did he really go in there? Everyone was stunned. Dead Zone. Copy of Death. This dungeon is relatively famous like many tourist attractions. The failure rate is extremely high, the loss cost is extremely high, and there may be real death. For many years, no team has successfully challenged. There were only 2 of him, Chu Shan, and he went there in a hurry? No way, with such high self-confidence, why don't you think about what to do if you fail? Michelle was worried for Chu Shan. She originally wanted to stop it, but who would have thought that Chu Shan would really dare to go in? At that time, she was petrified. When he reacted, Chu Shan had already entered. He entered, a copy of the death penalty zone. Wen Xingxin was also dumbfounded. But Wen Xingxin thought more than Michelle. This copy. Restriction grades are 25 to 55. In other words, Chu Shan's current level is at least level 25. He just woke up as a professional today. Level 25 now? Wen Xingxin only felt a buzzing in her head, it was about to explode. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming are of course the same. Unknowingly, a junior who had just awakened was far above them in level. The cruel reality made them petrify on the spot. Wait, this copy of the restricted area is also limited to levels, 25 to 55, doesn't it mean that Brother Shan's level is at least 25 now? Hiss. No way, take a rocket. How did you do it? Death Zone, large raid here. They are also group maps that focus on zombies. The environment here is slightly different from the previous level 20 dungeons. First of all, this is a purely large urban terrain. Unlike the previous dungeon, the dilapidated city is just the tip of the iceberg of a large city. Here the entire map is a city. The range is very wide. Where Chu Shan settled down was a burning hospital. A large number of zombies are wandering here. Christina took Princess Chu Shan and flew up. Then with a flick of the fingers, an energy bomb razed the place to the ground. Chapter 17. Kill the blood zombie, get experience value 110. Kill the living wood zombie, get 115 experience points. Kill the chain corpse and get 130 experience points. The experience reminder of swiping the screen. Chu Shan looked down. The entire hospital was flattened, and not a single corpse was left. However, the equipment exploded a bit. For a level 55 high difficulty large scale book, the place where it is randomly sent in is actually a pile of monsters. There is no time for people to sort it out. No wonder the pass rate is so low. They don't give people a chance. At this time, Chu Shan was free to summon his skeleton army. More than 8,000 skeletons, scattered all over the ground. As for the equipment that exploded, Chu Shan glanced roughly. Haven't found any suitable ones yet. With a wave of his hand, he put it into his system props bar. Master, are you all right? Christina's voice reached Chu Shan's ears. I'm fine, these wild monsters can't hurt me. Chu Shan waved his hand. There is a shared life between Christina and him. The damage received by Chu Shan will be transferred to Christina's body proportionally. Besides, these zombies have no chance to hurt Chu Shan. There's no need to be nervous, let's go, just like the previous dungeon, it should be no problem to kill directly. Chu Shan said. There is no problem. A level 55 monster is not much different from a level 20 monster in my place. Christina smiled confidently. Then just like this, the princess hugged Chu Shan and flew slowly towards the depths of the dungeon. The monster in the copy. The number is much more than the previous copy. The whole city. Zombies are basically everywhere. The level is not low. Blood zombie, level 40, blank wild monster. Live wood zombie, level 45, blank wild monster. Iron chain corpse, level 53, purple elite monster. Scythe corpse, level 50, green-skinned elite monster. Living jumping corpse, level 45, whiteboard wild monster. Just flew out of the hospital range. Near a gas station. I saw a lot of these zombies. Attracted by the attraction of living people, these zombies swarmed here. The speed is quite fast. But this time, Christina didn't wait for her magic to be released. The skeleton soldiers sent by Chu Shan went up first. Skeletons of natural disaster grade, I didn't expect the combat speed to be quite fast. Chu Shan praised. What he saw was, one by one, the natural disaster level skeletons suddenly charged, crossed the supposedly long distance, rushed in front of the target zombie, and then chopped down with a single blow. After a few knives, zombies were hacked to death one by one. Level 55 hell monsters. The strength is certainly strong. But in front of the natural disaster grade skeletons, there are not too many knives. The efficiency is slower than that of Christina, but it is not weak. With these skeletons pushing horizontally, it will only be a matter of time before this dungeon is cleared. Chu Shan was pleasantly surprised. After all, they are fighters recruited by the master's skills, and their strength is definitely not comparable to these soft-legged shrimps. Christina also praised it heartily. Own master's skills. What's wrong with praising them yourself, right? Just blow it up. Chu Shan said helplessly. You are a top boss, calling me a summoner of a small professional, aren't you a typical sycophant? But what I said is the truth. Christina blinked innocently. Kill the blood zombie, get experience value 110. Kill the living wood zombie, get 115 experience points. Kill the chain corpse and get 130 experience points. Kill the sickle corpse, get 110 experience points. Kill the sickle corpse, get 115 experience points. Kill the chain corpse and get 130 experience points. Kill the living jumping corpse, get 110 experience points. Kill the living wood zombie, get 115 experience points. Kill the chain corpse and get 130 experience points. The experience reminder like swiping the screen. Not long after, most of the zombies here were cut down. At this time, the special skill of the natural disaster skeleton was activated. 10% chance to trigger. Zombie corpses hacked to death by skeletons. Skeletons of natural disasters popped up one by one. Join the scourge. The number of skeletons increased sharply. In a blink of an eye, all the zombies in the vicinity were killed. Not bad, the probability of 10% is not high, but once the base number rises, it's pretty impressive. Instead, I don't need to waste magic to summon again. Chu Shan was in a happy mood. At this time, he inspected the equipment that exploded. There are many purple elite monsters among this batch of wild monsters. A lot of purple magic equipment burst out. Magic shield, purple elite. Skateboard shoes, purple is normal. Golden great sword, purple is normal. Round table armor, purple is normal. Shoulders of triumph, purple epic. The great magic book, purple epic. Hey? The great magic book really has a magician's equipment. Chu Shan was overjoyed. Get this gear and check it out now. Great magic book, purple epic. Magic damage increased by 350 to 410, spirit increased by 60, mana increased by 500 points, all skills increased by 5, mana recovery speed increased by 10%, the required level is 50, and the required spirit power is 150 points. Excellent! Chu Shan's eyes lit up. It has been introduced in vocational textbooks. The equipment that increases skills is the best equipment. Because of skill points. Only available through leveling up. Level 1 point. After the full level, there is no way to obtain skill points. At this time, the skill increase of the equipment is extremely important. Usually, a piece of equipment can only increase skills by 1 to 3 points. But what about this equipment? One breath. Added 5 skill points. It is equivalent to raising the level by 5. It can be seen that this piece of equipment is of the highest quality. The need for mental power is easy to handle, but it's a pity that the level requires level 50. But it's not a big problem. I can raise the level to level 50 in this instance. Chu Shan thought excitedly. Other equipment is useless. Chu Shan swept other equipment directly into the system inventory. He put this top-grade magic book weapon in his backpack alone. Quick leveling, you can't rely on the efficiency of skeletons. Christina, I'm counting on you again. Chu Shan said. If it's purely for efficiency, Master, I actually have a very good solution. Christina blinked playfully. What's a good way? Chu Shan couldn't help being attracted by this so-called good way. It's my skill. If you agree and don't care about the loss of materials, I think I can wipe out all the wild monsters here at once. Christina said. After thinking about it, I added another sentence. However, in this way, the master may not be able to recruit other skeletons. Because all zombies will be burned to ashes by themselves. Including bosses. So master, you should think about it. Christina winked playfully. Grieving little goblin. What about your aloof style? It's all for outsiders to see, right? Chapter 18. Won't I be allowed to recruit an extra skeleton? Not even one left. Chu Shan. If you want to stay, you can only fight slowly. Blinking. Okay, there will be plenty of opportunities for skeletons in the future, let's talk about the experience first. I agree, you can fight. Chu Shan closed his eyes. Choose lie flat. Since I can't resist. Then enjoy it. That crisp expression made Christina amused. Next. When her gaze swept towards the zombie city again, Christina's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the sexy red pupils suddenly burst into a strange light. Then, in the sky, suddenly a huge red lightning flashed. The whole sky seemed to be stained red with blood. Masses of lightning blasted to the ground. One after another, emerging endlessly. Christina's exclusive skill, Flash of Death. Skill activated. That is about 5 seconds. Chu Shan's system information column was overwhelmed with information. Kill the blood zombie, get experience value 110. Kill the living wood zombie, get 115 experience points. Kill the chain corpse and get 130 experience points. Kill the sickle corpse, get 110 experience points. Kill the living wood zombie, get 115 experience points. Kill the iron chain corpse king and get 830 experience points. Kill the living wood zombie, get 115 experience points. Kill the chain corpse and get 130 experience points. Kill the sickle corpse king and get 710 experience points. Kill the zombie king, get experience value 715. Kill the chain corpse and get 130 experience points. Frequent reminders of experience. They were all squeezed in within 5 seconds. Master, well, you can open your eyes now. Christina's playful voice came into my ears. Chu Shan opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was of course Christina's sexy face and eyes. But when he looked around again, he was startled. Around. As far as the eye can see. What kind of city is this? Directly into a deep valley. The terrain of the entire dungeon has been changed. I'm going, you are exaggerating. Is this skill so powerful? Chu Shan was shocked. No, I restrained it a little bit. If it is bigger, I think it will blow up the dungeon and disturb the master's plan, so it won't be beautiful. Christina thought for a while and said this. Explode the copy. Okay. You are the ultimate boss. We mortals cannot understand such a level. Anyway, what you say is what you say. The equipment exploded a lot. Experience has also increased a lot. Chu Shan couldn't wait to click on his attribute bar to check his level. Name, Chu Shan. Level 38. I rely on this efficiency. Jump directly to level 10. Chu Shan was very happy. Master, is this efficiency okay? Christina asked, her expression was like a cute little girl waiting for praise. It's obviously saying, Master, please praise me quickly. So your high cold queen fan was really eaten by me, right? Not bad, worthy of praise. At this speed, I guess I can support this piece of equipment after a few more times. Chu Shan said excitedly. It would be the best if I could help. Christina was also extremely proud. Praise from the master. This is the best feedback. Come on, let's go out first, and then come in. It will take 2 or 3 times, I think it's almost enough. Chu Shan. Listen to you. Christina. Then, 2 people quit the copy. There is no limit to the repeated entry of copies. As long as the physical strength is enough. Afterwards, the 2 directly entered the copy here. This time Chu Shan did not summon his own skeleton. Simply let Christina give him the princess hug and fly in the sky. Then release Flash of Death to clear the field. Then quit the copy, and repeated it several times. After all. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of copies in and out. Chu Shan simply took advantage of this opportunity. The level is stuck at level 55. One last copy. Brush clean in one go. Raise the level to level 58. 58 levels. The level limit for this dungeon is level 55, so I can't get in. Thinking about upgrading. Other copies must be considered. And there is no such copy near this city, you need to go to the nearby city. It's worth it. I just woke up today, and I rushed to level 58 that day. This efficiency is probably the only one in the entire professional circle. Level 50 equipment can be equipped. At this time, Chu Shan also has a lot more equipment options. Let me see what equipment I have. Chu Shan picked them one by one. Ring of Immortality, Golden Epic. Additional damage absorption 100, additional magic resistance 50, upper limit of health increased by 10%, upper limit of mana increased by 10%, and all skills increased by 5. Add 5 to all skills, and also increase the upper limit of life and mana. Golden Magic Equipment. Equipment like rings, this is the ultimate product from the boss, and I can just use it. Chu Shan was in a good mood. After all, this kind of equipment that increases skills is rare. Not to mention the best equipment that adds 5 points to skills. And there seems to be some such equipment. Yang Yin Yang Ring, Golden Needle. Add 500 points to life, 500 points to magic, 40 to spirit, 30% to mana recovery, 3 to all skills. Another piece of golden equipment. It was also from the boss explosion. Compared with the previous ring, it is slightly inferior, but it is also the best. Night Demon Criticism, Purple Legend. Defense plus 200, Magic Resistance plus 200, Damage Absorption 10%, for magicians only. Shoes of the Wind Fairy, Purple Legend. Increase movement speed by 20%, increase defense by 50%, increase attack speed by 10%, greatly reduce physical consumption, cannot be frozen, and weaken the effects of curse skills, requiring level 50. Wind Fairy's Face Towel, Purple Superb. Defense plus 30, Magic Resistance plus 30, weakens the influence of curse skills, cannot be cursed, requires level 50. Heaps of top quality equipment. Each of these has its own advantages. Cannot be cursed, cannot be frozen. For these two properties alone, the value of these two pieces of equipment is far beyond level 50. This is the result of killing monsters. Chu Shan was in a great mood. Chapter 19. Of course the mood must be better. The equipment that was brushed out in one breath is not the best equipment that can be obtained casually. Without saying anything, Chu Shan immediately equipped himself with these equipments. Arms, clothing, hat, shoes, and 2 rings. Chu Shan of level 58. Now the attribute has also been greatly expanded. Mental power reached 460 points. The life value reached 4,589 points. Mana rises to 6,520 points. It can be described as a great improvement. Freedom points are added to physical strength and mental strength in a 2:3 manner, let's just add them like this. There are still skill points, which also need to be used. Chu Shan. Free skill points. It is currently 38 o'clock. Chu Shan added 17 points to the skeleton summoning skill. Skeleton summoning skills, new skills can be unlocked after leveling up. Counting the skill points increased by the equipment, this skill happens to be level 50. You can unlock new skills. Chu Shan. Feel happy to point up the last skill. Immediately afterwards, a reminder of the system volume appeared in my mind. Congratulations, your first active skill has reached the full level, and you can unlock new skills. Congratulations, you have unlocked new professional active skills, 1 to summon a skeleton shooter, 2 to poison explosion. 2 skills are unlocked at once. Chu Shan. It's in your skills panel here. He sees his skill. On the summoned skeleton, there are 2 more branches. One side is the summoning system, summoning the skeleton shooter. On the other side, its active damage type, poison explosion. 2 new skills. Let's see what's special first. Chu Shan. He clicked through them one by one. Summon Skeleton Archer, LV1. Description: recruit skeleton shooters from corpses to fight for you. There is no upper limit on the number of summons, but corpses are needed. Poison Explosion, LV1. Description: release venom energy to attack, causing single target damage. The damage is 1/2 of the total damage of mental power. Newly acquired skills. It is level 1. But Chu Shan's equipment provides a total of 13 skill points. So, the level of these 2 new skills is not level 1. Summon Skeleton Archer, LV14. Poison Explosion, LV14. Look. The extreme quality of equipment with skill points is here. All skills increase in level. The more skills you acquire, the more you take advantage of it. But this is not the end. Just at this time, the system's notification sound resounded in Chu Shan's mind again. It's coming, the luck bonus of natural disasters, it's coming. As expected. Congratulations, you have triggered the natural disaster level luck bonus, and your skill summoning Skeleton Archer has been upgraded to summoning Natural Disaster Archer. Congratulations, you have triggered the natural disaster level luck bonus, and your skill Poison Explosion has been upgraded to the highly poisonous field. Ordinary 2 Necromancer skills. Sure enough, it has also been upgraded to a natural disaster level skill. Sure enough, the increase of the system may be late, but it will definitely not be absent. Chu Shan was secretly happy. Then click Skill Query. Very poisonous field. Description: release venom energy to attack. The energy ball explodes after hitting the target, causing group injuries within 500 yards in the nearby range, and causing a highly poisonous state. The first damage is mental power *30, and the poisoning state is to cause mental power *1 damage every second, lasting for 10 minutes. Remarks: the poisoning effect cannot be immune and cannot be treated. Fierce. That's to say really fierce. My mental power is currently 460 points, the first damage of mental power *30, that is to say, my poison field can blow out 13,800 points of damage. 10,000 points. Who can bear this? Counting magic resistance, it's probably only fighters, paladins, and other professionals can stand firm, but what about the subsequent poisoning state? Chu Shan exclaimed. How much HP does the Calamity Skeleton have now? With the increase of skill level, the basic attributes of the Scourge Skeleton are also expanding. The current 50 level Natural Disaster Skeleton, the effect after 5 times the increase is Damage, 6,000 to 7,000. Defense, 4,000. Magic Resistance, 4,000. Health, 23,000. Magic, 15,000. That is to say, even if it is a natural disaster skeleton, I can't bear Chu Shan's poisonous 2 or 3 times. It's so cool. There are 21 skill points left, forget it, let's add it to the booster aura first. Chu Shan. All skill points added to the boost aura. Count the skills attached to the equipment. Amplify the level of the aura. Reached level 35. From a 5-fold increase. Soared to a 35-fold increase. Panel data is simply horrible. Master, my power has expanded so much. Christina was startled. The instant leap from 5 times to 35 times. Even if she is the Black Dragon Queen, it is also inevitable that there will be extreme shock. His master is really powerful. Sure enough, this should be the ability that darkness should possess. It's great. Okay, after counting these harvests, it's time for us to go back. We don't need to come to this place again. Chu Shan. I can't come anymore. Level limit up to level 55. Chu Shan needs to find a higher level place to earn experience. Okay. Christina nodded. Then Chu Shan recited silently in his heart. Choose to leave the copy. Leaving the dungeon. With the prompt of this system, Chu Shan's eyes flashed. The scenery changed quickly. Back to the real world. Come out from the entrance. He found that Michelle and those people hadn't left yet. Chu Shan, are you okay? You're finally out. Fortunately, you're finally out. Michelle was relieved to see Chu Shan come out safely. Patting his chest, he trotted over to express how worried he was just now. Brother Shan, are you okay? Brother Shan, are you okay? Brother Shan, you really scared us just now. A crowd of sycophants also came together. Chu Shan waved his hand directly, and used his mental strength to shake off these sycophants. He doesn't care for these stupid sycophants. He is at level 58. It is easy to push these people away. I'm fine, don't you think I'm fine? Chu Shan moved his shoulders and limbs, indicating that Michelle didn't have any problems. It's pretty good, so don't go in again. This dungeon is super difficult. It's hard to pass when the team is full of people. You too, if you go there, you will lose your experience in vain. Well, the loss isn't that big, I'll have a better memory in the future, and don't do such dangerous things again. Michelle said worriedly. It turned out that the little girl from the neighbor's house. It was because he thought he had lost the fight inside and hung out. Chapter 20. Schwetter, come back, why are you talking so much to him, do you know him well? Wen Xingxin's voice sounded from behind. Wen Xingxin thinks. Chu Shan made too much limelight today. Don't take her monitor seriously at all. What if I can find a helper to take me to quickly level up? The S-level professional commented that it was me. Be careful, Sister Xingxin calls me again, I have to go over. Michelle smiled helplessly, waved her hand, and ran back quickly. Chu Shan shook his head secretly. If this Michelle is willing to abandon that so-called squad leader, he really doesn't mind adding another burden to his team. Pity. Christina also shook her head secretly. Xin said that human beings are really strange. There are better choices, she doesn't choose, but chooses those who are weak, it's really stupid. But it's okay, at least my own master doesn't have to worry about it, which is pretty good. Why are you talking so much to him? They are not in the same group. Are you worried that it will be useful? Wen Xingxin vented all her grievances on Michelle. Cut, so what if the upgrade is fast? Confidence swells to challenge the death copy. Isn't this still a failure and was released by T? I'm afraid that the experience he lost now is definitely not too little. Finally, there is something that can calm me down. Think that if you can get through the novice group here, you can get through the death dungeon over there. Only when you suffer a loss will you know what experience is, but some people just don't understand it, so they like to pretend there. You deserve it if you suffer a loss. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming sneered. They were naturally on Wen Xingxin's side. But brother, what Chu Shan is holding in his hand seems to be level 50 equipment. Finally, someone with sharp eyes could see the level 50 magic book equipment in Chu Shan's hand at a glance. This discovery made everyone in the audience hold their breath. It was only level 25 before, now it's level 50. Did he really get through this death dungeon? Just the two of them? Brutal truth. Let Zhou Ming, face pale. Wen Xingxin also turned pale. You don't know anything, you just mock at the side. Boring guy, get out of the way. Chu Shan waved his hand. The energy of the undead spread. Zhou Ming. Xingxin Wen. And these mockers. They were all blown away by this force. It flew a long way and hit the big rock behind, making a loud bang. Most people passed out on the spot. Zhou Ming. He even vomited several mouthfuls of blood before fainting. What kind of power is this? Wen Xingxin's face was pale. She is a big snow dragon rider with a strong body. But it was also difficult to get up, and he was thrown in a mess. At this moment, Wen Xingxin finally felt a little regretful. Obviously they are all in the same class. If I had been the class monitor and didn't have so many prejudices before, maybe things wouldn't have developed like this. Small punishment, big warning, don't talk about me in the future, I don't care behind the scenes, but not in front of me. Chu Shan turned his head and left. I am now a necromancer. It is a dark one who deals with the undead and bones. Since the professions are all dark, then I don't seem to be guilty of speaking morally. It is best that the well water does not violate the river water. Otherwise, of course I will not be polite. Christina, who has increased by 35 times, who should I be afraid of? Master, calm down, if you like me, you can go over and kill all those people now. Christina was not joking. The Black Dragon Queen, she can't do anything. I'm not angry, and I don't need to take that step. After all, we should choose the location of the next copy first than this kind of thing. Chu Shan's mentality is still good. Upgrading and becoming stronger is the kingly way. Otherwise, I would just hide behind Christina's back. What's the matter? Just learn the lesson. Where does the master plan to go for the next dungeon? Christina asked. I don't know. In short, go back to the city first, find resources and study slowly. Chu Shan laughed. Correct. There are so many equipment and materials in the system backpack. Find a place to sell all this gear. This is no small gain. Then go home first. Speaking of which, I don't know where the master's home is yet. Christina laughed. It's not easy to go to my house, and I will give you a place at home later. Chu Shan. That's a must. Christina. Out of bounds of the copy area. Here in the waiting area. Haul a taxi. Two people got into the car. Where are you going, both of you? The driver asked politely. Master, where are you going? Didn't you say go back to the city first? Oh, go to the equipment market first. 3 or 2 sentences set the direction. However, the driver master is a spray. What? What? Owner? Young people these days really know how to play. The large equipment market is a holy place for trading in every city. The type resembles a large wholesale market, but it has a very standardized system. This is a professional's paradise. Here, you can freely trade any equipment, items, and props you need. Certainly. There will be no Tai Chi products, even if you buy them with a lot of money, there will be many twists and turns, and often there is no market for the price. In short, there is nothing wrong with selling good things here. To the place. Chu Shan paid the money and got out of the car with Christina. It's here. Chu Shan found the largest trading market by relying on word of mouth collected from the internet. Professional Union Market. Hello, sir. This is the Professionals United Market. May I help you? The staff at the counter are all professional shopping guides who have undergone strict training. Looks are second. The key is attitude. Be polite. This is the style of a big company. I'm here to sell equipment. Do you buy equipment below level 50? Chu Shan asked. We will recycle the equipment of any professional here, and we will give the most suitable price according to the specific situation. Miss Shopping Guide. Then, please take me to the private room. I have a lot of equipment here, and it may not be suitable for trading here. Chu Shan said. This, well, sir, please. The shopping guide was a little embarrassed, but quickly agreed. Turn around and invite Chu Shan to the VIP room at the back. Chapter 21. Sir, this is our VIP room. Do you have any other needs? The shopping guide lady asked politely. They also brought 2 cups of coffee and cake. Even though it's just the first time meeting guests, it can be seen that the attitude of big companies is different. Chu Shan sat down on the sofa. No need, let's trade directly. Then, sir, please take out the equipment so that we can evaluate it. The shopping guide lady said politely. Chu Shan stood up. First enter the system and open the system package. Then select all the equipment that is messed up. Swipe and pull. All drawn out. Speechless. Suddenly, the entire private room was almost filled with weapons and equipment. Is this more than hundreds of weapons? Fortunately, the area of this VIP room is large enough, otherwise it would not be able to fit in it. Sir, you have a lot of weapons. In this way, we can't estimate the price in a short time. Besides, we have to call our manager. The shopping guide lady was shocked. That's a big list. Can pull out so many equipment props at will. This guest is obviously not simple. Guess it's the master of a big guild, a big company, or a big family. It's not easy anyway. It's okay, you take your time to estimate. After you get the result, just remit the money to my account. My account number is here. Chu Shan stood up. Leave your account number. Then I said goodbye. It's not that he's too free and easy. It means that there is no problem with the credibility of this big company. Everyone has a great cause, so we won't cheat him of this little money. When I got home, it was too late. Chu Shan enters the door. Turn on the light. Sit wherever you want, and take whatever you want from the refrigerator. Well, let's order a takeaway. What do you eat? Chu Shan holds the phone. Order takeout. He himself was hungry. Whatever is recommended by the master will do. Christina casually looked at the living room, curiously observing every corner here. I have to say, it's really different from the human world thousands of years ago in my memory. The human world seems to be much more developed now. Christina marveled. It's just that there are more convenient machines. Other than that, there are not many changes, just false development. Chu Shan snorted. He took a can of Coke from the refrigerator. Throw it to Christina. After giving her the method to open the jar, the little girl took a sip, and then her eyes lit up. Well, it tastes good, but the taste is a bit weird. You'll get used to it slowly, but it's better to drink less. If you drink too much of this stuff, your body will lose its shape and it won't change back. Chu Shan took 2 sips. Went to the bathroom to use the toilet. Immediately afterwards, Christina swaggered and followed in as a matter of course. Check out the bathroom. Surprised by Chu Shan, he almost retracted. It seems that the newly born Black Dragon Queen lacks taboos between men and women. In other words, her taboo does not exist between her and Chu Shan. No way. Chu Shan could only briefly explain some key points to her. As for whether he listened to it or not, it is unknown. And very likely did not listen. Because Christina's eyes have been staring at the water heater, she never moved away. Master, you said this is for bathing, but how much hot water can it hold in it? Will it run out of water after washing? Christina looked curious about the baby. Chu Shan said, if you want to take a shower, you can take a shower. Don't worry, there will be no problem with washing. The hot water will never stop. Yes. Christina then began to undress. Okay. It's a stone hammer, what I said just now is playing the piano to the cow. Chu Shan doesn't want to be 404. He backed out and closed the toilet door. Wait for the food to arrive. He took the takeaway and turned on the computer in the living room. Put Christina's share on the end table. Then look up the information you need online. I am now level 58. There is no copy of this level range near this city. To go there, I have to go to other cities. Travel expenses are not a problem, the problem is how to choose. Chu Shan made selections on the web page in order. Copy information one by one. Passing in front of him. Dungeon of Beast Forest, level 55 to 70. Mechanical Forest Dungeon, level 56 to 68. Dungeon of Elemental City, level 55 to 80. Dungeon of Haiwang Palace, level 55 to 85. Dungeon of Ancient King City, level 50 to 75. Copies one by one. They are all located in different areas. Some areas are easier to pass, but some areas are more troublesome because there are many people and need to be numbered. Which one should I choose? Chu Shan hesitated and chose. It's getting late. After 10 o'clock in the evening, many people had already fallen asleep peacefully. Outside the neighborhood. Dark corner here. 3 figures gathered here. Wow, woof woof. This is a resident on the way, leading his pet dog. Get out, don't bother us, or be careful of your dog's life. Among the 3, a very gloomy-looking man cursed impatiently. The pet dog and its owner withdrew decisively and ran away. Why, is what you said true? If there are falsehoods, I will not forgive you. The hazy man took a puff of his cigarette, and looked arrogantly at the 2 young men beside him. Brother Yang, how dare we lie to you, what we say is true. It's true, we saw it with our own eyes, that kid's upgrade speed is so fast, he must have found some bug. The 2 young men beside them were Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming at this time. All in bandages. Miserable all over. He is clearly a master, but he bowed his knees to the man in front of him and tried his best to please him. He must have found the bug, otherwise how could the upgrade speed be faster than our 2 mages? Brother Yang, you have to help us this time, find a way to get this method, won't you be able to upgrade yourself quickly in the future, right? Zhou Wen. Brother Yang rubbed his chin, thinking. If there is such a bug, I have to find a way to get it for him without you telling me. Forget it, I'd rather believe it or not, if you 2 boys dare to lie to me, you 2 will die. Brother Yang. Don't dare, dare not, really dare not. We even tricked Xingxin into their home address, and his home lives at No. I guarantee it's correct. It's just that the kid's strength is probably over 50 now, and he might be a bit tricky. Zhou Ming said worriedly. Brother Yang snorted. More than 50 levels are considered a bird. Brother Yang is an assassin by profession, and his specialty is assassination activities in the dark. Level 63. Very good at this kind of work. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense, I'll start working now. If it's really as efficient as you say, then I won't treat you badly, but if you dare to lie to me, wait for death. Brother Yang threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. Then, slowly disappearing into the darkness. Disappear. Chapter 22. Around 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The whole neighborhood is silent. The door was gently opened, there was no one, only footprints slowly entered the room. Brother Yang is an assassin, and this basic stealth skill is his specialty. He walked lightly and skillfully to Chu Shan's bedside. He's still snoring, but he's sleeping soundly. Judging by his age, he's really not that old. Being able to raise the level to more than 50 in this age group is indeed quite famous. Brother Yang saw clearly the ring on Chu Shan's finger. That is exactly the 50th grade ring. Such good things are mine sooner or later. Boy, if you want to blame, you can only blame yourself, it's too annoying. Insufficient strength, but also mastering the method of rapid upgrade, this is a big taboo. But I don't think you need to understand. Brother Yang slowly pulled out the dagger. Level 60 purple magic equipment, shining with cold light. However, when Brother Yang tried to pass the test and stabbed Chu Shan with a knife, suddenly saw a black barrier around Chu Shan. He can't get close at all. Hey? What's going on? What the hell is this protective cover? Even if it's a paladin, that kind of protective shield shouldn't be so strong. Brother Yang is strange. Because he found this shield, he couldn't crack it at all. How about assassinating Chu Shan? Ants, you are quite courageous. Do you really think that the gods don't know about it? Go to death. It was also at this time that a cold voice came from behind. Like a ghostly voice. Brother Yang's hairs stood on end. About to turn around on guard. A cold bone spur pierced his head. Forehead. Brother Yang maintained such a posture. He died on the spot. And, even my master, you dare to think about it, you deserve to be slaughtered. Christina's pretty face was cold. She is still the Black Dragon Queen of the Cold Queen fan. It turns out that there are not only one person, but also two guys. This is deliberate. Christina withdrew the bone spur, and there were traces of blood on the bone spur. It seemed to make her understand the whole story. Goodbye, ants. She flicked her fingers. A faint black fire. It burned on Brother Yang's body. 3 seconds. Burned cleanly. Not even a scum left. This protective cover of mine can protect the owner from harm. Master, you can just rest here and rest at ease. Leave the trash fish to me. Christina covered the quilt for Chu Shan. Sitting next to him again, he patted Chu Shan lightly. Then she stood up. Also quickly disappeared into the darkness. Outside the district. Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming. On a cold day, especially at night like this, the two of them were shivering from the cold. Especially with injuries on their bodies, which made them feel even more uncomfortable. But rather than suffering, they were looking forward to Brother Yang's harvest. Mingzi, you think Brother Yang is fine, can you find a way to get that bug? Zhou Wen rubbed his hands, using this method to keep warm. No problem bro, who is Brother Yang, let alone Chu Shan, he is just a rookie who has just reached level 50, even if he is a veteran at level 50, Brother Yang has already killed several of them. League of Assassins, Brother Yang's strength is not something to brag about. Zhou Ming also rubbed his hands together, using this method to keep warm. That's right. Zhou Wen nodded, feeling a little relieved. Wanted. This is a private group composed of a large number of assassin professions. Specially responsible for engaging in some secret assassination activities. A group belonging to the dark side, honestly speaking, it is quite famous in the industry. The strength of the boss of the group is also strong enough, and the influence is not small. There are professional old birds to do it. The success rate should be considerable. Maybe I have succeeded now, I should be back soon. Zhou Ming. That's right, Brother Yang has always been quick to do things, but this damn weather is too cold. Zhou Wen. Two people gasped. Those who are looking forward to shrink here and wait. At this time, a cold voice sounded in their ears. You two are quite courageous, first an assassin, and then two mages, you should die here. Cold voice. Let the two brothers fight a cold war. A sense of fear arose in my heart. Who? Who? The two subconsciously wanted to turn around and look around. Followed by two cold bone spurs. Pierced both of their heads. Brother Yang failed. The thought that flashed between the two of them in an instant. Garbage, so most of the human beings are not good things, except of course my master. Christina said with a cold face. looking down at the two corpses as if looking at garbage. His face was full of disgust. Such people! She didn't want to look at it for a second. You don't need to exist in this world, just disappear. Christina flicked her fingers. Dark flames. Burn the corpses of these two people clean. Not a scum left. There is a very strange place. How did these two mages know where the master lives? Christina frowned. She doesn't know much about modern technology. But it doesn't mean she really doesn't know anything. On the bone spurs, there were still bloodstains from the two people. Christina glanced. Immediately understood. So that's it, it turned out to be that stupid woman. This is what I asked for, but I can't blame me. The Black Dragon Queen's face was icy cold. Faint again into the surrounding darkness. It was cold and windy. This night is destined to be an extraordinary night. Away from this neighborhood. Here is a verdant garden separated by several main roads. Wen Xingxin's family lives here. Of course, the house of the wealthy family and the Wen family is inevitably luxurious and luxurious. And this mansion is just a part of Wen Xingxin's family property. Miss, it's late at night, it's time for you to rest. The master and wife just called to ask about your daily routine. Luxurious princess suite here. The maid stood respectfully on both sides. Wen Xingxin was sitting on the bed reading a book, and looked at the time when she heard this sentence. It's so late, well, let's see here today. By the way, Aunt Dong, I asked you to help me contact a new mage, do you have any clues? Well, a new mage will come to meet the lady tomorrow, so don't worry. The maid smiled. That's it, sorry to trouble you. Wen Xingxin nodded politely. Then she came down. Put the book in your hand back on the shelf. Then bring the mouthwash brought by the maid. Gargle. Then change clothes under the service of the maid and prepare to rest. But at this moment, a cold bone spur pierced the maid's head. Blood splattered, and the maid died without even responding. Who is it? Wen Xingxin was shocked, and quickly called out her weapon and the little flying dragon. But soon she discovered that all this is in vain. Chapter 23. A stupid woman is really stupid from the inside out. A cold voice echoed in my ears. Followed by a very beautiful figure. Slowly emerged from the darkness. It's you. Wen Xingxin was shocked. She knew this woman. Because this woman is the one who is following Chu Shan. Why did this person appear here? And sure enough, judging from the way she killed her maid, her strength is indeed extraordinary. But it's not Wen Xingxin's turn to ask questions. It's not her turn to guess. Because the next second, the cold bone spurs ran across her shoulders. The icy chill. Wen Xingxin's entire arm was cut off like this. And the snow lizard that he sincerely protects. It was also cut in half. Ah, why? Why is this? Wen Xingxin fell into a pool of blood, looking at the woman in front of her in horror. Small punishment, big warning, if you were replaced by me before, you wouldn't live to this day. But if you are still stubborn and continue to be deceived stupidly, so that my master is implicated, don't even try to save your life. Christina looked cold. He looked down at Wen Xingxin from a high position. Then she withdrew the spur. Slowly disappearing into the darkness again. Disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had never been here. Being deceived? Involving them. Wen Xingxin's face was pale, terrified. These words are a bit too informative. But with Wen Xingxin's wisdom, it is not difficult to deduce some clues. Could it be Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming? Are they going to trouble Chu Shan? What are these two doing? I'm afraid it's not a trivial matter. And mostly has been killed by this woman. Chu Shan, Chu Shan. What is your background? A night of calm. For Chu Shan, this sleep was quite comfortable. Hey? Have you got your breakfast ready? Waking up early in the morning, Chu Shan came out of the bedroom and saw the dining table in the living room, filled with a hearty breakfast. Various food, dessert, bread, jam, milk, soy milk, everything is available. Going out in the morning, I passed by a few breakfast shops and bought it. I don't know what kind of taste the owner likes, so I prepared more. Master, come and eat, and see which taste suits you best. Christina hurried over. Put on the coat for Chu Shan. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. It's okay, let's try it first. Courtesy Christina. Pulling Chu Shan to sit down on the chair. Then took 2 slices of bread with his own hands. Spoon blueberry jam. Carefully spread over the bread. You have become a maid directly. Chu Shan raised his forehead. I thought this black dragon queen really knew how to play. Maid? Christina tilted her head and thought about it. I feel like it's no big deal. Then she snapped her fingers. The clothes on her body suddenly changed into maid clothes. Pfft! The bread that Chu Shan had just stuffed into his mouth suddenly popped out. Master, isn't this what you ordered? Isn't the color ugly? Christina wondered. I thought, something like he see should be right. Isn't that what a maid looks like? Or, try to become white silk yourself? Yes, you can test my concentration. Chu Shan complained. I thought that sooner or later I would be destroyed by your hands. Knew it. You black dragon queen just know how to play. Almost more modern than me. It's not the same as the harmony of Chu Shan's family. Today's urban areas are full of frying pans. Wanted. Headquarters here. When he learned of the death of a member, the president of the Assassins' League immediately sent people to investigate. A large number of club members came to this city in the fastest way. Using the most direct method, all kinds of information were brutally investigated. I don't believe that this guy, Iong, would be killed so silently. There are always clues to be found. Yes, look for it. The members of the League of Assassins are all dressed in black clothes. In the suburbs of today's urban areas, wherever professionals are active, you can see people dressed like this everywhere. Hey, did you see this person appearing nearby yesterday? Did you see someone dressed similar to us appear yesterday? Haven't seen it? Think about it carefully. Get out of the way, haven't you seen people from the guild do things? The members of the Assassins' League are very domineering. The originally peaceful dungeon plaza was suddenly overwhelmed. It really alarmed the local law enforcement team. But I don't know what kind of relationship the president of this guild used, and finally nothing happened. After all, this is not an urban area where residents live. Places like Dungeon Square are originally places where dragons and snakes mix. Damn, are you so arrogant? Who are these people, so overbearing? It's weird, who are you so overbearing? There must be voices of resistance. But soon, it was suppressed. Is it the League of Assassins? Don't make any noise, everyone, we'd better not mess with the League of Assassins. The people in this guild are the most unreasonable. No matter who offends a member of their guild, they will be hunted down by all of them, even if it is a trivial matter. To put it nicely, it's unity, but to put it bluntly, it's a group of thieves. Don't let them hear it, be careful if you really attack us, we can't afford to mess with this kind of guild. I've seen unreasonable people. It's the first time I've seen someone so blatantly unreasonable. I don't know who offended these plague gods. It's better for us ordinary people to take care of them and slip away. Slipped away before finding our heads. Although I don't know what's going on, it's better not to cause trouble. Chapter 24. The disturbance of the Assassin League in the Instance Plaza is not insignificant. Starting at noon, first the Alliance members from all over the world came to this small city together. In the afternoon, the guild's president, vice president, elders, guardians, hall masters, and many other people from the management class came. Is it worth it to go to war because of the death of a member? For such a group of neuropathy, it is really worth it. Because, the League of Assassins grew up and became famous in this way. How many years has it been? How many years have people in our guild not suffered such a big loss? Knowing our guild's regulations and daring to kill our people, this is clearly slapping us in the face. In the office, Vice President Yang Liang patted the table. Who is so bold to break ground on Tai Sui's head? Zhou Darmatong Tita. I haven't got much useful information so far. I only know that a Yang died in this city, said the guild official in charge of sorting out the information. I don't know. After searching for so long, there is no information at all. I think our people haven't put enough pressure on those citizens, right? The time span seems to be too large. I have forgotten how terrible our guild is. No, you have to be ruthless. Kill chickens to make an example of monkeys. Give a few ruthless examples, and those guys will understand. Yes, who dares not give us face these days? People in the office. All are brutal. Just like bandits and robbers coming down from the mountain. But actually, the League of Assassins itself started out as robbers, and all the key players present have committed murder and robbery many years ago, but the circle of professionals has become more and more standardized. The system became more and more clear, and the gangsters couldn't get through, so they thought about transformation and set up a guild. Elegantly called the League of Assassins. But in fact, apart from the assassin profession that was specially absorbed later, few of these main backbone members are assassins themselves. The last people Ah Yang came into contact with were two little devils named Zhou, who had no background and were mages by profession, said the clerk who sorted out the information. Master, brat. Where are these two people now? If you catch them and ask, you will know. Right, Protector? Yes, boss, you give me this task, send me their photos, and I promise to bring them here within half an hour. Zhou Darmatong raised his head. Boss, leave this task to me. I haven't done anything for a long time, it's itchy here, boss, leave it to me. Give it to me. A group of key members scrambled to plead for orders. The days of stability are too many, and they, bandits and thieves, can't sit still anymore. I felt itchy all over. The president, Greed, patted the table to make everyone quiet. Okay, stop arguing, no one needs to go. What I just said was a summary, not a task release. I have already arranged the work that should be arranged. No matter who does it, I will ask someone to release the information and ask him to meet at the lakeside in the suburbs at 12 o'clock in the evening. Anyone who dares to kill us doesn't dare to come if you don't believe him. As long as he dares to come, the lakeside in the suburbs will be his burial place. Grid narrowed his eyes. It turns out that the boss has already figured out a way. Hey, I'm so anxious. Then follow the boss's way. Yes, let's provoke him first. If he doesn't dare to come, let's think of other ways. Yes, that's it, let him show up on his own initiative. Everyone. Greed patted the table, everyone, go back and get ready. Tonight, no matter who steps into the area of the lakeside in the suburbs, they will be killed without mercy. Yes, kill without mercy. League of Assassins question. There is a lot of trouble here in the urban area today. Basically, everyone is affected. Of course the same is true for Chu Shan. Strange, the man in the black cloak, the League of Assassins? What the hell? Chu Shan is looking for information. It just happened to be passing by a dungeon plaza. All of a sudden, I saw the scene where the Assassin League was collecting information. Immediately, his brows frowned. It's just rubbish, I really don't know how to live or die, haha. Christina's pretty face was cold. Very angry. The quiet life with the master was disturbed. Who is not angry? The point is, there are other professionals outside the description of this Assassin's League. It made her feel that such a troublesome guild should perish as soon as possible. A young assassin? Listen to that, and the matter of the two brothers Zhou Wen and Zhou Ming, which is strange. Chu Shan. Isn't that right, a pair of idiots and an idiot? Christina shrugged indifferently. You seem to know something. Chu Shan turned his head. Of course, I killed that person. Chu Shan rests at night, and he also has an alert system. When in danger, his skeleton will take the initiative to appear to help solve it. However, Christina did better in this regard. After all, it is also my duty to protect the safety of the master, right? Before Chu Shan's own alarm system was triggered, Christina's guard shield was activated first, so Chu Shan didn't know what happened last night. At this time, listening to Christina's understatement, only then did I understand the whole story. Hey, these dog brothers actually paid attention to me, I really don't know what to do. Chu Shan sneered. Master, are you saying that I did something wrong? How come? You did a good job. If people don't attack me, I won't attack. Now that they have all hit you in front of you, why don't you fight back? Chu Shan sneered. A necromancer is not a priest who guides people to be good. Here, it's a natural disaster. Will natural disasters be kind to people? Depend on mood. I can save a person with a kind heart, and I can kill a person with a cruel heart. It all depends on your mood. Chu Shan stood up and simply turned off the computer. Master, what are you going to do? I'm the one who's looking for these rubbish. Master, you don't have to think too much, I can handle it myself. Christina stood up and said. Could she still not know what Chu Shan was thinking? But, of course, the things she caused must be handled by herself, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Chu Shan. It should be that you don't think too much. They are looking for you the same way as they are looking for me. Since they are all calling, I will naturally give them a one-stop job. Chu Shan. Chapter 25. 12 a.m. The night scene in the suburbs is desolate and dim, and the only thing that can be used for lighting is the moonlight. Fortunately, the moonlight is good tonight. Although the field of vision is not wide enough, it can barely guarantee the visible range. Just at this location on the lakeside in the suburbs. The edge of this natural freshwater lake is full of figures at this time. Uniform Batchwind Hood. The atmosphere was very gloomy. There are a lot of them. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really be bluffed by this battle. This kind of gloom, can it be compared with my skeleton army? Chu Shan sneered. Thousands of skeletons. This amount. Spread out, that cloudy air. That's called yin qi. Look at these people again. How to compare it with your own skeleton? Those who didn't know probably thought they were here for a party. Those are just a bunch of rubbish, how can they be compared with the master's summons? Christina said disdainfully. I'm just satirizing them playing axes in the classroom, replaced by a bunch of zombies, the atmosphere is more interesting than theirs. Chu Shan laughed. Night, by the lake. Under the moon, corpses. Isn't that more atmospheric than the crowd? But I have to admit that there are quite a lot of people. There should be quite a few strong ones inside. Chu Shan looked over. Relatively speaking, that's the case, but the master's talent is very strong, and he will soon surpass them. Christina said. Don't give me confidence, I'm not discouraged. I mean, my skeleton level is not high, and I can only deal with miscellaneous soldiers. I'm afraid I can't deal with those masters of rank 4 or 5. These masters can only be handed over to you. Christina is the top boss. There is also a 35-fold increase. Nothing can be difficult for her. No problem, master, leave it to me. Well, do it neatly. No. Lakeside. The camp of the League of Assassins is here. Many backbones of the guild, including the president, and many elite gang members, do not know that the crisis has come. Instead, they thought they had the chance to win. Is that guy here? Why hasn't there been any movement until now? Vice President Yang Liang was extremely anxious. Still not here. Are you saying that the news hasn't been spread widely enough, that guy hasn't received the news yet? Zhou Darmatong raised his head. It's already 12 o'clock, that guy really doesn't want to be tricked, so he doesn't dare to come. If that's the case, isn't our tossing about in vain? The key is that the next one will be busy. To catch this guy, isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? The backbones are anxious. The waiters were a little impatient. Boss, is it too much to arrange so many people? If that guy gets scared and doesn't come, wouldn't we be happy for nothing? Guardian Wright said worriedly. The problem is very real. Maybe it's true. The stinky boy didn't dare to come because we saw that there were too many people. Damn it, who knew he was so cowardly, he dared to kill our people. The backbones discussed and condemned each other's timidity. Chairman Greed also frowned. The time has come, and it may be too late to withdraw the manpower now. In this way, let the brothers expand the patrol area, maybe we can find this guy. Chairman Greed. Yes, expand the patrol area. At this point in time, that kid might be nearby. Everyone heard it, listen to the president, and expand the scope of the patrol. Let me go out and find them all. The backbone speaks. It is natural for a minion to listen. But at this moment, someone made a different sound. President, there seems to be a monster. There are wild monsters around here? Haven't they all been cleared? Skeletons are undead monsters. The minions who had just received the order and were about to take action saw skeletons coming out of the nearby jungle. But these skeletons with sickles don't look like the wild monsters that should be around here. On the outskirts of the city, the wild monsters should be mostly beasts. Wild monsters in the area, what to do with so many thoughts, organize people to rationalize wild monsters, and others continue to expand the search area. Are a few skeletons worth worrying about? Grid scolded. He didn't think there was anything to worry about with a few wild skeletons. Especially this kind of low-level city. The wild monsters here. It can only scare children. But it was also at this time. The first few skeletons who approached suddenly charged. They are extremely fast. The minions couldn't react at all, so they were stuck in the face. Immediately after, the sickle cut off the head. Easy knife. He chopped off the minion's head. More than 60 minions died instantly, followed by other skeletons. They also launched a charge. With a wave of the sickle, he cut. One by one, the heads rolled to the ground. More than 60 minions. Even level 70 minions. They all die with one blow. This skeleton wild monster is so strong. My god, we lost so many people. This skeleton is fiercer than the wild monsters in the dungeon. It's fiercer than the boss in the dungeon. Damn it, this skeleton can't win at all, wow. The guild camp suddenly became chaotic. And that's not the scariest thing yet. The scariest thing is when a minion is hacked to death. The natural disaster skeleton's passive skill is activated. Stunt, infection. The corpse that fell on the ground exploded in an instant, and then got up a skeleton with an identical sickle. It stares scarlet eyes, glancing coldly at the original companions around. Then swing the knife and kill. The fierce attack cut down several people one after another. Infected several more people. Skeleton. It was like a virus that quickly spread within the camp. Damn it, this isn't a wild monster, where did this world boss come from? It's poisonous, it's so poisonous, people who are hacked to death by it can also turn into such skeletons. Oh my god, Wang Ming, who was alive and kicking 1 second, turned into a skeleton the next second, and hacked Lu Xingko to death. Quick, close the door to the camp. Quick, mage, hurry up and release the magic. Where is the priest, where is the holy magic, hurry up and say hello. Wow! Inside the camp, it became a mess in an instant. The key is that these skeletons are too strong. 35 times the strength increase. Greatly exceeded the level limit of the skeleton itself. Not to mention a professional in the 70s and 80s, even if it is a rank 1, it can still be cut. According to the speed at which one skeleton can infect several people, one round of slashing not only failed to eliminate the skeleton, but doubled the number of skeletons. The friends around me may become terrible enemies at any time, and this is the most terrible thing. What is even more desperate is that such skeletons emerge from the woods in an endless stream. It's like stabbing a hornet's nest, which is extremely frightening. Chapter 26. What are these things? Where are there so many skeletons? Chairman Greed and other key members finally sensed something was wrong. These skeletons are so fierce. It's not a normal wild monster level at all. Originally, they didn't take these monsters seriously, but now they realized they were wrong. Boss, maybe I just killed that guy Iong. Maybe it's really the boss. Zhou Darmatong raised. Really? Grid was stunned. Who else but that guy? I really didn't expect this BD to hide such an ability. I admit that we underestimated him. Grid gritted his teeth and admitted unwillingly. Joke. Originally, they planned to catch the turtle in the urn, but they were caught in the urn instead. If this matter gets out, the face of their assassin league is completely lost. The revenge was not rewarded, and he was almost wiped out by the group. 90% of the era of the League of Assassins will be extinguished because of this. And lost so many men. This makes the purpose of the guild is that someone provokes me, and the Assassins League will return it 10,000 times. How will it deal with itself in the future? This is scolding us in the face. Everyone, don't be chaotic, organize the formation, and let's fight out. Grid picked up his mace and began to organize a counterattack. Behind Grid, the backbones also picked up their weapons one after another. Don't panic, everyone, retreat to the boss's side. Stand in front with thick blood and high defense, and the guy with crisp skin comes to me. Assassins can be invisible. It was also at this time. A cold cracking sound. Brushed. Just stabbed. Impartial. It hit the Vice President Yang Liang accurately on the forehead. Blood hole. Hole through. Yang Liang fell straight in a pool of blood. Dead. Second brother. Second brother. Grid and his cadre of bandits were furious. This damn guy. How dare you fight them? This is really not taking their assassin alliance seriously. This feud is settled. But it was also at this time. There were two more cracking sounds. The one who brushed it stabbed. Impartial. Accurately hit the left and right protectors, on the foreheads of two people. Blood hole. Hole through. The two protectors on the left and right fell into a pool of blood. The third and the fourth. Third brother, fourth brother. Third brother. Fourth brother. Everyone shouted. Angry, still very angry. But now, they also started to get scared. The opponent's ability to kill is too neat. Not only the second child, but also the third and fourth children with strong blood and high defense were directly killed in seconds. Who is the opponent? How did you do that? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Grid roared angrily, but he also felt a little guilty. Because, although his strength is stronger than these three. Ask yourself, but there is no way to avoid such a killer move. Who is this person? What the hell did this BD, Yang, provoke? Damn you BD, it's fine if you die yourself, and you've pulled us in two. Damn, who, if you have the ability to speak out, we will do it with real swords and guns. The backbone of the guild is really a little scared. After all, their level strength is not as good as that of the Vice President and the Left and Right Guardians. Fate. They have no chance of getting an answer. Bone thorns came through the air. Speedy. Greed's forehead was pierced and he fell to the ground. Followed by the rest of the backbone, also fell to the ground. Not one left. At this time, the minions fighting with the natural disaster skeletons were basically chopped off, and the battle soon came to an end. Everyone. Not one left. All were killed. So, necromancers are natural disasters, and have never been priests who lead people to be good. I can only say that you guys have caused too much trouble to others, and you can only blame yourself if you want to blame. Chu Shan. One move. More than 8,000 skeletons. No. Now there are more than 10,000 skeletons. Accompanied by Chu Shan's order. The skeletons retreated neatly. It's really simple. These garbage professionals can't even resist at all. It's really boring. Christina fell back, her face full of disappointment. She thought that these professionals should be able to block her a few tricks. The results of it. A few 5-turn ones, a few 4-turn ones. It is no different from the newcomers of level 1 and level 2. Invincible is really lonely. Christina sighed in her heart. In this way, Master, you can sit back and relax. Everyone who gets in the way is dead, so you don't have to worry about trouble anymore. Christina said relaxedly. I wasn't afraid of any trouble at first. If there are too many people, the skeletons will block it. If the master comes, you will deal with it. To be honest, I am the most relaxed shopkeeper. Chu Shan shrugged. To be honest, I really hope to meet a few masters to fight against, but if such a master really comes, I will worry about the safety of the master instead, and I am very entangled. Christina. It's too cold to be high. Looking for someone to have a good fight. Especially those powerful life forms from Zhengjin in memory. Now that it is 35 times stronger, its strength has soared and expanded. Christina really wanted to see those so-called strong men being beaten to the ground by her. However, this requires encountering such a strong person. With Chu Shan's situation, she needs to worry instead. This is a paradox. So, although she was desperate to get a fight, Christina instinctively gave priority to Chu Shan's safety. You have inherited the aggressive nature of the Black Dragon Queen. It's okay. According to my current upgrade speed, I believe it won't be long before you can kill the enemy heartily, and you don't have to concentrate on being a babysitter anymore. Chu Shan said. Go to kill the enemy heartily. Christina's pupils burst into light. No, 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 it's better for me to stay by Master's side. A too powerful enemy is coming, and it's not good if it affects Master. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. Christina shook her head decisively. Is it necessary to be so entangled in this kind of thing? Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Let's go clean the battlefield. Chu Shan said. The entire guild of the League of Assassins was wiped out. The remaining equipment and other materials. This is a guild's supplies. Chapter 27. So many summoning units, is it actually done by one person? Is it a new hidden job? On a distant hillside. Xiao Tianming, the person in charge of the middle and third districts of the dungeon hall, looked at this side in surprise. Especially after seeing Chu Shan's appearance, the young figure was even more surprised. At this age, it's amazing to be able to wipe out the entire Assassin Alliance alone. Xiao Tianming was surprised. Xiao Tianming didn't come to blame anyone. He is in charge of the dungeon hall area near here. It is his sphere of influence. He rushed to the scene immediately after learning that people from the League of Assassins had come to make trouble in this city. Originally, he wanted to come forward to drive away the members of the Assassin League. As a result, he saw this unexpected scene. So it should be said that Xiao Tianming is on Chu Shan's side. At such a young age, with such a background of strength, this child is not simple. I don't know which school's elite it is. My dungeon hall has been short of talents in recent years. I don't know if this kid is interested in applying for our dungeon hall. If possible, I can try to get in touch. It's just that the woman next to him is very scary. Xiao Tianming hesitated. Christina's presence, the faint sense of oppression, made him so nervous that he couldn't breathe. Xiao Tianming is the official hall master of the dungeon hall. 10 years ago, Xiao Zhanshen, who shook the world of Megatron professionals, had an outstanding record, and his strength and reputation were extremely loud. Looking at the whole world, there are really not many people who can make him afraid. And this woman not only makes him afraid, but also makes him afraid. Who is she? Such a powerful master is willing to commit himself to follow an unprofessional novice professional. This seems to indicate that this child is not simple. It is very likely that they are important children of a big family. If it's really a child of a big family, wouldn't that be fine? Xiao Tianming thought to himself. The children of big families also have to apply for the school. Apply for school. To put it bluntly, Dungeon Hall is definitely the top group among all institutions of higher learning. The children of the family apply for the school, which does not conflict with the family they serve for. Instead, it can also be mutually beneficial. If it's a child of a big family, then maybe I should get in touch with it. Xiao Tianming thought of this. Walk down the hill. Get closer there. Certainly. To show my sincerity. And without hostility. Xiao Tianming deliberately didn't pretend to be his aura. So openly approaching. Then when it got close enough, it slowed down. He believes. Such sincerity was enough for that strong girl to judge that she was not an enemy. This way, a peaceful chat can begin. Xiao Tianming expressed his sincerity, thinking that he did a good job. But however, how did he know? As early as before he reached the hillside, Christina had already discovered his existence. When Xiao Tianming came down from the mountain and approached here, Christina's brows were already wrinkled. These annoying ants. It's really endless. I just killed a few weak ants, and here comes another slightly stronger ant. Aren't soldier ants and worker ants both one-footed? Go away. Christina drank in her heart. A bone spur shot out directly through the air. Right on Xiao Tianming's forehead. Puff. Run through. Transparent. Xiao Tianming's face was dull, stunned and terrified. Blood sprayed. Died directly on the ground. Hired? Depend on. That woman is really scary. The dead Xiao Tianming's body quickly turned into fly ash. The respawn effect activates. Xiao Tianming successfully revived here on his throne in the main hall. Terrible, terrible. That woman is horrible. If I didn't have this rebirth talisman, I'm afraid I would have died just now, my god. Xiao Tianming felt chills down his spine. How many years? It has been a long time since Tang Xiao Zhanshen felt this kind of fear of death. The problem is that I just want to get in touch with that kid and suggest that he apply for our dungeon hall in the future. Do you need to be so vigilant? Think of your original intention. Xiao Tianming also felt helpless for a while. Forget it, they must be very vigilant now, let's let this matter go first, let's talk about it after they calm down. Xiao Tianming. On site. Chu Shan collected all the equipment left by everyone in the League of Assassins into his system inventory. More than a dozen pieces of 5-rank equipment. Dozens of 4-rotation equipment. There are also a lot of equipment with 3 turns, 2 turns, and 1 turn, all of which can be sold at a good high price. What's wrong? Chu Shan. No, I just cleaned up some fish that slipped through the net. Christina said with a relaxed voice, picking up equipment with Chu Shan. That's it, then please. Don't worry, master, I will do well. Fish that slipped through the net. It's just that what Chu Shan doesn't know is, the fish that slipped through the net in Christina's mouth are not really those small shrimps. But it's not a big problem. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. The League of Assassins affected the whole body with a single stroke. When the news of the League of Assassins being wiped out spread, in fact, the news spread explosively from the dawn of the next day. What do you mean the League of Assassins was wiped out by the group? The League of Assassins is gone. Yesterday there was an uproar, but today I really can't find anyone. Who is so fierce? Looks like it was done by one person. No way, who is so brave? That's the League of Assassins. Verdant Garden. Wen Xingxin's mansion is here. The urgent call. Soon a new servant picked up the call, and brought it to Wen Xingxin, who was recuperating from his injuries. Xingxin, it's Dad, let me inform you first, don't take revenge on this broken arm, and definitely don't go to trouble him. Otherwise, our Wen family will abandon a daughter like you, do you understand what I mean? There is a thick male voice on the phone. The firm voice made Wen Xingxin's eyes widen. Dad, why are you so nervous? Wen Xingxin was horrified. In my impression, her father is a very stable person, but I didn't expect to lose his composure like this today. All the members of the League of Assassins are dead, and Xiao Zhanshen is almost finished, do you understand what I mean? Dad Wen. Boom. A bolt from the blue. Are all the assassins dead? Xiao Zhanshen was also almost killed? Could it be? This is all done by Chu Shan alone? Wen Xingxin was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 28. I sold more than 300,000 pieces of equipment before. Although there are a lot of them, they are small equipment with dozens of levels. It's different this time, with a total account of more than 30 million yuan. Killing a guild directly fattened us up. Chu Shan is in a good mood. Change the shotgun to the cannon and become a rich man. More than 30 million. This means that even if they don't make an effort, you can also spend the rest of your life comfortably. Let's go, how about something good to eat? Chu Shan suggested, after all, he had been busy all night. Master, you can decide. Christina didn't care. But a pair of eyes. But he stared straight at the lollipop in the mouth of a little girl across the road. That look. It's hard to guarantee whether she will go directly to grab it in the next second. Okay, I know what you want to eat. Come on, I'll take you to buy. Chu Shan pulled Christina. I was really afraid that she would go and rob a 6 or 7-year-old girl in the street. Pull the Black Dragon Queen to the nearby supermarket. I spent more than 100 yuan and bought a lot of lollipops. Coming out of the supermarket, Christina's face was filled with joy. How is it? Is it delicious? Chu Shan. Tasty. The answer is so straightforward. Of course, these lollipops are also chewed very crisply. Please. Candy is not for crunching, but for licking. No, why did you even eat the stick? You can't eat the stick. Chu Shan quickly explained. Sticks can't be eaten. Christina was stunned for a long time, but I think the taste of the stick is also good. Not bad, does that thing smell? Chu Shan raised his forehead. God logic. Who can't see it? This girl is being stubborn. Actually, I think it's good to change the taste occasionally. Christina continued to speak stubbornly. Then you eat all these sticks later. Well, no, one meal is enough. See. Keep going. Before I knew it, I came to the door of the dungeon hall. Dungeon Hall is the most famous dungeon organization in the entire professional world, a neutral organization. All copies in the entire world, more than 50%, are in the hands of the entire organization. It accounts for half, and the other 50% is controlled by other families, other forces, other schools, etc. It is a veritable neutral chaebol. Zheng Jin's wishes to be admitted to this dungeon hall. After all, there are a lot of resources here. Now, there is not much demand for this. However, many dungeons here are very suitable for me. Chu Shan. Speaking of copies, Chu Shan hadn't made a decision on the dungeon to be challenged next. The dungeons of the appropriate level he selected. Either there are too many people and you need to queue up, or because of some problems, the business is temporarily closed. Or the grade is slightly lower. The quality is not cutting edge enough, making it difficult for him to choose. Master, why don't we just go to a dungeon at random, quickly raise the level, and there will be more choices? Christina. No, the copies are too far apart, and it takes too much time to go back and forth. Chu Shan shook his head. I can become the main body and fly you there. The flying ones are not that fast. I might as well choose one carefully in the time it takes to toss back and forth. There are a lot of people coming in and out of the dungeon hall. Everyone is here to collect information. At this time, a middle-aged man in a red robe, covered with various precious gems, came out accompanied by several attendants. He looked at Chu Shan and was taken aback for a moment. Then he immediately became cautious again. Xiao Zhanshen. Of course Chu Shan knew about Xiao Tianming. People of this city. Not many people don't know Xiao Tianming. This mighty god of war is more famous than the mayor. Hello. Xiao Tianming smiled, then looked at Christina who was beside Chu Shan very cautiously and fearfully. Yesterday, if it wasn't for the rebirth talisman, he has been killed by this woman. That horrible scene is still fresh in my memory. However, it is clear that Christina's impression of this person was very vague. It's like people trampling an ant to death. Who will remember whether the ant is male or female? Are you a student of Xiang High School? Xiao Tianming saw it clearly this time. Chu Shan had the school badge of Xiang High School pinned to him. Although he didn't wear a school uniform, the school badge was definitely unmistakable. Is there a problem? Chu Shan didn't understand. He did not understand the well-known god of war. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense to yourself? A casual encounter, shouldn't it be over after saying hello? A bit annoying. Christina narrowed her eyes. She resented this way of disturbing her master. Dangerous breath. Scared Xiao Tianming. Res peons are one-time use. The price is very expensive, even if it is him, the dignified palace master, there is only one. This tool is no longer available. Get killed again. That is really dead. Xiao Tianming didn't think anyone in this city could stop this woman. Alright. So to cut a long story short. Is the classmate also here to find information? If it is a copy for upgrading, I have a suggestion. The Black Knight Dungeon in Zhuojiang City, what do you think? It is suitable for professionals between level 20-30. Xiao Tianming said. A copy of Black Knight? Between 20 to 30 levels? Chu Shan shook his head. If it's level 58 and up, does Xiao Zhanshen have any suitable suggestions? Level 58? This kid is level 58? Xiao Tianming was startled. High school students are level 58, this speed, this is not bad. However, I was surprised in my heart. The expression on his face remained calm. Level 58. I really have a good place on hand. Spider Canyon, the level is between level 56 and level 85. It is a super large group with a lot of experience. Level 56 to 85. Chu Shan's heart moved. A copy that is not recorded in the data. Explain that this is an internal dungeon controlled by the dungeon hall itself. The internal copy usually does not need to be queued. Excuse me, where is the location of this copy? If I go in, what procedures do I need to go through? Chu Shan asked. The location is in the Golden Valley on the outskirts of Jinhuang City. There are not too many procedures. In short, you can go there with my badge. Xiao Tianming took out a badge from his pocket and handed it to Chu Shan. Work hard, treat it as a favor from me to Xiang High School. Come on. Also be careful, this dungeon is not simple. Chapter 29. Xiao Tianming handed the badge to Chu Shan, pointed out the direction, and slipped away resolutely. Can you not slip? Stay any longer. He was really afraid that the woman would kill him on a whim. But just weird. It was said that it was a favor from our high school, so why did you give it to me? Chu Shan wondered. It's fine, master, don't think too much. If they dare to have other thoughts, I will know in advance and kill them. Christina didn't care. So you still have such a function. Does it mean that there is also a setting of friendship between us? When the friendship reaches a certain level, you can unlock new poses. What pose? I made a mistake, it's a new function. Chu Shan realized that he almost got the topic wrong. There was never such a setting. Christina shrugged. Okay. In other words, this badge can be used normally by myself. That's a fart. The big deal is that if Xiao Zhanshen asks him to pay back the favor in the future, he just refuses to admit it. As if you picked it up yourself. Yes, exactly. And speaking of the copy of Spider Canyon, Chu Shan went into the dungeon hall. Using the convenience of the badge, I investigated the general information about this dungeon. Copy, Spider Canyon. Entry level, level 56 to 85. Difficulty crossing, nightmare level, hell level. Suggestion, this dungeon is a super large dungeon with a large number of monsters. It is not recommended to operate with a small number of people. At least set up a large group of more than 100 people. Difficulty selection, try to avoid hell level difficulty. The success rate of this dungeon is not high, and the challenger chooses carefully. From the data information point of view, this dungeon is indeed an internal dungeon mastered by the privatization of the dungeon hall. Large-scale missions are extremely difficult, and are usually used to assess the strength of internal members. It's like an Olympic competition, very difficult. It seems that even inside the dungeon hall, it's very well done. Chu Shan sighed. However, it has nothing to do with me again. I came here for experience. There are many monsters, but it is more beneficial to me. This badge can be used, now let me see where the Golden City is. Chu Shan logs into the public computer next to him. Find a map. Relatively far. The journey takes about 3 days by car. It takes a lot of time to fly. The world of this professional is much bigger than the Earth. The express train here can't leave a province after running for 3 days. The land area of the world is very large. If you want speed, just take a plane and book a ticket. Chu Shan. Master, isn't it okay for me to become the main body and take you there? Don't be so troublesome, the plane at 12 o'clock noon, don't care about the hours. Chu Shan. The plane at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, although the world is huge in size, the transportation is well developed enough. Especially in aviation, the flight density is sufficient. The plane at 12 o'clock basically arrived at the destination at 5 or 6 o'clock. Golden City Airport. Then take a taxi to the Golden Valley in the suburbs. This is a wild natural scenic spot. However, because it is a privatized property, it is specially guarded by the people in the dungeon hall. To the heavy door here. Chu Shan showed his badge. More than a dozen guards guarding the gate carefully verified the information on the badge. Their attitude was lukewarm at first, but after realizing that this is the fixed badge of Xiao Zhanshen, their attitude immediately changed and became very enthusiastic. Don't walk around after entering. According to the indicated arrow, you can easily find the entrance of the instance and the rest area. In principle, other areas are not allowed to enter. The guard. Then, thanks. Chu Shan took back the badge. Go inside the door with Christina. It's not a letter of recommendation, but a badge of Xiao Zhanshen. Xiao Zhanshen personally recommends talents, which is really rare. It's rare, it's never mentioned. Well, that rigorous god of war, it's hard to imagine that he would recommend talents. There might be something really special about these two kids. Maybe it's really like this. Forget it, what are we talking about? It's not that we are going to show off. Right. The guards continued to guard. Inside the gate. Here is a spacious interior. Larger than the interior space of a gymnasium. The facilities are very complete. Dormitories, canteens, medical care, toilets, and a series of other areas can be found here. Of course, the indicator arrow at the entrance of the copy is also very conspicuous. Are you two here to challenge the dungeon? I'm the dungeon tour guide here, and I just received a message. Oh my god, so the two were recommended by Xiao Zhanshen. A beautiful girl came over. Holding a transparent tablet in his hand. The data shows that Chu Shan's recommendation information. This surprised her very much. I didn't expect this badge to be so useful. Chu Shan was also taken aback. Then explain. I'm here to challenge the dungeon. This girl is my companion, a teammate. Is it just the two of you? The tour guide asked. Yes, what's the problem? The number of two people is too small. Well, sorry, this is not what I should ask. The tour guide is responsible for the reception, the tour guide. Specific number of people. That's for the referrer and the challenger. Maybe Xiao Zhanshen thinks that 2 challengers are enough for this time. Maybe he just wanted to see how long the two of them could support in the dungeon. Just mind your own business. You two, please come with me, our copy space here. The lady tour guide made a gesture of please, and then began to lead the way in front. While walking, while explaining. Soon Chu Shan and the others were brought to the entrance crystal of this copy. That's it, I wish you two good luck. This is my contact crystal. If you need anything in the dungeon, you can contact me at any time, such as the location and direction. The tour guide said politely. Thanks. Chu Shan also responded politely. Then he came to the entrance crystal. With Christina, touch the crystal and choose to teleport. Challenger detected, please select the challenge difficulty. Nightmare level, Hell level. Hell level. Chu Shan. There is nothing to hesitate about. Entering the copy. Accompanied by this prompt from the system. The scene in front of Chu Shan changed. Hey? Has a challenger entered the instance? Yeah, the light is on. According to the information, it turned out to be someone recommended by that guy Xiao Tianming. Xiao Tianming? This guy also knows how to recommend talents, tisk, it's really rare. I want to see how far the little guy recommended by Lao Xiao can go here. Hey! Center rec room here. Beside some pool tables. A few divisional guardians, teachers, etc. in casual attire. Chapter 30. Copy space interior. The empty canyon entrance. It was like a rocky field without vegetation. When Chu Shan came to this place, soon encountered the first wave of dungeon wild monsters. Frozen spider. Monster level, 60, green elite. It's not white skin. I didn't expect to encounter elite wild monsters with color levels as soon as I landed. Superior. Chu Shan summoned his own army of skeletons. One of the skeletons aimed at the wild monster. Suddenly rushed over. Then go down with a scythe. Hacked the spider to death. Kill the frozen spider and get 260 experience points. Chu Shan's Scourge skeleton is level 50, and the skill panel is also level 50. After a 35-fold increase in Halo. Level 60 Hell level wild monsters can still be hit in seconds. It feels like there's nothing to worry about. Chu Shan nodded. Skeleton passive skills. In fact. Launch. In the dead spider on the ground. Get up a brand new skeleton. Please give priority to speed upgrade, Christina, I'll leave it to you. Chu Shan took a few steps back, giving way to the stage. Master, just wait to collect experience. Christina took 2 steps forward. There was a strange brilliance in the scarlet eyes. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. 3 seconds. All kinds of experience of swiping the screen are covered with message prompt boxes. Kill the frozen spider and get 260 experience points. Kill the poisonous spider and get 270 experience points. Kill the flame spider and get 300 experience points. Kill the lightning spider and get 300 experience points. Kill the millennium ice spider and get 320 experience points. Kill the millennium fire spider and get 320 experience points. Kill the 10,000 demon spider mother and get 1500 experience points. Kill the holy spider king and get 1600 experience points. Kill the ghost-faced empress and get 1700 experience points. Kill the Tiankoi monster general and get 1300 experience points. Kill. The whole terrain has changed. Spider Canyon. It became the Spider Rift. Chu Shan checked the current level. Level 69. Straight up to level 11 in one breath. The efficiency is super fast. Congratulations, you have cleared the first level of the Spider Canyon dungeon, and you are about to lead to the second level dungeon level, please be prepared. A system prompt suddenly appeared in Chu Shan's mind. This stunned both Chu Shan and Christina. Is there such a setting as the second floor? It's really different from the hell level dungeons I've been to before. Chu Shan laughed. Knew it. A privatized copy that is separately treasured by the dungeon palace. It is special everywhere. Go. Chu Shan snapped his fingers. Transmitting. Accompanied by the prompt of the system. Soon, the scene in front of Chu Shan changed again. This is no longer the outside of Spider Canyon. Rather, they are spider lairs below the surface. This is the world of caves and crypts. All kinds of crypts crisscross. It's like a maze. Green spider eggs all around. Spider web. A spider crawling freely on the ground. It should be in the spider's lair, it's disgusting. Chu Shan pinched his nose. The skeletons seemed to understand the meaning of the master. They took the initiative to kill the spider eggs here. A green liquid burst out. And these liquids also successfully attracted many spider monsters. The number is dense. There are a lot of numbers. As expected, this dungeon is not something normal people can clear. Chu Shan. Surprised in my heart. But the current Chu Shan is no longer as young as when he first entered the dungeon. This time there is no need for Christina to do it. Chu Shan's poison explosion skill was the first to throw it out. The evolved poison explosion is known as the highly toxic field. A ball of poisonous energy the size of a fist. After hitting the wild monster on the opposite side, a large area of poisonous damage was instantly exploded. Instant explosive power. Immediately, most of the blood volume of these wild monsters was blown up. Then enter the poisoned state. Blood per second. They died soon after each other. Kill the frozen spider and get 260 experience points. Kill the poisonous spider and get 270 experience points. Kill the flame spider and get 300 experience points. Kill the lightning spider and get 300 experience points. Kill the frozen spider and get 260 experience points. Kill the poisonous spider and get 270 experience points. Kill the flame spider and get 300 experience points. Kill the lightning spider and get 300 experience points. The area is cleared. This venom skill is really easy to use. Let the skeleton stand in front, and I will throw the poison behind. It's easy to use. However, you are more efficient, Christina. Chu Shan looked up at the solid rock above. Can't help but hesitate a little. Let you make a big move here, will it cause a collapse? Bury us alive. This is underground. It's not an open-air environment like a valley. Christina smiled and said, No master, my lightning will blow up these rocks together into powder. Hiss. This is really convenient. What is self-confidence? Look. This is called self-confidence. In front of the top boss. There is no place that can stop her. Then leave it to you. Hold on. Then. 3 seconds later. The whole spider's lair was razed to the ground. Terrain changes. Turned into an open ravine. Chu Shan grade. Upgrade to level 85 in seconds. Congratulations, you have cleared the second level of the Spider Canyon dungeon, and you are about to lead to the third level dungeon level, please be prepared. What? What? Is there a third level? Chu Shan was taken aback. This copy of Spider Canyon. It turned out to be a stepped copy. Level 85 happens to be the entry level limit for this instance. In that case, let's keep going. Of course Chu Shan has no reason to retreat. Go. He made a choice in his heart. Transmitting. Accompanied by the prompt of the system. Soon, the scene in front of Chu Shan changed again. Continue to kill monsters, continue to upgrade. Right here at Chu Shan, enjoying the feast of experience at this moment. The copy entrance is here. On the electronic data display on the doorway in the recreation room. A set of bright numbers stunned the guardians who were busy playing billiards and the instructor. Chu Shan, he broke into the third floor. Breaking to the third floor with only 2 people? Immortals, this is it. We haven't finished around here, and he has cleared 2 big checkpoints on his side. Seeing that without you, the difficulty he chose is still hell level, rely on me. Where did Xiao Tianming find this fairy? The Dharma protectors were all dumbfounded. Why? This kind of ultra-difficult copy. A large group of 500 people rushed in. It is also difficult to guarantee clearing. There is no way to clear monsters on the first level, let alone the second and third levels. Chapter 31. This kid is anything but simple. I'm curious about him. Me too. Xiao Tianming should have suggested that he come to level up, obviously not for the test. This dungeon level cannot test such a god. What occupation does he have? Is it a hidden occupation? Numerous protectors, teachers. They put down their cue sticks. Started to gather together, staring at the numbers on the display screen intently. They just wanted to see how far the kid recommended by Xiao Tianming could go alone. I only know now. This fairy. It was simply to clear the field. And in fact at this time, the numbers on the display changed again. Challenger Chu Shan, Hell level dungeon difficulty, challenge the third floor of the dungeon, pass, clear the monsters. The whole scene was eerily quiet. Copy space interior. The third and final floor of the spider's nest, was knocked out. The powerful skills of the Black Dragon Queen also changed the terrain of this place. Dead bodies everywhere. A lot of equipment exploded. Chu Shan accepted everything without saying a word. All equipment is directly drawn into the system props bar. Congratulations, you successfully challenged the 3 levels of the dungeon, and all the levels have been completed. Would you like to teleport back to the real world now? The copy is done. So easy. This special difficulty dungeon, which is specially privately collected by the dungeon hall, I thought it would be troublesome. As a result, it was just a few big moves. However, it is not incomprehensible. Who is Christina? Top boss. 9 turns to level 129. Now resurrected, all attributes have been increased by 35 times. Which copy can withstand her toss? Level. I'll go, level 100, this is level 100. This efficiency is too brutal. Chu Shan exclaimed. The difficulty of this dungeon. To be honest, it is true that the dungeon hall specially collects such treatment. On each floor here, the number of monsters is several times that of the previous level. Dozens of times. These last 3 layers. The number of bosses alone is as many as hundreds of bosses. There are countless mobs. The experience provided is too much to count. With this configuration, this map is really not something that ordinary people can play in a team. Congratulations, Master, level 100, you can perform one turn. Christina congratulated. Yeah, we can do the first turn now. Chu Shan was also very happy in his heart. Like other professionals. After the full level, you can turn one. Only completed one turn. Killing monsters will continue to accumulate experience points. To continue upgrading. Otherwise, killing monsters is just a waste of time. I just don't know what conditions are required for my first turn. Chu Shan clicked on his own attribute panel. Here, there are detailed one-turn instructions. When the level reaches the condition, the first turn prompt that appears automatically. Items needed for one turn. A. Millennium level, Undead Spirit *2. B. Millennium grade, Necromancer Orb *5. C. Dark Gold level, Dark Magic Book *1. D. Dark Gold level, Soul Suppressing Array *1, one-time use. A lot of items. Even from the name, I don't know what kind of fairy materials they are. But it's not a big problem. If I remember correctly, the Millennium level special props can be bought in the market of the dungeon hall. This time, a lot of income has exploded in this dungeon, so it's just right to recycle it to the dungeon hall, and then repurchase these materials. Chu Shan was thinking in his heart. The equipment income in the instance of Spider Canyon this time. But not small. In the last 3rd level, kill hundreds of bosses together. That kind of explosion rate can be imagined. A total of hundreds of top quality products have been harvested, and the level is not low. Still, there was nothing for Chu Shan to use. In short, let's go, there is no rush to equip, and get the first turn done first. Chu Shan. Leaving the copy. The system prompt that appeared in the mind. Soon. Chu Shan returned to the real world. Copy entry here. The challenger successfully cleared the Spider Canyon dungeon. The dungeon has 3 levels of checkpoints, all of them have been broken, and all monsters have been cleared. The score grade, SSS+. At the entrance of the instance, the data displayed on the wall monitor. After all, this dungeon is for the internal assessment of the dungeon hall. Pfft, what, got through? Have you cleared all 3 levels? The tour guide spit out a mouthful of water. What's going on, Ting Ting, didn't you say that it's time to rest, why are you going to work again? My best friend asked puzzled. The two of them were just about to order some dessert. No, next time, the challenger I was in charge of receiving today came out of it. The tour guide hurriedly paid the shop owner. Finished? It won't be so fast. It's only been a while since we went in. We haven't finished our cup of milk tea yet. My best friend was puzzled. The tour guide did not explain. Show the work information in your mobile phone to your best friend. The best friend was dumbfounded. FK, where is this god? I have never seen such a high score. It's more than that, I haven't seen it before. Do you know that they are only 2 people? Oh shit. I won't lie to you. Anyway, I really met a fairy today. I won't tell you any more. I have to go back to work. Boss, I don't need to look for money. The tour guide hurriedly paid the money and rushed back. When we arrived at the place, it happened that Chu Shan and Christina came out and walked back. At this time, it is easier to see the famous hall. The other challengers came out of this dungeon, everyone was in a mess. Miserable. These two are fine. What's it like to go in? It's still what it is when it comes out. It's like a tourist. If it weren't for the scores on the wall, the tour guide would really doubt whether they went in to challenge or go for a tour. Both, congratulations on your success. I've never seen such a high score. She hurried over and began to perform her duties. Is there something? Chu Shan asked. Forward. Look. What is a fairy? This is called a fairy. No matter what the question is, the answer is always only 2 words. It should be said that you two still need my help. After all, within the scope of this dungeon, I am your exclusive tour guide. The tour guide smiled. She didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. Xiao Zhanshan's recommendation is one thing. This astonishing achievement is also doomed to many things. I didn't expect that the arrangement of the dungeon hall is quite comprehensive. We don't need help, you just do your own work. Wait, I really need to ask you something, where is the place to buy special props? Chu Shan. I'll take the 2 of you there. The tour guide lowered her head. Turn around and take small steps. Leaving this room, into the hallway. Other people met by the way all cast surprised glances at this side. It's them, right? Oh my god, 2 people broke through the canyon dungeon, those 2 gods. I heard that he was recommended by Xiao Zhanshan. Sure enough, Xiao Zhanshan never recommends talents, and those who can be recommended by him are indeed not ordinary people. Now, no one should be able to break this record. Chapter 32. Buy special props. In the private dungeon hall of this dungeon hall, there is a dedicated trading hall for public items. Use the computer here to connect to the internal network, and you can choose the props you need at will. Then the people in the dungeon hall will use the advanced teleportation technology. Deliver the props to the buyers at the fastest speed. It can be said to be very convenient. The method of use is also relatively simple, similar to online shopping. I look for what I want. Chu Shan browsed the page. Among the many product pages. Looking for the first turn items he needs. Yes, a 1000-year level rare item. He found the partition for rare items. Then click on the Millennium column. Scroll down the page. Undead Spirit, Necromancer Orb, Undead Spirit, Necromancer Orb. I have it, here it is. Master, look, here it is. Christina pointed her finger on the screen. Chu Shan saw it. Undead Spirit, Millennium level, the price is only 500,000. So cheap. That's right. It's just 1 turn, not 8 turns and 9 turns. The price is naturally not too big. If you have an internal discount, you only need 10% off, and you can buy it for only 50,000 yuan, which is too cheap. Log in with Xiao Tianming's badge and enjoy a 10% discount. Chu Shan bought this Millennium level Undead Spirit with 50,000 yuan. Then continue scrolling down the page. Necromancer Orb, Necromancer Orb. Master, here. The Necromancer Orb, I found it. Following the position pointed by Christina. Chu Shan saw this Necromancer Orb. The unit price is 600,000. 10% discount only costs 60,000 yuan. Select a shopping item. Then choose to pay. Then Chu Shan exited this Millennium level special merchandise area. Choose another category of special merchandise. Then suddenly found the search function. Simply use keywords to search for the other 2 items. The prices of the other 2 items are actually higher. Dark Magic Book. The price of the dark gold grade is 2 million. 1 discount is 200,000. A one-time soul-suppressing magic circle. The price of the dark gold grade is around 3 million. 1 discount, it is 300,000. It's still cheap, even if there is no discount, I can afford it. Buy everything as a package, write the address here. Chu Shan bought it as a package. Fill in the harvest address. Soon, he saw these products, and they all showed the delivery status one after another. Within the next 5 minutes, these 4 items were sent to Chu Shan through the space transfer device one after another. It's done. The logistics of the professional world is awesome. The next step is to use the item. Christina, help me protect the law. Don't worry, Master, no one will disturb you. After the 4 items are ready, Chu Shan clicked on his own property panel. According to the sequence of steps introduced in the first turn, the one-time soul-suppressing magic array was used first. Soul-suppressing magic array, activate. Chu Shan. The small purple magic circle centered on Chu Shan's feet spread out into a small circle. Next is the orb of the dead, and the spirit of the dead. Chu Shan put these 2 props. Place them into the 2 round holes in the circle of the formation respectively. And then, it's the Book of Dark Magic. Chu Shan stood up straight. Take out the Dark Magic book. Spread it out in front of yourself. That's it, then let's start the first turn. Chu Shan said silently in his heart. The Dark Magic book bursts out with a strange light. All props are shining brightly. All the rays of light are integrated into Chu Shan's body. Congratulations, you have completed 1 turn. Your level has increased, and it is currently level 1 to level 1. Congratulations, all your attribute values have increased by 50 points. Congratulations, your health has increased by 500 points. Congratulations, your magic value has increased by 400 points. Congratulations, you have got a new rank 1 talent, Attendant Domination. Servant Domination, increase all your summoned units, subordinate units, 70% of all attributes, including life and magic. New talent level. Chu Shan. Yes. The biggest advantage of changing jobs. The reason is that every time you turn, you can get a random talent to appear. The more you turn, the more talent you have. Of course it will be stronger. However, this talent of Chu Shan is obviously not the final version. Congratulations, trigger natural disaster grade luck, all your attribute values will increase by 150 points. Congratulations, trigger natural disaster level luck, and your life value will increase by 1500 points. Congratulations, trigger natural disaster level luck, and your magic value will increase by 1200 points. Congratulations, you got an extra 10 skill points. Congratulations, triggering natural disaster level luck, this talent has been upgraded to dominate natural disasters. New talent, control natural disasters. Dominate natural disasters, increase all your summoned units, subordinate units, 700% attributes, including life and magic. 7 times. 7 times attribute increase. 1 breath. Let all his subordinate units raise their strength to another level. This is the magical effect brought by 1 turn. Although talent is not a skill, there is no way to upgrade it. But this is also enough. It is also a big improvement. Count your own 35% increase aura. A total of 42 times the improvement. This is more terrifying. There is also an increase in the total amount of health and magic points. Chu Shan is level 100. The original total life value is 9800. The upper limit of mana, including equipment, is 15300. Now the total limit is increased. The total life value reaches 11300, and the mana value reaches 16500. Don't underestimate this value. This is the result of triggering the 3-fold increase in natural disaster level luck. In fact, there will not be such a big fluctuation at the moment of level 100 when professionals upgrade through normal channels. Of course, this is also because most of Chu Shan's free points are allocated to mental strength. If it is converted into a melee professional with mainly physical strength points, it is not impossible to have higher HP than Chu Shan, but generally speaking, the difference is not bad. There are also differences in equipment, which will result in different values. However, this proves another thing. That is Chu Shan's Scourge grade skeleton. Their destructive power, killing level 100 Blood Shield professionals, is still one knife. Chapter 33. Correct. There are also many skill points for upgrading to level 100 that have not yet been allocated, and there are also 10 additional free skill points that can be obtained by triggering natural disaster level luck after a successful job change. The harvest is full. Today can be described as a bumper harvest in terms of strength. Chu Shan simply filled up the level of the boosting aura directly. The upper limit of the skill level is 50, which is true for every skill, but with the equipment, Chu Shan's equipment comes with an increased skill level. Amplify the skill level of the aura. It was hard piled to level 63. The increase rate has risen to 65 times. 65 times. Combined with my new talent, it is 72 times. Huge boost. Chu Shan. Compared with the previous 35 times increase, it has doubled. One transfer. Double the magnification. It is conceivable how much the total strength of this wave will increase. There is also the ability of natural disaster skeleton summoning. The remaining skill points. Chu Shan is all accumulated on this basic skill. Plus the addition of equipment. So the skills summoned by the Calamity Skeleton also reached level 63. The level of the Natural Disaster Skeleton has been increased, so that killing a professional with a full level of 100 is more like chopping vegetables. Professionals who turn from 1 to level 100 can certainly do the same. After all, there is still a 72-fold increase. There are also 10 extra skill points for lucky triggers. All these points should be added to the poisonous field. Chu Shan. Toxic field, skill level, 13 plus 11, 24. Toxic field. Description: release venom energy to attack. The energy ball explodes after hitting the target, causing group injuries within 500 yards in the nearby range, and causing a highly poisonous state. The first damage is mental power *50, and the poisoning state will cause mental power *3 damage every second, lasting for 10 minutes. Remarks: the poisoning effect cannot be immune and cannot be treated. It's fierce. Chu Shan gasped. The first damage is mental power *50. At present, all the free points for upgrading, Chu Shan will be added to the spiritual power. At present, his total spiritual power is 930. In other words, my poison explosion skill is smashed down. The damage from the explosion on the spot is 46,500 points. A level 100 full blood fighter, even with equipment, doesn't have so much blood. The cow is big. If you count the subsequent damage per second. Mental power *3 per second. That is 2,790 points of blood deduction per second poisoning. Lasting for 10 minutes, the total damage is simply uncountable. The cow is big. A natural disaster level occupation is indeed a natural disaster level occupation. Once the disaster level luck is triggered. Guaranteed to be a fly. Okay, Christina. Chu Shan, who completed the first round, was full of energy. Master, how do you feel? Christina walked over and looked Chu Shan up and down. Feels good, great. Chu Shan turned around in a circle. How is it? Is there any change? I feel pretty good. Yes, I've become handsome and more attractive. Christina nodded. Handsome? I'm talking about strength. Handsomeness is also a kind of strength. You just flatter, then it's time for flattering, right? What I said is true, the master is very attractive. Blow, keep blowing. But it feels really good. Radiant. I thought there would be a hemorrhage once, for this one turn. Unexpectedly, the price was extremely small. It took more than 600,000 yuan to get it all done. Such a big gain. As a result, the whole consumption was only 600,000. Earn big. There is no way to restrain the light of one turn. As a matter of fact, Chu Shan's one-turn light is more dazzling than anyone else's. Inside the central office. This fluctuation, someone turned one just now. It's Chu Shan, he passed the assessment of Spider Canyon, and his level directly broke level 100. Damn, where did this child come from? This movement, this fluctuation, brother Xiao, to be honest, I'm jealous, why don't you give him to me? In the central office, a group of Dharma protectors and mentors all showed shock. Breaking through all the dungeon checkpoints in a short period of time doesn't count, it's still one turn, and the movement is still so loud. What is the profession of this fairy child? Old Xiao, what occupation is this kid? I happen to be short of a disciple, how about you give it to me? In front of the camera, the law enforcement officers began to rob people. Xiao Tianming also smiled, if you have the ability, you can grab it. If I say no, I'm not even human. Hey? Does that mean you agree? Liu Liang's eyes lit up. Agree, why don't I agree? Xiao Tianming smiled peacefully. If you have the ability, go talk to him about it. See if you die or not. I have experienced the strength of the girl next to the child. The one-time rebirth talisman is a waste on my side, and you are still guarding your rebirth talisman. Get Fed as soon as possible. Fair and reasonable. Old Xiao, why do I feel that your smile is a bit malicious? After all, Liu Liang is old and mature, and he can still see the evil intentions hidden under Xiao Zinshan's smile. No, how could it be? Go, I'll cheer you up. That is to say, Liu Liang was really moved. However, he is not stupid. Although his strength was slightly weaker than that of Xiao Zhanshen, he quickly noticed the dangerous aura. The sense of crisis that sent chills down the spine made Liu Liang shiver fiercely. The public transaction area is here. It is here that Chu Shan completed the transaction and made the first turn on the spot. The one-turn light cannot be restrained, and the powerful light makes many nearby professionals notice it. Everyone in the dungeon hall is a great cause, and the professionals present are all knowledgeable. But even they have never seen such a grand one-turn screen. Damn it, who is this kid? It's such a big show in just one turn. A seemingly handsome young man was startled. He looked at Chu Shan carefully, and then prepared to go up to have a conversation. Young Master Xian, I advise you not to go there. A female voice came from behind. Who? Who? Qi Xian turned around. Oh, it's you. The source of the female voice is Chu Shan's exclusive tour guide, Hu Wan. Okay, let's listen to you this time. Qi Xian was not very happy at first, but after a moment of silence, he followed Hu Wan's suggestion and walked away a few steps. Take it as repaying your favor at that time. From now on, we happen to be in debt. When he came to the bench, Qi Xian felt relieved. Originally, we owe nothing to each other, Hu Wan said. You are free and easy, but I am still very curious, who is that kid, and is it worth asking for favors like me for him? Qi Xian became curious. If it wasn't for Hu Wan, replace it with someone else. Feel sorry. The young master didn't give face just now. Who is he? Have you heard of the talent recommended by God of War Xiao Tianming? You mean it's him? He just cleared the copy of Spider Canyon, the difficulty of hell, 2 people cleared it. That's right, it only took a cup of milk tea. You should know what it means, so I advise you not to mess with him. You can't afford it. Grass, you should have said it earlier. Qi Xian looked scared. You said earlier. Didn't I know it a long time ago? This is where you come to me for favors. It is clear that I owe you a favor again. Chapter 34. Chu Shan can't provoke such a person. Not to mention the potential shown by Chu Shan, just talking about Xiao Tianming and Xiao God of War, he is not able to move. Okay, I won't stay here anymore, I'm leaving, and I'll thank you again when I have a chance. Chu Shan cupped his hands, originally thinking of going over to say hello and have a conversation. After thinking about it, forget it. Say goodbye to Hu Wan here. Goodbye to you. It's pretty sensible. Hu Wan watched Chu Shan leave. Then she thought about it. Then they walked towards Chu Shan. Mr. Chu Shan, congratulations, you are now entering the domain of a dictator. Hu Wan came over to congratulate her. Oh, thank you. Chu Shan didn't have much to say. Mainly, I don't know what to say to such a girl. After all, she is not one of Christina's kind. I have been with Christina for a long time, and I can say anything and anything, just open my mouth. But Hu Wan, this professional tour guide is just a stranger after all. It's annoying. I am chatting with my master about Happy. This annoying stupid woman keeps coming to make trouble. Are professionals in this era so boring? I said I don't need you to lead the way. What are you doing here? Christina can't hide her emotions. Displeasure was written all over his face. If there is no Chu Shan by your side, it's hard to tell if she's going to go on a killing spree. Hu Wan was also very embarrassed. She felt that this guy and the woman beside him were too difficult to get in touch with. Please. I am not the enemy. For the sake of my enthusiasm. Don't reject people thousands of miles away, okay? Hey. Now it's getting harder and harder to do the job. The industry is so hot that money is hard to earn. I mean, after turning 1, you have the basic conditions to set foot in the battlefield outside the territory. I don't know what your plan is in this respect. Hu Wan asked. Is it an extraterritorial battlefield? Chu Shan pondered. Extraterritorial battlefield. There is a semester in the textbook dedicated to this area of the lot. Similar to the neutral zone of the copy. There are entry-level restrictions. The level 1 extraterritorial battlefield is only allowed to enter the professional level from 1 to 1 to the full level. In the extraterritorial battlefield, you can get any resources you want. Crisis and opportunity coexist. At the same time, it is also an important place for major countries to compete for resources. Anyone with one turn. It is indispensable to go to the battlefield outside the territory, and Chu Shan is certainly no exception. Of course, I will go there later when I prepare. However, I don't plan to form a team with others. I have my own teammates. Chu Shan replied. Really? It takes only a cup of milk tea to clear the 3 levels of the copy of Spider Canyon. Such a fairy. It really doesn't bother to team up with people. Then don't you need to understand the situation on the battlefield? The detailed information, the distribution of forces, the branch of the dungeon and the information, etc., especially the distribution of the level of the dungeon, wouldn't it be good to find someone to cooperate with these? Hu Wan tried to win over. Okay. That's right. Hu Wan. Occupation, Leaf Archer. Level, 1 to 21. She is 1 year older than Chu Shan, and as a senior who awakened last year, she is considered a leader among the elite. Currently, I am working as a part-time student here because of the cost of equipment. Hu Wan's Battlefield Guild. It is Xiao Shan Yayu. It is a private battlefield guild organized by women and only accepting female professionals. The extraterritorial battlefield is very difficult. Raiders are very difficult. The guild needed strong foreign aid, and such elites as Chu Shan were of course within the scope of Hu Wan's help. It's just a preliminary cooperation. We will provide you with the necessary information, including our Xiao Shan Yayu's experience in the battlefield over the years and so on. In contrast, when we are in need, Please ask Mr. Chu Shan not to be stingy to help us. Reciprocal cooperation. Wait until the novice period is over, until you gradually start to adapt to the way of life in the battlefield. Isn't it good to act alone? By the way, supplies. In the battlefield, supplies are more difficult to obtain. We will ensure the supply of supplies. In summary, in the battlefield area, multiple friends means multiple paths. Huan is selling well. What is proposed is only a policy of temporary cooperation. It's okay if it's just the early stage. Well, I agree. Chu Shan nodded. Fresh, as expected of a fairy. Huan was happy. Immortal. Chu Shan was taken aback, not understanding what Huan was talking about. Don't care, don't care. Huan quickly waved her hand, indicating that this is not the point. The partnership is established. Then the two sides are no longer the simple tour guide relationship before. Chu Shan, can I call you by your name directly? Casual. Then, this is my number, please add it, and if you want to leave later, please contact me, and I will take you there with me. Huan said. Can. Chu Shan and Huan added Fidian to each other. Made an appointment. Then Huan went to get ready. Master, you just promised her like this? I always find it troublesome. Christina said. Until there is nothing objectionable. She just felt that there was nothing to be afraid of in a mere turn 1 battlefield. It's mainly for the information of the battlefield dungeon. After all, people are not familiar with the place there, so it is also necessary to find a familiar guide. Chu Shan explained. Buying a map in the battlefield is not an easy task. The battlefield climate is changeable. Many special locations, dungeons. Sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. Like a desert, the location is uncertain. Buy a map in this terrain. The statute of limitations will not exceed 1 week. In fact, the battlefield map is not easy to get outside. You can only get it when you enter the battlefield. In short, things are so happily decided. At noon, I simply ate some food in the cafeteria. Rested for half an hour. Prepare enough lollipops, nougat, peanut candy, and other snacks for Christina. Then at the appointed time, I met Huan at the station. The three of them took a car together and headed to the battlefield outside the territory. This is a relatively long distance. Arrived at the destination, turned into a flight, and after flying for a certain distance, this finally reached the destination. A deserted Goba beach. Entrance. It's a dark vortex. Unlike the entrance crystal of the dungeon, the extraterritorial battlefield is actually the real world, and this black vortex is actually just some kind of transmission link. Surrounding the vortex is a simple town for professionals. Professionals who enter and leave the battlefield will temporarily rest in this small town. Okay, here we are, my guild friends will be waiting there, the climate over there is more comfortable than here. Huan introduced. Okay, let's go then. Chu Shan nodded. Chapter 35. Professionals are detected, the level is limited from 1 to 1, and allowed to pass. With such hints in mind, Chu Shan and Christina passed through this battlefield vortex. Outside the entrance of the vortex, there is a desert environment of sand dunes and gobi. But the inner exit side is a city with pleasant scenery. The stone city in the medieval style has a unique style. Xiaowan. Xiaowan. Wan. The exit is a wide square with many pedestrians around. Many young and beautiful women greeted them and greeted Huan. Sister Li, Sister Zhen, Sister Chuan, I'm back. By the way, let me introduce to you, this is the immortal recommended by Xiao Zhanshen, named Chu Shan. That girl is his companion, probably a bodyguard or something. Huan greeted these young and beautiful girls. And made an introduction. Chu Shan, these are my friends from Xiao Shan Yau. Sister Li is the president of the guild, Sister Zhen is the vice president, and Sister Chuan is in the field. Hu Wan briefly introduced. It's Chu Shan, right? I've heard Xiao Wan mention you a long time ago. It's really good to be a hero. You are welcome to the battlefield outside the territory. Welcome. Li Lan, Feng Ziuchen, and Ying Chuan greeted Chu Shan politely. 3 occupations. Chu Shan also checked through the system's investigation function. Li Lan. Identity, the president of Xiaoshan Night Rain Guild. Occupation, Pioneer Guard, Milk Ride. Level, 1 to level 73. Feng Ziuchen. Status, Vice President of Xiaoshan Night Rain Guild. Occupation, Flash Prophet, Chain Method. Level, 1 to level 75. Ying Chuan. Identity, Field Work in Xiaoshan Yayu. Occupation, Demon War, Assassin Branch. Level, 1 to level 71. Hello, hello. Chu Shan responded politely. It's really not bad, but it's a pity that our guild's regulations do not accept boys, otherwise I will definitely persuade you to join our guild. By the way, the rules are set by the president, so you can persuade the president to change it, big sister, right? Ying Chuan is a field worker with a more cheerful personality. She also thinks that Chu Shan is very handsome, which fits her aesthetics very well. Give me some peace, don't talk nonsense. Li Lan glared at her. I'm sorry, Junior Chu Shan, this guy is just so outspoken, don't take it wrong. Li Lan apologized. It's a small matter. Chu Shan didn't care. Then, let's go to the station here. In detail, Xiao Wan told me that you are a newcomer to the foreign battlefield. You don't know much about the situation here, and you need first-hand information. I have arranged for Ying Chuan to handle this matter before, and all the materials you need are ready. You can take a look. Li Lan said. Handed a set of documents to Chu Shan. Really unambiguous. Just give it. Chu Shan was also polite, and brought the materials and began to look through them. We Xiaoshan Yayu have been in this foreign battlefield for many years, and we have accumulated some experience. We have a general understanding of the power distribution, instance distribution, wild monster distribution, public boss distribution, and refresh situation here over the years, and I hope it will be helpful to you. Li Lan introduced. The information is really comprehensive, thank you, I will remember this favor. Chu Shan put away the information. There's no need to deliberately remember these things. It's right to come out and help each other. Li Lan smiled. In short, don't be in a hurry to venture out, first come to the station to familiarize yourself with the environment. Thank you. Xiaoshan Night Rain. Here in the extraterritorial battlefield, it is a very famous guild. Naturally, the reputation of a gathering place for beauties is not small. In fact, Xiaoshan Yayu is not only a beautiful woman like a cloud, but also her own strength should not be underestimated. Inside the guild, there are many members like Li Lan and the others who have reached level 1 to 70. Even though this level is still a long way from level 1 to the full level. It is not possible to talk about dominating the battlefield, but with so many people added up, coupled with efficient internal unity, it has become an indispensable force in the battlefield world. This force, their whereabouts. It is very popular. Oh, isn't that Xiaoshan Yayu's president Li Lan and her 2 attendants? Here to welcome your companions? Damn, there's actually a man. No way, when did Xiaoshan Yayu change its name? Didn't it say that male members are not accepted? Oh, it's not because he is handsome, so he made an exception on purpose. Li Lan, this guy, is he depraved? The other professionals around showed ambiguous eyes. Some people simply whistled. Young Master Xian, why don't you say anything? You always like to make jokes about this guild. Such a good opportunity, why don't you say anything? Next to the square, a slightly familiar figure stood here. Who are you laughing at? Chu Shan? I think you have lived enough. Chu Shan sneered and glared at the few young men beside him who didn't think it was a big deal. What do you mean? Listen to this tone. This is not like the usual young master of the Qi family. Young Master Shen, do you know each other? I know a fart, but I know who he is. Have you heard of the talent recommended by Xiao Zhanshen recently? It's him. Xiao Zhanshen. Xiao Tianming's reputation here in the foreign battlefield is also like thunder. Of course I heard, it turned out to be a little boy. It's really surprising. But this is an extraterritorial battlefield. No matter how powerful Xiao Zhanshen is, he can't break the rules and come here. You are afraid of the little boy recommended by him. What are you afraid of? Everyone disagrees. Qi Xian looked at this group of people like idiots. Then do you know that he has cleared the instance of Spider Canyon before, and the two of them have cleared 3 levels in the time of a cup of milk tea? I rely on it. The faces of the group changed immediately. No way. Where did this fairy come from? Typical medieval stone town. The scenery is unique. Of course, the way of life here is mostly the kind of life in the Middle Ages. There are no electric lights and water heaters with modern technology, everything is very primitive, but because of this, it has a unique style. Xiao Shan Yayu's camp is in a certain big village on the west side of the city. There are indeed many young and beautiful girls gathered here. The general situation is these. In the environment of the extraterritorial battlefield, these are the things that need to be paid attention to. You are very strong, and you don't need to pay too much attention to other aspects. Li Lan introduced the situation on the battlefield to Chu Shan. Then people pushed 2 carts of supplies. It's full of blood bottles and blue potions. These items can be abundantly produced in our country, but they are more difficult to obtain here on the battlefield. Even if someone specializes in back and forth trade, the supply is in short supply. After all, the killing here is too dense. Not only professionals and wild monsters, but also between people, national professionals and professionals from other countries. In short, let's treat it as startup funds. Please accept this batch of supplies. Li Lan said. Herbs. Drug. On the battlefield outside the territory, it is hard currency. Works better than gold. Chapter 36. This kind of enthusiasm, it is hard not to remind Chu Shan of more aspects. After all, the meaning of pleasing is too obvious. Of course Li Lan didn't hide anything. Yes. She just showed her affection to Chu Shan again. Why not? The relationship between Xiao Tianming and God of War, as well as the impressive record of 2 people entering the Spider Canyon dungeon alone, breaking through all 3 levels within the time of drinking a cup of milk tea. It was enough for Li Lan to show all her kindness. This is investing in people. Of course Li Lan would not deny it. It's not too early to say what kind of favor it is. To tell you the truth, at this stage, neither we nor you will need this batch of supplies, so we can only store them for now. So my supplies may have some other intentions. Li Lan shrugged. With a regretful expression. What do you mean? Chu Shan didn't understand. Besieged by wild beasts. Li Lan. Beast? Siege. Beast, surrounded this stone city? That's exactly what it means. Nothing to prove, come and see for yourself. Li Lan took Chu Shan up to the watchtower of their guild. Stand on the tower. The scenery outside the city is unobstructed. And at this very moment, as far as the eye can see, there is a vast black area around the city, full of all kinds of beasts and wild monsters. 3-headed magic wolf, green elite. Level, 1 to level 50. Hellfire beast, green elite. Level, 1 to level 60. Earth crazy bear, green elite. Level, 1 to level 65. Black striped flying snake, purple elite. Level, 1 to level 65. All kinds of wild monsters, looking around, countless. These wild monsters are not afraid of a few of them alone. But this number, too many, can't be beaten. Li Lan showed worry. They are trapped in this stone city. It's been a week. Fortunately, this city has a black vortex with entrances and exits. Let them be free to return to the real world to buy food and other supplies. However, it was almost unbearable. The scary thing is that the number of these wild monsters is still increasing sharply. According to this speed, it is only a matter of time before Stone City is breached. And once the Stone City is breached, it means that our Daliang Kingdom has one less entrance to the battlefield outside the territory. It is conceivable how much loss this is to our country. After all, the entrance and exit, this is a non-renewable resource. Li Lan said worriedly. They stay here. Just to keep the last line. But if it is really a last resort, it can only be a collective evacuation. I'm sorry, you saw such hopeless things just after you came to the battlefield. Li Lan said apologetically. But she can't help it. Because this kind of thing is beyond her control. Looking at the city defense, it seems that everyone is sharing. Is your guild responsible for the city wall here? Chu Shan asked. Yes, Junior Chu Shan, your observation skills are really good. That's right, it's an extraordinary time, and everyone works together, that's the only way to go. Li Lan said. Well, your casualties must not be small. How about it, don't give me that batch of supplies. I don't need that kind of stuff. Let's distribute it to those who need it. Chu Shan said. Ah? No, brother Chu Shan, it's good that you are doing this, but it seems that I have become a villain instead. I didn't mean to give this box of supplies to others on purpose, and then I knew you would definitely return it to me. I never thought about such a thing. Li Lan quickly explained. This is actually not the point. Everyone's partnership. Chu Shan only pictures their information. Others. Is it that important? Chu Shan didn't care what Senior Li Lan thought. What he's thinking about now are these wild monsters. Such a large number of wild monsters. This is a huge experience value. Moreover, according to the city. Instead, you can take this opportunity to increase your total number of skeletons. Sister Li Lan, I'll help you eliminate some wild monsters. You won't have any objection that I steal experience. Chu Shan turned his head and said. How come? I'll let Sagittarius help you lure the monster, Atian. Li Lan said hastily. No surprises. A rookie who just came to the battlefield. Destroying the wild monsters by yourself is also a good way to get a preliminary grasp of the level and quality of the wild monsters on the battlefield. Everyone new to the battlefield would do this, so Li Lan was not surprised at all. No, I can do it myself. Chu Shan. Do it yourself. Li Lan didn't understand what Chu Shan meant. But she soon understood and was dumbfounded. Chu Shan came to the city wall. Looking at the densely packed and countless wild monsters and beasts outside the city wall. Then he opened his summoning space. Released all the more than 10,000 natural disaster skeletons in the space. More than 10,000 natural disaster skeletons. Standing under the wall. Densely lined up in a row. There was a gloomy and cold atmosphere, as if the surrounding temperature had been forced to drop several degrees. Here, you summoned so many summoned objects. Li Lan was dumbfounded. More than 10,000 skeletons. That lineup. That amount. All the professionals here in Stone City add up, and there are not so many of them now. Chu Shan summoned so many skeleton soldiers by himself. This kind of calling profession. Never heard of it before. No way, is this the secret of his breaking through the instance of Spider Canyon? Hu Wan was also dumbfounded. Huan knows that Chu Shan is very strong. But I didn't expect him to be so strong. Carry tens of thousands of skulls with you. Not to mention fighting, it's scary just looking at it. But in such a situation, the guards who fell on the other city walls, the eyes of other guild members were also frightened for a while. It was him, that Zhan Shenxiao, who recommended it. It's the immortal bull who broke through the 3 major barriers of Spider Canyon. I'm going to go, so many skeletons, he can't really be a god, can he have so many units? Young Master Xian, Brother Xian, is this really the case? People were dumbfounded. I have never heard of a summoning professional who can summon so many summoning units in one go. Where did this come from? Experience, it's clearly cheating. Qi Xian was of course also dumbfounded. Qi Xian knew that Chu Shan was powerful, but he never thought that he would be so powerful. The scene of tens of thousands of people. The visual impact is too strong. Chapter 37. There are summoning jobs. And there are many types, like elementalists, druids, hunters, etc., all of which have the ability to summon their own special pet summoned beasts. However, the maximum number of them summoned at one time will not exceed 10. They had never heard of such a dark scene before them, let alone seen it. No wonder Xiao Zhanshen recommended him. With so many summons, he is worthy of being recommended by Zhanshen. Qi Xian convinced. I am really convinced. Damn it, if Huan hadn't kindly reminded me that day, in case I accidentally contradicted this great god when I went up. When he gets angry and summons so many younger brothers to attack me, why don't I die? Qi Xian felt a chill in his heart. Subconsciously edited a message and sent it to Huan. Ask her out for dinner one day and express her gratitude. It's quite scary, but a large number doesn't mean that the attack power is also strong. Young Master Xian doesn't need to make others want to destroy his own prestige. Yes, let's have a look first. At this time, the beasts outside the city also noticed the sudden appearance of skeletons. The instinct of the beasts makes them smell the beginning of war. They all let out terrifying roars and approached slowly. Kill! On the city wall, Chu Shan snapped his fingers lightly. Under the city wall, the skeletons attacked. They spread out with sudden rapidity. Charged fiercely. With one lunge, he rushed to the front of the beast, and immediately raised the knife and dropped it. With one scythe, the head of a monster was beheaded. Immediately afterwards, the scythe was raised again. Killed another one. The collective charge of tens of thousands of skeletons. In a blink of an eye, 20,000 to 30,000 beasts died in a pool of blood. Really just a blink of an eye. It wasn't even time for a sip of water. Chu Shan looked at his system prompt bar, frequently brushing up experience prompts. Kill 3 demon wolves and get 440 experience points. Kill the Hellfire Beast and get 460 experience points. Kill the Earth Mad Bear and get 470 experience points. Kill the Black Striped Flying Snake and get 475 experience points. Kill 3 Demon Wolves and get 440 experience points. Kill the Hellfire Beast and get 460 experience points. Kill the Earth Mad Bear and get 470 experience points. Kill the Black Striped Flying Snake and get 475 experience points. Skeletons kill monsters very efficiently. All are one knife. Occasionally, there will be wild beasts taking advantage of the chaos to launch a counterattack. But their tiny attack, their feeble destructive power. Even the skeleton's defense couldn't be broken. On the contrary, the skeleton's backhand scythe will kill them again. The war between the two sides seemed to be doomed from the very beginning. And at this time, the skeleton's skill had an effect. Exclusive skills. In fact, many corpses hacked to death by skeletons. After the explosion, stand up one by one skeletons. Exactly the same sickle skull. Wielding a scythe, join the army of skeletons, instead hacking and killing its original companions. A skeleton without thinking, completely transformed into a killing machine. It's only a few minutes. The total number of skeletons has soared from over 10,000 to over 15,000. It's like a virus. Visible to the naked eye. Spread quickly. I rely on. Is this really summoning pets? The brutal scene stunned all the professionals on the city wall. Everyone was quiet, not knowing what to say. At this time, there was a loud beast roar in the distance. The herd scattered. A huge rhinoceros beast rushed over ferociously. This rhinoceros-like beast is covered with shiny fish scale armor, with rough skin and thick flesh. The rhinoceros horn is half as hard as King Kong, and everything it collides with during the charge will be easily smashed into powder by it. The weight is even more amazing. Every time it takes a step, it will step out of an obvious deep hole on the ground. It's a thunderfire beast. It's a thunderfire beast. This guy is indeed here too. Damn it, it's been hiding under other beasts. This thing is still there, it's over now. The professionals on the city wall screamed. Thunderfire fierce beast. It seemed to awaken everyone's deep and terrible memories. Even Li Lan, Feng Ziuchen, and Ying Chuan all turned pale in an instant. Thunderfire beast. It's over, the city wall may not be safe. This kind of beast is charging, and nothing can stop them. Pass the order, everyone is ready to fight, ready for hand-to-hand combat. Li Lan hurriedly shouted command. At the same time, the information of Thunderfire Beast appeared in Chu Shan's mind. Thunderfire Beast, Golden Ordinary, Boss Type. Level, 1 to 110. A small boss at the Golden Leader level. This level. With such strength, it is no wonder that everyone is so flustered. Chu Shan sees. Many skeletons that were hit along the road were also knocked away one after another. The impact is not small, very scary. But it didn't work. Chu Shan's skeleton, with a 72-fold increase in excellent defense, will not be defeated like this. The skeleton that fell on the ground got up like a normal person, and then launched a fierce attack again. Cut it, Chu Shan yelled. Whoosh whoosh. The skeletons rushed forward, charging at an extremely fast speed. Then swing the scythe. Several skeletons swung several knives respectively. Then, the Thunderfire Beast fell into a pool of blood and died. Kill the Thunderfire Beast, get 2000 experience points. Get Battlefield Meritorious Service, 100 points. A hint that appeared in Chu Shan's mind. A meritorious service on the battlefield. Chu Shan remembered that Li Lan had mentioned this to him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Died. This is dead. On the city wall, the flustered professionals. It was a moment of silence. Who can believe it? A fierce beast that no one can handle when charging, was hacked to death with just a few knives. That's a boss-level monster. These skeletons are so powerful in individual combat? And Chu Shan owns tens of thousands of such skeletons. The professionals were astonished, but also terrified. Is he really a novice? It's a god, this guy is definitely a god. I knelt down, and now I really understand what it means to have a sky beyond the sky. With so many of us, it will be difficult to form a team to fight dozens of wild monsters. He alone can kill tens of thousands of monsters. Chapter 38. Who can tell me what his occupation is? An SS-level hidden job? There must be more than that. With these skeletons, the siege of the Beast Siege is about to be resolved. Where did Xiao Zhanshen find this fairy? My god, Xiao Shan Yayu's people are smart enough. No, I have to find a way to get along with this fairy. On the city wall, more and more professionals boarded the tower, feeling surrendered in front of this magnificent battle. The power of the natural disaster skeleton is too strong. Not to mention killing wild monsters in seconds, he hacked to death the little boss with a few knives. That's one of the top bosses here in the extraterritorial battlefield, okay? He's obviously a newcomer, but he's so fierce when he first arrived. Especially after seeing for the wild monster unit hacked to death by skeletons, new skeletons will pop out from the corpses. The weird scene left people with nothing but fear. This is disaster. Fortunately, he is our friend. If he is an enemy, no force in this extraterritorial battlefield can withstand such an impact. Li Lan was shocked. In the face of these many surprises, which are equivalent to praise, Christina has a natural expression. One's own master is of course extremely powerful. A mere rank 1 professional dares to compare himself with his master. Isn't this comparing stones with gems? At this time, on the hillside of the cross in the distance, Madomon, which symbolizes the beast camp, beat the army drum on its body. The loud sound of the military drum stimulated more wild monsters to continue to surround them from all directions. Muduo Beast, Purple Elite. Level, 1 to level 80. Remarks: the characteristic elite level wild monsters of the extraterritorial battlefield, its war drum will attract many wild monsters to fight for it. On the frontal battlefield, in the process of large-scale military battles, the threat posed by a Mudo beast is no worse than that of a small boss. This is the monster information of President Li Lan and the others, and it is their evaluation of this monster. Chu Shan looked down at the data book in his hand. Then observed the situation on the other side. Looking at it now, it's really just like what they said. This elite unit that hides behind and continues to summon wild monsters is insidious, and it can indeed bring a lot of trouble to professionals. However, its summoning is more similar to gathering, rather than summoning out of thin air. It just brings together the beasts that already existed. The snare drum works well, but it also has a range of influence. It doesn't mean much to me. Chu Shan originally wanted to let this guy continue to recruit companions. But now it seems that it is not meaningful. Okay, let me speed up and finish you off. Chu Shan closed the file. Then raise your wrist. Poisonous energy began to gather in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, Chu Shan threw it hard. Natural disaster level skills. Toxic field, activate. Boom. The poison exploded on the battlefield. It caused an explosion in a very large area, and the super high attack ability poisoned more than 60 beasts in the area to death on the spot. Kill 3 demon wolves and get 440 experience points. Kill the Hellfire Beast and get 460 experience points. Kill the Earth Mad Bear and get 470 experience points. Kill the Black Striped Flying Snake and get 475 experience points. Kill 3 Demon Wolves and get 440 experience points. Kill the Hellfire Beast and get 460 experience points. The experience value refreshes the screen. It's not bad. The highly poisonous field after the upgrade has nearly 50,000 points of instant damage. It's true that no one can resist it. Chu Shan smiled with satisfaction. Then, continue to release skills. Boom. The poison exploded again. The explosion range is very large, wider than the range of the mage's explosion flame. Within the range of the explosion, another wave of more than 50 ferocious beasts were killed on the spot. Kill 3 demon wolves and get 440 experience points. Kill the Hellfire Beast and get 460 experience points. Kill the Earth Mad Bear and get 470 experience points. Kill the Black Striped Flying Snake and get 475 experience points. Kill 3 Demon Wolves and get 440 experience points. Kill the Hellfire Beast and get 460 experience points. The experience swipes the screen again. Continue. Chu Shan specifically picks places where there are a lot of wild monsters to project poisonous explosions. Each poison explosion will directly clear an area. Kill the enemy. However, it won't affect your own people. 7 or 8 skills down. The hordes of beasts that had been hacked to the point of being unable to resist by the natural disaster skeletons collapsed visibly to the naked eye. Corpses, and more. All are the corpses of beasts. With so much material, Chu Shan certainly won't miss it. I have a lot of mana now, and I have enough blue potions, so I will recruit them all at once. Chu Shan raised his wrist and silently recited the skill in his heart, Summon Skeleton. Crash! Crash! On the battlefield, thousands of corpses exploded, and cold skeletons stood up one by one. Chu Shan drank the blue potion to replenish the mana, and then summoned again. Back and forth many times. Scourge skeletons on the battlefield. There will be more than 30,000 more. Horrible. This is simply a nightmare. Fortunately, Chu Shan is on our side. If it's the enemy, our stone city won't last 10 minutes. 10 minutes? It's over in 1 minute. Can you resist the poison explosion skill? My god, we always thought that Chu Shan was a summoner and could only rely on summoned objects to fight. Now we know that his offensive magic is also terrible. The poison explosion skill, its lethality, and the scope of its impact are stronger than that of a mage. Who can handle it? On the city wall, all the professionals were terrified. This ability, this profession. It's simply not something they can compete with. But some people are right, there is Chu Shan here. The animal horde crisis in Stone City can be considered resolved. Go on, attack. Chu Shan continued to order the attack. The cold-blooded skeleton warriors continued to hack and kill tirelessly, harvesting the lives on the battlefield. Their number has grown from a little over 10,000 to more than 60,000 now. In terms of number, it has basically equaled the number of beast hordes. The front line was torn apart greatly, and the cross hillside was also successfully captured by the skeleton soldiers before. Makudaman commanding the tide of beasts on the hillside of the cross. Torn to pieces by 2 skeletons. Monster siege. A total of 150,000 wild monster units have been used in total. Kill to the end. These 150,000 wild monster units all turned into Chu Shan's natural disaster skeletons. In total, 163,232 skeletons. At this time, Chu Shan checks his level information again. Chu Shan. Level, 1 to level 65. Chapter 39. The 150,000 wild monster units are enough for Chu Shan to upgrade from 1 to 1 to 1 to 65. An average of 2,340 wild monsters is needed to raise one level. Is this upgrade condition too harsh? Not harsh. Normally speaking, professionals who work a little harder can complete the task of hunting 100 wild monsters in 1 hour. Team up with people, and the hunting efficiency will be faster in monster-intensive areas. On average, it is not difficult for a person who works a little harder to hunt and kill about 1,000 wild monster units a day. This is the data after excluding the equal share of team experience. Of course, for those who don't work hard enough, 500 per day is no big problem. And if you have a good family, provide a good sparring team, and all the experience belongs to the individual, then the number of monsters killed every day should be even more, multiplying. So Chu Shan has 150,000 wild monsters, and he can rise to level 65 in seconds. There is evidence to follow. From level 1 to level 65, I got another 320 free allocation points at this moment. My active skill Poison Domain is linked to mental strength, so naturally all these free points should be added to this skill. Chu Shan. Upgrading will also increase the points of each attribute. 1 turn 65, plus all the free points. Now Chu Shan's spiritual power has increased to 930 plus 128 plus 320 equals 1378 points. The free skill points have also got 64 points, and you can add skills at will. Chu Shan. Speaking of skills, it seems like my ability to summon Scourge skeleton archers has never been used. Now that there are so many corpse materials, I can see the specific level of this natural disaster skeleton shooter. Chu Shan waved his hand. Activate the skill to summon the skeleton archer. Not far away. The skeleton of a beast exploded. A white skull rose from it. Unlike scourge skeletons, the skeleton archer held a crossbow instead of a sickle. Bursts of crossbow arrows. And on the waist, there is another machete hanging. There is also a round metal shield on the back. This weapon configuration means that even after being approached by someone, it is possible to carry out melee combat. Chu Shan checked the attributes of the skeleton shooter. Natural disaster skeleton shooter. Level 14, skill level. Damage 1200 to 1440. Defense 800. Magic resistance 800. Life 2880. Magic 2400. Skill. 1 death shot, single shot causes 200% damage of attack power, CD 2 seconds, consumption 0. 2 immortal body, scattered into bones after life is deducted, revived after 60 seconds, life magic is full, CD 6 hours. 3 powerful strike, passive skill, passively increases the long-range attack power of the shooter unit by 30%. 4 infection, wild monsters killed by natural disaster skeletons have a 15% chance to become similar natural disaster skeletons. 5 self-explosion, consume all mana, self-explosion, causing damage 10 times the attack power to all units within 50 yards nearby. This skill can be used in conjunction with the undead skill. After receiving a 72-fold increase in the halo increase, the data immediately skyrocketed. Level 14, after the halo boost. Damage, 86,400 to 103,680. Defense, 57,600. Magic resistance, 57,600. Life, 207,360. Magic, 172,800. Very strong. This value. Sorry, alone is a double defense, no one can break it. 72 times increase. Compared to this effect. This is very obvious. With my amplification aura skill, even ordinary subordinate units can become stronger directly. Now the measurement data is of little significance to me. What I want to see is the skill configuration. Chu Shan. The skill configuration of Scourge Skeleton Archer. Also vary against the sky. And like the natural disaster skeleton, it has the characteristic of immortality. It can also self-destruct. All in all, the real magical effect is that this is a shooting unit for long-range attacks. The attack range is very far. Longer than Scourge Skeleton hands. Overall very easy to use. It's still worthy of my expectations. Since this is the case, I will first fill up the 64 points of the skill in the poison domain, and then add the marksman skill for the rest. Chu Shan made a plan. Start adding skill levels. Toxic field skill level. Currently, 24, 11 plus 13. Chu Shan allocated 39 points for this skill. The result is 63, 50 plus 13. There are 15 skill points left. Chu Shan then summoned the skeleton archer. Summon shooter level, 29, 16 plus 13. Very poisonous field, LV 63. Description: release venom energy to attack. The energy ball explodes after hitting the target, causing group injuries within 700 yards of the nearby range, and causing a highly poisonous state. The first damage is mental power 90, and the poisoning state will cause mental power 10 damage every second, lasting for 10 minutes. Remarks: the poisoning effect cannot be immune and cannot be treated. Instant damage with mental power *90, with my current mental power, the instantaneous damage is more than 124,000. Let's not talk about rank 1, people with rank 2 can't stand this value. Chu Shan. If the follow-up poisonous injury is counted, the effect is even more terrifying. New skills can be unlocked when the skill level reaches level 50. Poison field skills have exceeded level 64. New skills emerge. Bone armor. Sure enough, this is also the set of Necromancers. Chu Shan. 5 signatures of the Necromancer. Skeleton, poison explosion, bone soul, bone armor, corpse explosion. It is impossible to get around this circle. But, obviously, Chu Shan's gains are not limited to this. Really? The sound of the system soon followed. Congratulations, you have mastered the new skill Bone Armor. Congratulations, you have triggered the natural disaster level luck, the skill has been upgraded, and the Bone Armor skill has been upgraded to Natural Disaster Armor. Armor of Scourge. The name sounds extraordinary. Armor of Natural Disasters. Description: release bone energy to form an invisible armor field around the body, which can absorb all damage suffered by the caster, and the upper limit of absorption is the caster's mental power *50. Very useful skill. This skill instantly made up for Chu Shan's lack of defense in mage classes. Absorbs damage according to the level of mental power. That is to say, the higher my spiritual power, the higher the damage I can absorb. The coefficient is 50, and the current damage received is 69,000. Who can hit me? Chu Shan was pleasantly surprised. Under the skill increase of the equipment, the skill of Scourge Armor has been raised to level 14. The injury factor has also increased to 64. Chapter 40. It's amazing, it's amazing. Student Chu Shan, I understand why you were able to get through the perverted copy of Spider Canyon. You have nothing to say. The city gate opened. All the beasts outside were wiped out. The professionals enjoyed the joy of victory and also basked in the shock brought by Chu Shan. Needless to say, in the future our Daliang kingdom will definitely rise up a god of war, a super god of war. Li Lan walked over and said in admiration. God of war, it's still early. Chu Shan waved his hand. The level of god of war. Without a rank 9, who would have the guts to put this title on their own head? And 9 turns. Don't look at Chu Shan's rapid upgrade speed during this time. In fact, the further you go, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Unless there is a special opportunity, a series of special good luck, otherwise, if he wants to rush to rank 9 quickly, even he himself can only do it step by step. It's getting late. If you don't even have hope to challenge the new god of war, then others have no hope. Li Lan said truthfully. Of course. With such efficiency, such a fierce skeleton army, it is almost certain that Chu Shan will become the god of war. Such a god is not the god of war in the future, so who is the god of war? To put it bluntly, Xiao Zhanshen was not as fierce as he is now. God of war is scheduled. Chu Shan, don't be humble, any modesty will be hypocritical. Feng Xiuchen said. Yes, no matter how modest you are, it's hypocritical, but such a good talent, it would be a pity to miss it like this. Big sister, are you right? Ying Chuan said. What do you mean, Koizumi? Don't you understand? Of course they are incorporated into our guild. Although our guild only accepts girls, but this time is a special situation, we can make an exception, right big sister head? Ying Chuan blinked. Ah! Li Lan was speechless. And this just means that her position is not firm enough at this time. Because in the usual way, she would definitely refuse without hesitation and scold Ying Chuan. But now, she had to admit that Chu Shan was special. Okay, don't worry, Sister Li, Chu Shan won't join any guild. If it were you with this kind of ability, you wouldn't be willing to accept the bondage. Don't make things difficult for others. Hu Wan walked over and spoke calmly. Really? Li Lan calmed down, and could only smile wryly. With this kind of strength, joining a guild is meaningless. People in the guild will only become dragging oil bottles. Although I won't join the guild, cooperation is still possible. After all, I need the guild to provide some information. Chu Shan suggested a compromise. That's okay, it's not bad to have a foreign aide like a fairy like you. Li Lan smiled. It can only be said that people like Li Lan are quite sincere. Although from the very beginning, their purpose of approaching Chu Shan was because of Xiao Zhanshen and his horrible record, it was clearly for investment. However, after all, they also frankly admitted this fact, and found out all the information Chu Shan needed. From the perspective of cooperation, this is enough. At least it's much better than those who can only say that they can't do it. Xiao Shan Yao has his own strongholds in most places on the battlefield. When necessary, Chu Shan can also have a place to rest and resupply. It is also relatively cost-effective. I really didn't expect this animal horde crisis to be dealt with so easily. That's to say, Chu Shan's immortal apprentice really surprised me. When you relax, people tend to slack off. Forget it, let's clean up the dust for classmate Chu Shan. Let's have a good celebration in the stronghold today. Brother Chu Shan, you should come too. Li Lan proposed an invitation. Of course there is no need to say much about this. I just need a place to carefully organize the materials. Chu Shan nodded without refusing. He needs to sort out the information on the battlefield outside the domain. Okay, I'll let people go out and buy some ingredients and come back. By the way, Junior Chu Shan, look at your school badge, are you from Xiang High School? Li Lan asked. Xiang High School. Could it be that senior sister, you too? No, I'm from Keihu City, but in the past few years, I met a few professionals who came out of your school, and they were very enthusiastic people. But it's a pity that I didn't survive in the end. That's it. Well, the extraterritorial battlefield is still relatively dangerous. The total population of Stone City is only so large, and it affects the whole body. The problem of the beast horde has been resolved, and various guilds and professionals have different reactions. In a house in the city near the city lord's mansion, several professionals sat around here, their faces full of sadness. They are different from the happy expressions of other professionals, and the expressions of several people are very depressed and heavy. Damn it, it was a good plan, but somehow it just went to waste. The young professional with a big sword behind his back slapped the table heavily. These guys from Daliang Kingdom, originally we wanted to take this opportunity to drive all these guilds out of the battlefield, but now they are fine, and they have a chance to breathe again. The young professional with the quiver on his back also sighed. One of the two is a fighter and the other is a shooter. What should we say when the boss asks us back? We have nothing to eat if things go wrong. The weapon is a berserker with 2 battle axes. Warrior, shooter, berserker. That's right, they are spies arranged by Lingguo here in Liangguo. The key is what happened to that professional? There are so many skeletons, and the lethality is so strong, I'm afraid it will hinder us. It has already hindered us, and with his ability, it will definitely hinder our development in the future. Seriously hinder. We need to dominate the extraterritorial battlefield. This kid may be very threatening. In short, let's report this matter first. If things fail, you always have to report it. That's the only way to go first. But what if Lord Ying doesn't forgive us? He is one of the top leaders in this battlefield space. Then can we still escape? In-country channel. These spies quickly contacted their immediate superiors. Master Ying, the matter failed, sorry. Master Shadow, I'm sorry. Several people knelt on the ground, terrified. Master Ying is not very old. The whole body was shrouded in grey-black smoke. People can't see his figure clearly. Not to mention looks. Failed? You have created such favorable conditions for you, and you can't handle it well. Is this your ability to handle affairs? Master Ying was not angry. Frightened, several spies knelt down and kowtowed. My lord, calm down, my lord, calm down. It's really not our fault this time. My lord, Please listen to our explanation. Chapter 41. Are you saying that this rookie professional solved the beast tide incident this time? A lie. Where are there so many mages of summoning units in this world? Hugh is talking nonsense in front of me. Master Ying said angrily. Several spies quickly kowtowed again. My lord, what we say is true. We really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, come to Stone City to see for yourself. Everyone here has seen what happened at that time. Everyone saw it, we didn't lie. Inside the extraterritorial battlefield, one of the top seats. Who dares to lie in front of him? I will find out the truth myself, you wait here first. Master Ying was silent for a long time. Probably used the private chat channel to contact someone. After a moment, he frowned. The words were also less harsh. That's really the case. What's the origin of this kid? Master Ying asked. It is said that the talent recommended by Xiao Tianming and Xiao Zhanshen is probably an outstanding student of the dungeon hall. It is said that he has cleared the 3 levels of the dungeon in Spider Canyon with only 2 people. 2 people opened up that Spider Canyon. Click. Only a crisp sound was heard. Master Ying crushed the ring in his hand. That is the best purple legendary equipment. Added 5 skill points. It hurts him. Fortunately, there are spares. How come there are always some excellent seedlings in Daliang country? Why don't we have any in Kuraba country? Damn Xiao Tianming, he actually stuffed his people into the extraterritorial battlefield at this juncture. It's very hateful. If it wasn't like this, the night reign in Xiao Shan, the iron-blooded banner, the dynasty, and the imperial city are all about weak guilds. We will be able to destroy this entrance while their full-level professionals have no time to come back. Very hateful. This is called planning by man and accomplishing by heaven. Although the plan is good, there will always be some unexpected things. But the spies finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to this, at least the lives of some of them have been saved. Then, what should we do next, my lord? Asked the warrior spy. Stand by, I will send a group of assassins over later, and you will pass the information to these assassins for me to help them complete their operations. If this person named Chu Shan really has such strength, letting him grow up will definitely be a threat to us. Anyway, he is now standing in front of us. If we don't get rid of him, our plan can't continue to be carried out. Let's do it as soon as possible. Get rid of it. Master Ying slapped the table. My lord is wise. Okay, let's go down. Yes. Several spies led the way down. Ask Huichang to come see me. Lord Ying shouted at the people beside him. Medieval city at night. Quite regional. And of course the food too. Master, are you not used to eating these things? Christina asked. Dinner delivered in the evening. Chu Shan basically didn't move much. It made it so sweet for Christina to eat lollipops. It's because I'm not used to eating. I'd rather eat home-cooked dishes than these good things. Chu Shan frowned. For this treat, what Li Lan prepared was really good. King crab, abalone, and sea cucumber. All are high-end goods. But sorry, Chu Shan never eats these things. Chu Shan doesn't like to eat those weird things, and he only eats some freshwater fish for aquatic food, not even crabs. I know that group of mortals can't prepare good things, then master, why don't you come and eat lollipops too? Christina first complained to Li Lan. Then he hesitated and contributed a few of his lollipops. You can eat that kind of thing by yourself. I'm not you. I can't eat that stuff. Forget it. Get me some boiling water. I'll cook instant noodles. Chu Shan shook his head. Boiling water, I know. Christina got up and went out to prepare boiling water. But in my heart I muttered. What's wrong with the lollipop? It's delicious. Why can't the master eat lollipops? It is estimated that he is unwilling to rob himself. The same is true for myself. I hesitated just now. You see, the master became suspicious when he saw it. Later, I might as well put some candies next to the master. Yes, exactly. Thinking of this, Christina came back, grabbed a handful of beloved candies from her pocket, put them in front of Chu Shan and said, "Master, I don't like these, let me eat them for you." And leave. UBD. Chu Shan couldn't laugh or cry. He still doesn't know what it means. Never mind. All I can say is, let this girl play by herself. Boiling water, boiling water. Christina came out of Chu Shan's house. Then go downstairs. In front of Chu Shan, the Black Dragon Queen is cute and cute. Once out of Chu Shan's sight, she will become that proud queen again. You, go and prepare a pot of boiling water for me. She directly assigned Xiao Shan Yayu's people. Me? Me? The girl pointed to her own nose with a puzzled look on her face. Rory is so wordy, don't you hurry up. Christina frowned. Okay, I see. This girl is also short-tempered. After all, he is a distinguished guest of his guild's big sister. No matter what I do, I can't wait any longer, can I? Please wait. The girl who boiled the water went to boil the water. Christina stood there and waited. I saw suddenly. She frowned. Then listened carefully and quietly. The brows frowned even tighter. Damn it, it's not good for the master again. The guys who are looking for their own death are really lingering. Christina heard different voices. She cursed in a low voice, and then quietly disappeared into the darkness. In Stone Town. Because of the relationship just after the war, the professionals here are a little lax today. Coupled with the help from inside, a group of more than 10 black-clothed assassins successfully reached the west side of the city. The target is in this house, the priority is to attack the target, and the others don't care. Remember not to make any noise. The leading assassin is a level 70 quick assassin who uses a green dagger. At his command, the rest of the dozen or so people took action one after another. He entered the mansion quietly. Chapter 42. Who is it? Inside the mansion, the girl who boiled water was busy, when suddenly a cold light pierced towards her from the shadows. The girl who boiled water didn't have time to react, she was about to be stabbed. At the critical moment, a bone spur sticks out from the darkness. Knock down the dagger, and then hit the assassin with a backhand, piercing the neck of the assassin. The ghost is lingering, and you dare to come here to act wild. Christina showed her figure. Thank you, thank you. The girl who boiled water was still in shock. She is not strong enough. 1 to level 15, there is no way to fight this assassin. If he hadn't been rescued in time, he would have died just now. Concentrate on boiling the water, and no one will harm you around here. Christina gave such a sentence, and then quietly disappeared into the darkness. So handsome. This is really more handsome. The girl who boiled the water originally complained that this woman didn't know how to be polite at all, and she was yelling at her, but only now did she realize that this woman is so handsome. She is exactly the type of ideal idol in my mind. At the same time, inside the mansion. The spacious mansion is divided into several floors. Over here on the second floor lounge, several assassins watched and climbed up. Do you have? No. There must be nothing wrong in this mansion. Everyone looks for it separately, focuses on the goal, and acts separately. Yes. Yes. Several assassins exchanged briefly with each other, and then quickly set the search direction on the upper floor. They hit each other quietly in the darkness. Going to continue searching for the target. But it was also at this time. Sharp bone spurs shot out from a darker place. They pierced the necks of several assassins, killing them on the spot. It was discovered. Who is it? A strange black light appeared on the weapon of the assassin who seemed to be the leader. The Shadow Assassin's exclusive skill activates. The Phantom is active. When released, this ability will force enemies hidden by Fang Yin to reveal themselves. It is specially used for special skills such as assassin hiding. Pity. His skill level is too low. This skill level itself is not enough, there is no way to break Christina's invisibility. A bone spur strikes out of the darkness. It pierced through the assassin's neck. I want to crack my invisibility. Christina's sneer faintly came from the air, and immediately after that, the surroundings regained their tranquility. It was as if such a thing had never happened. Third floor. This is the floor where the President Li Lan, the Vice Presidents Feng Ziuchen and Ying Chuan lived. After all, he is a strong player in the guild, and he has been struggling in the foreign battlefield for so many years. Vaguely, Li Lan noticed that the atmosphere was not calm. Someone broke in. A Jin Koizumi. Got it, big sister head. A golden flash emerged from Feng Ziuchen's magic wand. Flash Prophet. Exclusive skill, Chain Lightning. Crackling lightning forced an assassin out of the darkness. Next second, a purple cold light silently crossed the assassin's neck. Ying Chuan. Assassin Branch Professional Magic Warfare. Special skills, Silent in the Rainy Night, easily took the first drop of blood. I've already killed 3, big sister, our guild is not peaceful today. Ying Chuan said. Do you know where he came from? Li Lan asked. Assassination in the dark, who knows who is who, let's subdue them first. Ying Chuan. Notify everyone to prepare for the battle. Li Lan said. There is no need for this anymore. Because at this moment, the cold bone spurs fell like raindrops. Wherever it passes, every bone spur will stab an assassin in the neck. Not a single bone spur missed, not a single assassin slipped through the net, all were killed. Nice attack. You are Chu Shan's bodyguard. Li Lan was extremely surprised. They knew that Christina might be very strong, but they didn't expect to reach out to be so strong. You must know that the lowest level of these assassins is level 65. With so many people, she killed them all with a few bone spurs. Even Ying Chuan would be ashamed of this kind of skill. This kind of visual impact is no worse than seeing Chu Shan wipe out the beast horde with his own eyes. Help me protect my master, I'll come back as soon as I go. Christina retreated. Outside the mansion. The speed-sensitive assassin is waiting here, observing the time from time to time. As the direct person in charge of this operation, he needs to stay here to coordinate the overall situation. It's a pity that he didn't know that all the assassins he sent out had already been dealt with by now. I don't know if it's going well or not, Brother Huang, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Warrior, archer, Kuangzhan, and other spies followed. This operation, related to Chu Shan's location. It was them who reported to this speed-sensitive assassin. There should be no problem with so many people going together. Even if the president of Xiao Shan Yayu is alarmed, there are enough people to disperse them. Quick assassins are very confident in their planning. It's you, the information you gave me will not be wrong. Are you sure that Chu Shan lives here? The speed-sensitive assassin asked coldly. Sure, very sure. After driving away the beast hordes, we saw with our own eyes that he entered this house with Li Lan and his gang, and never came out again. Are you sure you read it right? You can't be wrong. It's a pity that we are not from Xiao Shan Yayu, and it is not easy to impersonate. I don't know which house he lives in. Several spies smiled wryly. The quick-witted assassin nodded. Sure. It doesn't matter if you don't know the specific room, my people will find it. He stared and looked forward. Carefully stare at every corner of the house. He is waiting. Waiting for his people to send him a signal. No matter whether it is successful or not, there must be a clear result. At this moment, a cold breath passed by like lightning. Assassin Su Min was startled, and turned his head to see that the two assassins beside him fell to the ground and died. Xiao Luo, Xiao Lu. Who has the ability? The speed-sensitive assassin was astonished. He is a professional dark actor trained by the Kuruba country. In this battlefield map, who can assassinate his people in front of his face? Before he could react, another bone spur hit, pierced through his head. Quick assassin! Die! Brother Huang! Brother Huang! No way, he was fine just now, but he was beaten to death all of a sudden. Brother Huang! Brother Huang! Don't scare me! The few Kuruba spies were terrified. Quickly prostrate on the ground. Be vigilant. The warrior spy took out his shield and quickly released the damage reduction defense technique. The archer spy took out his bow and arrow, lying on the ground symbolically looking for the target. But, nothing works. Christina's bone spurs soon went through their heads too. Died completely. Kuruba country? I haven't heard of it. It seems that many strange things have appeared in the evolution of the millennium. Chapter 43. Christina stood here, her pretty brows slightly frowned. She has never heard of the Kuruba country, but it is not surprising that the world civilization has undergone any changes in the evolution of the millennium. Just like the changes she has seen in her memory, guessing is probably another boring cultural existence. However, no matter how you change it, you can't change the greed in your bones. It's enough to manage your country well, but you still want to meddle in the affairs of other countries. I really don't know the depth of it. Christina sneered. In her memory, she seems to have seen this kind of thing more often. There are quite a few countries that she personally destroyed, but now, after 1,000 years of resurrection, this kind of thing has once again appeared before her eyes. Let me see who is instigating behind. Christina hooked her fingers. The bone spur pierced in the speed-sensitive assassin's neck flew back. Blood dripped from this bone spur. I see, Lord Shadow. It's the professional phantom of the night, right? Professional night phantom. The precious and rare top-level profession in memory. So precious, even Christina had to nod her head appreciatively. But you are precious. It's your fault for leaving your own affairs alone and attempting to harm my master instead. I don't care who you are or what your profession is. Since I have made a choice, I have to pay the price. I am not some kind of queen who guides people to be good. No matter where you are, you must bear this fatal blow. Christina raised her wrist. A small cold bone spur was pinched in the palm of her hand, followed by a flick of her fingers. The bone spur turned into black light, suddenly changed direction in mid-air, and flew towards a distant position, and soon disappeared in the darkness. Extraterritorial battlefield. Kuruba country station here. The phantom of the night is wrapped in a deep black mist, and her breath and figure are very strange. As the top representative of the Kuruba country in the extraterritorial battlefield, as one of the few leaders in the battlefield environment, Shadow Phantom status is undoubtedly that of the Emperor. Towering walls. Exquisite and gorgeous Inner King City. This royal city built inside Kuruba City was specially built for him. The majestic decoration, the majestic first flag, and the gold leaf-plated statue all look very solemn. At this time, Mr. Ying was holding this administrative meeting in the hall as usual. The representatives of the city, the major guilds, and the clans all gathered together, listening to Master Ying's teachings. But at this moment, a black light suddenly shot over. Wu Guang's speed was very fast, so fast that even Master Ying, who was the top rank one, couldn't react. Immediately afterwards, this bone spur pierced Master Ying's head. Master Ying maintained a lecture posture, showing a blank gaze, and fell straight down, falling into a pool of blood. Master Shadow! Master Shadow! Sir Ying, stop joking with us, everyone is still counting on you to deploy the next operation. In the venue, all the representatives stood up. Who dares to believe that the powerful Ying Sama can die like this? Waited for a long time. It was the adjutant who had the courage to go up and check, and suddenly became panicked. It's really dead. Master Ying is really dead. Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Wei, be careful that Mr. Ying wants your life. But my lord, he really doesn't have any breath, and there is this pool of blood, it's true, and this wound, this penetrating wound, Lord Ying was killed. Killed? Who killed it? All of us were watching here just now, who has the ability to kill Master Liao Ying? Outside the battlefield, Master Ying is a top-level supreme existence, who can kill him silently. Is the assassin still here? Hurry up and block the scene. The site is sealed off, and no one can go out. The hall is in chaos. A large number of guards rushed in, blocked all the entrances and exits here, and then began to search for traces of the assassin throughout the room. Every room was searched one by one, in the cupboard, under the table, behind the curtain. It was chaotic, very chaotic. A moment ago, he still had the chance to win, and he was still planning how to continue to target the representatives of the enemy country. Suddenly, it was as if he had fallen to the bottom of the valley, and he didn't know what to do wrong. There is no way, after all, here in the extraterritorial battlefield, the first seat is a symbol, a representative of authority. Without Mr. Ying, they seem to have no backbone, no one who gives orders. Such a situation is of course what Christina would like to see. Just let these people mess up in their own dens. At this time, in this incident, all enemies who attempted to target Chu Shan were eliminated, and none slipped through the net. You can go back with peace of mind, shameless trash, better learn to behave, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen in the future. Christina kicked the corpses of these spies on the ground. Then he jumped and disappeared into the darkness. When she appeared again, it is by Chu Shan's side. Master, here is the boiled water you asked for. Of course, she would not forget the boiled water instant noodles ordered by Chu Shan. Offered to make instant noodles for Chu Shan. Someone invaded, right? Chu Shan said. Master, do you know everything? How can I not know, the movement is so big, my archer skeleton also killed too. Chu Shan said. I'm sorry master, I didn't perform my duties as a servant. Christina bowed her head. No, you're doing fine. In this attack, Christina's performance is obvious to all. Can't fault it. By the way, do you know who the other party is? Chu Shan asked. It's from the Kuruba country, and there's a leader of the assassin profession among them. Christina said. Kuruba country. Chu Shan knows about this country. The history of the evolution of the Lun civilization of professionals, Kuruba country is also a country rich in professionals, and it is in a competitive relationship with Daliang country. However, they didn't expect that this kind of competition would be so fierce, and it was shown in the outer battlefield without any concealment. Such a direct and ruthless method was unexpected. I'm afraid this time the beast siege is also a good thing they did. Chu Shan. Yes, definitely. Chapter 44. What I didn't expect was that these people are actually spies. They hide so deeply. Damn it. Hall. Li Lan, Feng Xiuchen, Ying Chuan, and Hu Wan were all there to count the number of people. During this attack, no one was killed or injured in Xiaoshan Yau. It's really lucky. By the way, student Chu Shan, do you have any plans to continue upgrading? Ying Chuan asked. Of course, continue to upgrade. Chu Shan nodded. His main purpose of coming to the foreign battlefield is to hone and upgrade. This original intention will never change. As for the position and direction of the jungler, it can be carefully planned. I'm going to kill in the direction of Jianyuan Valley. It's said in the information you gave me that it happens to be controlled by the Kuruba kingdom. Chu Shan. Several girls were taken aback. Chu Shan, are you going to pick trouble in Kuruba? Would you be too reckless? After all, you just came here not long ago. Li Lan hesitated. It's okay, I've sorted out all the materials that need to be sorted out, so it's not a big problem, Chu Shan said. The Kuruba country in the extraterritorial battlefield cannot represent the entire Kuruba country. It can only be said that it is limited to the younger generation between the first and second ranks, and is limited to this circle. In this level range, I'm sorry that Chu Shan doesn't have to be afraid of anyone, even if he doesn't need Christina's help, his sea of skeletons is enough to flatten everything here. There are also poisonous domains and natural disaster armor. Enough for him to deal with various situations with ease. In fact, even if more advanced professionals come, they are not afraid. With Christina around, who should he be afraid of? This time, the people from Kuruba Kingdom obviously hit him on the head. If he didn't say anything, he would be too disrespectful to the dark profession of Necromancer. Compared with the title of natural disaster, whose natural disaster was hit in front of them, and they still didn't say a word. With Chu Shan now, there is really no need to be afraid of anyone. Okay, since this is the case, I'll let a few people go with you, so I can take care of you. Li Lan said enthusiastically. Chu Shan said, no need, we are enough. In this extraterritorial battlefield, there is nothing that can help him and Christina. It's better to bring it with you. It's always good to have someone to take care of you. Li Lan insisted. After all, they also need to send someone outside to check the situation now. It was dawn in the morning. Chu Shan and Christina left Stone City. Take the first step of exploration here in the extraterritorial battlefield. Xiao Shan Yahu Guild sent Ying Chuan and the familiar Hu Wan to accompany them. The terrain of the extraterritorial battlefield is no different from the real world, and the wild monsters around here have long been cleared by Chu Shan, making it look very deserted. But just to be on the safe side, Chu Shan released a few skeletons to follow him. After all, this is not a march, and there is no need to directly use all the skeletons to come forward. All the skeletons are a total of 160,000. The number is extremely large, but moving long distances. I'm afraid it will be somewhat inconvenient. It's better to release a few of them and wait until they reach the place before summoning them. If you think so, it's true. Release the skeleton when you need it, and store it in the space when you don't need it. I myself am like a walking barracks. It's so convenient to transport troops, it really is. Chu Shan enjoys himself and relieves boredom. Qianyuan Valley is relatively far away. Basically, it was only in the afternoon that Chu Shan and Christina saw the figure of Huangwu. There is the Qianyuan Valley, but if we want to go in, we must first deal with the many wild beasts and wild monsters on the periphery. There are quite a few of these wild monsters, Ying Chuan said. There are indeed a lot of them. Standing on the mountainside and looking down, the situation in the valley can be described as a beast den. The estimated number is at least tens of thousands. If you want to enter the valley, you must get rid of these wild monsters. However, compared to the threat of the beast tide, these scattered wild monsters are not so threatening. Ying Chuan said. Chu Shan saw that the average level of these wild monsters is basically between level 30 and level 40 at one turn. Compared with the level when the beast siege besieged Stone City, it was much lower. Xiao Wan, and everyone, we are ready to kill. Ying Chuan mobilized for battle. As long as it is not a beast tide with a high concentration of monsters, they are sure to deal with it. In fact, for leveling after the first turn, which team will fight one by one? After all, more than 2,000 wild monsters need to be killed to upgrade to level 1. To pay attention to efficiency, the number of wild monsters must not be small, of course, not too many will have to escape. Leave it to me, I need to accumulate some corpse materials. Chu Shan called to stop Ying Chuan and the others. Then summoned his own archer skeleton. Very ashamed. It has been a long time since I learned to summon archer skeletons, until now Chu Shan has not used it much, and the total number of archer skeletons is still 2. Here he wants to put himself in the number of the skeletons of the shooters. Add to add. Okay. Since you have spoken, Junior, we can just sit on the sidelines, ha. Ying Chuan smiled, and generously put away the purple-red dagger directly. Then he put on a posture of eating melon. Just watch it too. Chu Shan said to Christina. Christina's trick is to change the landscape at every turn. Then, Chu Shan gave the order to the skeleton shooter. Empty this valley and wipe out all wild monster units. Chapter 45. Kaka. Kaka. The 2 archer skeletons are like puppets on command. He started his actions mechanically. They trotted for a distance first. After the distance is slightly appropriate. Zhang Bao an arrow. Under the attribute increase of 72 times. One shot of an arrow can instantly kill a wild monster directly. There is no need to rush down the mountain at all, as long as you stand on favorable terrain, you can quickly harvest experience. You kill the silver-armored worm and get 360 experience points. You kill the black unicorn and get 380 experience points. You kill the giant centipede and get 370 experience points. You kill the mutated worm and get 390 experience points. Experience scrolls up from time to time. Although the efficiency is very slow. But it is also an attempt by Chu Shan to experiment with his own archer's skeleton. Tisk tisk, seeing my junior's skeleton soldiers killing wild monsters again, the visual impact is still so strong. Ying Chuan praised. Shouldn't it be admirable? Even though Silver Spring's current level is 1 to 71, it is impossible to kill these wild monsters one by one. Although the level of these wild monsters is not high, their blood volume is super thick. The monsters of this valley. It is notoriously anti-high and thick, and can even reach the blood volume of level 70 wild monsters. However, such a setting. In front of Chu Shan's skeleton soldiers, it's like nothing. This is very shocking. Continue. Chu Shan continued to let his skeleton attack. And at this time, a skeleton's attack finally triggered the skill. After its bow and arrow killed a wild monster. The corpse of the wild monster exploded, and an identical archer skeleton stood up. The archer skeleton stood up, attracting the attention of other nearby wild monsters. One after another, they moved closer to this side and attacked. The skeleton archer first killed 2 wild monsters with a bow and arrow, then changed to a shield and a waist knife, and started fighting with the wild monsters. The archer skeleton who gave up the bow and arrow and switched to melee mode still had good attack ability, and killed several of them in a blink of an eye. More and more wild monsters surrounded them, causing hatred. Explode! Chu Shan ordered in his mind. The distance is relatively long, and the sound cannot be transmitted. But the message is still valid in the mind order. Just listen to the bang. Boom! On the other side of the valley, the skeleton exploded. A huge explosion, sparking flames. Within 500 yards, hundreds of wild monster units were blown to pieces. And what about this self-destructing skeleton? Passive skill, Undying Body. Launch. Stand up again. Rebirth with full blood. This scene immediately made Ying Chuan and Huan look stupid. Chu Shan, are you a nuclear bomb? You, a skeleton, still have this kind of move? Blow yourself up, kill the enemy, and then stand up again. Ying Chuan was dumbfounded, and he couldn't describe his mood at this time. This is simply cheating. If so many skeletons explode together. No, hero, you still lack a pendant, I want to hold my thigh. Ying Chuan yelled. This is brutal. This kind of efficiency in killing monsters, who can do it except Chu Shan? As the number of shooter skeletons increases, the efficiency of killing monsters gradually increases. Soon, all the wild monsters in the valley were cleared. Chu Shan uses summoning skills, plus blue potion recovery. Soon more than 10,000 archer skeletons were harvested. Therefore, the current lineup has become more than 160,000 natural disaster sickle skeletons and more than 10,000 natural disaster archer skeletons. Far combat and melee combat are all available, ready. So sure enough, I have to hug my thighs. Ying Quan's eyes lit up. There are so many wild monsters. Let's form a team to kill them one by one. It will take 2 hours to kill them. Fortunately, you will end with bang bang bang. After you finish fighting, you can still harvest so many skeleton boys. Ying Chuan envied him. Honestly, are you interested in joining our Xiao Shan Yao? Hey! Ying Chuan leaned over and poked Chu Shan with his elbow. This talent is too fierce, I despise myself even if I don't want to find a way to get it. Sister, I'm a gentleman, okay? This is different from the purpose of your guild's recruitment. Chu Shan was helpless. Why are you bringing up old things again? This senior. Rules aren't meant to be broken. Or do you not want to get ahead of others? Let me tell you that there are many beautiful girls in our guild. Although you already have a beauty like Christina, how can a man as outstanding as you not have 3 wives and 4 concubines, right? Senior sister, I can help you too. No matter who you like, just tell me. I guarantee it will be done. Ying Chuan fully activated his field function. Cough cough cough. Christina coughed dryly on the side. What a good ear she has. Let alone in front of her, even if you want to speak ill of her across a mountain, you still can't escape her ears. For your size. If you have time to persuade me, you might as well think about how to go next. The information you gave me on this valley is very comprehensive, but how should I go next, and where is the detailed map? Chu Shan scolded directly with a smile. If he had just followed Yinkin's words, he would have been fooled. Those who work in the field are full of bad water, and they may be holding back bad things. Chapter 46. After clearing the wild monsters, the valley can be passed. Because of killing wild monsters, Chu Shan's level has risen to 1 turn 69. Upgraded to level 4, do not rush to add points. Let's go in. Chu Shan said. Walk. Down the hill, into the valley. Along the not so complicated road in the valley, several people came to the depths of the valley. Here, another detour around a small hill. Then, came to a standing stone tower here. This is the inner area of Jianyuan Valley, and there are still some wild monsters. Chu Shan looked around. What he saw was that 1 or 2 wild monsters occasionally appeared among the surrounding forests and stone forests. The grade is not high. The average is between 40 and 50 per turn. It's just that there are slightly more elite monsters here than most of the whiteboard monsters on the periphery. Skeleton Archer is still 1 arrow at a time. The experience is relatively scattered, which belongs to the kind of mosquito legs. Okay, pay attention to the surrounding area, and kill the hostile wild monsters immediately. Chu Shan ordered the skeleton shooter. Kaka. The skeleton archer stopped. Be vigilant around. At this time, Chu Shan was looking at the stone pagoda. On the steel in front of the stone tower, he saw a duplicate crystal. And annotations on the steel. Stone forest copy. Entry level, none. Difficulty level, difficult, nightmare, hell. Copy type, non-transportation, instant refresh type challenge book. Dungeon suggestion, for more difficult dungeons, it is recommended that the number of teams should be around 5 to cooperate with each other. Remember not to be greedy for credit. Remarks: the dungeon produces 1000 points of merit every week, and currently belongs to Kuraba country. A non-teleportation instant refreshing version, this is a challenge version. Chu Shan. Challenge this. It is the characteristic of the foreign battlefield. It means that this dungeon crystal is not used to send the challenger into the dungeon space, but to confirm the challenge information. When the information is confirmed, the corresponding wild monsters will be refreshed nearby immediately. I came here just for this dungeon, how about you? Chu Shan was ready to challenge, but he didn't know what Ying Chuan and the others meant. Since we're all here, of course we can't back down. To occupy this dungeon, we need the stone forest occupation scroll from those wild monsters in the dungeon. The explosion rate of this thing is very low, but since he can fight Kuruba and occupy it by himself, then there is no reason why we can't fight it. Ying Chuan is full of fighting spirit. The Kuruba country came before my eyes yesterday. He also sent assassins to his guild's quarters. If you don't give them some color, Ying Chuan can't swallow this breath. So the goals are the same, then I will start a team. Chu Shan walked to the copy crystal. Go ahead, we're ready. Open it. Ying Chuan took the weapon in his hand. Hu Wan is also ready to fight. There were a few other people from Xiao Shan Yau, and everyone quickly set up their formation. Opened. Chu Shan touches the dungeon crystal. Challenger challenge detected. This dungeon is a challenge type, refresh the dungeon on site, it is more difficult, please choose carefully. Please choose the difficulty of the dungeon to challenge, difficult, nightmare, hell. Hell level. Chu Shan. There's really nothing to hesitate about. The selection is completed, the dungeon challenge is about to start, and the wild monsters will be refreshed, please pay attention. Accompanied by the fall of this notification tone. After 3 seconds, a large number of dungeon monsters immediately spawned in the nearby valley range. Instead, the left and right sides of the stone pagoda became a safe zone, and no monsters would actively attack in 5 minutes, but it would be hard to say after 5 minutes. Stone Forest Dungeon, the monsters in this dungeon are not of the same type as the wild monsters in Qianyuan Valley. Chu Shan. He saw that the monsters spawned by this dungeon challenge were all tall stone men. The grade is not low. Tombkeeper Stoneman, Whiteboard Monster. Level, 1 to level 55. Stone Soldiers at the Town Gate, Blank Monster. Level, 1 to level 60. Great Axe General, Green Elite Monster. Level, 1 to level 70. Town Tower Stone Soldier, Green Elite Monster. Level, 1 to level 65. Don't look at only about level 65. The blood volume and defense are higher than those of the bugs in the valley. The difficulty of the Hell level dungeon is 3 times that of the monster attribute. The difficulty is relatively high for normal professionals. Depend on. He actually chose Hell level difficulty. Ying Chuan was really taken aback. But thinking about it carefully, Chu Shan is really qualified to challenge this difficulty. Destroy these wild monsters. Chu Shan ordered loudly. Kaka. The archer skeletons moved. In fact, as early as the first time the stone men and wild monsters appeared, the archer skeletons had already judged them as enemies and took the offensive. Arrows are like raindrops, attacking indiscriminately. The arrow is made of bone, but it easily penetrates the hard stone armor, stone flesh. The destructive power is astonishing. Damn, Hell level dungeon monsters can fight so hard. It's really Chu Shan's skeleton. It really deserves the title of a fairy. Ying Chuan praised. They originally wanted to help fight, after all, they were Hell level monsters, and their individual combat ability was higher than that of the wild monsters during the siege of the Beast Tide. As a result, regardless of whether he is Hell level or normal level, the archer skeleton is always one arrow. And at this time, accompanied by the attack of the skeletons, the stone men and wild monsters approached one after another and gathered together. Use self-explosion. Chu Shan ordered decisively. Boom. A shooter skeleton self-explodes. The huge explosive power blasted the stone men and wild monsters gathered around it to pieces. Instantly cleared an area. Then the self-destructing skeleton got up from the ground like a normal person, and with a backhand bow and arrow, it killed another one in the distance. There is a time CD for self-explosion and rebirth. First take back this archer skeleton. Chu Shan pointed the skeleton with his finger from a distance. Recycle it individually into its own system space. There are many monster corpses on the surrounding ground that are still intact. Chu Shan released the magic. 2 new shooter skeletons were called to the bench. Use self-explosion. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Symphony of explosions. Alternating echoes in the valleys. All kinds of explosions and smashing sounds came and went. In the system status bar, Chu Shan's experience value is constantly being refreshed, scrolling up quickly. A pen of experience quickly accumulated into his experience bar. In a blink of an eye, this wave of stone men and wild monsters was wiped out in 7s and 80s. It's not as efficient as Christina's, but it won't change the landscape, so it's not too bad. Chu Shan is quite satisfied. Chapter 47. There are nearly 20,000 wild monsters accumulated before and after, including 3 bosses, with a lot of equipment, many of which are top quality. Chu Shan put on a superb mage robe and mage hat for himself. Increased more than 200 points of mental power. Equipment that increases skills is not so easy to explode. Even if some burst out, the added skill level is not high enough to be worth replacing. Chu Shan has a few pieces of equipment, plus 5 points for all skills, and 3 points, a total of 3 pieces. With points higher than these equipment, this top quality equipment is not so explosive. Is there any occupation volume for the copy of Stone Forest that you want? Chu Shan asked after killing the last wild monster. No, not found. Ying Chuan shook his head regretfully. This kind of prop is not so explosive after all, otherwise people from Kuruba country would not set up guards here. Just because it doesn't explode. In addition, monsters have thicker health and are harder to kill, so they don't care. What's the approximate explosion rate? Chu Shan was curious. Someone said before that the explosion rate is about 1 in tens of thousands. Ying Chuan shook his head and sighed. 1 in tens of thousands. It stands to reason that there are more than 20,000 wild monsters now. It's also 1 in tens of thousands. It didn't explode. So most of the rumors cannot be believed. It's okay, I'll come again if it's a big deal. Chu Shan nodded. He himself came here to upgrade. It's a big deal to open another wave. Okay. Ying Chuan and others lifted their spirits. I opened. Chu Shan came to the copy crystal again and touched the copy crystal. Please choose the difficulty of the dungeon to challenge, difficult, nightmare, hell. Hell level. Chu Shan. The selection is completed, the dungeon challenge is about to start, and the wild monsters will be refreshed, please pay attention. 3 seconds later. The Stoneman monster was refreshed again. With previous experience. This time everyone is more handy. Gather them first, and then use the self-destruct. Chu Shan ordered. Archer skeletons shoot their bows. While killing wild monsters to gain experience points, while attracting hatred, let wild monsters gather here. Tens of thousands of stone men were quickly attracted by these skeletons. Use self-explosion now. Chu Shan ordered. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Symphony of explosions. It resounded again in this valley. The accumulation of experience has grown wildly, and the efficiency is really not slow. In the blink of an eye, this wave of tens of thousands of wild monsters was also wiped out. The equipment exploded all over the place. However, there are very few suitable top-grade equipment, and there are still no dungeons to occupy the volume. This explosion rate. Really not high. Come again. Chu Shan was not in a hurry. Anyway, this is the rhythm of his killing monsters. Under his influence, Ying Chuan and the others gradually settled down, thinking that it was nothing to do with going out shopping with friends. In this way, he killed 3 more times in a row. More than 60,000 stone men fell to the ground. And this time, finally, an occupation roll of the Stone Forest dungeon was released. Yes, let's see if it's this thing. Chu Shan handed Ying Chuan a stone product in the shape of a scroll. Stone Forest Dungeon Occupy Volume. Quality, Advanced. Description, used to occupy the copy of Stone Forest. After occupying the dungeon, all professionals who participate in the dungeon link in the dungeon task link can get 500 points of personal merit. After occupying the dungeon, domestic professionals will enjoy a 20% experience bonus when challenging the dungeon in this region. Yes, it really exploded. Ying Chuan was excited. Only one spawned after killing so many wild monsters. The spawn rate is really not high. Chu Shan. 5 waves of monsters before and after. The total number reached 100,000, and Chu Shan's level has risen to level 1 to level 76. It's finally time to take a break. Chu Shan. Yeah, it finally paid off. Ying Chuan said. How to use this thing? Chu Shan asked. To be honest, I don't know too much. Ying Chuan shook his head. She tried to take this occupation role and took it to the stone tower. Together with Huan and others, I searched carefully on the stone pagoda for a long time. Probably found a suitable location. Put the occupation role in. You will then be prompted to prove your identity. So they took one of their identity badges away and put them in a fixed position. Then the stone tower burst into light. Congratulations, the dungeon was successfully occupied. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 points of merit. A prompt that pops up in everyone's mind. Feats. Another feat. This thing is used to exchange materials, which is of little use to Chu Shan. Successful, this dungeon address will belong to our Daliang kingdom from now on. Finally succeeded. Haha, it's finally not in vain. The bad guys in the Kuruba country actually wanted to use the beast tide to drive us out. Now you know how powerful we are, haha. Ying Chuan, Huan, they are very happy. It's finally revenge, who is not happy? As for the meritorious service, it doesn't seem to mean much to them. Copy occupation. The light of the stone tower shot straight into the sky. Far away, on the side of Kuruba Castle. The professionals defending the city clearly saw the dazzling light in the distance. That is, the light that the dungeon is occupied. Someone has occupied the dungeon. Who is it? Could it be someone from our Kuruba country? Look at the location, what copy is it? There is only one copy in that location. No way, is it our copy of Stone Forest? Was it taken over by someone else? Who is so bold? Damn, it can't be from Daliang country, the closest copy is only from Daliang country. Depend on the people of Daliang. How dare you occupy the territory of your own Kuruba country? Not a little courageous. This is clearly a provocation. Audacity, who gave them such courage? Haven't they learned their lesson from the last defeat? Last time you gave them face, dare to challenge us like this. I don't know if there are any of our brothers nearby. We must give them a good lesson. Who, is anyone around there? We can't take this loss. Hey, which guild's brothers are around there, let me know. The National Channel of Kuruba Country. Chapter 48. Qianyuan Valley is a large dungeon valley composed of multiple dungeons. After the Stone Forest dungeon was successfully occupied, a special dungeon crystal suddenly rose next to the stone tower. There is another copy. Chu Shan said. The large dungeon valley can certainly provide more dungeons. This is because we just occupied this dungeon area, otherwise these extra dungeons would not appear. Ying Chuan introduced. To put it bluntly, it is to open the task chain of this copy. First, pass through and occupy the copy of Stone Forest. Then there will be an advanced second level copy. It can be regarded as an upgraded version of the Stone Forest dungeon, and the quality of the monsters will be more advanced. Of course, the most important thing is that from now on, we can all enjoy a 20% experience bonus for the dungeon experience in this area. Ying Chuan laughed. 20% experience bonus. This is the key area. I'm going to give it a try. Chu Shan looked eager to try. It seems to be introduced in your information, similar ring-style dungeons, that should be what you mean. It seems that the task chain of this kind of ring-type dungeons has a high chance of getting rare items, right? Chu Shan asked. That's right, ring tasks are more complicated, difficult, and time-consuming, and they are often not the direction people are pursuing. Ying Chuan introduced. Time-consuming is not directly proportional to income. The price/performance ratio is not high, so not many people like to do this kind of task. However, Chu Shan is different. By the way, if it's you, my junior, maybe you can finish this task chain in a short time. Ying Chuan said in a daze. Chu Shan has an extremely large number of skeleton soldiers. Individual combat capability is extremely strong. The killing speed is very fast. It can also self-destruct, and the speed of clearing monsters is top-notch. There is no way for normal professionals to speed through the ring tasks. Chu Shan is very hopeful to get through. Even if you fail to break through the barrier, there will be no loss. Chu Shan, I highly recommend you to try it. Ying Chuan recommended. If it is themselves, they don't dare to waste time like this. Chu Shan is different. The further you get to the back, the higher the burst rate. I want to try. Chu Shan nodded, eager to try. In this case, let's form a team and play together. Chu Shan said. Let's fight together? Is that okay? Ying Chuan asked in a daze. In previous battles, Chu Shan didn't team up with them. The experience of killing monsters is all gained by Chu Shan himself. It's embarrassing to be like this all the time. After all, they are all companions. A few girls followed me all the way, so I can't really treat them as tool people. Since there are so many monsters, forming a proper team can be considered as a reward for the detailed information they provide to themselves. Stop talking, join the group directly, hurry up. Chu Shan ordered. He had already started the group. Ying Chuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Since this is the case, I will be disrespectful. Sisters, join the group. Add group, add group. Wow, team up with Junior Chu Shan. I've wanted to try it for a long time, Junior Chu Shan's upgrade speed. Several girls were very excited and eager to try. They just saw how fast Chu Shan killed monsters before, and they haven't experienced the feeling of gaining experience by swiping the screen. Finally got a chance to experience it this time. Wait, Chu Shan, before opening the book, I want to give you a buff. For professions like blessings, you can gain experience points in equal value, and you don't need to share them equally with your teammates. Ying Chuan said. Team formation doesn't require equal sharing of experience. Is there such a profession? Chu Shan was curious. The world is so big, there are no wonders. Xiaolian, come here. Ying Chuan said, calling a young teammate. This girl seems to be about the same age as Chu Shan. A very shy girl. She first greeted Chu Shan cautiously. Then, he unleashed his skills and applied this bless-like buff to all the team members. Experience blessing. During the duration of the blessing effect, the experience gained from killing monsters in a team does not need to be shared equally, and everyone can get the same amount of experience. It's a really popular career. Chu Shan admired a lot, and then came to this newly appeared copy crystal. Stage 2 of Stone Forest Dungeon. Difficulty, Hell Level, undertake Stage 1 difficulty, that is to say, the challenger chose Hell Level difficulty before. Remarks, the difficulty of the second stage of the Stone Forest Dungeon is increased. The blood volume of the monster is doubled, and it will take longer to kill the harder it is. It is recommended that the challenger choose carefully. Remarks: in this link, the third link can only be opened by successfully killing all 10 heavy armored stone generals. Second stage. Undertook the difficulty of the first stage and continued. The goal is only to kill all the heavy armored generals. Chu Shan. Guess, these should be the 10 bosses in this session. There should be a lot of elite monster protection. But it's not a big problem. Whether it's a boss or other wild monsters. Chu Shan's purpose is to empty the area. Focus. Chu Shan touched the dungeon crystal. Made a choice in my heart. The selection is completed, the dungeon challenge is about to start, and the wild monsters will be refreshed, please pay attention. 3 seconds later. New wild monsters were spawned in large areas. Stormstone Man, Green Elite Monster. Level, 1 to 66. Mace Man, Green Elite Monster. Level, 1 to 68. Stone Warrior, Green Elite Monster. Level, 1 to level 70. Stone Warrior, Green Elite Monster. Level, 1 to level 70. They are all stone people. But the shape, the weapon. It's completely different from before. It can be seen that the eye-catching stoneman units are all at the level of Green Elite Monsters. In this second session, the Elite Monsters started at the beginning, and there were no whiteboard wild monsters. Chu Shan said. That's why I say it's difficult. For our normal professionals, it's not very cost-effective. It's specially used to test you gods. Ying Chuan pulled out her purple dagger. You can't just eat and not work, sisters, pick up your weapons and shields. Ying Chuan shouted. Under her command. Hu Wan, as well as the blessing professional just now, took out their weapons one after another, and prepared to kill the enemy. Professionals, a well-regulated formation, of course, the reaction speed and adaptability are really nothing to say. The moment Ying Chuan pulled out the dagger, Hu Wan's bow and arrow hit a stone man's head, successfully attracting hatred. However, it doesn't make much sense. Because in the next second, Chu Shan's archer skeleton shot through the stone man's head with a bow and arrow. Damn, you can't even grab monsters. Ying Chuan complained. Only then did I find out. Compared with Chu Shan, although I am a senior, I have no advantage. Skeleton, attack. Chu Shan ordered. Attack of the shooter skeletons, here we come. For a while, arrows rained like rain. Not only the attack power is astonishing, but the accuracy is also astonishingly terrifying. Each arrow can kill an enemy. You know, this is tens of thousands of skeleton shooters. A round of precise salvo, that is, tens of thousands of stone men fell down. This is the experience of tens of thousands, swiping the screen in the message bar. Kill the Gale Stone Man and get 550 experience points. Kill the Mace Stone Man and get 570 experience points. Kill the Stone Warrior, get 590 experience points. Kill the Stone Warrior, get 600 experience points. Kill the Gale Stone Man and get 550 experience points. Kill the Mace Stone Man and get 570 experience points. Kill the Stone Warrior, get 590 experience points. Kill the Stone Warrior, get 600 experience points. Kill the Gale Stone Man and get 550 experience points. Kill the Mace Stone Man and get 570 experience points. Kill the Stone Warrior, get 590 experience points. Kill the Stone Warrior, get 600 experience points. A general prompt for swiping the screen. This second. Ying Chuan, Hu Wan, these girls were completely dumbfounded. Too fast, this experience efficiency. Assembling a team of mages is not as efficient as this. Chapter 49. Bang, bang, bang. The last 10 heavy armored stone generals showed up, 10 boss-level units, each accompanied by a large number of purple elite monsters. They launched attacks one after another, and the heavy hammers were thrown by them like a shot put. The extraordinary impact shocked many skeleton shooters back at that time. After all, it is a boss, no matter what, it has to look like a boss. The hammer that flew out was deeply smashed into the soil and could not be pulled out easily. Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. With an increase of 72 times, the defense of the archer's skeleton cannot be easily broken in this way. The shocked skeleton patted the soil on its body, and continued to stand up to fight. The arrows shot out were nailed deeply into the stone body of the heavy armored stone general, causing serious damage. Be more efficient, use self-explosion. Chu Shan stopped talking nonsense. One by one, the latest shooter skeletons from these bosses used self-destruct skills one after another. The sound of self-explosion was flying all over the sky. In the red flames, 10 hell-level bosses and their guards were blown to death one after another. You killed the heavy armored stone general and gained 2850 experience points. You killed the heavy armored stone general and gained 2900 experience points. Kill the mace stone man and get 570 experience points. Kill the stone warrior, get 590 experience points. Kill the stone warrior, get 600 experience points. Kill the gale stone man and get 550 experience points. You killed the heavy armored stone general and gained 2860 experience points. This round of ring challenge is over, and the third round of ring challenge is about to begin. Challengers are requested to go to the third copy crystal to check the challenge information. It's over. Is this over? The speed is so fast. This speed is much faster than the speed of a dozen mages in our group. Fa Ye is outdated. Compared with Chu Ye, there is no comparison at all. The girls were overjoyed. This wave of experience gains seems to have opened up a new sky for them. Sure enough, you still have to hug your thighs. Ying Chuan threw himself to the ground in admiration. Up here in the valley, on the edge of the cliff far out on the edge, a group of dozens of Kuruba country professionals stood here. The copy of Qianyuan Valley is indeed occupied by people. Is it those people? They are challenging the copy here in Qianyuan Valley. A group of professionals from the Kuruba country, with binoculars, looking at the situation in the valley from a distance. Wait, I remember the wild monsters in Qianyuan Valley are not skeletons, right? Where are there so many skeletons here? Skeletons like this are everywhere in the valley. I haven't heard that the wild monster units in this valley have changed types. Where did these skeletons come from? Brother Qian, do you know? Several people looked at one of the professionals who was a little older. Yes, Brother Qian, you have been on the battlefield the longest, have you heard of it? Brother Qian shook his head, I don't know, I have never seen this type of wild monster unit. Have you seen it? Whenever there are new wild monsters spawned nearby, these archer skeletons will take the initiative to kill these wild monsters. It's a wild monster, it's better to say it's a summoning unit controlled by a professional. Summon unit? Several people laughed. Brother Qian, stop joking. How can a professional control so many summoning units? Brother Qian, look, the number of skeletons in this valley is at least 10,000. Which professional has such a great ability to control so many summoning units? Brother Qian, I'm afraid you were wrong this time. Several people laughed. Brother Qian shrugged, and said with a regretful smile, I hope so. If you don't look away. That would be horrible. How many people are there in the valley? Can just a few people occupy our instance site? These people are definitely not simple, please don't underestimate them. Professionals in Kuruba are not fools. Although the number of opponents is small, it is solid proof that they have occupied the dungeon valley. Definitely have their strengths. We are here to inquire about the situation, there is no need to conflict with the other party, everyone just watch. Brother Qian. Wait, Brother Qian, look, everyone, they seem to be challenging a circular task chain. Moreover, it seems that they have reached the third level. The third level! Everyone gasped. With just a few people, you can get through the first two levels. These people's level is not bad, everyone be careful, don't be discovered by them. Brother Qian reminded. Everyone lowered their figures slightly, just to prevent being discovered by the other party. However, the third level is not as simple as the second level. Brother Qian said. The wild monsters in the second level will have double the blood volume of the wild monsters in the first level, and the third level will double the blood volume, double the defense, and double the attack on the basis of the second level, which is equal to it is 4 times the normal attribute. If they choose the nightmare level difficulty, the overall difficulty of the wild monsters will increase by 2 times, and if it is the hell level difficulty, it will increase by 3 times. This is not something that just anyone can get through. Brother Qian analyzed. But looking at the state of these people, they don't look like ordinary people. In short, let's wait and see what happens. Let's take a look first. On the national channel, the young man next to Brother Qian posted the information here. Everyone, we are from the 18 villages, and we are broadcasting live to everyone near Qianyuan Valley. Well, there is no way to convey the picture, but I can tell you that Qianyuan Valley is indeed occupied by people, and these people are now challenging Qianyuan Valley's circular task chain, and have reached the third level. As soon as this sentence came out, the national channel is really fried. The third level. Is it so fast? How long has it been since the dungeon was occupied? Sure enough, the opponents who are capable of occupying our copy of Qianyuan Valley still have 2 brushes. If you don't have the skills, you won't dare to challenge us. However, the third hurdle is not so easy to pass. Let's see their situation first. The third hurdle is not so easy to pass. Of course, Ying Chuan and the others are self-aware of this. Remind Chu Shan to be careful. Of course Chu Shan also understands. The task chain of the third level will start soon. Groups of new stone men quickly filled the interior space of the entire valley. There is a new difference from the previous stone man. This level begins. All wild monsters are purple elite monsters as the starting point. In the beginning, there were purple elite level wild monsters, and there were no green and blue elite level wild monsters. The value has increased by 7 times, and the difficulty has doubled. Chu Shan. This difficulty. Except himself. Normal professionals, no one dares to challenge casually. Because every wild monster here must be dealt with as a boss. However, the problem is still not big. It's only 7 times, converted into normal attacks, 5,000 attacks, only 35,000. Chu Shan's archer skeleton has a 72-fold increase, with an attack of over 100,000, a blood volume of more than 200,000, and a defense of 50,000. 7 times the number of wild monsters, even their defenses can't be broken. Be the first to attack, attack. Chu Shan ordered to attack. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The archer skeletons drew their bows and released their arrows neatly. A neat round of shooting. In an instant, tens of thousands of stone men and wild monsters were killed on the spot. 1-hit kill. 7 times the stone man, although the third level is more difficult, compared with the second level, the result is still the same. Experience a swiping swipe. Ying Chuan and the other ladies were very excited and happy. Of course, they will not wait here for experience points in vain, and will also use their own values appropriately. For example, helping to attract hatred, helping to pull monsters and so on, will also play a role. Chapter 50. In a round of volley, tens of thousands of wild monsters fell to the ground, which meant that in the third round of the quest chain, wild monsters were cleared, and there were not many left. With only 1 round of attack, the third wave of wild monsters will be wiped out soon. Here on the edge of the cliff, Brother Qian and the others who are hiding here and observing the situation in the valley with binoculars are really dumbfounded. These professionals are too scary. That's the third wave of wild monsters. Their attributes have to be multiplied several times. It's like cutting tofu. Yeah, it's terrible. Also, as you can see, these skeletons are helping them attack dungeon monsters. In other words, these skeletons are really the summoning units of these people. Brother Qian's face is very ugly. Everyone's faces are not very good looking. Everyone knows what this conclusion means. A professional who can control tens of thousands of powerful skeletons emerged in Daliang country. This phenomenon is fatal enough for Kuruba country. Look, it's the fourth wave, and they're starting to challenge the fourth wave. The young professional next to him pointed forward. For the fourth wave of wild monsters, the attribute doubling must be higher than that of the third wave, which is equivalent to 9 times the value. If these professionals can't be dealt with, the problem will be big. Brother Qian said in a deep voice. But isn't that a big problem? The strength level of the third wave of wild monsters is not something ordinary professionals can fight alone. Fourth wave? To be honest, this is no longer a unit that normal people can face directly. If this fails to settle these challengers, then at least the future of the Kuruba country in this battlefield plane is really worrying. It has started. It's started. Brother Qian. It has started. Here at the scene. Ying Quan's voice also faintly revealed excitement. She has never played this ring task to such a high level, never. In this extraterritorial battlefield, from the beginning until now, no one has ever been able to beat this task to this level. This means, maybe this time you can really hit the last step. Check out what amazing rewards there are. The fourth wave of wild monsters will be spawned soon. It was different from the first 3 times. There are still so many wild monsters this time. But in terms of quality, all in one color, all golden wild monsters. Gold level elite wild monsters, this ring mission is doing something. Double the difficulty and double the attribute, the fourth wave is full of golden monsters, who can beat these wild monsters as a normal professional. Chu Shan was speechless. Tens of thousands of golden wild monsters, this is a devastating disaster. Not to mention dozens of hundreds of professionals, even tens of thousands of professionals don't want to beat them. But in reverse comparison, my skeleton seems to be really powerful, which is quite incomprehensible. Chu Shan smiled. 72 times increase, this is not a decoration. Moreover, the natural disaster grade archer skeleton. In itself, it is also at the gold and dark gold level. Kill. Attack, destroy these wild monsters. Chu Shan ordered. Ka ka ka. No doubt. With a wave of attacks, tens of thousands of wild monsters fell to the ground. The difference is, in the fourth wave of wild monsters, there is a dark golden demon king alone. Its size is particularly huge. About 7 stories high. 3 heads and 6 arms, attack, blood volume, defense, and magic resistance are all terrifying. It was not defeated by the arrow of the archer's skeleton, but wounded many of Chu Shan's skeleton archers. This boss is really powerful. Chu Shan frowned slightly. King Kong Troll, Dark Golden Boss. Level, 1 to 110. Unique Boss. It turned out to be a Dark Golden Boss. No wonder the attributes are so tough. The Dark Golden Boss is several grades stronger than the normal boss. This kind of boss can cause damage to my skeleton, but the damage is not too big. Chu Shan. An attack that barely breaks the defense. It's no different from scraping. It's just looking bluffing. The other thing is that the blood is thicker. Blood is thick, basically it's the old style of boss. This setup doesn't work for me. Focus on shooting and kill it. Chu Shan ordered. Kaka. All skeletons, focus on shooting. Not long after, this terrifying boss-level Demon King was smashed into powder. Cliff edge. Brother Qian and the others were quiet, terrifyingly quiet. At the beginning, I was very happy to see the King Kong boss flying some of the skeletons away. I felt that there was finally a monster that could check and balance this terrible summoner. As a result, at this moment, I deeply realized what is called despair. Isn't even a King Kong boss as strong as this his opponent? That's a dark gold level boss, the 4th level, all attributes were increased by 9 times, and in the end, it was killed like chopping vegetables. This summoner is too scary. No one should go there. People from Daliang Kingdom. From now on, the people of our 18 villages will stay as far away from Daliang Kingdom as possible. Brother Qian said in a deep voice. Brother Qian, it's not that exaggerated, right? Let's not mess with him. The young professional next to him said. This is an extraterritorial battlefield. It is very common for various countries and forces to infiltrate each other here. Do you want to entrust your life safety on the kindness of others? Brother Qian said angrily. Do not forget. 2 days ago, our Kuruba country arranged a beast siege to try to destroy them. This kind of thing. Can they remember? National channel. Everyone, here comes the bad news. Those challengers not only passed the 3rd round, but now they have also passed the 4th round. A young professional spoke on the Kuruba national channel. One word is amazing. Channel Friar on the spot. After the 4th round, they should have failed and been killed in the 3rd round. This is a ruthless person. The brothers in Shivaz, I advise you to withdraw as soon as possible. This wave of people is not something you can compete with. In the 4th round, since I came to the foreign battlefield, I haven't seen anyone who can make this ring mission into the 3rd wave. To be honest, I'm curious. I'm also very curious. Who are these challengers? Do you know the origin of their identities? With such fierce strength, I think they should be well-known professionals. If it's a well-known professional, do you think we still don't know their names? It's definitely not those famous professionals in the past. What I'm curious about is what kind of monster is the beginning of the 4th wave. Maybe they might finish this quest chain. I'm starting to wonder if it's the last level of this quest chain. Is it really possible to explode the top quality equipment? How high quality is it? The world channel is buzzing. Of course, these are people from the Kuruba country. Chapter 51. The circular task chain. Compared to the hostile stance between the 2 countries, this task itself seems to be more worthy of everyone's consideration. It makes sense to think about it. After all, this kind of task mode has existed on the battlefield for a long time, but due to the difficulty and the long time, no one has been able to get through the whole level. There are few people, and I am curious about the reward mechanism of the task itself. The reward mechanism increases according to the degree of difficulty. I don't know what benefits will come next. Chu Shan is also looking forward to it. Yeah, the 4th wave is full of golden elite level wild monsters. The explosion rate of this wave is higher than that of the first 3 waves combined. Top quality equipment and top quality materials exploded all over the place. Ying Chuan was extremely excited. We are so picky about choosing equipment. Hu Wan was very happy. This is Chu Shan's promise, if you have suitable equipment, don't hesitate to take it. After all, among so many people, except for the girl Blessing Master, no one else needs mage-like equipment. And even for this Blessing Master, the equipment she needs should mainly increase blood volume, which does not conflict with Chu Shan's spiritual power needs. I also picked out a lot of equipment. Chu Shan laughed. This burst rate is too high. Chu Shan also picked out a lot of equipment that suits him. Finally broke out the equipment he can use. Gilt Necklace, Golden Legend. Defense increases by 200, magic resistance increases by 700, field of vision illumination range increases by 3, damage absorption rate increases by 10%, poisoning time is reduced by 30%, cannot be frozen, all skills increase by 5. Requires level 1 to level 70, requires 900 points of mental power. Elf's Blessing, Magic Robe, Golden Legend. Defense plus 1000, Magic Resistance plus 2000, Long Range Damage Absorption 500, Quick Release of Magic 100, Quick Hit Recovery, Speed up Magic Recovery by 15%, all skills plus 2. With Groove, 3. Requires level 1 to level 60, requires 850 points of mental power. Restrict the use of mage occupations. Snow Boots, Shoes, Golden Superb. Increase defense by 300, increase magic resistance by 300, increase movement speed by 30%, move fast, cannot be frozen, ignore the snow deceleration environment, increase the range of vision illumination by 3, and greatly reduce physical exertion. Requires level 1 to level 50. Conjurer's Hat, Golden Best. Increase defense by 300, increase magic resistance by 400, can't be cursed, increase mental power by 100 points, increase mana value by 5%, and increase mana recovery speed by 5%. With Groove, 1. Requires level 1 to level 60. 4 pieces of ultimate gear for Chu Shan. The clothes and hats, as well as grooves, can add gems or runes. Great value. Replacing the original equipment is another big improvement. Numerically, Chu Shan's current spiritual power has reached 1378 plus 100, free points, plus 100, 100 points of equipment, equals 1578 points. Toxic Domain Skills. There are also Natural Disaster Armor skills, which have been greatly improved. There are skills. A total of 2 pieces of equipment that increase skills, 1 armor and 1 necklace. Combining the weapon that I increased the skill before, and 2 rings, the skill level that I am equipped with now is level 21. In other words, all my skill levels have been increased by 8. Including Amplification Halo. Amplifies the effect of the halo 8 times more. The magnification of 72 times changes to 80 times in seconds. The improvement is not small. A wave of equipment improvements allowed Chu Shan to taste the benefits brought by the ring missions. The explosion rate is high, and the appearance rate of the best product is also high. The key is that the elite wild monsters are relatively clustered, and the cost performance is not small. In the last wave, all were golden elite level wild monsters. Can the burst rate be bad? Brother Chu Shan, can you really give us this equipment? Ying Chuan asked excitedly. In her hand was a dagger. There is also a lilac veil. Chu Shan glanced at it. Salamander, dagger, golden top grade. Increase damage by 3000 to 3300, weapon block chance by 500, parry chance by 500, fast attack speed by 600, fast skill release speed by 300, attack ignore target's defense by 700 points, damage by 5%, assassin skills by 5 points. With Groove, 3. Pollen Veil, hats, golden needle. Magic resistance increased by 300, the effect of stealth skills by 500, and the duration of stealth increased by 3 minutes, ignoring the influence of the environment on stealth skills. Invisibility skill level plus 1. Excellent equipment. It is very suitable for Yinkan's professional characteristics. Not only Ying Chuan. Chu Shan saw other girls from Xiao Shan Yayu, and they all found the best equipment that suits them. The ground is full of top quality equipment, and the last one is also the golden elite level. As I said, you can take the one that suits you, I don't need it anyway. Chu Shan shrugged. Really? Ying Chuan still felt that it was too precious. Take it. Chu Shan nodded. Then I will be disrespectful. Ying Chuan was overjoyed. After this wave of equipment replacement, it is too suitable for her assassin skills, and the improvement is definitely not small. After picking out the rest of the best equipment, Chu Shan dragged all of them into his system toolbar. The fourth wave has gained a lot, and this is not the last link. But in the next session, we may have to change the location. Chu Shan checked his information prompt. The triggering of the fifth link. You need to go to the dense forest swamp behind Jianyuan Valley. It's not here in the stone tower. Then change it. We strongly recommend you to continue to challenge. Ying Chuan nodded heavily. The benefits of the fourth round are so great, and the benefits of continuing to challenge will only be more and not less. Maybe even rare runes can be exploded. Ying Chuan said. Runes. Special item socketed on socketed equipment. Like various gems, additional attributes can be added to equipment. A superb rune often greatly improves equipment. As for the way to obtain runes, this is relatively rare. At least, the vast majority of top-quality runes currently on the market are looted as soon as they come out, and the supply exceeds demand. Maybe, a lot of runes can really burst out. Don't say it, maybe it's really possible. Chu Shan. Once it is also like the top-grade equipment, so many numbers burst out. Then it will be developed. I knew it earlier, I should have hired a carriage. Ying Chuan said excitedly. Chapter 52. The dense forest swamp is a special place at the rear of Jianyuan Valley, and the distance is relatively far. Several people set off immediately and did not arrive at the edge of the dense forest swamp until evening. It's unwise to enter the swamp at night, I think we'd better go in tomorrow morning. Ying Chuan said. A dark swamp. The wild monsters are not scary, the key is the terrain, and it is easier to get stuck in the quagmire at night. Then camp here. Chu Shan nodded. He ordered the skeleton to set up a camping tent nearby. A dozen skeletons were built together. Not long after, several tents were erected. It's really convenient. I'm more and more envious of your summoner profession. Ying Chuan and the others were not idle. Everyone worked together and took out all the kitchen utensils they brought. When girls are traveling outside, the props are fully prepared, pots and pans, and slices of meat for barbecue. Take it as a thank you gift for the equipment. It's a small thing. Come on, don't be too polite. Ying Chuan said enthusiastically. Yes, eat as much as you can, eat as much as you can. Hu Wan set up the pot and skillfully added seasonings for hot pot. When the water is boiled, the aroma is immediately tangy. Then, other people started to work and put ingredients in it. Sliced meat, vegetables, meatballs, crab sticks, vermicelli, gluten. There are many food materials. It is really not easy to have such a decent meal in the wilderness. After playing the dungeon challenge for so long, Chu Shan was already hungry. The taste is not bad. Chu Shan tasted a piece of mutton roll, and the taste was quite good. This is the first-class mutton specially selected before we set off. Come, try this beef ball again. Ying Chuan greeted warmly. One pot dish, stewed bubbling. The aroma is tangy. However, Christina did not have much interest in this. She just ate a few meatballs tentatively, and then gave up. She just sat next to Chu Shan and helped Chu Shan with food, and she only ate lollipops. Why doesn't Miss Christina eat it? Does it taste wrong? Hu Wan wondered. Yeah, why don't you eat it yourself? Chu Shan was also surprised. Black Dragon Queen. Logically, it can't be vegetarian. All dragons eat meat, so it's right to have a meal without meat. I used to eat too much meat, and I couldn't figure it out. Now I prefer to eat this. Christina gestured at the lollipop in her hand. Then, she spotted a perfectly cooked meat roll in the pot. Pick it up quickly and put it into Chu Shan's bowl. Master, this piece of meat is cooked just right, try it. Christina said. Owner. The girls present were really taken aback by this title. Although speaking of the contact along the way, everyone has long been accustomed to this name, but every time I hear it with my own ears, I still feel a little weird. It's not oily or greasy, it's cooked just right. Chu Shan nodded. This Christie is indeed an expert in eating meat. Of course, in order to fill her stomach, Christina also ate a lot of vegetables, mutton, and beef in the end. A delicious dinner ended in such a lively way. Eat and drink enough. Brother Chu Shan, do you want to play cards together to pass the time? Ying Chuan took out a poker card and invited Chu Shan, indicating that there are 3 missing one. Chu Shan naturally has no problem. However, the poker gameplay here is different from what Chu Shan is familiar with. Do Dizua or something, this is not how it is played here. The gameplay here is relatively complicated and simple. Although it is good for killing time, it will become boring after playing for a long time. In the end, everyone followed Chu Shan to learn Dao De Zhu. 4-2s. King Bomb. For a time, such laughter resounded inside and outside the valley. The excellent gameplay attracted Christina, the majestic Black Dragon Queen. Together with everyone, sitting on the lawn, playing Fight the Landlords. Shunja. 4 aces. Christina slapped 4 A's on the stone table without any hassle. His teammate Ying Chuan was stunned. I almost thought that I didn't understand the rules. No, Christina, you are on the same team in this game, you can't hit your own teammate. Chu Shan explained. It's hard to imagine that the clever queen doesn't understand this bit of rules. Also, I am the landlord of this gun. You obviously bombed me, so why didn't you bomb me just now? Chu Shan didn't understand. But Christina actually understood very well. Of course my attack is reserved for the enemy, how could it be aimed at you, master? Christina understood very well. The other teammates spurted blood on the spot after listening. No, I am the enemy in this game, and you are the family. Chu Shan rubbed his temples, trying to correct Christina's values in the poker game. But alas, it was futile. Then I'll rebel and become a spy. Christina didn't blush or pant, she made it clear that she stood with Chu Shan and dealt with Ying Chuan alone. Ying Chuan was stunned for a long time, then disarmed and surrendered. I admit defeat, it's fine if I admit defeat. You landlord, draw a few more cards. You can also abduct a person in the past. I am left alone, how can I fight with you? I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The joyful sound lasted until very late, but it also relieved the fatigue of the whole day. After 10 o'clock in the evening, they each returned to their respective tents and rested. There will be even more brutal battles to face tomorrow, so today we must raise our spirits. Early the next morning, after a simple freshen up, several people entered this dense forest swamp together. The dense forest swamp, the terrain is rough and difficult to walk, and there are natural swamp traps in many places, but in this broad daylight, the degree of danger is not so high. They are all professionals with several tens of levels at one turn, and their pace is fast. After several hours of trekking, they finally stood in the depths of this dense forest swamp. There is a huge stone sculpture of a frog here. The surrounding scenery is more like an altar. And in the very center of the altar, the copy crystal is standing there. Chapter 53. The fifth wave, they are starting to challenge the fifth wave. On the edge of the cliff, Brother Qian and the people from Shivazai who had been waiting all night cheered up again. The fifth wave of ring-type missions in Qianyuan Valley, no one has ever been able to hit this place. What I'm concerned about is the fifth wave's challenge location here. If we go to the copy crystal one step ahead of them, what do you think will happen? You can, but it's useless. Useless. It's not our ring task chain, even if we go, we won't be able to start it. People from the 18 villages of Kuraba country discussed the battle here and watched the battle from afar. Of course, the text live broadcast on the national channel of the country is also indispensable. Rested all night down. This topic in Kuruba's country has obviously set off a heat wave again. This hot topic gradually spread to the ears of Liang Kingdom and some other countries. I rely on real or fake. These days, someone dares to challenge the perverted chain mission of the Qianyuan Valley Ring Dungeon? Moreover, they have already reached the 5th level? People from other countries were surprised, but people from Daliang country were surprised and excited. That means they were repairing last night, right? Damn it, this kind of ring-type dungeon has reached this juncture and I still need to adjust my mood. If it were me, I would have to stay up all night to clear it. However, if you recharge your batteries, and counting the speed with which they passed the level yesterday, I think this 5th level should not be a problem for them. Yes, it depends on how long this level can hold them back. Professionals in Kuruba country are talking about it. Most of them were numb, and they no longer doubted that Chu Shan would win all the levels. After all, the example is in front. Whether it was the 3rd round or the 4th round, no matter how hard everyone preached about the difficulty of the link, Chu Shan's skeletons were cut one by one, which was very numb. Chu Shan did not disappoint everyone. The fact is indeed as most people guessed, basically it took more than 10 minutes, the people from Shivazai once again reported the information. It's over. Passed. 5th level. It was also easily penetrated. The monsters in the 5th level are all dark gold monsters, and each one is a small boss. You haven't seen that kind of spectacular scene. Mom, this kind of monster configuration, let us go, I don't know how it died. At that time, the 5th wave of monsters came out. Oh my god! Brother Qian's face turned pale. Subconsciously want to run. After thinking about it, I was wrong, I was watching the battle, and I was not the one who was going to fight, so I reluctantly stayed. There are too many bosses, they appear in groups at once, and everyone's reaction is to evacuate. Just like this group of wild monsters, the people from Daliang Kingdom also fought over it. I really don't know whether to say this is good news or bad news. In short, everyone should be in danger in the future, and don't look down on the people of Liangguo anymore. We didn't deal with Liangguo in the first place. We believe that our superiors will not be indifferent to such a top talent, but we don't know how they will deal with it. Anyway, it's none of our business. Why worry about it? Just don't run into this Liangguo talent. I don't care. I'm more concerned about what happened to this wave of bosses. A lot of top quality equipment exploded in the 4th wave yesterday, making people jealous, and it will definitely not be bad today. There was a lot of discussion. The amount of information swiping the screen almost drowned out other channels. This side of the scene. Brother Qian and the others held binoculars. Stare carefully at the distance ahead, and identify those densely packed bright spots. Flash props all over the place. The thing is relatively small, and the flash is too bright, so it's not so easy to see clearly, but... Brother Qian tried to adjust the focus. Then, he gasped. It's a rune. Runes all over the floor. Really runes. A few other companions next to me grabbed the binoculars to see. After seeing clearly, his face also changed. Runes are very valuable props, and the output is not much. The number of explosions here is too exaggerated. Although there is a difference between top grade and ordinary runes, if the base number is so large, there must be top grade runes. Everyone just stared blankly. Runes. Fixed props inlaid on equipment, specific rune combinations can even produce specific rune effects. It is a very coveted prop, especially high-level runes, which are rare in origin and have a very low burst rate. Brother Qian and the others were not too moved by all the top-quality equipment yesterday, but this time they were really moved. Brother Qian, what should we do? Would you like to grab a few? Heartbroken. But... grab? Those skeletons can kill a small boss with one arrow. Who dares to go up and force it? Rude? You don't want to die. Brother Qian scolded. But Brother Qian, look, not all the runes are gathered together. There are a few runes that are very close to our side. Little Litsi is a thief, there should be a chance to sneak up and get a few runes back. Many people are eager to try. But thieves? This type of occupation is good at stealing chickens and dogs. Light on its feet, it also has the ability to confuse people, as well as an excellent camouflage passive. But so what? In the group boss just now, there were several small bosses with similar skills. As a result, he was shot by the opponent's skeleton and focused on it, and he was stuck into a hornet's nest in one round. What is the use? If you are not afraid of death, just pick it up, I have no objection. Brother Qian said that you should not look for me for this kind of thing, and I will not do this kind of thing. Okay. Everyone sighed and regretted. But I also understand that what Brother Qian said makes sense. There is a price to be paid for overreaching. Rune. Damn, it's really a rune. Chu Shan, you sent it. Here at the mission site. First of all, this mission link is still a little bit difficult. It is not as easy as in the previous link. Occasionally, the attack of the archer skeleton still encounters a situation where one move cannot be killed in seconds, and two moves are needed to make up the knife, so it takes a little longer than before. But from the moment these props exploded and scattered on the ground, Ying Chuan, Hu Wan, and others who were familiar with the battlefield environment were really dumbfounded. Runes, a lot of runes. I knew this link would not be bad, and sure enough, there was a wave of ruthlessness. Chu Shan, you sent it. Chapter 54. Runes are very important props, and they play a vital role in the composition of top-grade equipment. In the equipment market, they are often sold out as soon as they appear, and the supply exceeds demand. Here in the extraterritorial battlefield, runes are undoubtedly very valuable items. Of course, the dungeon of the extraterritorial battlefield has a relatively high explosion rate. Compared with the previous novice dungeons, the possibility of producing runes here will be higher. But there has never been such a situation where thousands of runes were produced at once like this time. Because of this, Ying Chuan was terrified and told Chu Shan bluntly that you have developed. Really, you are developed. Just such a wave of ring missions directly solved your need for runes. Next, you just need to go back and study how to match the runes, and that's it. Not to mention, there are many runes numbered from 20 onwards. Ying Chuan said. Yeah, the runes above number 20 are much more difficult to explode than the runes below the number 20, and many top-quality rune combinations must use these numbered runes, which is really profitable. Hu Wan also said. There are runes all over the place. Below number 10 is the blue ray. Numbers 10 to 20 are purple rays. Above the number 20, it is golden light. The amount of this golden light seems to be a lot at first glance. The combination of runes, I have to get a set of materials and sort them out when I go back, Chu Shan said. Even if you have heard of the combination of runes, you have to find a detailed matching table to use it. Otherwise it will be wasted. It's not a problem. I'll fix it for you when I get back. I'll get you the detailed list of ingredients. Ying Chuan took over the job with a full mouth. The problem now is that you quickly put away these runes, so as not to cause trouble if people see them. Ying Chuan said. Yes, put it away quickly. Hu Wan and others. Golden runes are too valuable. Once seen, there is no doubt that this will attract many people's thoughts. You guys can also collect some, there are thousands of them, and I don't need that much anyway. Chu Shan is very generous. No, I can't accept anything this time. Ying Chuan shook his head. It's enough to take such precious equipment from you, and you have led us to practice for such a long time. If we are greedy for more, we will have no morals. This is not acceptable. Ying Chuan shook his head decisively. A lively senior who is good at field work, she also has her own standards for dealing with others. Actually, it's nothing, the big deal is to pick a few repeated walks. Chu Shan didn't think there was a problem. Big deal, he will challenge this ring task again by himself. But anything that can be obtained through copies. Here are all renewable resources. No, you'd better put it away quickly. Put it away quickly. Be obedient, elementary school boy. Several people urged. On this issue, it seems that the few of them will never compromise. Chu Shan could only express his helplessness with that firm look. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll take them all away. Chu Shan nodded. He told the skeleton to gather all the runes together. Then with a swipe of the hand, pull it all into the system props bar. Sister Luo, I'm Koizumi, do you still have the rune combination formula table? Please send me a copy in detail. Ying Chuan also started to contact her personal friends, using the private chat channel, send a message and ask directly. Sister Luo is a friend that Sister Ying Chuan met the day she came to the battlefield. She is very reliable. Sister Ying Chuan will be able to get a copy of the latest ingredient list tomorrow at the latest, Hu Wan explained. Chu Shan nodded. He wasn't too worried about it. After getting along for so many days, he knew Ying Quan's personality. Now that he agreed, Ying Chuan would definitely handle it well. Chu Shan is concerned about another matter now. The fifth wave of monsters is over. This circular task chain can be considered to have reached the final link and ended. Because of the battle, the terrain of the jungle swamp seems to have changed slightly. Originally under the huge frog statue, a huge boa constrictor skeleton was revealed at this time. Its size is very large, and its eye socket alone is larger than a human head. It is hard to imagine how big the body part that is still buried under the swamp will be. Detection. Chu Shan used the detection ability. The information about the bones of the giant python immediately appeared in his mind. Abyssal python. Description: the overlord who dominated a continent in ancient times, but unfortunately failed to resist the ravages of time in the end, and died of old age under this swamp. Buried all the year round, who else can remember the glory of the Python god? Python god? This name is really unique. However, the system can make such an evaluation, which shows that the strength of this giant python was really not weak. Chu Shan. Christina, do you know any information about this python? It seems to be called the abyssal python. Chu Shan looked at Christina. The black dragon girl Wang Li has a long history, so she might know something. The abyssal python? I don't know, I'm sure there was no such thing before me. Christina shook her head. That is to say, this giant python should have been active in this world after the fall of the Black Dragon Queen. The active time, so it seems, is not as long as some other well-known beasts, but rather short. I don't know what's going on, but this python is definitely not weak. Chu Shan rubbed his hands. I made up my mind to pay attention. Yes. This resurrected boss attendant. From now on, I'm afraid there will be another one. He took a few steps back, then raised his wrist, aimed at the skeleton of the giant python, and released his skills. Resurrection. A dark and strange light emerged from the skeleton of this giant python. The entire dense forest and swamp seemed to be shrouded in this light, becoming dark and terrifying. And in this light, a graceful figure came out, standing in front of Chu Shan respectfully. This is also a tall and slender girl who is so beautiful that she has a head of soft white hair that hangs directly to the back of her waist, and her waist-length hair. The legs are very long, and the figure is the same as Christina, which belongs to the best of the best. Master, is it you who called me? Serena asked. Chapter 55. The beautiful Snake King girl stood in front of Chu Shan. Her gestures were full of nobility and elegance. Her nobility was exactly the same as that of Christina, but she lacked the coldness of the latter. If you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find the faint smile on the corner of her mouth. A confident smile, an aristocratic smile. At the same time, Serena's message also appeared in Chu Shan's mind. Selena. Identity, White-Scaled Snake King. Occupation, Snake King. Level, 9 to 100. Skills, Devour, Venom, Madness, Poisonous Mist, Molting, Rebirth, Snake King True Body, Skyfire. 9 turns to level 100. A smile appeared on the corner of Chu Shan's mouth. There is no doubt that this is also a top-level boss unit. Although this level of strength is slightly inferior to that of Christina. But it's not far behind. But this is obviously not the final version. After a while, the system prompt sounded. It is detected that the host has obtained a new attendant, and it is detected that the loyalty of the attendant is always loyal, and the disaster level luck is activated. Congratulations, your attendant Serena's career has been upgraded. Upgrade to Disaster Apostle. Career advancement. Undoubted result. Like Christina, Serena's profession has also become a hidden level of SS++, and her strength has greatly increased. Serena's skills have improved. Skills currently possessed: Calamity Avatar, Sky Flame, Rebirth, Magic Immunity, Poison Immunity, Natural Disaster Miasma, Berserker, Promise Phantom, Stealth. Characteristics: Life Sharing, Magic Power Sharing. The skills have also been improved, and the power must be much stronger than the skills before evolution. Plus an overall increase of 80 times. Serena's overall attributes were raised to a very terrifying level in an instant. Even Serena, who was full of aristocratic temperament, was stunned by the instant soaring. She knew that this was a talent bestowed upon her by her master, Chu Shan, but she never thought that her master would possess such fabulous power. If the previous her was compared to a snake on the ground, then she is undoubtedly a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens now. That kind of improvement, like a carp jumping over a dragon's gate, cannot be expressed in words by a strong person at her stage. All kinds of gratitude, shock, and emotions can only be turned into a sincere gratitude in the end. Thank you for the gift from the master. Serena swears that she will never disappoint the generous gift from the master. Serena knelt on one knee, the noble her. At this time, he also lowered his proud head towards Chu Shan. I see, I accept your loyalty. Chu Shan lightly touched Serena's lowered head with his hand, which was a necessary process to represent acceptance of loyalty. Next, Chu Shan helped her up. Is it because my current strength has improved, so this resurrection doesn't feel fatigued? Chu Shan waved his hand, rejecting Christina, who was going to come to replenish Chu Shan's magic. The last time Chu Shan resurrected Christina, he spent a lot of mana and almost lost his strength. But this time when Serena was resurrected, she no longer felt this sense of fatigue. Sure enough, he became stronger. Master, are you okay? Christina asked with concern. It's okay, it's really okay this time. Chu Shan waved his hand. I think it may be due to the increase in strength and the increase in the total amount of mana, which can withstand this consumption. In addition, I guess it may also be because I have adapted to this state of extreme mana consumption. Chu Shan felt that this sun should be fine. Even if there is. Now the knee pillow is not only the Black Dragon Queen. There is also a white-haired Demon King. This is a companion. Her name is Christina. You should get along well in the future. Chu Shan introduced. Christina, Senior Black Dragon Queen, I know. Serena smiled, and offered her hand to Christina. I didn't expect my name to be remembered later. You are not bad, and your strength is strong enough. You are worthy of being the overlord my master likes. Christina nodded and shook her hand. The Black Dragon Queen is proud. She would not admit the strength of others casually, but only Serena, with that strong aura, was finally recognized. That's okay, in this way, if I have to deal with unnecessary troubles by myself in the future, there will be a companion by the master's side to help take care of me. Although the master's skeletons are powerful enough, they are all puppets without intelligence after all. In terms of better protection of the master, Christina is still more willing to believe in intelligent life forms. Wait, Junior Chu Shan, you just resurrected the giant python skeleton here. The screen flipped, and it was the turn of the girls from Yingchuan to appear at this time, and the girls had been staring blankly from the sidelines for a long time. They saw with their own eyes that Chu Shan revived the python, and the huge python corpse disappeared and turned into a super beautiful woman. This scene, just as Yingchuan finished explaining the task to his friend, turned around and witnessed it with his own eyes. People were stupid at that time. And what did she just say? Black Dragon Queen. Could it be that Christina, you also? How is this possible? Several girls looked terrified. That's right, it's like this. There's no need to hide this from you. Now that I know it, I'm not afraid to admit it. However, I hope you will keep it a secret for me for the time being. After all, although I am not against exposure, I don't want to spread such news meaninglessly. Chu Shan said with a shrug. Damn, it's actually true. Chu Shan, what is your occupation? You can resurrect this kind of boss. Yingchuan was terrified. Revive the top boss? This kind of thing other professionals can't even think about it. Yes, while we mortals are still thinking about how to deal with the boss, you fairy is already thinking about how to drive the boss. Yes. By the way, I've won so many bosses before, and I've seen you recruit them before, but the most you can do is turn into a skeleton. Is there anything else to say here? Hu Wan asked curiously. The level of those bosses is not high enough to form their own wisdom, and resurrection is just a waste. Chu Shan said truthfully. Everyone gave a thumbs up. You rock. Immortals are immortals, and I am far beyond the reach of mortals in this respect. Chapter 56. Extraterritorial Battlefield, Goba Beach. Several figures with their own special effects on the stage, each using their skills, moved forward quickly. The mage learned flying skills and continued to fly at high speed. Professionals on the ground can't fly, but they also develop extremely fast movements, sprinting quickly, bringing up a series of smoke and dust behind them, at an extremely fast speed. Lao Lu read it right, Jianyuan Valley, is it really the location of Jianyuan Valley? During the flight, the mage in the air used the private chat channel to contact the paladin on the ground. I saw those screenshots, it's Jianyuan Valley. Old Zhang, you're cool. This time, Jianyuan Valley has exploded a lot of top quality runes. The golden glittering spots must have the runes you need. The paladins on the ground responded quickly. While talking, it didn't affect his speed at all. Hey, if I can get it, I can wake up laughing from my dreams. This rune has stuck with me for almost a year. However, if the opponent can get through this ring mission, they must have extraordinary strength. We may not have a chance in the past. To be honest, let alone the last fifth ring, even if it is the third ring, I'm not sure I can beat it. Master Zhang Chongzong said. Yeah, I'm quite satisfied with my blood defense, but there are so many monsters in the fourth ring, I still have a headache when I see them. The fifth ring is full of bosses, so I dare not stand on them. Those guys can fight, they must not be weak. Paladin Liu Feng. Speaking of this ring mission challenge, Liu Feng also admired it. Then what are we going to do? We're asking for trouble. Let me tell you, I'm not interested in watching others take advantage of it. Master Zhang Chongzong was about to turn around after speaking. Liu Feng hurriedly stopped him. Farewell, Lao Zhang, I haven't finished talking yet, haven't I? I didn't say that I have to fight hard with the other party. There are too many top-grade runes that have exploded this time. As far as I know, many guys who are full level and close to full level have passed. We all want a piece of the action. Think about it, so many people have passed by, what's the matter, can the few of us get some benefits? Liu Feng said. The meaning of this sentence is obvious. You mean, the fisherman takes advantage of it. It's just taking the sheep by the hand. Let's not make trouble. I don't mock anyone. Just watch the fun. Anyway, with so many people, there must be someone who is jealous, and there must be someone who wants to do it. If the situation is chaotic, don't we have a chance? This is a fisherman's profit. However, there is some truth in what you said. Zhang Chongzong said with a sigh. The so-called law does not blame the public. I admit that you guys are very good at getting through the ring missions. With tens of thousands of small bosses gathered together, other professionals dare not challenge it casually. However, with so many of us passing by, you won't be able to treat us like wild monsters. Even if you really treat us as wild monsters, it's impossible to cut us all at once. Big deal. Can I withdraw? What if it's profitable, right? Soldiers are in danger. In the profession of professionals, there is nothing that can be enjoyed comfortably, and everyone has to take risks. I'm still wondering, where did such a guy come from? Is it Daliang Kingdom? I'm curious how they cultivated such a talent. Could it be a child of the family? Zhang Chongzong was curious. Liu Feng was more curious than him. Who said it wasn't? Suddenly such a genius rose up. No, it's a monster. I don't know what the high-level leaders of Daliang Kingdom will be like. Liu Feng complained. If it's me, well, forget it, it's none of my business, so why worry about it? Anyway, I'd better go to Jianyuan Valley to see if there is any benefit that I can reap. Zhang Chongzong said. That's right, if the speed is too slow, it won't be good if someone gets on top of you first. Lao Zhang will give me a wind travel technique, let's speed up. It is good. Wind travel. Mage skills that increase movement speed and flight speed. Relatively partial auxiliary skills. Under the skill increase, the speed of several people has been greatly improved. Qianyuan Valley, on the edge of the cliff. Brother Qian, this Qianyuan Valley may not be peaceful. The young professional lowered his head and complained in a low voice. In the sky above his head, 3 figures flew past quickly. The rapid speed caused the sound of breaking through the air, and the eardrums of several people who were pierced were painful, and the eardrums with poor strength began to ooze blood. What a terrifying speed! The speed alone can hurt people. This is not an ordinary mage, but a rare mage class, a sound mage. Brother Qian covered his ears, his eyes horrified. Master Yin, that mage's robe, sure enough, Master Yin of Mukia Kingdom has arrived. It's him, I recognize that robe, and the 2 people beside him are not easy. They are also great people with full rank 1. Nowadays, there are quite a lot of talented people coming and going to this Qianyuan Valley. After the great Yin Master, Brother Qian saw the direction of the entrance of the valley again, and another group of 3 or 5 full-level professionals rushed towards him. Armored warriors, earth knights, gale warriors, ice warriors. There is also the direction outside Qianyuan Valley, on the other side of the horizon, there seems to be other figures that are approaching faintly. The strength is not weak. Either turn 1 to full level. Or, it's not too far from the full level. There are a lot of names that can't be named. Damn it, today is really, a group of demons dancing wildly. Brother Qian lay down on the ground directly. This scene is too big, and the aura is full of oppression. It seems that after we released the rune information, the number of people gradually increased. It seems that this problem started. The little professional said. Do you still need to ask? Of course these bosses are here for the best runes. Brother Qian concluded. Extreme equipment may not be able to attract so many big shots. Runes, low-level runes, no matter how many there are, they may not be able to invite so many big bosses. But advanced runes are different. Not to mention, there are so many high-level runes. At this moment, it's like an open treasure house. Does this mean that a few of us little shrimps stirred up a big incident? Seems like it. A few grains of mouse droppings ruined a pot of porridge. Hey, can you stop being so stupid? Chapter 57. Everyone, long time no see. Haha, the fisherman is fine, it's really been a long time. Above the Qianyuan Valley, there is a gathering of talents, full-level professionals from various countries, the first seat, gathered here in the depths of the valley. Familiar people greet each other, and unfamiliar people keep a distance from each other. Although no one said it clearly, everyone understood at the moment that everyone was here for those top-quality runes. We are really late. There are so many bosses, they must have arrived early. Zhang Chongzong and Liu Feng arrived at the scene about half an hour late. When they came, many people had already gathered in the valley. Master Dayan from Mukihu Kingdom is also here. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Oh, the curse warlocks from the ancient country, and the warriors from the 8 wilderness kingdoms from the lay country are here. I'll be damned. It's really a group of demons dancing wildly today. Zhang Changzong's September 10th office exaggeratedly exclaimed. Compared with these people. Although Zhang Changzong is known as the Lord of Law, he can't compare with these big guys. Lao Zhang, long time no see, why, are you here to try your luck today? The curse magician from the ancient country, who knew Zhang Changzong, waved his hand and greeted him. Ah, Guyat, hey, you're always here? Hey. Zhang Changzong looked sloppy. Master, I'm not very old. When you say that, it seems like I'm 70 or 80 years old. Doesn't it show that you have a high status? Compared with you, hey, I can't compare. Both are mages. In the eyes of ordinary professionals, a mage is a mage. But in the circle of mages, only a few special mage professions can truly be called masters. Everyone's level is obviously full level 1 to 110, Zhang Chongzong has to laugh with Guming in front of him. But why is the ground so clean? Could it be that we are really late, Mr. Gu? Zhang Chongzong said disappointedly. It's not late, it was like this when we came. It may have been taken away by those challengers. Take it away? That's right, so many treasures, it's me, and I will take them all away. Yes, we came in time, but now no one is taking the lead and we are waiting for others to come forward, but I think there will be results soon. Guming narrowed his eyes. His hat has 3 grooves, and he is currently missing a number 28 top-grade rune, so he made up a combination of runes called the Blue Devil. He's stuck on this rune for 7 months. He looked at the picture that was circulated this time, and there was a certain golden shining point in it, which was exactly the number 28 rune he needed. After 7 months of searching, he thought he would never be wrong. And in fact, among the top professionals who came here, who didn't come here because of the lack of 1 or 2 runes. Those professionals with too many different numbers have no intention of mixing. After being stuck for half a year or even more than half a year, now that the runes I need are right in front of my eyes, can Hui not be tempted? Let's see, whose luck is better. Master, I have met a lot of uninvited guests. Christina had noticed these later professionals a long time ago, but this time she didn't expel them directly, she was waiting for Chu Shan's order. The same is true for Serena, the noble Snake King's range perception ability is not much weaker than that of the Black Dragon Queen, but the master is right in front of her eyes, she can only temporarily wait for the master's arrangement without the master's order. Although these professionals are all top-level full-level powerhouses in this battlefield space, in their eyes, they are no different from level 1 babies. It's just an ant that can be crushed to death. But it was precisely because of this that they paid more attention to Chu Shan's orders. Because they are servants, Everything must take the master's order as the highest priority and must not be overridden. Of course, the most important thing is that they are mere ants. They don't think that these guys can cause much hindrance to their masters. I know, it looks like a lot of people have come. Chu Shan narrowed his eyes. Chu Shan's level is not low now. A ring task to kill down. His level went straight up to 103. Only 7 levels away from the full level. Compared with these full level professionals, Chu Shan is almost the same purely in terms of realm. With his own ability alone, he can completely sense the arrival of outsiders. Start first. Just feel it. Now, you can see it with your eyes. Because several top professionals have already appeared in his field of vision from afar. It's a top professional. Ying Quan's expression changed. The faces of the girls in Xiao Shan Yahu all changed. That's the Baijin hunter of Yuezhi Kingdom. Also, Baijin summoner from Liatang Kingdom. It's 2 full-level bosses. Ying Chuan immediately became alert. Xiao Shan Yahu is just a guild. The level is not too high, compared with these big guys, it is a drop in the ocean, there is no way to compare. Although it is said that Ying Chuan and the others have benefited a lot from this leveling, there is still a gap with these full-level professionals. People from other countries are also attracted here? Sure enough, the top-grade runes are easy to attract these red-eyed monsters. Damn it, who leaked the news? Ying Chuan gritted his teeth. Because she discovered that there are more and more full-level powerhouses appearing constantly. They are all for the top runes. There is no doubt about it. It's just that Ying Chuan and the others didn't expect that the scale of strong men they attracted would be so large. There is no need to mess up our position because of other people's affairs. We continue to manage our own affairs well, and don't need to think about other things. Chu Shan said. Yes. There are quite a lot of strong people here this time. There are still many people who are quietly watching on the sidelines out of sight. But so what? It's just a mere 1 transfer to the full level. Chu Shan didn't think that these people could survive his own skeleton army, let alone the presence of 2 top bosses, Christina and Serena. Therefore, no matter how many of these professionals there are, the number is only 4.3. I also bought a publicity form of Fu Wen He Cheng online, which is a book. The ring task company here is over, and I plan to go back and get this book, and then study it. Chu Shan said. Research the rune synthesis formula. Collect top-level rune combinations to enhance the attributes of equipment. What about you? Chu Shan asked. Then let's go back too. I'll ask my friend about the rune synthesis formula. Ying Chuan said. Chu Shan leaves. Of course, there is no need for them to stay any longer. Okay, then let's return. Shan nodded. Everyone packed their bags and prepared to return. At this moment, several full-level professionals stopped in front of them. My friend, can I spare you some time? Chapter 58. Several full-level professionals spoke very politely, but they didn't mean to give way. Don't be nervous, we're just here to talk to you about buying runes. The armor professional on the left took out a few bank cards. Spend money to buy. These full-level professionals are all dignified people, and if they were asked to rob them face to face, they would not be able to do that kind of thing. Everything is negotiable, if you can exchange some runes you need by purchasing, that is of course the best. Don't worry, we only need to buy 2. The jungle professional on the right is also full of hope. Eagerly awaiting Chu Shan's answer. Sorry, I'm not selling, please get out of the way. Chu Shan waved his hand, signaling the 2 to stop talking, and then continued walking forward. He is not short of money at all now, how could it be possible to use money to buy runes from him? Originally, Chu Shan hadn't clearly realized the value of runes. At this moment, seeing so many powerhouses with full rank 1 being attracted, how can I still not understand? It is even more impossible to sell for money. Damn 31, you rejected me so simply, you really didn't take me seriously. Brother, is it because we haven't shown up for a long time, and everyone has forgotten us? The armor professional was helpless. How can it be? It can only be said that this kid has the ability to break through all the ring-type task chains. He really has the ability, so he has the capital of arrogance. Forest professional. Then what do you think we should do? Don't take hard and soft, just watch him go away like this, the armor professional. Otherwise what else do you want to do? Jungle professional. If it weren't for the amazing record of the opponent's piercing ring mission company. There are so many full-level powerhouses present who have already started, why wait and see each other until now? It is because of jealousy. But don't worry, there are so many old foxes, they won't wait too long. At least let's not be the first birds, and wait for a while. Forest professionals. Chu Shan and others continued to walk out of the valley. Leave like no one else around. On the way, there were indeed professionals coming over constantly, expressing kindly that they were willing to pay a price to buy 1 or 2 runes here, as long as 1 or 2 runes. Some people offered to buy them with money, and some offered top-quality equipment in exchange for them. There were also a few more realistic ones who claimed to be willing to exchange them for runes of the same value. However, there are not many such people. All come for the runes. Of course Chu Shan will not compromise. In addition, Chu Shan also understands that the reason why these full-level proud guys talk nicely to him is purely because of their strength. If ring missions are so easy to kill, they may not be polite to themselves. In fact it is. At the beginning, most of the full-level professionals were able to talk softly and discuss issues in a peaceful tone as much as possible, but as time went by, everyone's patience may have been worn out, and some people began to reveal it's coming hard. In terms of language, they use their strength and influence to try to put a certain amount of pressure on Chu Shan. After all, there is no way, the attraction of top-level runes is too great. They have been stuck for at least half a year for a certain rune or 2 different runes. The madness in it is difficult to express in words. Finally, Chu Shan's patience was slowly worn away. He handed this matter over to Christina, asking her to crush the proud self-confidence of these full-level professionals. When Christina received the task, she first exchanged glances with Serena, and temporarily entrusted Chu Shan's safety to Serena. Then she flew into the air. Facing a few professionals who still wanted to get together, he directly released his powerful dragon power. Don't let us repeat it too many times, my master said that runes are not for sale. Come pester my master again, don't blame us for being rude. Terrifying Longwei. 9 to 129 level Longwei. It was sprinkled out directly. On the spot, those professionals who were trying to come face to face were hit, and they knelt directly on the ground. In the distance, on the ground, on the cliffs, on the trees, on the rocks, no matter whether they are men or women, all professionals at the full level were restrained and knelt on the ground. Cold sweat drenched. To be honest, Christina still has reservations. If her dragon power is fully released, these so-called full-level professionals may be directly crushed to death, fatal on the spot. However, even Long Wei, who is reserved and restrained, is not something these people can compete with. This sense of oppression. This woman is so powerful. I seem to feel the fear of death. Hell, can I feel death in this extraterritorial battlefield? I can't move anymore, as if my body is not my own anymore. I felt the trembling of my soul, and I almost kowtowed to her. I really knocked one just now. What kind of power is this? No wonder they have a way to get through all the 5-ring dungeon trials. Their strength is really not bragging. Damn, this power is terrible. All the full-level professionals felt the threat of death one after another. A second ago, they were still racking their brains for the rune negotiations, trying to threaten Chu Shan with soft and hard mergers, but this second, all they are left with is fear. With this strength, I think they will be able to pass through the sixth link, right? What's the origin of this woman? Is it a bodyguard? If a bodyguard has this level of strength, then how strong is that professional Chu Shan? Damn it, I should have guessed earlier, 957 is not that easy. She has exceeded the current battlefield strength standard? Can anyone tell me what's going on? People are horrified, terrified. The breath of death made them completely forget about the rune. Life is threatened, who dares to think about other things? Of course, there are also some people who are unwilling to give up and are still frantically testing the bottom line. Beauty, please don't be angry, I am the music master of Mukia Kingdom, Zhang Shiming, please report to your master, I am willing to exchange a expensive price for a rune I need, and I will pay the price. Dayan Fei is still insisting. But his face was not so pretty anymore. Roll. Christina roared. Dragon roar. Dayan Fa yet. Plop. 5 body cast. Kneeled on the ground. His face was pressed hard into the soil, unable to move. What did I see? Great Master Dayan knelt down after being yelled at by that woman. Here on the edge of the cliff, Brother Qian and the others were dumbfounded. Who dares to believe it? Full-level masters flocked from all directions, originally thought that things would change dramatically, but who would have thought that such a result would happen? Chapter 59. It's scary, I didn't expect that just one guard would be so scary. Lao Lu, we've been screwed this time. Zhang Chongzong knelt on the ground under the pressure of Longwei, terrified. Damn it, even Master Dayan can't hold her back. What is the origin of that professional? It's terrible to have such a guard. Lu Feng also couldn't get up, knelt on the ground, and struggled vigorously. At this time, all the full-level professionals at the scene were filled with fear. Really, what a terrifying power! Ying Chuan said. Ying Chuan and the others knew about Christina's background, and knew that the Black Dragon Queen might be very strong, but they never thought that she would be so deceitful. So many full-level professionals are kneeling on the ground, unable to even stand up, which is really terrifying. Okay, let's go. Chu Shan said. Leave Jianyuan Valley. Backtrack. Along the way, there were some additional full-level professionals who came later. These people, of course, were suppressed to the ground one after another. Whether flying in the sky or running on the ground. Whenever they approached, they were all suppressed by Longwei. Lie down on the ground with all 5 bodies thrown to the ground, and his face was deeply pressed into the soil, unable to move. What a coercion! That guard is terrifying. What a terrifying power! This is the first time I feel such a terrifying power. I can't move anymore. Is it the same for those full-level professionals who came earlier? Just kidding, this power level difference is too much. There are also people who haven't figured out the situation yet. However, when they came to the scene, they saw this magnificent tragedy directly. That's Master Dayan from Mukia Kingdom, Zhang Shiming. Why is he kneeling on the ground? There are also the cursed magician Gu Ming Guya from the ancient country, and the 8 wild warriors from the Lei country. There are so many well-known professionals, why are they kneeling on the ground? In the end, what happened? Then came the professionals here in Jianyuan Valley. They are still shocked by this magnificent picture. And the next second, Longwei's pressure instantly covered them. A group of people sank their hearts and fell from the sky. Boom! Smash into the dirt. 5 body cast. Scary, terrific. These are all uncompromising powerhouses in the foreign battlefield. There are so many people in front of Chu Shan and the others, and they don't even have a chance to speak. It's too scary. Yinkin's heart trembled. Their Xiao Shan Yayu guild does not have such a high level, but today, with Chu Shan, they can still feel like no one is in front of so many masters. This state of mind, it cannot be expressed in a few words. Let's go. Chu Shan waved his hand. Everyone followed the gravel path in the valley and left here smoothly. When they left, about half an hour later, the full-level professionals who were suppressed here regained their mobility one after another. Get up from the ground. But at this time, none of us expressed the joy of surviving after the catastrophe. Instead, they all looked heavy and preoccupied. The sky here is about to change. It's about to change. The full-level powerhouses representing the top groups on the battlefield were all defeated in Qianyuan Valley as a whole. The news spread like a poisonous mist. Happy, unhappy, in addition to shock, of course, still shocked. Haha, I knew that this kid would never be unknown if he went to the battlefield outside the territory, and he would definitely cause something. No, once it's done, it's going to be a big deal. Replica Hall. In the main hall, God of War Xiao Tianming laughed loudly. He passed the news to his companion beside him. Companion, like Xiao Tianming, a bald man in the palace master's red robe. This Chu Shan is a talent recommended by you. You guys never recommend juniors. I also said, why did you suddenly change your gender this time? It turns out that I really found a treasure. You trust Chu Shan so much, you don't want to hear the details of this matter, said the bald-headed palace master. No, there's no need to listen. Xiao Tianming waved his hands directly, not caring at all. The dragon girl following Chu Shan. Even his top god of war powerhouse almost died in the hands of the dragon girl. How can it be difficult to hold them on the stage of the battlefield outside the region? It should be said that there are no dead people, it should be said that it is already a great favor to Chu Shan. Even without going through the details, Xiao Tianming can directly measure the gorgeous process, which must be very satisfying. Old Jian, this Chu Shan is the only seed I am optimistic about, please give him some convenience. I remember that I will return the favor to you later. Xiao Yuming said seriously. You don't have to pay it back, I'll just remember it. How could my dungeon hall not care about such a good seed? It's you. After this incident got out, I was worried that the people of Kuraba would be unfavorable to him, and some other neighboring countries might take action. After all, he was too dazzling this time. Qian Zhengxian say. The competition between countries kill each other's seedlings. This is a common practice. In order to ensure that their excellent talents can grow smoothly, generally speaking, the major power families will take necessary protection measures and even apply to use the country's calendar area when necessary. Daliang Kingdom has also taken such actions in other countries, so it is not difficult to imagine how other countries will react after receiving this news. Of course, it is not easy to carry out such small actions in other countries. But when it comes to Chu Shan, Xiao Tianming shook his head. He really couldn't think of anyone else who could threaten the child's growth. It's okay with this kid, I don't believe anyone can really threaten him. But don't worry, I won't take it lightly. I came to you this time to put it bluntly because of this matter. I, Xiao Tianming, only have my eyes on such a talent in my life. I will definitely not let him get into trouble. Whether it is about to happen or might happen, I will kill these in the cradle in advance. Xiao Tianming said. Chapter 60. Of course Chu Shan didn't know about Xiao Tianming's situation, so he returned to Stone City smoothly and bought the synthesis formula book he ordered. There was also the synthetic material that Ying Chuan asked for from her friend, and handed it to Chu Shan. Then, Chu Shan locked himself in the bedroom. Rune synthesis, let's study this first. Chu Shan began to learn the knowledge of rune synthesis. Rune synthesis is actually gem inlay. Fix the attributes on the rune, and attach the attached image. And if the inlays are carried out in accordance with the prescribed order, it is often possible to amplify additional top-quality attributes. For example, number 3 rune, plus number 5 rune, plus the configuration of number 4 rune. Arranged in this order, you can activate the rune attribute named stick. Rune combination, stick to it. After activation, the defense will increase by 3000, the magic resistance will increase by 3000, and the damage received will be reduced by 20%. Just 3 runes can't make up such an effect, and the attributes of the gems are not enough. And combined together, on the line. The importance of the combination of runes is reflected here. So, cultural gems are more popular. However, according to the function introductions on the synthesis table of these formulas, there are not many truly excellent rune combinations suitable for my use. Chu Shan frowned. There is no way for 710 to do this. Of course what Chu Shan wants is the best combination. And the best combination, no matter how many combination bases there must be only a few of them. There is no phenomenon of 100 flowers contending. The best thing I need is to increase the combination of skill levels, in addition to increasing mental power, and then double resistance and blood. And the combination of runes with the most increase in skill level this set is called Water God. Chu Shan. Rune combination, Water God. After activation, all skill levels will be increased by 10 levels, skill mana consumption will be reduced by 30%, and mana value recovery speed will be increased by 30%. All skills increase by 10. Very good. The rune materials that need to be used are number 24 rune, number 29 rune, and number 27 rune. Number 24, number 29, and number 27, I happen to call them all, and each number has 4 or 5 numbers, so I made a lot of money. Chu Shan was delighted. Others, there are many people who have been stuck for a certain top quality rune for half a year or even more than half a year. And he does. Not only do you not worry about being useless, but you grab a lot of them. Instead, I worry about not having more equipment to fight, the difference, this is called the difference. Among all my equipment, the clothing equipment Elf's Blessing has exactly 3 grooves, which are just used to create this rune. Chu Shan said, taking off his magic robe. Then he brought up the system props bar. Take out the 3 runes you need to use. Then in order, inlaid on the magic robe. Fortunately, there is no difficulty in inlaying runes, otherwise I would have to find a craftsman. Fortunately, there is no need. Chu Shan. The method of mosaic is very simple. Just hold the stone rune and press down on the equipment. The 3 runes are all inlaid in order. At this time, earth-shaking changes have taken place in this magic robe equipment. Look at the properties. Chu Shan. Elf's Blessing, Magic Robe, Golden Legend. Defense plus 1000, Magic Resistance plus 2000, Long Range Damage Absorption 500, Quick Release of Magic 100, Quick Hit Recovery, Speed up Magic Recovery by 15%, All Skills plus 2. With Grooves, 3, Embedded Runes, 24, 29, 27. Activation Rune, Water God, adds an additional 10 levels to all skills, reduces skill mana consumption by 30%, and increases mana recovery speed by 30%. Requires level 1 to turn to level 60, requires 850 points of mental power. Restrict the use of mage occupations. This equipment. This is far superior. A real golden legend. All skill levels increased by 10. That is to say, all skills of Calamity Skeleton, Skeleton Archer, Poison Domain, Scourge Armor, Amplification Halo, etc. will be increased by 10 levels. Among them, the level of Natural Disaster Skeletons, DBBD, has reached level 81. Amplifying Halo, Highly Poisonous Field, is also level 81. Skeleton Archer, and Scourge Armor, these 2 skills Chu Shan only added 11 points of skills in total. What now? Under the accumulation of various equipment. Skill level, pile up directly to level 42. The horror of the equipment. At this moment, it is very intuitive. That's right. The amplification aura has increased by another 10 levels, which means that the overall attributes of all my units have increased by 10 times. The total increase was 80 times before, but now it is 90 times. Chu Shan. Is it useful to blindly increase the attribute multiplier? 80 times killing is 1 knife second, 90 times is not 1 knife second. It actually works. Because of this circular task chain. Let Chu Shan see this special mission mode. In this mode, he saw an increase in the multiplier of wild monster units. In future challenge dungeons, similar modes will definitely not be missing. Increase the magnification at this stage to ensure your own output capacity in the future. Multiplier, this, can never be too much. I'll keep the rest of the runes for now and use them later. Chu Shan. There are still many runes left, and now, all of them are placed in the system props column at the bottom of the box. After Chu Shan logged into the trading website again. He wanted to see if there was any top quality equipment with grooves on the online shopping platform to buy. How to say? There are several sets of runes for the water god combination. If you can buy a top quality helmet with 3 grooves, wouldn't it be another 10 skill points? The equipment that can play runes is only clothes, weapons, hats, and shoes. If you buy another weapon with 3 slots, there are also 3 grooved shoes. Isn't that 30 skill points are credited? But it's a pity that it's hard to find top quality equipment that can enter Chu Shan's eyes. Moreover, the equipment with 3 grooves, this kind of equipment itself is also very sought after, and it is not easy to come across. Forget it, it's pretty good for now. Chu Shan shrugged. Although it is a pity, I am not too disappointed. After all, the harvest this time is already very large. After finishing the equipment, Chu Shan organized the package smoothly. He put the useless equipment online and packaged it for sale. At the same time, he also found a strange crystal from many fragments. Hidden copy activates the crystal. Hidden copy, the collar of the Great Sage. Remarks: in order to get through the Qianyuan Valley Ring mission, there is a high probability of dropping, one of which is a hidden secret copy. There is also an activation crystal with a hidden copy. Chu Shan was surprised. Chapter 61. Hidden Dungeons. There are some unknown secret areas in many places, so professionals need to continue to explore and explore. However, this is the first time I have seen the entrance crystals of the secret realm that burst out in this form. It is also a long experience. First, it was an external dungeon refreshed on the spot, and now it is a special dungeon crystal that can be exploded with the same explosion rate as props. The world is so big, there really is nothing strange. This doesn't seem to be an external copy of the on-site refreshing type, but a traditional copy space. But this teleportation crystal is only one time. Chu Shan glanced at the crystal roughly. Small size. That's the size of an egg. When Chu Shan was playing with this crystal, relevant information quickly appeared in his mind. Secret Realm Dungeon, the leader of the Great Sage. Entry level, between level 1 to level 100, level 2 to level 50. Remarks: the crystals in this dungeon are obtained from the explosion rate of the Qianyuan Valley Ring type mission, and the difficulty is relatively high, which is 3 times the difficulty of the Qianyuan Valley Ring type mission. Challengers are expected to choose carefully. Remark 2: the hidden special dungeon is the fixed burst location of the special item Great Sage Heart. It's twice as difficult as the ring task. Chu Shan was surprised. The Qianyuan Valley Ring task itself is very difficult. Especially the last wave. They are all dark golden little bosses. The total number is as high as tens of thousands, and they are densely packed. It is simply not something that normal professionals can challenge. The difficulty of this dungeon is twice as high as that of the ring mission. Simply unimaginable. However, the greater the difficulty, the greater the benefit. The heart of the Great Sage that bursts out regularly should be a relatively precious item. Exactly, my current level is just right to enter, why not go in and have a look? Chu Shan wants to go in and see what's weird about this so-called special hidden dungeon. In addition, he is now level 1 to 103, which is very close to the full level of level 1. It just so happens that a suitable leveling place is needed to extract experience. Then go in and have a look. Chu Shan. This one-time copy crystal is different from the traditional copy crystal. Touching can only retrieve approximate copy information. To enter, press a foot twist on the face of the crystal. You are trying to enter the territory of the Great Sage. Do you want to enter? Hints that come to mind. Chu Shan called Christina and Serena. Enter. Entering the copy, please wait. With the reminder of this message, the scene in front of Chu Shan changed. Green hills. This place seems to be a huge green grass plain, with a large area, and it is endless as far as the eye can see. The atmosphere of the country is very strong and the air is very fresh. However, the magical atmosphere here is also very strong. Oh, the Great Sage's magic has a bit of history, but this space is quite nostalgic. Christina felt the atmosphere here and said this suddenly. A seemingly pointless sentence. But it made Chu Shan keenly capture a lot of useful information. Great Sage magic. It must be a professional in ancient times with a bit of history. And also, this seemingly peaceful grassy plain. Most likely, these great sages controlled some kind of powerful magic circle. Or prohibition or something like that. Really? Not long after arriving here, Chu Shan's 10 archer skeletons sent a dangerous signal. Chu Shan hastily turned his head to look. What he saw was that not far in front of the archer's skeleton, a large pile of soil condensed and accumulated, and then quickly turned into a huge clay stone figure. Different from the stone man in the Qianyuan Valley Ring mission, this clay stone man is engraved with strange symbols and patterns all over his body, just like a magic circle. The information of the clay stone figure appeared in Chu Shan's mind. Mutated Stone Demon, Purple Elite. Level range, 1 to 100 levels. Mutated wild monsters are 5 times stronger than ordinary dungeon monsters, and 3 times stronger in hell difficulty. No wonder it is said that the difficulty of this dungeon is 3 times higher than that of Qianyuan Valley's ring type. It turns out that the wild monsters here are all mutants. Of course, if it wasn't a mutant, then of course it wouldn't be able to reach this level of difficulty. At this time, the attack mechanism of the shooter skeleton is activated. It raised its crossbow, pointed it at the stone golem, and pulled the trigger. Crack! The rough bone arrow pierced directly into the mutant stone demon's forehead. Shot through that core. The sturdy body of the mutated stone demon quickly began to disintegrate, collapsing into the original soil. Kill the mutated stone demon and get 2805 experience points. 2800 experience points. In terms of experience, this is clearly a boss level. Chu Shan exclaimed. Some of the bosses he killed did not have such a high level of experience. In other words, this purple elite mutant wild monster is as powerful as a boss. 00. The experience is high enough, which is beneficial to me. I don't know if I can rise to the full level 2 in one go today. Chu Shan thought. The experience of wild monsters in the normal dungeon is not so much. Although the efficiency of killing the last 7 levels is not slow, it still takes some time. This hidden copy has high experience. I believe the efficiency should be faster. Selena, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. Just let me see your ability. Chu Shan turned to look at Serena. Originally, I wanted Christina to use the big move directly. But after thinking about it, I still chose Serena. The main reason is that Serena herself is also eager to volunteer, hoping to make some contributions. She has just been resurrected by Chu Shan, and she has not yet established a real meritorious service in this brand new form. Obey Master, I won't let you down. Serena was eager to try. She and Christina are on par in strength, and cleaning up this kind of wild monster area is obviously not a problem for her. Chu Shan just wanted to see what she would do. I just want to get acquainted with Serena's fighting style. Serena who accepted the order. With a flick of the finger, a group of purple energy mixed with poison is ejected. This energy group is very similar to Chu Shan's poisonous field. But the scope of influence is wider, and the scope is terrifying. Just for a moment, Chu Shan saw this lush grassland covered by purple gardens. Chapter 62. However, the poisonous mist did not corrode the green grass, but forced out the mutated stone demons hidden deep in the soil on this land. These mutated stone demons showed their original forms one by one. Then under the erosion of poisonous mist, rapidly reducing physical strength. One by one, they fell apart and turned into experience points accumulated on Chu Shan. Kill the mutated stone demon and get 2890 experience points. Kill the mutated stone demon and get 2860 experience points. Kill the mutated stone demon and get 2900 experience points. Kill the mutated stone demon and get 2910 experience points. Serena's exclusive skill, Disaster Radar. This skill is still different from Chu Shan's toxic domain. In the highly poisonous field, the initial bombardment caused by the skill is very strong, followed by the poisoning damage of the follow-up 093. However, the natural disaster poison treatment does not have the initial explosive bombardment, and it is continuous poisoning damage from the beginning. And this kind of poisoning damage, the amount of blood lost each time is much larger than that of Chu Shan's poisonous field. Basically, these mutated stone demons were poisoned to death in just one wave. None of the stone demons lasted until the second wave of blood deduction. Killing monsters silently, with a large area, but without changing the landscape, Serena really has you. Chu Shan said. You're making a fool of yourself in front of the master. Serena said respectfully. The mutated stone demon fell down, revealing a white marble ground in front of it. Echoed by residual magic. An even bigger mutated demon emerged from the marble ground. The relevant information about the mutated devil twice as big as him immediately appeared in Chu Shan's mind. Great Sage's Servant, Golden Legend. Level, 2 to 35. Boss. Moreover, it is also a mutant stone demon of magic type. Because shortly after it appeared, the stone demon immediately set itself ablaze with intense flames. The hot temperature caused the nearby green grass to wither quickly. Master, please leave this little boss to me to deal with. Serena's demeanor is gentle and elegant, noble and generous. With a wave of her white arms, countless phantoms appeared around the mutated flame stone demon, killing them at an extremely fast speed. Clatter. In a split second, this mutated flame stone demon seemed to have been cut into pieces by thousands of knives. One of Serena's exclusive tricks. Promise Phantom. The flame golem cannot resist, the core is shattered. This golden boss fell to the ground. Kill the valet of the Great Sage and get 5600 experience points. A lot of equipment exploded. Like this mutant golden boss, the explosion rate seems to be higher than the traditional boss. At least the amount of gold level equipment is not comparable to that of ordinary bosses. Weapon swords, knives, and halberds, as well as shields and armor, are of the highest quality. There are also a few top quality runes above 20. This explosion rate is higher than that of the bosses in the ring missions. Of course Chu Shan waved his hand and put all these into his backpack. It seems that it's not over yet. This secret map seems to be bigger than we imagined. Chu Shan. It is impossible to have only one boss. The difficulty of this kind of secret dungeon is higher than that of ring missions, so its area and the number of bosses will not be limited. However, a large area map often also represents a high degree of freedom. Chu Shan looked around, and then decided to continue the direction of the foreground route. Come on, let's go this way. Chu Shan said. All eyes are green grasslands, and the feeling is the same in the southeast and northwest. Of course wild monsters are the same. After walking a considerable distance, a large number of wild monsters appeared again in front of the field of vision. Lightning Stone Demon, Purple Elite. Level, 1 to 110. Remarks: the enhanced version of the mutated Stone Demon has twice the attack power of the mutated Stone Demon. Thunder Golem. The whole body is wrapped in thunder, and the momentum is astonishing. It's quite a lot, Serena gave it to you. Chu Shan ordered. Understand the master. Serena's movements are still so noble, elegant, and beautiful. She waved her arms lightly. Where the wild monsters gather together, a large number of her phantoms reappear. One of the exclusive skills of the Snake Queen. Promise Phantom. It turns out that this skill can also be used in groups. Numerous phantoms are like sharp knives, cutting these wild monsters quickly. Wherever it passes, there must be wild monster units that will be directly hacked to death. The experience points were accumulating rapidly, and before long, all the strengthened mutated stone demons were killed. Kill the lightning stone demon and get 2960 experience points. Kill the lightning stone demon and get 2990 experience points. Kill the lightning stone demon and get 3100 experience points. Kill the lightning stone demon and get 3015 experience points. The same experience as swiping the screen. Before I knew it, I had already killed a lot of mutated stone demon units. At this time, Chu Shan checked his level information again, and found that his level had reached level 1 to level 107. In less than a blink of an eye, it has been upgraded to level 4, and the efficiency is not low. Then go ahead. Just in front of them, there was another hill where stone demons gathered together, and the number of stone demons was dense. Chu Shan simply sent out his own archer skeletons, and used long-range attacks to attract these stone demons, pulling hatred to pull them over, so that Serena or Christina to concentrate on processing. In fact, Chu Shan could have used his skeleton to deal with killing monsters. However, the efficiency of killing monsters with skeletons is not as good as the efficiency of the two big bosses. In order to seize the time to rush to the full level, Chu Shan of course has to make good use of 3.7 to use the boss's ability to clear the field. The stone demons attacked by the archer's skeleton move their whole body with one hair, and the whole body is attracted to them. Their speed is also very fast, and the number of them is even larger. Serena is a move of the infinite phantom, rewarding the past. The promise phantom slashed quickly, and within seconds, all of these mutated stone demons fell to the ground. And on the other side, on another hill where stone demons gather together, Christina summons thunder. Exclusive skill Death Flash. A large number of thunderbolts, together with the terrain and wild monsters over there, were wiped out together. In this way, he repeatedly killed many times, and after the entire area was completely cleared, Chu Shan came back to check his own information. I was pleasantly surprised to find that my level had risen from 1 to 110. Full level. Chapter 63. At full level, you can turn 2. If you don't perform 2 turns, there is no way to continue to accumulate experience. Serena, stop first. Chu Shan shouted to stop Serena from continuing to kill the enemy. Master, what's the matter? Serena walked back strangely. Master should be at the full level, so you can turn 2. After all, Christina has followed Chu Shan for the longest time, so she can easily see the point of the problem. It's not that easy yet, I don't know what the material is for the second round. Chu Shan said. At the moment, he stopped being polite to the two girls, and Chu Shan directly checked his second job requirements. Items needed for the second turn. A. 1000-year level, Undead Spirit *5. B. Millennium Grade, Necromancer Orb *10. C. Dark Gold level, Dark Magic Book *1. D. Dark Gold level, Soul Suppressing Array *1, one-time use. E. Dark Gold level, Chaos Core *1. Very clearly displayed. As far as the displayed items were concerned, Chu Shan found that they were basically the same as the items he needed for the first round, but the number was slightly increased, and only one new item was added. Chaos Core. Hearing the name is quite tall. Not knowing what it was, Chu Shan simply sat down where he was and looked through the information Xiao Shan Yeyu provided him. It is guessed that the information on the extraterritorial battlefield should have records about this kind of props. Let me check some information first, you don't go too far nearby. Chu Shan. Master, please check slowly, we will chat next to you. Yes, just to chat and catch up on the old days. Christina and Serena said they would never go away. This is a dungeon, and it is also a very difficult hidden secret dungeon. How could you let the two of them move freely and leave Chu Shan aside in this kind of place? With two such attendants, there is no need to worry that they will be bored, and they can chat casually in their spare time. It's up to you. Chu Shan shrugged, and then began to search for information. So it turns out that the Chaos Core is a special item that monsters above level 110 Dark Gold bosses have a chance to drop. Its value must be equal to that of the Angel Core and the Devil's Heart. It is the top class transfer material. Of course, the job transfer materials also have high and low value. The job transfer cost of ordinary jobs is very low, and the job transfer costs of high-level jobs will of course increase. For a top class like Chu Shan, the materials required are of course the best. Dark Gold level boss. A lot of people were killed in the Qianyuan Valley Ring mission. The fifth ring is full of small Dark Gold level bosses. I don't know if this kind of thing has exploded. I'll look for it. Chu Shan rummaged through his inventory. There are a lot of items in the toolbar, very miscellaneous, there is no way. After all, there are too many monsters killed in each batch, and there are too many things that explode, so of course it is difficult to sort them out. However, among the piles of materials, Chu Shan really found two grey balls. Chaos Core. Chaos Core. With two chaotic cores, I really did not do the ring missions in Qianyuan Valley in vain. Chu Shan was delighted. This meant that he didn't need to go to the market again for this item. Such a high-value job-changing item, the price is definitely very expensive after thinking about it. There are tens of thousands of Dark Gold level bosses in the fifth ring of the ring mission, and only two burst out. This explosion rate will also keep the price high. Other undead spirits, necromancer orbs, and so on, the quantity is also sufficient. Chu Shan. This kind of rank 1 item is of little value. The high-level boss explodes, the probability is definitely much higher than that of the second rank material, and it is easy to ship. Chu Shan checked the quantity of these props and materials, the good guys are all 3-digit and 4-digit, so there is no need to worry about it. When I have a chance, I can open a material store. Thousands of small bosses in ring missions are not killed for nothing. After we go back, let's find a way to clean up all these materials, there are too many things, and we can't find them. Okay, let's turn to for now. Pick out the materials you need and the corresponding quantities. Then Chu Shan stood up. I am familiar with job transfer and so on, but in order to avoid making mistakes and repeating them, Qian Shan went through the job transfer steps prompted by the second job transfer again. You two help me protect the law, don't let wild monsters interfere with me. Chu Shan. Don't worry, Master. With us there will be no problem. Chu Shan nodded. Then in order, he first used the one-time soul-suppressing magic circle, a small purple magic circle, which appeared under his feet, a familiar formation, and a familiar color. Next, there are undead spirits and necromancer orbs, which are put into the 2 rings of the magic circle. However, because it is 2 turns, there is an extra step in the link. That is to place the core of chaos in a small circle in the middle. After finishing these, Chu Shan straightened his back, took out the dark magic book, and spread it out in front of himself. Everything is ready, it depends on the effect this time. Chu Shan. Formation starts. Start automatically. All the energy of the props converged on the chaotic core, and then the chaotic core also attracted power. This power turned into light, and all of it merged into Chu Shan's body. Congratulations, you completed 2 turns. Your level has been improved, and it is currently level 2 to level 1. Congratulations, all your attributes have increased by 57,830 points. Congratulations, your life has increased by 2,000 points. Congratulations, your magic has increased by 2,000 points. Congratulations, your double boost is 500 points. Congratulations, you have obtained a new talent, Dominating Toxins. Dominate Poison, the poisoning effect caused by all poison-type skills, the duration is extended by 20%. The talent obtained at the first turn is to dominate the attendant, and the new talent obtained at the second turn is to dominate the poison. Toxin is also Chu Shan's main skill. The extension of the duration of Toxin will also increase Chu Shan's output ability to a certain extent. This wave is not a loss. The most important is 2 turn successes. He can now continue to level up and accumulate experience. This hidden dungeon is a one-time use, it is difficult to get in after leaving the dungeon. However, this is obviously not the harvest of the final version. Trigger Natural Disaster Luck, all your attributes will increase by 150 points. Trigger Natural Disaster Luck, your life will increase by 6,000 points. Trigger Natural Disaster Luck, your magic power increases by 6,000 points. Trigger Natural Disaster Luck, your dual resistance will increase by 1,500 points. Trigger Natural Disaster Luck, Talent Dominates Toxin, Effect Upgrade. Dominate Poison, the poisoning effect caused by all poison-type skills, the duration is extended by 200%. Poison lasts twice as long. The effect is really worth it. Chapter 64. Successful 2 turns, then this hidden copy can continue to explore. Chu Shan sorted out the current promotion status, and then took Christina and Serena to continue exploring deeper into the map. But this time, Chu Shan didn't ask Serena to continue to play wild for him, but Chu Shan sent his own archer skeleton to hunt wild monsters alone. After all, after the second turn, Chu Shan doesn't have much requirements for the current upgrade speed, so there is no need for Serena and Christina's fighting methods that can clear the field to improve efficiency. Besides, the necessary self-discipline is also an indispensable link. Chu Shan does not want to be someone who can only command from behind. Furthermore, his skeleton army is not vegetarian. The skeleton shooter with a 90-fold increase can still achieve monsters with 1 arrow in this kind of secret map. After all, although the monster is powerful, Chu Shan's skeleton shooter is also a natural disaster level shooter that has been amplified by the system. Just kill all the way, fight all the way. There are endless types of wild monsters on the grassland, such as flame, lightning, metal, mud, and so on. But no matter how many types there are, the skeleton shooter still shoots 1 arrow at a time. It can only be said that this efficiency is slower than Serena and Christina's area clearing skills. But it won't be too slow. With such efficiency, Chu Shan personally penetrated through several hills and fields. Experience soars. The strength increased rapidly. Soaring experience. This hidden secret dungeon is much cooler than the normal experience dungeon. Fight all the way down, and upgrade again in a blink of an eye. It's just that the scope of this map is too large, so big that even with Christina's ultimate move, there is no way to flatten it all at once. In such a vast grassland, without any landmark reference, it is often impossible to distinguish the sense of direction when moving forward here. After several hours of fighting, they gradually penetrated into the interior of the grassland. At this time, Chu Shan gradually didn't know where to go next, and where to go. It can only be said that based on the soil and fly ash scattered on the ground, it can be judged that this place has experienced a battle just now, and it is the place where I have been. Besides, it's hard to tell the direction. However, it was precisely because of this that Chu Shan came to a certain old magic altar by mistake. This large magic altar, due to the long history, is covered with moss. It needs to be carefully sorted out to remove the green grass and plants on the surface, in order to see the exquisite artificial traces inside. This is the only large-scale landmark building on this map, but it is a pity that it is still difficult to distinguish the specific north, south, east, and west. Around this magic altar, the number of wild monsters is even denser. The ones entrenched here are all extremely high-level green grass stone demons. These golems. The natural environment and other factors can be used to create plant clones at will to assist in the battle. On the contrary, it is more difficult to deal with than the flame stone demon and lightning stone demon who are good at attacking. However, in front of the archer skeleton, it is insignificant. Archer skeleton, after arriving within the range of the shooting range, opened his bow and set his arrows. A round of volleys first killed a lot of grass stone demons. Harvest the first experience. Afterwards, the remaining stone demons were aroused hatred, they released their skills one after another, recruited plant clones, and strengthened the team's fighting ability. Everyone's eyes were red. But it's a pity that they can't tell the direction, don't know where the enemy is, and they are running around like headless flies. At this time, the skeleton shooter in the distance fired another round of salvo. Several volleys later, the stone monsters gathered around the magic altar were finally wiped out. The surge of magic power is a sign of the appearance of a large boss. Chu Shan. At this time, in this huge magic altar, a huge steel stone demon with a height of 7 stories broke through the ground and stood up. This steel goblin. A head is bigger than the green grass stone demon, obviously the big boss here. Steel golem, magic, variation, dark gold. Level, 2 to 65. Sure enough, it's the configuration of the boss, but it's not just a mutation, it also has a magical entry. Judging from the oppressive feeling of the current boss, it seems that it is indeed not comparable to the previous bosses. Much stronger. Owner. Christina and Serena took 2 steps forward. It's okay, leave this boss to me. Chu Shan was full of confidence. With so many skeletons in front of him, I really don't believe any monster can survive. This is not a problem. But this time, Chu Shan did not rush to order the skeletons to attack, but chose his own active skills. He raised his wrist and threw out a stream of poisonous energy. The exclusive skill, Toxic Field, directly hit this huge boss. The powerful attack knocked the Iron Stone Demon back. The blood volume plummeted. The data panel showed that the long and narrow blood bar was emptied by more than half in an instant. Hey? It didn't drop immediately. Chu Shan was surprised. You must know that Chu Shan's current mental power exceeds 1500, and the instant explosive power caused by the skill poison field damage is as high as 150,000 or more. This iron golem has such high blood volume and magic resistance. However, compared to its blood volume, the attack of this demonized boss is not so eye-catching. The iron golem roared and punched the nearby skeleton shooter. A dozen skeletons were sent flying with one punch. However, the damage is very limited. The skeleton's defense is very high, this boss's seemingly fierce sledgehammer strikes, but in fact it can't even break the skeleton's defense, it can only knock them into the air symbolically. Seeing this, Christina and Serena looked at each other, and finally felt relieved. They also retracted their steps, and completely handed over the battlefield to Chu Shan. Demonization plus mutation, it feels different with one more entry. But it's useless, because it's just another thunderstorm. Chu Shan's voice was still relaxed. That's right, the strength of this dungeon is indeed astonishing. Compared with the difficulty of the ring mission, it is indeed much higher, but this alone still has no way to bring him a real threat. The energy bomb of the poison explosion skill quickly condensed into a row in Chu Shan's hand, followed by Chu Shan's wave, and shot out the poison energy ball. Impartially, it was hitting the Iron Stone Demon on the forehead. In the bang of the explosion, the remaining HP of the Stone Demon was instantly emptied to the bottom. After a seemingly pause of 0.5 seconds, the whole body turned into fine sand. The broken pieces scattered on the ground. Kill the Iron Golem and get 11300 experience points. 10,000 experience points. This kind of hidden level has much more experience than normal dungeons. Where the Golem fell, there were several shiny items. Several pieces of top quality equipment, plus 2 special types of props. The Heart of the Great Sage. Devil Heart. Both are special props with a low explosion rate, and one of them is a must-explode item in this dungeon. Although I don't use it myself, it doesn't hinder its high value. Chu Shan simply put these 2 props into the system props column. Chapter 65. The area of this dungeon is not usually large, but it has reached the current level, which is considered to be over. At the moment when the final boss demonized and mutated Steel Stone Demon fell down, a new message was displayed on the information board of the Daliang Kingdom stronghold on the battlefield. The hidden copy, the Collar of the Great Sage, has been cleared by professionals in this country. Congratulations! The information panel is mainly used to refresh the customs clearance process of some dungeons, and is usually used to record the progress of dungeons in each time period. Today, this group of bold fonts has attracted the attention of many people. Hidden copy? The Collar of the Great Sage? What kind of copy is this? I've never heard of this dungeon. Where did it come from? Didn't you say it all? This is hidden. It is estimated that some boss triggered the hidden element and activated this hidden copy. Who is so fierce? I'm going to go. I've been in the battlefield for so long, and I've never heard of such a dungeon. I didn't prepare at all, and suddenly this message came to me. People who saw this message fell into horror one after another, and the news spread quickly all the way. After all, in this extraterritorial battlefield, it is really not easy to explore a new dungeon map. Many people began to guess who this 447 professional in the country was. However, few people can guess it. Could it be him, Chu Shan? Except for him, I can't think of anyone else who can do that. Xiao Shan Yu, Li Lan, and Ying Chuan also saw this message. Ying Chuan immediately sent a message to ask Chu Shan. Chu Shan, did you get through this copy of the Great Sage's leader? At this time, Chu Shan had just finished the dungeon and returned to the battlefield world. He was taken aback when he received Yingkin's news unexpectedly. This news passed so fast. That's right, it's me. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. The key point is that the opening item crystal of this dungeon exploded in the Qianyuangu dungeon, and Ying Chuan and the others were also present at that time. It's really you. It's really him. How long has he been on the battlefield just now? This has caused a sensation for the first time. Li Lan exclaimed. Compared with Chu Shan's record, other professionals seem too small. It just so happens that we lack a leader here on the battlefield. Why don't we recommend you to be the leader? Ying, Bai, Chuan sighed. First seat. Chu Shan really didn't think about this position. That position is not suitable for me. Thank you for your help these days. I think it's time for me to go back. Chu Shan refused directly. The level limit on the battlefield is from 1 to 1 to full level. Chu Shan has already exceeded this limit. A hidden copy has been made, and the level is now from 2 to 6, so it is not suitable to continue mixing here. Damn, he's already reached the full level. The meaning of this sentence is that it's time to turn 2, and it's time to leave. Oh my god, how long has he been here? This is 2 turns. Li Lan was amazed. They Xiao Shan Yahu people? No, but people in the entire professional circle, who doesn't want to hang around here for more than a year and a half? Who doesn't need to accumulate resources and props and equipment here? All these need time to settle. Fortunately, Chu Shan completed the accumulation that everyone else could complete in a year and a half in an instant. This efficiency can no longer be described as terrible. I believe that no one will be able to break this record in the future. It seems that it's time to leave this place. After replying to Yinkan's message, Chu Shan himself was quite emotional. He didn't expect this foreign battlefield. This place is surprisingly smooth, and the progress is very fast, which is beyond his expectation. However, he finally achieved his expected plan, and successfully became a member of the Rank 2 elite. To be honest, with such a huge map of the entire extraterritorial battlefield, I didn't even finish turning it all. However, it's time to leave. Because at this moment, Chu Shan saw a message from the battlefield. Your level exceeds the limit of this battlefield, and you will be invited back to the real world within 3 minutes. Please organize your belongings within the limited time, so as not to miss anything. Chu Shan has nothing to tidy up. He has never bought anything here. When the limited time reached 0, he felt a blur before his eyes, and then appeared at the entrance of the foreign battlefield, that desolate Gobi. It feels like being pulled out by AT, but forget it, it's not a big problem. Let's go, we have achieved this phased goal, we can take a break for now. Chu Shan greeted. Go back to the city from the Gobi side. I temporarily stayed here in a nearby city, and then took a connecting flight to Lihuang City, the provincial capital. Lihuang City is a grand metropolis. In the entire Daliang Kingdom, its economic prosperity can be ranked among the top 10. It has a large population and is very prosperous overall. Chu Shan applied for a senior membership card in the trading market area here, and then packaged up and sold all the unsold top-quality equipment in the system's inventory. Big city. The number of professionals coming and going is the largest, and the demand for equipment here is also the largest. If you put things here, you don't have to worry about sales. Sure enough, within a few days, all these top-quality equipment were sold out. Especially those golden equipment for fighters and mages, the sales are very good. Chu Shan's profits are as high as 550 million yuan. Is this a lot of money? In fact, it is not much. Gold equipment is the best equipment, and Chu Shan's price is not high, starting at the lowest price of 700,000. 100 pieces is 70 million. And Chu Shan killed more than 100 dark gold bosses in the ring mission? That is a base of tens of thousands. There are purple equipment, blue equipment. These have brought Chu Shan a lot of profits. Chu Shan, who got the money, is now considered a rich man. In order to gain a firm foothold in the big city, he first purchased a property for himself. A small villa located on the outskirts of the city, the geographical environment is superior, and it is not far from the location of the dungeon hall. By the way, on the way, Chu Shan specially bought a copy of the distribution map of the nearby dungeons, but since he decided to take a short break, he should rest for 2 days before making any plans. From today, this is our new home, go pick a room yourself. Chu Shan handed over the spare key to Christina and Serena. Mansion, beauty. In this life, professionals are nothing in this world, but as a time traveler, Chu Shan, the complex of earthlings has come true here today. Chapter 66. Master, Christina and I have chosen a room, right next to yours. What would you like to have for dinner? Here in the hall, Serena stood in front of Chu Shan. I almost forgot, I remember that Serena said that her culinary skills are also very good. She has specially studied the cooking methods of the various noble classes, and she did a good job. Is it the food of ancient nobles? Forget it. I don't want to experience it like this now. For food, just order a takeaway. Chu Shan waved his hand. Order takeaway, the lifestyle of modern people. It's better for me to make it myself. If it's not delicious, the master can order another takeaway, and I will fix it soon. Wei Yuna said. Since Serena insisted so much, Chu Shan couldn't object any more. There are ready-made ingredients in the refrigerator, but in order to show the best craftsmanship, Serena went to the market, bought a lot of fresh food, and then cooked it herself. It has to be said that the culinary skills of this Snake King Queen are really top-notch. She is busy with the work of more than a dozen cooks by herself, but she doesn't appear to be in a hurry at all. The reason is that she makes full use of the skill of Wuji Phantom. Wait until dinner time. When Serena served all the dishes in a serious manner, Chu Shan knew what it means to be professional. Only. In terms of eating rules, our noble big sister is also very serious. She tied a white napkin on Chu Shan, and then told Christina to stand with her, one left and one right behind Chu Shan. It's not necessary, you sit down and eat too. Chu Shan pointed to the seats on both sides of him. No, master, according to the rules, we must serve by the side so that you can respond in a timely manner when you need it. Serena's answer was very strict. So, are you going to stand guard at my dinner table? Christina, why are you messing around with her too? Chu Shan was helpless. Without a master, this Christina is not as aristocratic and rigid as Serena. She is indeed a little hungry, she doesn't care about food, the key is the lollipop. Serena, this guy, actually solemnly asked not to eat lollipops while on guard, which made her very worried. In the future, I don't need to be so particular about my dinner table. The old aristocratic rules have been eliminated. Wait, why did you change your clothes? Chu Shan wondered. Just talk about how it feels different when eating in the afternoon, and change coats with these two girls. At Serena's strong request, Christina changed into a straight black suit with her. A strict butler suit, and a decent bow tie. Looking at the plump figure, it seems that this kind of professional suit is sometimes more attractive than the bad street-made outfit. Don't engage in these rules if there are no outsiders present. Let's eat together. It's boring for me to eat alone. Chu Shan knocked on the table helplessly. Or what's the matter, you don't listen to the master's order. After all, rigid rules are no bigger than the master's orders. Serena sighed, Master, if this goes on like this, I'm afraid I will degenerate sooner or later. Then fall. It's just a meal, isn't it that serious? After dinner, Serena does the dishes. Chu Shan includes a set of pajamas, surfs the internet in the study room, and has information about the ring task. Ring task. It is a chained dungeon task that is more efficient than ordinary dungeons. Although Chu Shan had little knowledge of this kind of dungeons before, he now has a clear understanding of them. After tasting the sweetness of the ring mission, Chu Shan felt that the copy of the normal path was not so fragrant. Speaking of which, Zheng Jin seems to have mentioned this type of duplication in his textbook, but Chu Shan didn't take it seriously. After all, this kind of high-end leveling map is definitely not comparable to ordinary professionals. And who would have thought that this kind of ring-type task chain form, its cost-effective benefits will be so much higher than ordinary dungeons. After tasting the sweetness of the ring mission chain copy, the regular copy is really bitter. Chu Shan wants to see if there are similar ring missions nearby. Maybe, you can also take this opportunity to play a few more hidden dungeon links. Ring missions are not mainstream challenge missions after all, and they are not so easy to find. However, using search keywords is another story. Chu Shan tapped the keyboard and entered the keyword ring type task chain, and a row of options appeared as expected. There are so many things. According to the region, there are really two such circular task chains near Lihuang City. One is the Abbey of the Dead. One is the ancient tomb of the pharaoh. There really is. Chu Shan was surprised. 00. After all, it is a big city, a provincial capital city with a dense population, and its resources are of course not comparable to ordinary cities. These two ring-type task chains belong to two large dungeons respectively, and are currently under the management of the dungeon hall. Among them, the monastery copy, the level limit is between 1 turn 80 and 2 turn 90. Pharaoh's Tomb Dungeon, the limit level is between 1 turn 100 and 2 turn 100. The level span is very large. However, this also seems to mean that this large ring copy can be used forever, and will not be eliminated in a long period of time. In order to ensure the life safety of the challenger, the dungeon hall specially restricted the number of people in this dungeon. It is required that the number of challengers must reach the specified number of teams before they can enter the battle. Do you have to form a team to enter? Can't there be 3 people? Chu Shan frowned. He doesn't like to hang out with people he doesn't know. But there is no way to break this rule. The key is that this kind of circular task chain should be rarely participated in. We all know that ring missions are more difficult, and relatively speaking, the cost performance is not high. Who would be so desperate to enter such a place? But in fact, the number of challengers in these 2 dungeons is really quite a lot. There are really many people asking for groups under the post. This is really strange. Chapter 67. Not surprisingly, in fact. Because these 2 dungeons are different from Qianyuan Valley's circular task chain. First of all, the level span is relatively large, so it is easy to attract those who turn 2 to level 90 or 2 to level 100, and come to try their luck with the level stuck. Secondly, the difficulty of these 2 dungeons is lower than that of Qianyuan Valley's ring missions. The third point is also the most important. The Qianyuan Valley ring mission is an instant refresh type. Once defeated, it will be a real death, and the doctor will pay the price of the doctor. And these 2 dungeons are of dungeon space type. The cost of failure is nothing more than being deducted experience by T, the cost of failure is small. So that's how people are. No one dares to go to a place where death is the price. But if you just lose some experience, the price-performance ratio is high, and the explosion rate is high, and there will be more people who take risks. But it's not a big problem. If it really doesn't work, I can ask Ying Chuan to bring someone to help make up the number of people, or simply spend money to buy teammates. It's easy. Silently write down the address. In the evening Chu Shan took a shower and rarely rested in his room, so he was extra relaxed. It was just a small oolong before the break. Serena followed the noble etiquette and insisted on finding flower petals for Chu Shan to bathe in. She actually found a lot of flower petals and sprinkled them in the bathtub for Chu Shan. Of course these are small things. Early the next morning, after eating the breakfast carefully prepared by Serena, the 3 of them left the villa together and drove to the location of the instance. Maybe it's time to buy a car. With luxury houses and beauties, how can there be no luxury cars to match? It is really inconvenient to have to take a taxi every time between the copy and home. In short, let's think about this issue later. Chu Shan has made a plan to buy a car in the future, and now he is still focusing on the circular task chain. Monastery of the Dead. This is a copy located on the South Development Zone. Near the artificial lake in the Development Zone Square, there is an abandoned and still unmanned cathedral. Entrance to the monastery instance. In the inner hall of this cathedral. It's easy to find. At this very moment. Outside the entrance of this cathedral, a lot of professionals gathered on the mudstone brick square. The total number is about 50, men and women, all of them are very young people. Unlike other people waiting here to ask for a group, this group of 50 or so people obviously has a group. They came here ahead of schedule and were waiting for the arrival of the patron. Guzi, you said that the benefactor this time is younger than us, is it true or not? In the team, a male swordsman wiped his shield and asked casually. Guzi is the captain of this team. He is much younger than us, and I had a video chat with him. Sun Ergu said. You're younger than us, but you don't have much level. Young people nowadays are so impetuous. Young people, don't they just want to enter the ring dungeon to gain experience as soon as they meet the level requirements? The price our boss asks for is not low. This little benefactor doesn't even bat an eye, which means the family has money. I don't know where the local tyrant came from. Maybe it's the young master from some family. A young master like this, who doesn't know the sufferings of the world, is self-confident and likes to take this kind of adventure. They are professional sparring teams. This kind of situation is actually seen a lot on weekdays, so it's not surprising. Don't make irresponsible remarks in front of the boss, Xiaohu. Sun Ergu frowned. Now that I know the boss, I still have the professional ethics that I should have. Xiaohu laughed quickly. The rest of the people also quickly silenced. No one else was hired except our patron. This monastery dungeon is a more difficult ring-type dungeon. Even we are unable to get through it easily. My suggestion is that everyone must be careful after entering. The benefactor is not very old, so I guess should come to see the world. We try our best to meet his request. Take him in this book and kill some simple wild monsters, it should be enough. Captain Sun Ergu explained. Monastery copy. Even if it's not as difficult as Qianyuan Valley, it's not something that anyone can handle. Experienced power leveling team. Only dare to fight some marginal mobs, no more. Don't worry, Captain, our experience is precious, and no one wants to waste it easily. Yet, if you really want to go deeper, I won't do it. Everyone agreed. Sun Ergu nodded in satisfaction. After going in later, Xiaohu, you all try to attract hatred with me, and don't keep your skills for use. Amai and your mage team attack hard, don't be stingy with magic power. There is also Sister Xiaolian, the treatment is all over. Don't forget to check the status of the auxiliary team. Simple and straightforward deployment. Xiaohu, Amai, and Pastor Xiaolian expressed their understanding. Although the money was collected, everyone didn't want to make fun of their own experience. Just then, the taxi stopped at the door. In the car, Shan and Christina walked down without Chana. See Chu Shan. The captain, Sun Ergu, went over to say hello politely. Stone-hammered. This is the gold master of his teammates this time. Didn't you tell me who the young master is? How do you take a taxi? Xiaohu muttered. But perhaps this young master is just this 2.9 hobby. What do you know? It's obvious that the young master deliberately came out to mess around. Can you still take the family car? Of course you have to keep a low profile. Xiaolian said in a low voice. It seems to make sense. Xiaohu suddenly realized. That's right. This team of more than 50 people was hired by Chu Shan to fill himself up. No way, the number of copies is limited. Without so many people, he couldn't enter this copy. Here I have to complain about the boring setting of the dungeon hall, but from the perspective of a professional, this kind of regulation is quite humane. If it weren't for my ability to be too strong, I wouldn't make such complaints. Boss, hello, all the people you want are here, and none of them are bad. Sun Ergu has the temperament of the captain of the training team. Chapter 68. A professional sparring team should be like this, resolutely implement the benefactor's explanation, don't say what you shouldn't say, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and just do things when you get the money, just do your own work. The professional ethics of the silver sparring team is very good. But for some necessary explanations, Sun Ergu thought it was necessary for him to explain directly. Boss, I have to emphasize it again before entering the book. This dungeon is very difficult, and it will definitely subvert your imagination of dungeons, so after entering, I hope you don't run around and follow my command. I will send someone to protect your safety. It is better that you stay in the priest's team, which is more secure. There is also this light crossbow, which does good damage and does not require high equipment, so you should take it first. I don't know if you have the means of long-range attack. If not, use this light crossbow to attack wild monsters. We will kill wild monsters to the last trace of blood, and then let the boss kill 31 to ensure that all the experience is yours. Sun Ergu. Professional sparring team, this arrangement is indeed very comprehensive. The employment fee of 500,000 seems extremely high. In fact, even if it is shared among them, each person is even less than 10,000 yuan. Chu Shan knew that the other party was treating him like an ordinary financial backer. It's not a big problem, let's talk about the advanced copy anyway. Let's go in first. Chu Shan nodded. Build group. The whole team set off. The entire team, numbering more than 50 people, marched down the steps towards the dilapidated cathedral. Naturally, the two main tanks, Sun Ergu and Xiaohu, walked in the front. They had a lot of strength, one left and one right, and easily pushed open the heavy iron door. It's hard to understand this extremely gloomy atmosphere. Why doesn't the dungeon hall take the time to redecorate it? Enter the iron gate, which is the hall of the church. The dilapidated hall, the roof is leaking, but the sunlight cannot shine in smoothly. The light is very strange from time to time. And looking at these weird lights, Chu Shan saw that just above the steps of the corridor inside the hall, a bright crystal was standing there. Replica crystal, that's it. Everyone quickened their pace and climbed up the long and narrow steps. Not long after, they came to both sides of this duplicate crystal. Half-human replica crystal. The first ones to be teleported in were, of course, the captains of the training team, Sun Ergu and Xiaohu. The main tank is an advanced copy, followed by other professions. When Chu Shan entered the dungeon, all the members of the team had quickly set up their formations. At the same time, everyone's eyes are gradually attracted by the scene here. Eerie, scary church hall. The light here is even dimmer than outside the copy. The eerie aura, surrounded by eerie sounds, appeared in everyone's ears from time to time, making people creepy. Little tiger, put on the shield. Sun Ergu immediately erected the heavy bell tower shield in his hand. Brothers, put on your shields. Xiaohu followed closely behind, and also erected his 8-edged heavy shield. 20 tank professions guarded around the team respectively, very vigilantly on guard. Mage, shooter, assistant, healer, all of them took up their weapons one after another. Everyone, go to the state, doctor. The two groups of adjuvant therapy teams are directed by Xiao Lian, a young professional woman. Xiao Lian is a rare auxiliary priest, singer. The skills take into account both treatment and assistance. Her magic wand lit up, and the bright rays of light fell on the tank fighters one by one, enhancing their defensibility and ability to absorb damage. The atmosphere was still too gloomy. After actually entering this map, everyone discovered that there was no sign of life in this dungeon space, not even a breath. There is a dead silence everywhere, and there are skeletons everywhere. Just like Zhengjin had a shocking war here. Everyone began to move forward cautiously. Along the promenade, carefully calculate and explore the interior of the church. The interior of the church was pitch black, and the visibility was very low, and it was almost impossible to see the situation 10 meters away. At this time, the visibility of the additional attribute of the equipment will play an important role. For some professional partners, the additional visibility of the equipment is relatively high, and the effect is more obvious. His whole body is like a moving candle, illuminating the surroundings for the partner. However, it is still a drop in the bucket. The space here is large, but the darkness is still too thick. In the end, it was Xiao Lian who threw a skill light ball for auxiliary lighting, which restored Hirano's function. To be honest, it's kind of scary to have a light suddenly come on in the dark Church of Bones. On the wall, you can see very inexplicable bloodstains. Bloody handprints. Knife marks. Bones. There are also eerie portraits. It constantly affects everyone's mental state. Just at this moment, a shrill cry came from the front. 7 or 8 ghosts suddenly appeared, they were wandering randomly in the 2 rooms ahead, shouting. Smelling the breath of a living person here, he was startled. Then, he rushed over here frantically. It's the undead, Xiaohu, come here, and 3 more brothers will block the road together, hurry up. Sun Ergu remained calm in the face of danger. Xiaohu and 3 other fighters rushed over. They are all high defense fighters wearing heavy armor, 250. The 5 of them lined up horizontally, just blocking the length. The phantom that rushed over also happened to hit them. Scary ghost claws are constantly rubbing sparks on their armor. The violent impact knocked the 3 fighters out at that time. Turn on skills. Sun Ergu shouted. Throw the shield to the ground. The sacred radiance emanated from the surface of the shield, probably because of the restraint of attributes. The ghost was instinctively afraid of the holy radiance, and subconsciously took a few steps back. And this finally won back precious time for Sun Ergu. Little tiger, make up your skills and start taunting. Mage team, be careful to hit me. Sun Ergu. Wow! Wow! The mage team was already ready. The next second after Sun Ergu set up the holy light shield, a large number of holy light bullets attacked and poured out. All bombarded on these ghosts. Intensive attack. It comes from the natural restraint of attributes, making these ghosts scream. However, it doesn't make much sense. -1500. -1600. -1550. There seem to be quite a few similar HP deduction tips. But in fact, these ghosts have more than 60,000 individual HP. Chapter 69. Shield Ghost, Green Elite. Level, 2 to 10. The data of the wild monsters appeared in front of Chu Shan. The level is not high, but the strength of the wild monsters in the ring mission is double that of the normal dungeon. That is to say, if it is the shield shadow ghost in the normal dungeon, just a few green elites from level 2 to level 10, Sun Ergu can easily set up a shield to block them back, and then command the mage. It only takes one. The mage unleashes group magic. You can quickly destroy them. But the shield shadow ghost in the ring mission is different. For shield ghosts with normal hell level difficulty, the difficulty is tripled, and the difficulty is tripled for ring missions. And it's not just the blood volume that goes up, but also the defense and magic resistance. The damage suffered will be greatly reduced. Really? In order to deal with these mere 7 or 8 ghosts, Sun Ergu was like fighting a boss, with various arrangements, various states, various supports, and various output. It took several rounds of fierce attacks in turn to defeat them. However, just at this time, probably due to the chain attraction of hatred, another ghost wild monster like this suddenly rushed out of the church room in the distance. A whole 10. Damn, so many come out all at once. Xiaohu, let's use the skills together, and let's have 5 more tanks, let's use the big together. Xiaolian, get on the status. Sun Ergu shouted. Quickly set up the holy shield, opened the big move, and released the holy power. At the same time, Xiaolian's auxiliary team released auxiliary skills, and immediately caught up. The sacred radiance temporarily frightened the 10 ghost wild monsters, preventing them from coming forward. But it is not so easy to eliminate them. Amai, hurry up and output to me. Sun Ergu said. Brothers, exporter Amai. Immediately, the combined attack of the holy light bomb poured out again. The momentum is huge. After all, with the experience of the first round, everyone will cooperate with each other again this time. Under the attack of the rain of holy light bullets, the 10 shield ghosts howled in pain one after another. The sound was miserable, and it sounded like it was in pain. Efficiency is still too slow. No wonder, there are not many people who accept this kind of task in the circular task chain, and the price-performance ratio is really not high. With this speed of killing monsters, when will it be possible to kill through this corridor? Let alone get out of this church. Sure enough, you still have to fight yourself. With a move of Chu Shan's finger, he summoned several archer skeletons of his own. He wanted to summon more skeletons, but the terrain here was narrow enough to summon them. Not only undead monsters, but also undead monsters. Xiao Lian shouted immediately. They regarded Chu Shan's skeleton as an enemy. The sudden appearance of the skeleton made them all panic. No way, this position is the support and treatment at the core of the team. In any professional group, support and treatment are definitely the most vulnerable parts of the team. The two professional hunters had sharp eyes and quick hands. They swung their knives and chopped down a skeleton nearby. Then they were swept away by the skeleton's arm, and they were almost injured. What a tough undead monster, even my shadow attack skills can't break through its defense. The hunter panicked. Don't be nervous, this is my summon. Chu Shan waved his hand quickly. He didn't want this team to fall apart because of this. Fortunately, after his yelling, the professionals who were really flustered gradually calmed down. Your summoner, so boss, you are a professional summoner, an undead summoner? It looks scary. Xiao Lian said with some fear. Since it is the summoning object of the Gold Lord, there is no need to worry. Boss, you don't need to participate in the battle, just leave the battlefield to us. Sun Ergu struggled in front. His level is not low, and his equipment seems to be very good. Being besieged by 10 shield shadow ghosts together with his companions seems dangerous, but in fact it can still be sustained. Yes, boss, you are pampered, so you don't want to make trouble. You have also seen that these wild monsters are not joking. If you accidentally scratch you, even if it is just a little bit of skin, you will have to be T'd out. Lost experience. Xiaohu said. The young master of the pampered family, what kind of output is he playing? Just wait obediently and wait for the experience, and don't add to the chaos. Disrupting the formation and putting wild monsters into the team formation is not easy. Chu Shan didn't want to explain, he let the archer skeleton come to the periphery of the formation, where there were no people stationed, and then he drew his bow and arrow, aiming at a few shield ghosts among them. Then, he ordered to shoot arrows. Whoosh whoosh. The arrow of the archer skeleton is very fast. You can't see the speed on the open flat ground, but in this small space, the speed is extremely terrifying. Everyone only heard a few sounds of piercing through the air, and then saw those shield shadow ghosts, who were aggressively chasing Sun Ergu a second ago, with a vicious look on their faces. In the next second, it directly turned into a spot of light, completely clean. This was killed. Everyone looked at these light spots in amazement, and didn't realize what was going on for a while. Or is it that you, Ami, still hide the bottom of the box trick? You didn't use it just now, but you are only using it now. Xiaohu. Xiaohu subconsciously thought that this should be the trick of the mage Ami. It's not me. Ami's voice trembled slightly. He sees clearly. The attack of these bone spur arrows came from the archer skeleton of Chu Shan, the master of Jin, good Li Zhao. Xiao Lian saw it as clearly as he did. The gold master Chu Shan's summoning unit killed these shield ghosts in just one blow. Continue to attack. Chu Shan. The archer skeleton continues to attack. They drew their bows and set their arrows, and the arrows they shot were aimed at the remaining 5 shield ghosts this time. The arrow hits accurately, and the enemy is also defeated with one move. It's actually the boss summoned item? Column. It was killed in one move. Xiaohu gasped. He saw it clearly this time, a bone spur arrow stuck to his shield and pierced into the eyebrow of the shield ghost, killing him with one blow. I have a go. Boss Jinzu is so powerful? There is no harm without comparison. Compared with the mages in his team, the damage of this boss is simply terrible. Chapter 70. No way, is this really the boss? Why is the boss so fierce? That's right. Everyone in the silver sparring team was stunned. This horrifying scene completely overturned their perception of the financial boss. It stands to reason that the boss of the funder has always been the kind of person who uses money to hire others, but does not have much ability himself. Apart from a little spare money, he is useless. But today, the appearance of Shishan completely subverted their cognition. It turns out that the Gold Master can also be very strong. What's the matter? Why are you all in a daze? Don't you need to continue exploring inside? Chu Shan looked around and found that everyone was looking at him with surprised eyes. He is probably used to this kind of gaze by now. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered the archer to continue to move forward, while he himself followed behind the archer and continued to explore. Christina and Serena also followed closely. Boss, how should I say, to follow or not to follow? Xiaohu, Amai, and other professionals in the sparring team. Follow, of course we have to follow, we took the boss's money, we can't leave the boss here alone, follow. Sun Ergu. All the members of the sparring group went up to 810 in a huff. Dozens of people protected Chu Shan in the middle as before, and he was firmly guarded by people from the treatment group and the auxiliary group, while the rest were scattered around the periphery. People are in charge of the rear. Overall, the formation is as tight as it came in. It's just that this time, there are many more archer skeletons in the team. The corridor of the church corridor is surprisingly long and narrow, not narrow, but very long. After walking along the road for more than 10 minutes, what I saw was still a straight corridor, or a corner that turned suddenly. There are countless connected rooms on the walls on both sides, and the dilapidated wooden doors are open, allowing people to clearly see the decaying scene inside. The wild monsters wandering here are all shield shadow ghosts, and the number is between 10 and 20. The number is not too large, and it is easier to deal with. Chu Shan's archer skeleton shoots one arrow at a time. There is no need for soldiers to attract hatred. As long as the monster shows up, it will be an arrow directly. Witness the power of the archer skull again with your own eyes. The professionals in the sparring team were dumbfounded, each and every one of them was extremely surprised. This kind of efficiency in killing monsters is simply unheard of. If this is replaced with a normal dungeon, wouldn't it be faster to kill? I'm going to go, this young master of gold, is not ordinary. Follow the corridor to the stairs. Then follow the steps straight to the ground floor. Through the exit on the ground floor, we came to the backyard of the church. This place looks like a spacious back garden, but now it has long been turned into a withered and ruined world. In this uniquely shaped courtyard, there are many figures of azure blue light hovering. Ghost, Blue Elite. Level, 2 to 25. The wild monster type has been changed. And judging from the strange aura, this group of blue ghost wild monsters are much more powerful than the previous shield shadow ghosts. Brothers, set up a shield. Sun Ergu said. Old rules. Reload first, healers follow, output starts, and rice cakes are played. The standard set of style of play is very pertinent and conservative. The cooperation of more than 50 members of the sparring team for so many years is also perfect, but it is destined that they will not need to come forward. Hula! Wow! The ghosts captured the breath of the living people, swarming towards this side. The scene was very scary. Counterattack, kill wild monsters. Chu Shan gave the order. The instructions are simple and crude. Archer skeletons draw their bows and release arrows to attack. One arrow shot dead a ghost, and after a wave of attacks, more than a dozen ghosts were beaten into light spots and dissipated. However, the speed of the ghost, DBFH, is also very fast. The ghost of the subsequent substitute rushed forward and scuffled with the shooter skeleton. Their sharp ghost claws grabbed the skull's neck and twisted the skull's head off on the spot. But it's useless, this kind of purely physical damage can only change the physical form of the skeleton, nothing more. Regardless of the falling head, the skeleton withdrew his bow and crossbow, then pulled out his waist knife and shield, and started close combat. Their bows and arrows are powerful, and their power in close combat is equally impressive. It's still one knife at a time. After all the wild enemies were wiped out, I walked back slowly, picked up the dropped head, and put it on my neck. Scary scene. This scene is really scary to the extreme. Sun Ergu, Xiaohu, Xiaolian, and the professionals in MAI's training group all looked dumbfounded. The head has been screwed off, but you can continue to fight, and when the battle is over, you can put the head back again. This. Who is the terrifying undead unit? No doubt. These archer skeletons are scarier than the ghosts in this church. Go on. Chu Shan noticed that everyone showed a dull look again. He didn't give everyone enough time to be surprised. After all, he came here for this ring task, not to see these people's emojis. Tell the skeleton to continue on the road. Chu Shan himself followed behind the skeleton, moving forward steadily. The members of the sparring team who came back to their senses also quickly followed. No matter what, it is impossible for them to leave the patron alone in this kind of place, and they have to follow no matter what. Passing through this chic courtyard, here is another decayed iron gate. Time hastily left too many fleeting traces on this iron door, rust, white bones, and rusty iron locks. Go, cut it. Chu Shan ordered. A skeleton drew a waste knife. The iron lock was cut off with one blow. The iron gate was opened, and they continued to move forward. Along this narrow path, everyone soon appeared near the entrance of a crypt. It turns out that there is such a world behind the courtyard of the undead monastery. Sun Ergu looked around in surprise. They have never penetrated into such a deep place. In this instance, none of the previous challengers has gone so deep. At most, everyone is wandering around the halls and corridors of the outer church. The taller powerhouses can only come to the courtyard to have a look, and if they go deeper, they will lose their strength. It's the first time they've seen the view behind the courtyard. Even more understandable is that the first link of this circular mission is just around the corner. Chapter 71. On the other side of the entrance of the crypt, there are hordes of ghost wild monster units, and there are a lot of them. Because the distance was too far, no approaching challengers were found. Lost Ghost, Blue Elite. Level, 2 to 25. Shake the Ghost, Blue Elite. Level, 2 to 27. Zhen Yuling, Purple Elite. Level, 2 to 35. Mirror Lord, Golden Boss. Level, 2 to 45. This must be the final level of the first stage, the Golden Boss, the Lord of the Mirror. There are actually 10 of them, and they are clustered together. There are also more Purple Elite Wild Monsters as guards, and more Blue Elite Wild Monsters. The ultra-luxurious lineup configuration makes people amazed. I dare not step forward to challenge casually. Because even a dozen or so Blue Elite level wild monsters alone are enough for their team to drink a pot. How can we fight with this lineup in front of us? But come all come. Wouldn't it be a pity not to fight? It's nothing more than a loss of experience points. Gaining knowledge is also good. After all, such opportunities are rare, boss. Xiaohu encouraged Sun Ergu to command. That's right, it's all here, it's too embarrassing to just leave like this. In this way, let's make a good plan. With the skeleton of the Gold Master boss as the main attack, we may not have no chance. As long as we can kill a few of them, in case something good comes out, we will send it. Sun Ergu. A career like a professional is not something that timid people can do. Boss, we brothers will attract the monster's attention later, and we will leave the output to you. We will delay these wild monsters as long as possible. Sun Ergu simply explained his meaning to Chu Shan. Do you fight monsters? This can be. But what? You and your people want to be cannon fodder? Needless to say, this is unlikely to be feasible. A dozen or so shield shadow ghosts in the corridor almost broke through their shield defense and almost broke in. At this time, facing so many purple wild monsters and golden bosses that are more powerful than shield shadow ghost, they will risk their lives to block them. You have to rely on your own skeleton. You don't need to use it, just leave it to me. Chu Shan said. You two don't need to touch your hands. This is said to Serena and Christina. We don't need to do it. Boss. Sun Ergu and the others were shocked, because Chu Shan seemed to want to single out these wild monsters. Singled out. There is no mistake. Even a fierce professional would not dare to single out so many elite wild monsters and 10 golden bosses in this environment. Originally, Sun Ergu and others thought that Chu Shan was a very powerful young master, with good strength and the ability to explore the monastery of the undead. But now, they suddenly discovered that this young master was really not that different from other young masters of the family, and he was too conceited. It doesn't mean that if you are strong, you can do whatever you want. You have a good hand of cards, don't be beaten badly by you. The reaction was half a beat slow. At this time, the archer skeleton has already launched a charge under the arrangement of Chu Shan. They rushed out first, opened the distance between them and the team members, and then shot bows and arrows for long-range attacks. Because the monsters get together, basically you don't need any aiming, just fire at will. A wave of arrows killed many blue elite wild monsters, including a purple elite wild monster. Successfully attracted the attention of the ghosts. A large number of ghosts, including the boss, began to pounce on this side. At this time, the second wave of attacks by the skeletons also arrived. This time the attack was slightly aimed, and several of the arrows hit several golden bosses respectively. In the system panel, Chu Shan saw the blood bars of these bosses dropped by nearly half in an instant. Hey! The blood volume of these golden bosses seems to be quite high. Chu Shan was a little surprised. After a 90-fold increase, the damage of the skeleton shooter is more than 100,000. In other words, the blood volume of these golden bosses is at least around 300,000. Well, it is actually expected. Because in the Qianyuan Valley Ring mission, the last fifth wave of bosses, there are so many boss units, and the archer skeleton only takes 2 arrows to drop 3. After all, the Qianyuan Valley Ring mission is a rank 1 mission, and the Monastery of the Undead is a rank 2 mission, which is slightly stronger, which is also reasonable. At this time, all the ghost wild monsters and bosses were attracted by the 20 skeleton shooters. They rushed over, surrounded all the skeletons, and attacked desperately. Don't look at these monsters with thick blood volume, high defense, and magic resistance. The attack is relatively inferior. The sharp ghost claws kept grabbing the terrifying sparks from the skeleton's body, but they couldn't even break through the defense. Of course, my skeleton's defense is more than 60,000, of course it can't break the defense. Chu Shan is very confident. Because no matter how powerful the dungeon is, it is impossible to exaggerate too much. If the 60,000 defensive skeletons can't withstand the attacks of these wild monsters, so ordinary professionals are simply tofu. There is still so much HP for a normal level professional. In other words, that is, the monsters in the ring mission are hard to kill because of their thick blood and high defense. 0. Attack, but not almost ready. Chu Shan is waiting. In the system information bar, experience tips pop up from time to time. This is the skeleton fighting back to kill wild monsters. And when the blood volume of several bosses was almost consumed, Chu Shan waved out a purple toxin energy bomb. The toxin energy landed on the battlefield with a ballistic trajectory. Huge blast range. The moment it exploded, the 4 golden bosses, together with a large number of purple elites and blue elite wild monsters, fell to the ground one after another, directly turning into light spots of various colors, and were wiped out. Fortunately, the remaining 3 bosses who did not die also turned into empty blood and crispy skin. The hatred shifted and came towards Chu Shan. But the poisoned state just took a step forward. He was poisoned and died. Killing the Mirror Lord, get 4,500 experience points. Killing the Mirror Lord, get 4,450 experience points. Killing the Mirror Lord, get 4,600 experience points. The experience here is really rich. That's the end of it. No way, is it that easy? What is the background of this young master of gold? This is a circular task chain in the monastery of the undead. Why do I feel that he is killing monsters here, just like cutting tofu? What is his occupation? There are not only terrible skeletons, but also terrible poison skills. Which family of gods is this? The members of the sparring team were completely stupid. Chapter 72. The entrance to the crypt was originally closed, but now with the elimination of these wild monsters, the iron gate of the entrance suddenly opened, and the second link opened. This is the unique mechanism of the undead monastery dungeon. All the bosses must be killed before the entrance will emerge. Otherwise, even if they are forced to explode, what they will get is just a useless ruin. Everyone followed this narrow path to the entrance of the crypt. Upon close inspection, it was discovered that the entrance of this crypt was more like some kind of prison facility. Behind the suddenly opened iron gate, there are still several iron fences that need to be destroyed. Your task is completed, you can go back now. Chu Shan decided to terminate the agreement with Sun Ergu's sparring team. When the agreement was signed, it was stated that the silver sparring team accompanied Chu Shan in the first part of the challenge, and they didn't say they would challenge all the ring trials. Otherwise, Sun Ergu would not have accepted such a dangerous job. September 13. And now, the first part of the challenge is over, and the second part is open. This is beyond the scope of the agreement. We've come here, can't we back down? Sun Ergu smiled wryly. He really didn't expect that he could really hit this level. God, take us in and have a look. Yeah, we've all come here, wouldn't it be a pity not to go in and have a look? Take us in and have a look. Xiaohu, Amai, and other training members asked for help. They could see that this great god came here with the purpose of clearing this ring mission. The reason for recruiting their ranks, nor the need for bodyguards. It is purely for the limit of the number of copies. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't need his 50 or so people at all. It's okay to go down together, but I won't guarantee your safety after going down, there are too many of you, Chu Shan said. No problem. We can protect ourselves. God, just hit yourself, we will never cause you any trouble. Everyone promises. It's very funny. Originally, the team was formed to bring the sponsor to gain popularity here, but now it seems to be reversed. The members of their professional sparring team are instead begging the sponsor not to abandon them. This is quite funny of. However, no one wants to give up. The path of a professional has never been for the timid and fearful. The dungeon of this level of difficulty has obviously reached the current level. If you don't look at the situation below, you can be worthy of yourself and this professional title? What is the monster below, what is the boss, these are all first-hand information. That's all right, you follow us, take care to protect yourselves. Chu Shan nodded. Anyway, there is no need to share experience with these people. They don't go for grabs either. Never mind. He ordered the skeleton to take the lead in the entrance. Pull out the machete and split these iron fences. Behind the fence is a stone road that winds down, and the walls here are engraved with many strange figures. After walking a considerable distance, another downward step appeared in front of him. Going down the steps, the field of vision gradually becomes wider. Sure enough, this is an underground prison. Below the steps is a spacious prison, and as far as the eye can see, there are cages like iron bars everywhere. As for how to ensure the light in this underground environment, the answer is of course a wronged soul. There are too many ghosts here, and they gather together. Front, back, left, right, far, near, everywhere. Devil Ghost, Blue Elite. Level, 2 to level 30. Sprite Ghost, Blue Elite. Level, 2 to level 30. Tiger Ghost, Blue Elite. Level, 2 to 35. Red Robe Fire Ghost, Purple Elite. Level, 2 to 40. Ghost General, Purple Elite. Level, 2 to 40. The Soul of the Monk, Golden Elite is not a boss. Level, 2 to 40. Wait, all kinds of wild monster reminders are frequently refreshed in front of Chu Shan. There were too many types of monsters, and it made the members of the sparring team dizzy for a while. Good guy, although there are many types of wild monsters in a dungeon, it is impossible for them to be as many as here. There are so many different types, thanks to the ring missions. Feel the breath of the living. The nearby wild monster let out a miserable roar and rushed over. The chain of hatred attracts, and the wild monsters in the distance also respond one after another, rushing forward. This is not the kind of small fight that rushes over a dozen or 20 at a time from outside. The exaggerated lineup stunned everyone. Fortunately, it is a ring mission. Not only are there many types of wild monsters, but the difficulty is indeed extraordinary. Brothers, get ready to fight. Hurry up. Sun Ergu organized a counterattack subconsciously. The professionals in the sparring team have made sufficient preparations reflexively. But where do they need to do it? The environment here is slightly wider than the upstairs. Chu Shan immediately summoned 50 archer skeletons when he saw this, and spread the battle line easily. The two sides collided together. Undead monsters, against undead monsters. The ghost's sharp ghost claws, coupled with the impact force, constantly rubbed sparks on the skeleton. With a powerful attack, the skull's head, or arms, there will always be several bones that will be shaken and fall. The skeletons don't care about this so-called trauma at all. No fear of pain. Pull out the waist knife and kill a wild monster with one blow. The Golden Elite Monk Revenant Soul is slightly stronger, but it can't stand up to a few skeletons together. The experience continued to climb and accumulated into Chu Shan's experience column. The number is really quite a lot. Since that's the case, then use self-explosion. Chu Shan received orders from Chu Shan. A skeleton surrounded by a large number of wild monsters released its self-destruct skill. Huge power, spread out. Blow up dozens of ghosts near it to death on the spot. It itself also scattered all the bones because of the release of its skills. A few seconds later. 2.1. The undead skill activates. The scattered bones gathered together again, the skeleton shook its neck, stood up as if nothing had happened, and hacked to death a stunned ghost next to it with a backhand knife. So the real wild monsters are not these ghosts, should they be these skeletons. It doesn't matter if the attack power is strong and the defense power is strong, but it can also self-detonate, and it can kill dozens of wild monsters in ring missions with one self-destruction. Can be reborn. Do you want someone else to play this? You are cheating, you know that. Everyone in the sparring team really looked stupid this time. Continue to use self-destruct. Chu Shan took back the skeleton that had self-destructed and its rebirth skill had entered the cooldown period, and then ordered the other skeletons to continue to use self-destruction. The sound of self-explosion continued to ring in this prison, one after another. Chapter 73. Fortunately, although the power of the self-detonation is great, the affected area is limited. In addition, the roof is relatively high, and it can blow up the surrounding walls, but fortunately it cannot damage the ceiling. The other walls and iron gates suffered, and the ones that were self-exploded by this pass were riddled with holes, and they had long since lost their previous appearance. However, because of this efficient way of killing enemies, the ghost monsters here are almost wiped out. The remaining dozen or so sporadic ghosts were shot to death by the skeletons. Kill the evil ghost and get 2300 experience points. Kill the sprites and ghosts, and get 225 experience points. It's okay, the experience configuration is not low. Compared with the normal copy, it is much higher. There are also a lot of shiny items on the ground. At first glance, there are colorful things, shields, bows and arrows, clothes, shoes, all are equipment that burst out of monsters, and some are special items. Chu Shan put them all into the system props bar, and I will sort them out later when I have time. The next step is to move on. Because the wave of explosion just now was really cool, and the wild monsters in a large area nearby were all cleared. Keep going along the path of ruins that was blown out, and haven't encountered any obstacles for more than 10 minutes. But more than 10 minutes later, in another prison area, another wild monster attack of this scale was encountered again. Having had the experience of the first time, it will be more handy to deal with it this time. Everyone in the sparring team also gradually became numb, and gradually began to watch Chu Shan gain experience without any surprises. While watching, while admiring. The structure of this underground prison is divided into upper, middle, and lower floors. Each floor is very spacious. It took nearly 3 hours for Chu Shan to fight his way from the upper level to the lower level. I don't know how many undead wild monsters have been killed, until all the areas are cleared. At this time, in front of the throne of bones at the lowest level. From a distance, he saw a huge white ghost, sleeping soundly on the huge and towering throne. Surrounded by a lot of ghost guards. Lord of the Fallen, Dark Gold Boss. Level, 2 to 55. Undead Guardian, Golden Elite. Level, 2 to level 50. Hand of Lava, Golden Elite. Level, 2 to 55. Cold Hand, Golden Elite. Level, 2 to 55. Hand of Thunder, Golden Elite. Level, 2 to 55. Difficulty in the Monastery, Golden Elite. Level, 2 to level 50. A lot of elite monsters. There is no doubt that this is a real encounter. The Fallen Master still maintains a human form. Could it be that he is the dean of the monastery after the fall? Xiaohu guessed. The dungeon brochure of the Undead Monastery has described the general situation of this dungeon. It is said that the dean of this monastery accepted the erosion of the devil and became the minion of the devil. Hey, I just heard about this brief introduction to the story before, but today I really got the proof. Wait for me to take a picture, bring it back, post this picture on the internet. Hey, the effect is definitely not small. Xiaohu joyfully bared his teeth. It doesn't matter if he's a corrupt dean or something else, I think it's almost here. Boss, let's go back quickly, there are too many super monsters here, and that big boss, I don't think it's easy to mess with. Sun Ergu said cautiously. It's better to be cautious. The goal of eye-opening and long-sightedness has been achieved. Going down again, it feels meaningless. These elite monsters get together too much, all of them are golden elites, it makes people's scalp tingle just looking at them. Sun Ergu doesn't think that everyone can get any benefits here. If it's just for fame, then a few photos are enough to make this reputation. It's all over here, how can it be returned? Chu Shan shook his head. He came here for this big guy. Superior. The skeleton who received the order launched a charge. When the distance was close enough, it attracted the attention of those elite monsters. The roar woke up the fallen dean who was sleeping soundly. Who is it that disturbed this king's slumber? He picked up the white sail next to the throne and swung it forward vigorously. Scarlet light emerged between the skeleton camps. Under the shroud of light, the footstep speed of more than 50 skeletons within the range was greatly slowed down. Slow down curse. The fallen dean will release a wide range of deceleration skills, which can effectively slow down the target's movement speed and attack speed by 80%. Effectively control the challenger's output ability and escape ability. It can more effectively provide the best quality counterattack environment for their thugs. Yes. At this moment when the speed of the skeletons was obviously weakened, all the golden elite monsters frantically surrounded them and launched fierce attacks in turn. All kinds of ghost skills, all kinds of group attack bone magic, and all kinds of weakening continuously concentrated on them, and the light flew randomly for a while. However, the damage is limited. These so-called attacks and magic are very difficult to break the skeleton's own 60,000 defense and 60,000 magic resistance. But it is also very difficult to get the skeleton to counterattack. just because of the slowness. Slowing down by 80%, including movement speed and attack speed, this effect is too obvious. 50 archer skeletons, with their bows and arrows, took counterattacks, moving slowly as if they were tortoises crawling again. I shouldn't have put them in a team just now, forget it, if that's the case, use self-destruct. Chu Shan. The two skeletons closest to wild monsters are 757. There are many groups of melee wild monsters gathered around. After receiving Chu Shan's order, he immediately blew himself up. The power of the two self-explosions superimposed, and the nearby elite monsters were blown into fly ash. Shooting. Ka 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 ka. After the explosion, the attacking action of the bow and arrow finally caught up. Slow speed can only slow down the speed, it can't really restrain the attack. 50 archer skeletons fired a volley, and dozens of golden ghosts suddenly turned into stars. You have Zhongliangji, and I also have my wall ladder, go ahead, use self-explosion. Chu Shan. Boom. Boom. The skeletons blew up constantly, and the elite monsters continued to turn into stars, which turned into experience accumulation. The deceleration skill of the Fallen Dean is terrible, but sorry for the impact on the self-destruction skill is very limited. The point is, Chu Shan's skeletons are not limited to these 50. He has enough volume to make replacements. Simply, just fry it directly. It didn't take too long, all the wild monsters were killed, and the remaining depraved Dean and Commander became easier to deal with. Dozens of skeletons slowed down and fired bone arrows together. Dozens of times the destructive power was concentrated on the body of the Fallen Dean, emptying its blood bar. Soon, the Fallen Dean also turned into stars. Into experience. Chapter 74. Kill the Fallen Dean and get 8750 experience points. The depraved Dean turned into experience points, turned into broken light spots, and dissipated into nothingness. At this time, the entire monastery also shed light again. Even in the third underground floor of this deep prison, it seems to be able to feel the radiance of the sun, and the vision of the light has become extraordinarily broad. It's really done. Just blow yourself up all the way, and then get through. This is unbelievable, this is the monastery of the undead. The members of the sparring team were astonished. Until this moment, everyone still couldn't get over their senses. This kind of efficiency in killing monsters, as well as this record, is logically impossible to achieve, this is a big joke. A lot of props exploded out. Chu Shan dragged all of them into his system backpack, and then simply checked them. Armor of the Ruler, Light Armor of the Archon, Fire Dragon, Shield, Whisperer, Hood, Enchanted Ring, Dark Magic Ring, Ancient Language Necklace. There are also many high-level runes in the 20s. There are not many that can be used. It's true. Although they are all top-quality equipment, what I need is more skills. These top-quality equipment are not suitable for me. Chu Shan regretted. His current own equipment is already top-quality enough, and his whole body is covered in gold. The equipment level is slightly lower than this, but the quality of a piece of equipment cannot be measured by the level alone. Like a warrior's shield. 2 turn 30 rulers large shield, with an additional defense of 4000 points, which is very superb. But level 1 turn 80 thin shell shield, defense increased by 500, but can absorb 30% of the damage received, this equipment must be slightly inferior. Not necessarily. The former focuses on defense, while the latter focuses on avoiding injuries, with different styles of play. The needs are of course different. Chu Shan's equipment is like this. Although the level is not high, it adds a lot of skill points, which is not comparable to these second-rank equipment. Also, it's a pity that there is no unlocking crystal for the hidden level. Chu Shan sighed. Focus on challenging ring tasks. One of the purposes is to try to see if you can beat the hidden level of the Great Sage's Collar. The income of hidden levels is higher than that of ring tasks, and the experience is not high. But unfortunately, it didn't explode. No one said that ring missions can definitely reveal the entry crystals of hidden levels. However, it cannot be said that there must be no. Forget it, I'll play a few more games and try. Chu Shan turned to the sparring team. Everyone, are you still interested in forming a team with me again, and challenge a few more times? A copy of the Monastery of the Undead. The challenge requires the number of people to reach the target. This rule will not be declared invalid just because the copy is opened. The fee is still based on the previous one, how about it? Chu Shan sent out an invitation. How many more times do you want to continue? The 50 or so members of the sparring team looked at each other, and the answer was obvious. Fight, of course you have to fight. This god, such a famous scene like today is not something that can be encountered every day, and he still takes the opportunity to indulge his eyes. And also, it is rare to break through this ring-type dungeon, go in a few more times. If you can find out how to kill the enemy with a few card points, then you will really make a lot of money. Follow the master and accumulate map experience. This is unavoidable. Fight, of course you have to fight, but the cost is negligible. Sun Ergu directly rejected Chu Shan's transaction invitation, and instead withdrew from his own account to the merchant. Instead, it was transferred to Chu Shan's account. This is... Chu Shan didn't understand what it meant. Master, it's not so much that we lead you to level up, but rather that you show us to open our eyes. How could we still come to collect your money? Following the master to run the map, this kind of experience is never for nothing. Don't think it is too little. If we really figure out some special effects later on, it will definitely be a big part of you. In front of the great god, you need to speak plainly. Okay, then let's take what we need. Chu Shan understands what they mean. Build a group, add people. It's about to enter the book. Time cannot be wasted. Master, wait a minute, I still have a few friends, I hope to bring them here. Their school teacher assigned them a semester task, and one of the precious road cars has a very low explosion rate. I haven't played it for 3 months. Arrive. But this ring book, I seem to have seen a monster burst out just now. So I thought, can I take them for a while? Rest assured that we will spend money to buy this item. Moreover, it will definitely not take advantage of your experience, boss, and will not take other things. Sun Ergu. The explosion rate of ring-type dungeon missions is generally high. There are a lot of high-level monsters here. Call your friends, but before they come, let's start a game. Chu Shan knew it. Okay, then thank you, big brother. Sun Ergu beamed. At the moment, build a team and add people. Then the team followed Chu Shan, stepped into this weird monastery again, followed the dungeon crystal in the hall, and entered that strange dungeon world again. Come in again this time, the atmosphere is different. Unlike the first time, the stars are holding the moon, for fear of hurting the donor, they are completely treating the donor as a sapling that needs to be taken care of. And this time, of course, the stars are all over the moon this time, but it is obvious that Chu Shan is following the lead. Having had the experience of clearing the level for the first time, the efficiency of killing monsters this time seems to be faster, killing wild monsters all the way, and moving forward unimpeded all the way. At the same time, Sun Ergu also contacted his friends and told them to come over quickly. Fei, Kitty, why are you still chatting in the group? Why don't you come over quickly? I said, I really found the hot spot of Rosewood and Golden Gangwood. School activity group, chat group. Aren't you lying to me, dog? I'm telling you it's best not to lie to me. You should know that this red sandalwood king has trapped my mother for 3 months, and the manuscript is about to be handed in soon. Mother is annoying. Kitten. Goofy, we are familiar with each other, I will not forgive you for joking about this kind of thing. Fei. And wait for some other people. School semester tasks, this item can be said to be the most difficult. Old sister, how could I lie to you? Stop talking nonsense, come and have a look. It's true that there are big bosses leading the way. Anyway, it's useless for you to keep guarding the Siping Shan dungeon, why don't you come and have a look at Zero? It's been 3 months. Siping Yamamoto has guarded until now, if it was going to explode, it would have exploded earlier. Might as well take a risk. As professionals, how can we always just focus on one road? We have to learn to be flexible, don't we? That's right, okay, I'll come over here. Anyway, if you continue to guard Siping Mountain, you won't be able to get it. It's better to go to your place and try your luck. Little cat. What about you, Ah Fei? I won't go, I'd rather stay here, in case it really explodes. Chapter 75. If it really explodes, we'll go again. Yeah, Siping Mountain is honestly the place where this item will explode. I don't want to go to other places to try and waste time. 1. There is not much time in the first place, so we can't just waste it like this. Ergo, it doesn't count if you pull your sister's hind legs, but you also want to pull our hind legs, so we won't be fooled. Haha. Sun Ergo was helpless. In this situation, he couldn't explain it any further. Anyway, the opportunity has already been given to you, as to whether you can seize it, it is up to you. Focus on the fight in front of you. The wild monsters in this dungeon don't seem to be so scary anymore. In front of the boss's skeleton, they are as fragile as a blank sheet of paper. If you can hit with an arrow, hit it with an arrow, and the arrow will drop in seconds. There is no way to quickly eliminate the clean group of monsters with normal attacks, so I just rushed in and blew myself up, blowing up a bunch of them. After the bombing was over, he got up as if nothing happened, brandished his waist knife, and killed the few fish that slipped through the net that were not killed by the bombing. Sparks and lightning all the way, reaching the last floor with amazing efficiency. Needless to say, while the Lord of the Fallen was still asleep on the throne and hadn't woken up, more than 50 archer skeletons shot in unison, killing it in seconds before it woke up and opened up. Pass the customs and leave the book. Go back to the entrance 713 of the real world. Someone found that the speed of getting through this dungeon this time was much faster than last time. Because I am familiar with the map environment, I am also familiar with the distribution of monsters in the map. In fact, even if you just mark the map and monster distribution of this dungeon, this is a big profit in itself. There is no doubt that today's money must be earned. Here comes the kitten. Came here about an hour ago and waited outside the entrance. Dog. The kitten was brought here at the same time, and there were several other female classmates, just like herself, who were all girls. Clothes are uniforms of colleges and universities. People from Huiyang University. Chu Shan recognized the source of these school uniforms. Sister, come. Brother Shan, let me introduce you. This is my elder sister, and there are a few people in her dormitory. Elder sister, this is Brother Shan, named Chu Shan. He is a big brother. These two are Brother Shan's guards, Christy Miss N.A., and Miss Serena. Sun Ergu introduced the two parties. Kitten is a tall girl in her early 20s. She held out her hand politely. Hello, DBFF, is Sun Naiwan, you can call me Kitty. I'm Chu Shan, hello. Chu Shan also reached out to shake her hand. As for Christina and Serena, they didn't care about the kitten at all. It is impossible for the two of them to talk to humans other than Chu Shan, and they don't think it is necessary. The dignified 9-rank powerhouse will accompany these little guys to play house? The kitten was a little embarrassed, but didn't say much. Just, boss. Judging by Chu Shan's age, he seems to be younger than his brother. What kind of boss is this? Look at Christina and Serena, these two guards are not very old. How can there be a boss of this age? 80%, it was my little brother who was fooling me again. Okay, you little BD has learned to make fun of my old sister now, right? I'll bear with it for the time being in front of her, and wait for me when I get home and see my parents. The kitten gritted its teeth. You son of a BCH, you are so courageous, it's fine to lie to your elder sister, even we will not let it go. Okay, if you are brave enough, you can fly. No, 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 I must teach you a lesson later. Doesn't your school have an actual combat simulation assessment next week? I think I'll be your rehearsal partner. Guzi is a qualified fighter, with thick blood and high defense, and this also means that he is resistant to fighting. You are welcome, haha. The girls in Xiao Mao's dormitory also had the same mentality. It is the kind of helplessness after being deceived. Of course, they didn't say these words in front of Chu Shan. Christina and Serena, who are both ears and ears, heard it. Although they were not very happy, they just didn't care much. Old sister, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not lying. In short, you will know everything when the team starts later. It's already here anyway, you don't care about the time, right? Sun Ergu was helpless. So it turns out that I have such an unreliable image in my elder sister's mind. Well, I don't bother to explain anyway. Let's start a group. Boss, take a break first or start again. Let's start now. Chu Shan said. Create a team and add people. Then everyone skillfully climbed the stairs again, came to the inside of this weird monastery, touched the copy crystal, and teleported to the copy space. Familiar and weird church hall, along the corridor, and then inside is the corridor room. Familiar with the environment that can no longer be familiar with, and the distribution of wild monsters. Chu Shan directly released 60 archer skeletons in one breath, letting the archer skeletons open the way in front of them. The map locations they passed were often the first to attack and release the rain of arrows before they officially touched the wild monster area. Defeat wild monsters before they charge. The fierce attack ability, to be honest, made Xiao Mao and others a little dumbfounded. Brother, who do you think this boss is? His summoning unit seems to be a bit powerful, he can kill a wild monster with one arrow, are you kidding? The kitten was amazed. If I didn't come in with you, I'm afraid I thought I entered a fake undead monastery. Am I the only one who cares about the number of those skeletons? The number is actually more than Guzi's sparring team. Just kidding. That is to say, which summoner can recruit so many units at once? Guzi, you seem to be a bit powerful. Kitten's roommate also changed his mind. The key is that with so many skeletons, the visual effect is really shocking. I told you, you still don't believe me. You still have to say that I'm a liar. In short, don't care about anything else, just follow the boss. Just pick up the props you need, and don't touch the others. Sun Ergu. At this time, Chu Shan's skeleton squad reached the backyard of the church. The space in the backyard is not that big, so don't go out first. Chu Shan ordered like this. Then he ordered his skeleton to launch an attack quickly. 60 skeletons rushed into the courtyard quickly after receiving the order, and almost no sound of fighting was heard, but it didn't take long for all the wild monster units in the courtyard to be wiped out. This speed. This is really a bit scary. Chapter 76. The courtyard is the middle area of the map of the Monastery of the Undead, which inherits the church and the crypt dungeon. The geographical location is very important, and the area is actually not small. But this time when we came to this important courtyard place, all we saw were bare flower beds and dilapidated stone bricks, and there were countless light spots floating around. All wild monsters have been wiped out. How terrifying is this speed? The key point is that this is the monastery's ring mission chain dungeon, and the difficulty here is even higher than the hell level difficulty of the normal dungeon. Usually the professionals who challenge here have never heard of anyone coming to this place. It's amazing, if I knew it earlier, I should have seen how he did it back then, how he killed so many wild monsters so quickly, I really want to feast my eyes on it. The kitten exclaimed. Most of these professionals who have come here have been in this kind of dungeon, and they understand how difficult this kind of dungeon is. An ordinary blue elite mob needs many people to deal with it like a small boss. If you get together with high-level elite mobs, no one has the ability to clean them up. Let alone a solo kill. What is his profession? Is it a summoning type of professional, summoning undead skeleton monsters? Hey, Guzi, where did you find this great god? But, is this dangly-looking skeleton frame really that powerful? A girl in the same bedroom as the kitten. With ponytails and wearing their school uniform, the whole person looks very sunny. Not that there is any doubt about Chu Shan's skeleton. It is precisely because there is no question, so I am even more curious about the hard power of these skeletons. Little cat, how about we try to hit this skeleton? Anyway, it is impossible for teammates to slash each other to cause fatal injuries. The girl with ponytails suggested. You mean, cut these skeletons? The kitten was taken aback by the proposal. Don't, Sister Luozi, don't you make it clear that you will offend the great god. Sun Ergu said anxiously. Don't be afraid, how could I offend him? You see, he summons so many skeletons. If we hit one of them at random, he can't see it, right? Besides, we're just curious, hit once. It won't have any effect. Sister Luozi, the little girl with ponytails. This is not good. No. Oh, you don't want a mother-in-law. In the challenge dungeon, teammates will occasionally accidentally injure each other, which will cause some damage to the opponent, but normally speaking, the loss is not large, and it will not cause a direct fatal attack. No matter how violent the attack is, at least a certain proportion will be left behind. The strength of these skeletons is really intriguing. Ignoring Sun Ergu's mother-in-law and mother-in-law, the sunny girl with ponytail first observed the positions of Chu Shan, Christina, and Serena. Then he quickly ordered one of his summoning units, the polar ice bear, to slap a nearby skeleton nearby. The ponytail girl is also a summoner profession. The polar ice bear is her main summoning unit with high strength. The hardness and strength are even higher than that of Sun Ergu, and he is more resistant and able to fight than Sun Ergu. However, its claws, not to mention hurting the skeleton. None of them came out. No way. The lethality of my ice bear, even in this ring book, can deal a little damage when facing the shield shadow ghost. This skeleton's defense is stronger than the temple shadow ghost? Luozija was dumbfounded. The shield shadow ghost can also catch some sparks from the skeleton. My own ice bear doesn't even have sparks, let alone sparks. The gap is big. This is of course, the ring-type dungeon monster is very strong, mainly in terms of blood volume and defense, but after all it will not exceed the normal professional by much. Otherwise, let alone the back courtyard in the middle area, even the cathedral in the early stage, no one can get through. Attacked skeletons. His eyes became scarlet, he turned around and faced the ice bear head-on. Roar! The ice bear roared not to be outdone. After all, it is a bear life, with a ferocious wildness in its bones, can it be expected that a ferocious beast will apologize to people? A cold arrow flew past. The icy bone arrow pierced through the ice bear's head, and plunged straight into the stone sculpture far behind. Ice bear maintained a stunned posture, spraying blood, and fell into a pool of blood. 0 seconds dropped. Luozi's ice bear was shot down instantly by an arrow. This damage is outrageous. The ice bear is Luozija's main summoning unit. It is extremely powerful. It is used as AT in the daily opening group, but in front of the skeleton, it can't even catch a move. This gap. And that's not all. As if knowing who the owner of the ice bear is, after killing the ice bear, the skeleton turned its attention to Luozija. Sister Luozi stared at her with cold eyes, and the cold air was blowing from her back. About to say soft words, surrender or something. With a cold bone arrow, he pierced through her body. These skeletons are not mere undead summons, they have a certain ability to judge. It can tell the difference between a pet and its owner. Could it be that it has a certain amount of wisdom? You must know that Luozige's ice bear will only stare at a unit and chase after it in a fight. It doesn't know how to change the main target without additional orders. No, it should be that the summoning level of this kind of summoned object is too high, in short, it is beyond our comprehension. Fine. There is a setting in the dungeon space. Professionals in the same team will not be fatal if they attack each other, and they will definitely leave a certain amount of blood. At this time, Sister Luozi's state was maintained at the last trace and the Emperor. The rules of copy space saved her life. It's dangerous, so Sister Luozi, can you stop messing around? Sun Ergu asked. I see, I was wrong this time. Luozige's face turned pale. These skeletons. It is really not to be messed with. Chu Shan was cleaning the battlefield when he suddenly felt the abnormal state of a certain skeleton behind him. After thinking about it for a while, he understood what was going on. Boring people, and boring ideas, and she almost paid the price of losing experience for it, which is quite interesting. Christina and Serena knew about this kind of thing a long time ago, and the two women looked at each other helplessly. There are no angry thoughts, some are just complaining. This human being is so stupid. Chapter 77. Of course, the process of clearing the dungeon had to continue, because Chu Shan really wanted to see if this ring-style dungeon could also reveal a hidden dungeon crystal. After cleaning up the courtyard miscellaneous soldiers, the next step is to follow the narrow path to the entrance of the crypt. This is the gathering place for the bosses in the first stage. There are a lot of elite monsters and they are very vigilant. He made dozens of skeletons stand on a high place, shooting arrows to attack and try to attract monsters. Another batch of skeletons hid in the grass. The wild monsters here will also be cleaned up soon. Defeat all the bosses and the cave will open. When entering the cave, kittens are the same as the people in the dormitory, so of course it's also quite a thrill. It turned out that the interior of this ring-type dungeon actually had such a layout. After the first link, it faced an environment similar to a dungeon. I have learned a lot. I joined other people's groups and tried to fight the book of this monastery, but at most I only dared to fight a little symbolically in the corridor of the church, and I never hit this place at all. Who says it's not? I haven't even hit B1 in the back courtyard. I only dare to kill experience in the periphery. The wild monsters in the ring version are too strong. We dealt with them according to the boss's specifications. This Chu Shan can be singled out. It's really amazing. Going to the dungeon, it seems that the monsters in this dungeon can't trouble him. Of course, Chu Shan cannot be troubled. After all, Sun Ergu had clearly explained to them before forming the team that they had passed this book twice. The skeleton rushed forward, and under the command of Chu Shan, it skillfully occupied various favorable positions. When you find wild monsters getting together, make preparations in advance, release long-range bow and arrow attacks, and clean them up directly. Or, simply use self-destruct tactics. Blast all the way forward. Maintaining this speed, push all the way to the third floor. The super high efficiency is shocking. Have you noticed, no matter if it's a purple elite monster, a golden elite monster, or a blue elite monster, Chu Shan's skeleton can be solved with one move, even if it's a boss, it's just a matter of hitting twice more. My god, this way, we are basically unstopped. It's been a lot of experience. I learned for the first time today that the wild monsters in the ring dungeon can also be abused. According to this speed, let alone, it seems that we may really be able to get through the last link, maybe we can really get the props we need. I earned it, now it's up to the boss to play it himself. This trip was not in vain. The quality of the wild monsters in the crypt is much higher than that of the previous link, and the strength becomes stronger as you go down to the bottom, but it is still in vain. Self-destruct all the way, constantly replacing new skeletons. Soon, Chu Shan came to the stage boss Fallen Lord again. This is an area where elite monsters gather, and there are countless gold-level elite monsters. Chu Shan divides the skeletons into two teams, one team attacks and attracts. A team waited until the monsters were attracted, and rushed up one by one to explode themselves. Although there were a lot of monsters, they were all wiped out in less than half an hour. Before the deceleration magic of the Fallen Lord could be used, he was killed by the skeletons of the first team. Damn, it's that simple? This wins. No way, does this count as customs clearance? I did it, I'm afraid I didn't download a fake monastery dungeon before. I formed a team before, and formed a lonely one. Have you noticed? Chu Shan's skeletons must be more than these, and there are more. Every time he waits for a skeleton to explode and rebirth, he will replace it with a new one. How many skeletons does he have in stock? Fighting with the boss seems to be quite simple, but in fact this fallen master is definitely not easy. Then there's no need to ask. The shield ghosts of the blue elites in the church must be treated like bosses by normal people. The main boss at the bottom? No need to think about how difficult it is. Except for Chu Shan, the only way to try it like this. When the last wild monster fell in a pool of blood. That's why Chu Shan let everyone rely on them to find the kind of mission props they need. There are many golden elite monsters, and many special items burst out. The kittens are equivalent to the people in the dormitory. They really found a lot of the kind of mission props they need from the middle. Everyone took one, and the rest of the equipment was left untouched. Great God, thank you very much. Yeah, thank God, if it weren't for you, we don't know how long we would have to wait for this semester's assignment. Boss, excellent, give you a thumbs up. Everyone was so excited. The semester tasks assigned by the class teacher are linked to the semester assessment scores. This time the assessment was much more difficult than usual. Such a special item has been stuck for them for more than 3 months, and they have been going back and forth to the Siping Mountain battlefield for more than 3 months, but they have found nothing. One can imagine the anxiety in their hearts. Exist. Transformation skills. It is also available in the market, but the quantity is very small. This time the request was rather urgent, and even if it was sold out by other people first. Visible scarcity of goods. Now you don't need to do anything, just pay some fees, and then get the props and items easily. One can imagine the excitement. It's okay, anyway, I am alone, and there are not enough people to enter this kind of book. Chu Shan shrugged. Knew it. A great god is a great god. Entering this team is just to fill the head and meet the number requirements, nothing more. The last boss was also killed, and everyone left the instance one after another. 790. After that, Chu Shan checked the harvested materials. It is a pity that there is still no such one-time hidden copy crystal found. I've called 3 times in total, but nothing. It should be really gone. Chu Shan sighed. If it doesn't work, Master, let's go in a few more times. This time, Serena and I take turns to open the mag, and the efficiency will be faster. Maybe we can burst out. Christina suggested. Chu Shan shook his head. No need, your skills are too exaggerated. It's no problem to level the terrain for the sake of speed, but it's not suitable for the purpose of exploding equipment. Changing the landscape at every turn. Otherwise, the equipment will be buried under the ruins. Some equipment will be left outside the ruins for professionals to pick up, but more equipment and props will still be buried by the ruins. The time spent cleaning up the ruins and looking for equipment and props is not as good as Chu Shan doing it step by step. Different leveling methods are aimed at different environmental needs. Then shall we continue to play this copy? Serena frowned slightly. There is no need to continue. If you call a few more times, I believe there will be no change. Chu Shan sighed. Ring missions have the highest burst rate. According to the corresponding data, it should be enough to push 3 rounds in a row to explode a lot of things. If there is no explosion of what you need for this number of times, it means this picture probably doesn't have what I want. Chapter 78. This is what ring missions look like. There are basic information, but there are not many details, because no one can really get that much experience. This is not to say that professionals are really that weak. The mere dungeon of the Monastery of the Undead, if Xiao Tianming and Xiao Zinshan's group enters, they can easily win in a heads-up. The speed will be even faster than Chu Shan, directly killing the fallen lord at the bottom. The problem is that Xiao Tianming can't get in. The existence level of the dungeon enters the upper limit, and if it exceeds level 2 to 90, it will be strictly excluded from the dungeon gate. And from 2 to level 90, this level range can only just meet the monster killing requirements of this dungeon, nothing more. For the ring task, Chu Shan also did a lot of homework later. It is speculated that although the explosion rate of this type of book is very high, it should not be possible to have hidden links in every place. For example, Qianyuan Valley has a total of 5 ring-type links, which are relatively complicated, while the Monastery of the Undead has only 2 links, and the degree of complexity is relatively shallow, and the degree of difficulty can be compared. Therefore, this is probably the reason why the dungeon of the Monastery of the Undead has the hidden factor of Qianyuan Valley. It's useless to persist, why don't we focus on the next copy? I hope this ring copy will not disappoint me. Chu Shan shrugged. Next copy. Pharaoh's Tomb. Chu Shan checks the information he has collected. Then sighed again. What the hell, there is a limit on the number of people in this broken map, and less than 60 people are not allowed to enter the book. Dungeon Palace, what the hell is this? Chu Shan complained. Although I also understand that this is a layer of security under the special setting of the dungeon hall. But for myself, this kind of protection is really meaningless. However, for ordinary professionals, this is really important. Forget it, Master, let's talk in the afternoon, it's getting late, go find some food first, you need to eat. Serena looked at the time. Aristocratic and beautiful, she is very concerned about Master Chu Shan's schedule. It's good to eat. Then go to a nearby restaurant. You two can order whatever you want. Chu Shan. Rich and powerful. Sorry, Chu Shan is really rich and powerful now. After this wave of ring-type task chains, a lot of equipment arrived. It's true that they didn't produce what they wanted, but these equipment can be sold at a high price if they are taken out to change hands. In the school group chat channel, the person who didn't accept Sun Ergu's proposal this time can be said to regret it. How about it, Ms. Kitten, you have been tricked by your brother, how much experience has you lost this time? Red sandalwood and golden gangwood are not so easy to explode, and the Monastery of the Undead is not so easy to live in. I thought about a ring dungeon when I was looking for a boss. You thought it was a fairy. It's deflated, so you should stay honestly. At first, when they heard the news that Kitty and others planned to return to school, everyone's reaction was exactly the same, it was a failure. However, when the kitten gave an affirmative answer, everyone was dumbfounded. Successful? How is it possible? Don't lie to me. How could someone get through that ring copy? The time is so short, you thought you were eating snacks. It's not so fast to eat snacks. The kitten didn't explain either. He directly posted the props he got on the group chat channel. Red sandalwood golden gangwood. Damn it, it's true. You really got it. You all got it. No way, did you really get through that picture? Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Afe and others who had rejected the invitation to form a team before, at this time, they regretted it even more. The Monastery of the Undead belongs to the Dungeon Hall. The first pass of this ring mission, Dungeon Hall, of course also got the news. When he realized that the passer was Chu Shan, Xiao Tianming's expression of astonishment gradually returned to normal, as if he was not surprised at all. This kid, 100% he led the whole team to fight alone. The limit on the number of people in this dungeon set by our dungeon palace is probably just a burden to him. Xiao Tianming smiled wryly. In the future dungeon battles, I'm afraid this kid will look down on those ordinary dungeons. Normal copy. The benefit is less than half that of a ring copy. Can Chu Shan see it? Whoever it is, no one will choose that way. Congratulations, Lao Xiao, for finding such a good seedling. The bald-headed palace master was staring at the side. The masters of the dungeon halls. It is very common to accept disciples. But if you want to choose a suitable heir to the mantle, it will be difficult. Although they don't have much contact with this child Chu Shan, or even have no contact with him, but it doesn't prevent them from starting to plan ahead now. Because the position of hall master, starting from the succession, often means starting to prepare for the successor. This is the so-called proud disciple, which is very important. Xiao Tianming didn't deny it either, he just smiled strangely. He really has such thoughts, the future god of war, the master of the middle three districts, the child Shan is more than enough. But it's too far to talk about, Wang Zhao, now. The suitable seedling doesn't mean he must be the one. What if he doesn't want to? Xiao Tianming Fi. The pinnacle of human status, who would not be happy? Besides, even if he is not happy, you will still train him, won't you? The bald-headed palace master rolled his eyes. It's meaningless for you to be so Versailles. Okay, I know you're greedy, you don't have to give in, but it's not a problem for me to treat you to a drink. Xiao Tianming patted Qian Zhongtian on the shoulder. Both of them are the master of the temple, and both are gods of war. Good relationship. Hehe, it's really rare to let such a stingy guy like you spend money. It seems that I have to go home and look through the almanac to see what day it is today. Okay, don't mock me anymore, you can choose the location and time, we won't go home until we're drunk. Chapter 79. Your dishes are ready, please take your time. In the private room of the hotel, the waiter politely brought all the dishes to the table, and then politely invited the three of Chu Shan to have lunch. Then, he backed out and closed the door. Master, eat vegetables. Serena serving food to Chu Shan. Christina is still dominated by lollipops. Okay, I'll take care of myself, and you can take care of yourselves too. Chu Shan told Serena and Christina to have dinner with him. Serena tasted a slice of beef and thought it tasted good, so she put another piece into Chu Shan's bowl, not sure if it was indirect or not. The phone is a bit noisy. From the moment you enter the door, there is a lot of information squeezed in. It's all friend requests. The accompanying information is much the same. Boss, please bring me. Boss, please take my younger brother. God, I am a very good pendant, really. God, do you have time? Ah. Boss, how much is it to bring a copy? Each piece of information is asking Chu Shan to lead the team. In such an effort to serve the dishes, hundreds of them were squeezed in. It seems that the dungeon of the Monastery of the Undead has spread to 910. Chu Shan pondered. Of course it got out. The prompt for clearing the ring copy for the first time appeared directly on the display screen in the palace hall. Chu Shan was the only team that challenged this dungeon at this time today. At that time, in order to gather the number of people, Chu Shan specially released the information of the sponsor on the forum of the group seeking group, leaving a phone number. How could others not find him? The strength of the Bian sparring team is mediocre, and it is impossible for Sun Ergu to take the credit for Chu Shan on their own. How could others not know the truth? In the future, you have to take it easy when you release information about the sponsor. Chu Shan set the phone function. Simply reject these applications. Wait, there is another call invitation for Xiao Tianming, God of War. Chu Shan was surprised. Xiao Tianming called again. Thought about it. Chu Shan chose to answer. Student Chu Shan, long time no see. I've heard all about the fact that there is a dungeon of the Monastery of the Undead in the foreign battlefield. It's really exciting. Yes, you are amazing. Xiao Tianming's voice said. It's just a coincidence. Chu Shan replied. Speaking of it, Chu Shan didn't have much contact with Xiao Tianming, but the help Xiao Tianming gave was not too great. The role of that badge is crucial. On Xiao Tianming's side, he also knows that the number of contacts between the two parties cannot be counted as acquaintances, but the subtle connection between them, he believes that Chu Shan should not be too unfamiliar to him. He believed that Chu Shan should also understand the meaning of that badge. You have shown your face this time. I have quite a few palace masters, war gods, and mentors here. You have scared them all. Xiao Tianming smiled. Does everyone else know? That's right, it's public release on the display board in the lobby. Chu Shan was helpless. Even if you didn't see the public release, you would have heard so many discussions. Xiao Tianming added with a smile. I saw on the forum in the group seeking area, someone said that you played this copy 3 times in a row this time. Did you want to explode something? Yes, but unfortunately, there is no one here. Chu Shan regretted. I don't know what is so valuable. It needs to be brushed 3 times in the ring copy. Since Chu Shan didn't say clearly, Tianming didn't want to ask more. Then what are you going to do next? Do you want to challenge other dungeons? Xiao Tianming continued to ask. Well, I plan to go to the Pharaoh's ancient tomb and try my luck with this ring copy. Pharaoh's tomb, this has nothing to hide. After all, after clearing the level, you still have to broadcast the TV in the lobby for the last time. This child, D, is now an acyclic copy and is gone. Pharaoh's tomb, this ring dungeon also has a limited number of people. If you don't have a team now, I'll recommend you a team. What do you think? Recommend to me? Team. Ah, yes, just take it as a favor for me, you're going in anyway, otherwise I really won't be looking for you. The students in this group of halls have a relatively important item that needs to be obtained, and it has been stuck for a long time. I don't know if this ring instinct can be released. I want them to try their luck. But don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. You probably need the information of the Dungeon of the Ring mission right now. I will help you collect the dungeon information of a certain level range in the future, and we will exchange it equally. Xiao Tianming said. Chu Shan said, the words are correct, but I can find the information of the ring copy on the internet. What a child who refuses to suffer. The ones I found for you are all ring-type dungeons and materials treasured in our dungeon hall, and they are definitely suitable for you. If there is no suitable one, I can find someone I know, and I can find others for you. I won't treat you badly. Xiao Tianming said helplessly. How to say? It seems that I really got some blood this time. But in terms of cultivating talents, this is not a loss. The ring-style dungeon treasured by the dungeon hall, this proposal made Chu Shan more tempted. After all, what can be found on the market is what other people hope to be found by others. On the contrary, those secrets and private collections are impossible to find on the public network, and they belong to injustice collections. Even though, now that he has the badge, Chu Shan can also directly search the internal network of the dungeon hall to find the internal information of the hall. But in terms of efficiency and results, it is estimated that Xiao Tianming himself knows more. Thinking of this badge, Chu Shan thought about it, just treat it as a favor, and it doesn't hurt to help lead a group of people or something. After all, he wanted to group other people anyway. Moreover, the risk of posting donor information on the forum is indeed too great. Then I need all the ring dungeons, all the treasured dungeons. Chu Shan. If you want to do it, then do it a lot. You child, you're really greedy. Okay, I promise you. Do you have any other requests? Xiao Kaming drew the board and decided. It seems that I am missing myself. Forget it, it doesn't matter how much. Anyway, this grade interval will soon be crossed. There are no other ones for the time being. I will be there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You can tell them to go to the scene to find me directly. Chu Shan. Okay, that's settled, thanks. Chapter 80. After that, the mobile phone was turned off, and the news would not bother me anymore, so I could concentrate on eating, and of course the meal was good. At noon, Chu Shan went to the market exchange again, and took the equipment he bought this time to consignment. The high amount of equipment transactions, everyone in the mall now knows him. Is he Chu Shan? The Chu Shan who just brought someone through the dungeon of the Monastery of the Undead. I heard that he seems to be still in the extraterritorial battlefield, and he has also cleared a certain ring mission there. It's also a one-on-one fight. So ruthless? Seeing that he is not too old, how did he do it? Who knows, gods are gods, and I don't know where Mei Zhanshen found this god. See, equipment is sold in piles and piles. This is the gap. I didn't expect to be so famous now. Even those who buy equipment know themselves. Is this too high profile? Chu Shan wondered. It's right for the master to be high profile. Christina. With the noble blood of the master, this kind of reaction can only be said to be normal, not high profile. Serena said pertinently. So if you are really on your own, you can blow it up. Leaving the trading floor, I rented a car and went to the next instance site. There is relatively little information about the ancient tombs of the pharaohs. There are many people who try to play this copy, but there are not many people who can play the result, and the reference is limited. No matter what, this dungeon Chu Shan is determined to win. When we got there, we paid for the car. There are already more than 50 people guarding here at the entrance of the copy. They were not very old, with an average in their early 20s, similar to the people in the kitten dormitory before, men and women of all kinds, wearing student uniforms. The black student uniform should be the uniform of the dungeon hall. Here we come, the expert recommended by Xiao Zhanshen is here. On the other side of the crowd, a tall girl with shawl hair came over politely. That's the expert Xiao Zhanshen recommended? Immortal? Looks like he's not very old. Yeah, it looks like my younger brother. Can he be admired by Xiao Zhanshen? At his age, logically, he should be a rookie who has just entered the palace. He is really so powerful. Men and women, talking in low voices. Everyone finds it very strange. Because the age and strength do not match, it is too inconsistent. Although it is an ironclad fact that he led people to break through the Monastery of the Undead, seeing it with his own eyes makes it hard to believe that it is true. I don't know if he took some evil path to fight over, such as finding a bug or something. I don't want to believe that he is really stronger than us. Don't talk nonsense, Li Ziming. Since he can get through that dungeon, he must have his own advantages. Xiao Zhanshen won't talk nonsense. That is to say, even if you find a bug and rely on the bug to pass the level, that's his ability. Envy and jealousy, you can find a bug if you have the ability. Unconvinced people also exist. It wasn't aimed at Chu Shan, it was purely because Fang Gang, a young man, was unwilling to bow his head and admit defeat. The professionals who can join the Dungeon Palace are all the proud sons of heaven, and they are absolute elites in their respective hometowns. Who can they admire? In particular, he also received the badge of Xiao Zhanshen. Such extreme treatment is extremely enviable. This is not aimed at Chu Shan, it is purely jealousy. They were jealous of how Chu Shan was treated. Li Ziming, don't talk about it. The girl with long hair and shoulders took a look. Li Ziming frowned. It's amazing that you are the class monitor, Su Jiao. I know you envy this guy too, but you are actually not convinced in your heart. That is the badge of Xiao Zhanshen. Badge of God of War. Whoever gets it is basically the default candidate for the next God of War. Generally speaking, one must at least reach a certain level to obtain such an honor. So speaking of Chu Shan, this is even more enviable. That's enough. If you want to say it again, I'll report back to God of War and let you leave the team. Su Jiao frowned. Okay, I get it, can't I just shut up? I'm just nagging, isn't that okay? You still say. Okay, I shut up. Su Jiao took a deep breath, and then quickly walked to Chu Shan's side. Student Chu Shan, hello, I'm Su Jiao, the 35th class in the dungeon hall, the squad leader of the actual combat class A. Su Jiao shook hands with Chu Shan very politely. Chu Shan noticed a few keywords she said, 35th class, actual combat, class A. Dungeon Palace can also be regarded as the nature of the academy. Having obtained the God of War badge, he is theoretically considered a student of the palace, but he has never been to class. How few of you? Chu Shan asked. 61 people, it should be okay, the number of people in this dungeon is only 60. Su Jiao said. Yes, no problem. Chu Shan nodded. As long as it is not less than the specified number of people. At this time, Shishan began to open the entrance to this instance. Pharaoh's Tomb. This place is located in a remote mountainous area on the outskirts of the city. Unlike the dilapidated churches of the undead monastery, this place intuitively looks like a group of tombs buried deep in the mountains. At the entrance is a stone gate that has been manually repaired, and a stone tablet stands on both sides. It is full of precautions for entering the copy. The strange cold wind continuously blows from the stone gate, making people shudder. This dungeon is not as weird as the monastery on the surface, but it is actually much more dangerous than the monastery. Shall we start now, or should we rest first? Su Jiao asked Chu Shan. Let's go straight, start early and end early. I will form a team, and you will join the team. Chu Shan said. It is good. Su Jiao readily agreed. Then she turned around, her expression gradually becoming serious. Students, we have been stuck on the black gold jade prop for a long time. This time Xiao Zhanshen pointed out the direction for us. I believe everyone understands what it means. Black gold jade is something that wild monsters of ancient tombs have a chance to explode. The explosion rate of the ring mission is doubled. Whether it can explode or not depends on our luck. In short, everyone must unite, understand. Below is a clear voice. Some voices are loud and some are small. Okay, senior sister Su Jiao. Chu Shan has also set up a team at this time. Just call me Su Jiao. Su Jiao nodded, everyone, work team. But at this moment, Chu Shan suddenly saw a few special faces staring at him from across the street not far away. Chapter 81. That person is Chu Shan. Yes, young Master Fang, he is the genius Xiao Tianming values, the only one he values. You don't look very old, is it really that special? Fang Xiao's family has a grudge with Xiao Tianming, which is a deadly feud that cannot be resolved. Under the influence of his ears and eyes since he was a child, Fang Xiao himself has a lot of resentment towards Xiao Tianming. He passed by here again by mistake, and after being introduced by his friends, he recognized this new star who was full of gimmicks in the past 2 days. He, Xiao Tianming, suppressed his family so much that he couldn't hold his head up, so he could only behave like a man with his tail between his legs. He was doing his own thing, leisurely picking talents here, training younger generations to continue accumulating fame. This made Fang Xiao very upset. Those people also came to play the dungeon? It's not like there are too few people. Chu Shan was about to be entered into the dungeon, and at this time 737 also found these people. Originally, at the entrance of the dungeon, it was normal to encounter some other unfamiliar professionals. However, the situation of this dungeon is rather special, and not many outsiders were present. Chu Shan guessed whether it might be Su Jiao's classmate. But when I asked, I found out it wasn't. This kid seems to have a keen intuition. Fang Xiao frowned. Originally, if Chu Shan didn't take a look this way, he would probably leave after complaining a few words. But this look made Fang Xiao feel a little annoyed for no reason. Why? How can he, Xiao Tianming, be so leisurely? Just because he is the god of war, he is amazing? Where did all this nonsense come from? The family doesn't have the guts to fight against Xiao Tianming, nor does it have the ability. Since we can't beat you, wouldn't it be okay to kill one or two of your favorite students? He has a high level and rank 3, so he may not have no chance. The grievances of more than 10 years can't be spread on you, so it can only be spread on your favorite student. So sorry boy. If you want to blame yourself for meeting the wrong person. Fang Xiao touched his nose, then put a thin needle into his mouth. Then he aimed at Chu Shan and spat it out. Puff. Quiet flying needle. A-level special occupation, the exclusive skill of the equipment engineer, shadowless assassination. It was aimed at Chu Shan's forehead. If this trick hits, the predictable result is death, no discussion. But, it's useless. Christina and Serena were right next to Chu Shan. At first they just regarded these people as passers-by like Su Jiao, and didn't pay much attention to them. But now, when they felt the murderous aura emanating from Fang Xiao's body at that moment, their reactions naturally changed. Serena is the closest to Chu Shan. She clicked her finger. The flying needle that flew in front of Chu Shan paused. After stagnating in midair for 0.5 seconds, he returned the same way. Go! Serena frowned and snorted. The flying needle pierces through the air. With a faster speed than before, it plunged into Fang Xiao's head instead. Through. Penetrate directly. Blood, splatter. Fang Xiao was stunned and died directly on the ground. Master Fang! Master Fang! The two professionals following Fang Xiao were shocked. Isn't that less equations? What happened just now? I saw that Fang Xiao suddenly attacked Chu Shan just now, and then his flying needle stayed in front of Chu Shan, and then the flying needle retreated, killing him instead. Su Jiao and other students in the hall were also very surprised. Want to kill me? Crazy. Of course Chu Shan knew what happened. Serena moved faster than him, otherwise his scourge armor would have been activated automatically just now. It was precisely because of Serena's operation that the skill flying needle returned the same way, and instead killed the owner of the flying needle. Listen to them, this person is called Fang, Xiao Fang? Is it Fang Xiao, the Fang family that Xiao Tianming and Xiao Zhanshen are enemies? Chu Shan. Hearing Su Jiao's voice. The origin of Chu Shan is the reason for this incident. Xiao Tianming's nemesis, the child of the family. Can't beat Xiao Tianming. Instead, he happened to meet himself, and then made up his own mind. Really sad and poor guy. Such a guy who dares to casually implicate his hatred on other people, this fate is not pitiful. Stinky boy, what did you just do? How dare you do anything to us, Fang Xiao, you don't want to live anymore. The two attendants beside young Master Fang. After realizing that the equation was really dead, they stood up one after another. They couldn't have walked away without saying a word. Shouldering the young master's safety, going back in such a despondent way will be a heavy punishment in the end, and most likely death. Damn, today is so bad. If it's dead anyway, then you can only fight. Stinky boy, come and pay for Fang Xiao's life. The green armor professional on the left drew out his two-handed sword, and slashed out a sword light. A-level professional skill, Arc Moon Slash. You're dead. The yellow-robed professional on the right took out a hammer and smashed it to the ground, creating cracks that continued to spread forward. The same A-level professional, skill, ground crack. 2 A-level professionals. Chu Shan observed their level information and found that they were all around level 2 to 35, but the dead Fang Shao had a higher level. It looks like there are 3 turns. If you don't do it, I may not do it. Chu Shan also released his skills. Toxic Field. The purple energy easily shattered Arc Moon Slash, which in turn shattered Earth Crack's attack, and then fell straight on the bodies of these 2 professionals. 0.2 powerful skill damage. On the spot, 2 professionals died. Was poisoned. Death in non-copy space, it's really dead. These 2 professionals are not low level, and the one with the hammer is still AT, and he was dropped in seconds. Chu Shan's skills are so scary. That power is much stronger than the mage's magic. Doesn't it mean that he is a summoning professional? How can he attack magic so ruthlessly? Su Jiao, waiting for the hall students, was petrified. They never expected that Xiao Zinshan's enemies would appear here, and they would attack people suddenly. Second, he didn't expect Chu Shan to be so strong that he could easily kill those who attacked him. Li Ziming, who had complained before and was not convinced by Chu Shan, was so shocked that he couldn't speak at the moment. Chapter 82. This time the harvest is good. Yes, yes, the Patriarch will definitely be happy when we go back, and there will definitely be a celebration banquet tonight, so I didn't run away. Haha, I'm just waiting to eat and drink. You are a foodie, you know how to eat. On the opposite side of the forest path, several middle-aged professionals walked out quickly. They are members of the Fang family, and their strength is between 6th and 7th rank. Among them, the strongest person has the strength of 7th rank and 46th rank, which is a very powerful mage. This time, he was ordered to accompany Equation to a dungeon area, to buy a family training team, and to speed up leveling. The talents of the family are indeed cultivated much faster than ordinary people. They have their own professional team, work on time every day, leave the last trace of blood after fighting wild monsters, and let the family members make up the last knife. No one grabs experience, and the efficiency is fast. This is also the reason why the Equation is not too old to be able to turn 3 times. Because his family is willing to spend money. This time, several of their elders came to meet the Equation after the work was over. As a result, just after they walked out of the woods, they saw the Equation lying in a pool of blood. Then the 2 followers of Equation were also killed by Chu Shan. Suddenly, the laughter disappeared. Master Fang. Good boy, you dare to attack our Fang family. Who gave you the guts? Several elders of the Fang family exploded on the spot. The Equation is the heart of the master. Such a single seedling in the house. If this matter is passed back, is it okay? It's one thing not to be punished, their face, and the job of the guard, this face is also worth it. With this kind of murderous intent, these people are sure to die. Celine had nothing to say. After feeling the murderous aura emanating from these people, Serena flicked her fingers immediately. Serena also used poison. The purple energy is like a few small purple swords, it was struck out through the air, the speed was so fast that even the afterimage was not very clear. Before these Fang family elders could react, the purple energy star pierced through their foreheads respectively. Thump! Thump! Several veterans, professionals with ranks 6 and 7 fell to the ground in a mess. These are the elders of the Fang family. There are several other generals. I've seen them before, that yellow-robed mage, he's a level 746 wind mage. Spin 7, it's also dropped in seconds. What is the origin of this woman next to Chu Shan? Is she a rank 8? No way, such a young rank 8. The students were really stunned this time. Serena killed these high-return professionals like cutting tofu. This scene is too shocking. Student Chu Shan, you. Su Jiao was dumbfounded. That's right. When I first got the news that Xiao Tianming also recommended talents and gave him a badge, Su Jiao was a little unconvinced at the time. Heavenly Maiden. Who doesn't have a bit of arrogance, but now he is completely convinced. Li Ziming was even more convinced and did not dare to say anything. 7-turn people can easily kill. What did he, Li Ziming, think? Don't be afraid, it has nothing to do with you, Chu Shan said. But it's a little troublesome now. Chu Shan frowned slightly. Of course he wasn't afraid. With Christina and Serena, a 90-fold data increase, he can't go anywhere in this world. If there was only one Christina in the past, and maybe in some cases, it would be a bit restrictive, but now that there is an extra Serena, there is more room for maneuvering. Even if all the big families come together to target him, he may not be cowardly. But, that's the trouble. Because Chu Shan has to level up himself. He didn't mean that after owning the Black Dragon Queen and the Snake King Queen, he would be able to sit back and relax. The two queens are just a guarantee for his growth. Before destroying a guild. That no one saw. But this time is different. This time, Su Jiao killed nearly 60 witnesses in person. Chu Shan, we promise, we will never say anything. We promise to be absolutely unassuming. Su Jiao and everyone were terrified. This concern of Chu Shan. If you continue to diverge your thinking, wouldn't that mean destroying the evidence? They don't have the confidence to resist Serena's attack. Chu Shan, don't come here, don't mess around, I was a little unconvinced before, but now I know I was wrong, I apologize to you. I didn't go too far just now, I was just talking about it behind my back, right? Li Ziming stammered, obviously also afraid. It's so dangerous. The genius Xiao Zhanshan valued. This character is too dangerous. Why do you have to come to this place to try your luck? If you can't hit the props, then you can't hit them. I fail a subject in one semester, because I can't go back and make it up again. It's better than losing your life. Many girls, the timid ones, had tears in their eyes. Chu Shan, please don't kill us. Please, we will keep our mouths shut. We didn't see anything just now, so don't kill us. Yet, we didn't see anything. Begging. It has nothing to do with you, don't worry. Chu Shan comforted everyone. Necromancer has never been a profession that leads people to be good, but it is not a profession that kills indiscriminately. After all, it doesn't make sense to do so. Even if they were killed, Xiao Tianming would still have to question him later, which was meaningless. Hearing Chu Shan's guarantee, there is still an attitude. Everyone's complexion gradually slowed down. It's a temporary relief. Then, why don't you talk about Li Hao, to God of War, Brother Jinshan? Su Jiao said tentatively. Talk to God of War. That's right, Fang's family and Xiao Zhanshan are feuds, and they didn't deal with it in the first place. This time, they picked the head first, and you are just defending yourself. Xiao Zhanshan will definitely settle it for you. Su Jiao said. Defense systems exist. No one ever said that one cannot fight back when attacked. Especially for professionals, as long as they can be sure that they are being attacked, there is generally no problem. With how much Xiao Zhanshan valued Chu Shan, he would definitely stand up to this kind of thing without saying a word. Besides, I think it's better to say it earlier, so that God of War can be prepared, so that Fang's family won't get the news, which will give God of War a passive environment instead. Su Jiao's words are quite reasonable. That makes sense, okay, I'll talk to Xiao Zhanshan. Chu Shan smiled. Suddenly, I found that I had someone on it, and it was really easy to handle. Chapter 83. You said the Fang family's equations were killed. There are also several elders of the Fang family, all of whom were killed. The talent that Xiao Zhanshan likes is really amazing. The 35th Class A class group of Dungeon Hall. After learning of this information, the other students in the group who did not show up were also friars. Who is the other Fang family? Leaving aside the size and scale of their family, the strength of the equation itself and the ranks of the many elders alone are not something students like them can touch. It's hard to imagine that such a master will be the same age as us. Not the same age as us, but younger than us. On the scene, there are naturally many people who are afraid of Chu Shan, but there is also no lack of bold people who report to everyone on the scene. Professionals of this type are often professionals who don't think big things happen, and are not afraid of big things. This guy, Fang, used to like to slander our dungeon palace from time to time. Xiao Zhanshen is not as knowledgeable as he is in high positions. He really thinks that our palace is afraid of him. This time, you know how powerful you are. Being directly killed with a single knife can be regarded as a sigh of relief. Student Chu Shan did a good job and achieved what we wanted to do but couldn't. Whether it is force or mood, these are people who are not afraid of death, and they are courageous people. Of course, there are also many timid ones. Said that this kind of thing is unacceptable. These people didn't say it clearly, but they did find various reasons to quit this dungeon operation. This kind of thing is actually not difficult to understand. It's like a group of 10-level minions who followed a 100-level boss to a dungeon, but the boss killed a group of other strong people in front of them, so how dare this group of 10-level minions use should I continue to follow this boss to kill wild monsters with the previous mood? There must be some difference in mood. In this regard, Chu Shan did not stop these people from going or staying. He understands the truth that twisted melons are not sweet. The original 520 books, the fixed team of more than 60 people, the number of people visible to the naked eye has been reduced. But it doesn't matter. Because there are more other people who are constantly filling this number. Where are you now? Is it the Pharaoh's tomb? Is this still a copy? Are you still short of people? Wait, we'll be here soon. I'll be right there too. The courageous people in the group expressed their willingness to come here to fill up the number of people. They are all in the same class, and of course they also have similar prop tasks. It's just that most of them have already completed this task. This opt-in is purely to show support. Brother Chu Shan, right? Hello, I'm Zai Yiming. It's powerful enough to kill that BD Fang. After a while, these students who volunteered to support the scene were present. Hello, I'm Liu Yang. It's awesome, I didn't say it. I admire it. Is this the equation? Sure enough, it is him. These are the old people of their family, that's right. Chu Shan, you are really good. You can kill these people. You are too powerful. By the way, my name is Huo Yet. A total of more than a dozen people just replaced the more than 10 timid professionals who retired. This equation also includes the Fang family. It seems that they are not very popular. Chu Shan smiled. Of course, their family is not well connected. But their Fang family can't represent our Fang family. My name is Fang Chengyuan, Junior Chu Shan. I'm your fan now. In the dungeon hall, Xiao Tianming, who was reviewing materials on the table, accidentally checked his mobile phone and saw the message Chu Shan sent him. Immediately sprayed. This kid actually killed the equation. Xiang Tianming jumped up in shock. Who is the Fang family? In fact, they are also a wealthy and prominent family in the vicinity. Even if it's not as good as some established family businesses, DBCG, it's not much worse. There has been a long-standing grievance with Tianming, and even though he was suppressed, it has continued to this day. This is enough to show that the power of their family is actually terrible. In fact, even he would not dare to do anything to the Fang family easily. This Chu Shan actually said he would kill him. I knew that something might happen to this child in the future, and now it has come true. Xiao Tianming smiled wryly. This is probably a common problem of genius elites. The more capable a person is, the less peaceful his growth path will be. After all, if it is an unknown ordinary professional, it is impossible for him to cause such a big damage when he meets someone like Equation. Old Xiao, have you received any news that Fang Fang has been slaughtered? Qian Zhongtian hurried in from the door. Can you still not know? The message has been received. Then what are you going to do? How to deal with it? The soldiers came to cover up the water and the earth, and I will find a way to suppress him. Xiao Tianming said. His badge has been handed over to Chu Shan, and the intention is very clear, so he is duty-bound to this matter and cannot stand idly by. I knew you would be like this. It's been so many years that my temper hasn't changed at all. Qian Zhongtian said with a smile. How could it change? If it changes, it won't be me. Okay, then I won't be joking with you. I was going to tell you about this just now, and the old guys above us know. Oh, what did they say? Xiao Tianming frowned. The expression gradually became a little serious. Qian Zhongtian waved his hand to make him relax. Relax. It's not bad news. Those old guys recognized Chu Shan's potential. Now they are using their connections to suppress this matter. So you can rest assured. I came here specially to inform you. Qian Zhongtian said. Those old fellows are finally out of neutral this time. Xiao Tianming was astonished. The Fang family compound, here is a very luxurious mansion. From the infrastructure to the decoration, to the thousands of housekeepers and servants in the house, everything is the top enjoyment. But today, this supposedly magnificent family is in dire straits because of something. You said my son Fang is dead, is it true or not? The murderer is Xiao Tianming's disciple. The middle-aged man with a swollen face in the hall. Now he was trembling with anger. Yes, master. This news has now been confirmed. Not only the young master, but also his two companions, and several of our parents have all been killed. The butler bowed his knees. Where is the body? Who first found it? The dead body or something has been brought over. I don't know what the situation is at the scene, and the master of the Fang family doesn't have the heart to pay attention to those things for the time being. He now just recognizes his child's situation, and then becomes extremely angry. Their Fang family came to him in a single line, and the death of Fang Fang meant that his family line would never be seen again. Yes, Xiao Tianming, you dare to allow your disciples to act recklessly. There is no need to be polite to you. Fang Pu stood up. Lao Yat, you are not Xiao Zhenchen's opponent. The housekeeper reminded him kindly. Although the Fang family's power is not weak, compared with Xiao Tianming's individual combat ability, it is too far behind, and there is no way to compare it. Now that so many elders have died, the Fang family's fighting power has dropped sharply, and it is even more incomparable with Xiao Tianming. Then you can't just swallow this breath. If you can't beat him, then go and kill his disciple. If he dares to condone his disciple to hurt my child, then I will kill his disciple and let him have a taste of it. Fang Pu. But although the idea is good, it may not be easy to implement. Because at this time another housekeeper hurried in. The bad news brought back made Fang Pu go berserk again. Master, my great-grandfather just said that you are not allowed to avenge Master Fang's enmity. Otherwise, the family will remove you. Being expelled from the family, Fang Pu took him away directly. That old BD, does he even know what he's talking about? Are you sure that's what he told you? It is confirmed to be true. Grandpa also said that it is best to let go of the grievances between you and Xiao Zhanshen from today. If you disagree, then the family will also remove you. It's up to you. Fang Pu angrily threw the butler out. But after calming down and thinking about it carefully, he sat down helplessly. He is not the only one who owns the Fang family. There are also Taishang master leaves on him. The Taishang old man is the one who keeps his promises, even he can't disobey him. Palace. On the square. At this time, 3 white-haired old men appeared in the originally bustling square, and they walked towards the hall under the enthusiastic and respectful leadership of the official staff. That's the elder of the hall. What could have alerted the 3 elders to come together? The professionals in the hall showed surprised expressions. Xiao Tianming and Qian Zhongtian, who got the news in the hall, also rushed out to greet him. Elder, there are those who are far away, and those who are far away. In terms of strength, although Xiao Tianming and Qian Zhongtian are stronger than the elders, the 3 elders are obviously more senior than Xiao Tianming and Qian Zhongtian in terms of position. Lord God of War, you don't need to be too polite. I just want to come here to see a student named Chu Shan. Elder Meng smiled all over his face. At Chu Tian's age, he can kill equation. This kind of talent is really rare. The palace needs such talents. It is necessary to cultivate a god-level powerhouse like Xiao Tianming and Qian Zhongtian again. The 3 elders came here after hearing the news, which was actually a kind of assessment. As long as they decide they can. A lot of resources will be invested in Brahma. Xiao Zhanshen, don't get me wrong. This kind of training is not to steal your disciples. In fact, you should be happy. Elder Meng laughed. A very pertinent explanation. The disciples of Xiao Zhanshen are equal to the disciples of our dungeon palace, there is no difference. Dungeon Hall will still allocate a large amount of materials to focus on training. Of course Xiao Tianming also knew what it meant. That little guy Chu Shan can have more materials to accumulate, of course it is a good thing. But he's not here in the copy hall now. Xiao Tianming said. Oh, so where is he now? It's Chu Shan. The 3 elders actually came to find Chu Shan. And they just said that they have prepared a large amount of materials to invest in Chu Shan. Surrounded by the surprised voices of professionals. Chu Shan's fame is getting bigger and bigger these days, but people didn't expect that this name would attract the attention of the 3 elders at the same time. Perhaps you don't know yet, Chu Shan just killed the Fang family's equation. There are also a few elders. This matter seems to have been suppressed by a few guys. No way, is there such a fierce one? The sound of exclamation is also one after another. Back again. Elder and Xiao Tianming here. Elder Meng may have to wait a while, this kid is now challenging the ring dungeon. This city is one of the ancient tombs of the pharaoh, Xiao Kaming smiled wryly. The ring copy of Pharaoh's tomb will not be available for a while. Even if you are an elder, I am afraid that this matter can only wait. Oh, that's right, that's okay, I can wait. Elder Meng said. Chapter 84. In fact, at this time, the Pharaoh's tomb, the challenge progress of this ring-style dungeon, is basically coming to an end. The dungeon, which is almost as difficult as the undead monastery, is basically the level where the skeleton uses the self-exposure skill to blow up several times. Finally, a hidden dungeon crystal was revealed. This made Chu Shan very happy. The territory of the hidden dungeon ancient tomb has finally popped up, but unfortunately, the entry condition is limited to level 3 and level 15. Chu Shan lamented. It turned out to be a 3-turn dungeon crystal. This span is a bit large. Since it can't be used now, Chu Shan simply stored it in an important position in the system space toolbar. All the 2 ring-style dungeons that are needed so far have been cleared. At this time, Chu Shan finally began to check the detailed gains of this stage. The first is experience level. After defeating the Monastery of the Undead Dungeon and the Pharaoh's Tomb Dungeon in a row, after several rounds of fighting, Chu Shan's level has been raised to level 2 turn 60. The speed of upgrading is very fast. After all, there are a lot of wild monsters in the dungeon, and the dungeon experience is doubled again. The efficiency is amazing. Level up represents the accumulation of skill points. He now has 65 free skill points. 65 points are enough to reach the full level of a skill. Chu Shan. He has not learned any new skills now. Current skill level. The summoned skeleton is 81, 50, full skill point, plus 31, equipment. Scourge Skeleton Archer is 42, 11, skill points less than full level, plus 31, equipment. Amplification Halo 81, 50 plus 31. Toxic Field 81, 50 plus 31. Scourge Armor 42, 11 plus 31. There are not many rows to choose from. Chu Shan gave priority to loading the skill points this time on the Archer Skull. Add 8 points of skill. Let the panel level of this skill reach level 50. At this time, Chu Shan saw a new skill added to his skill bar. Summon Skeleton Mage. Skill description: recruit a skeleton mage to fight for you. There is no limit to the number of recruits, but you must need a monster's corpse. At the same time, the voice of the system resounded in his mind. Retrieved that the host has mastered new skills, triggering natural disasters and luck. Congratulations on upgrading your skills, and upgrading to a natural disaster mage. Any skills learned will be promoted to natural disaster level skills under the trigger of the system's luck. This is no longer surprising. There was the corpse of a wild monster nearby, and Chu Shan recruited a Scourge Mage. Mage of Calamity. Mage level, 32, 1, just learned, plus 31, equipment provides skills. Skill: 1 Meteor Fire Rain / Ice Storm / Thunderbolt, causing magic damage of group skill attributes. The area affected by magic is 700 yards, the damage caused is 150% of the base damage, CD 20 seconds. 2 Immortal Body, scattered into bones after being depleted of life, resurrected after 60 seconds, life magic is full. CD 6 hours. 3 Self-Explosion, consume all mana, self-explosion, causing damage 10 times the attack power to all units within 50 yards nearby. This skill can be used in conjunction with the Undead skill. 4 Spell Proficiency, increase the power of magic skills, 50%. All the skills increase the output ability, and the output ability is very strong. Just like the characteristic of the best equipment is to increase the skill level. As long as the skills of summoning units are linked to attack and destructive power, they are definitely not weak. In particular, these magic skills are all group attack magic skills. Counting these damage and destructive power, they must be higher than the Skeleton Natural Disaster Skeleton and Skeleton Shooter. But that's not the end yet. Because at that time, the voice of the system sounded again in Chu Shan's mind. The natural disaster mage skills mastered by the host are detected, and the special props leading fire seed in the host's inventory are detected. Now you can use this alien fire to mutate the skills of the Scourge Mage again. Make skills mutate. Chu Shan. As long as you hold special props, can you mutate your skills? This prop was just found in the Pharaoh's tomb. But if the natural disaster skeleton mutates, what will it transform into? Will it be stronger than now? Chu Shan asked. Soon the system listed the direction of the mutation. The direction of the natural disaster mage's mutation is to mutate the natural disaster mage. Mutant Scourge Mage skills. Dark Violence, spell group damage, causing group damage in a larger area, 1,500 yards, the damage is 8 times the base damage. Blew up. Rebirth. Magic Dominance, increases magic skill damage by 50%. Magic Dominates. Reduces incoming damage by 50%. Sublime Skills. It can be seen that after the mutation, the output ability of the Skeleton Mage has been improved several levels. The instant lethality is almost comparable to the self-detonation damage. The range is also large enough. Doesn't this mean that as long as my Scourge Mage evolves into a mutated Scourge Mage, the magic it releases in the future is equivalent to the self-detonation released by the Skeleton Archer? The significance of this variation is greater. Because the self-detonation of the skeleton needs to be close to the enemy to play a role in order to deal the due damage. And the mutant mage skeleton. Then you only need to release the magic long-range attack normally, and you can deal this kind of tons of damage. Mutation, Must mutate. However, it's a pity that in addition to this prop, 2 special items are needed to complete this layer change. Click on the operation bar of the skill mutation, and the conditions for the skill mutation are clearly written. In addition to this mutant fire, 2 other items are required. Devil's Eye of the Abyss. Variation Essence. You don't need to ask to know that these 2 items are by no means simple goods. A mutated tinder is no longer available in the market, and the value of these 2 items will never be lower than that of tinder. No matter what, I'm sure this mutation is imperative, but I'd better put it down for the time being, and give priority to this times receipt and sorting, and then find a way to get this item together. Chu Shan temporarily put this matter aside. Return the focus to the allocation of skill points. There are 58 skill points left. He didn't rush to add the skeleton mage or skeleton archer to the full level, but added these skill points to the Scourge armor. Scourge armor skill, 50, 19 plus 31 days. Chapter 85. The natural disaster armor of level 50, the skill panel level is full, and a new skill link is opened. The Bone Cage. Bone Cage, mana is consumed to form a bone cage around a single target, restricting the target's actions. The damage capacity of the cage is 5 times the spiritual power of the skill releaser. Bone Cage, sure enough, it's a standard Necromancer's skill. Chu Shan smiled. Like bone armor. This kind of bone prison is basically a standard equipment for Necromancers. Congratulations, you have triggered the natural disaster level luck, your skills have been upgraded, and you have upgraded to a bone prison. The name of the skill has not changed, and it always feels like someone wants to be lazy for the sake of convenience, but the inner connotation has undergone earth-shaking changes. Bone prison, you can make up to 5 bone cages with 490 to instantly control your 5 different enemies. The amount of damage received is 10 times your mental power. At the same time, the bone cage is immune to physical damage by 20% and immune to magic damage by 20%. It not only strengthens the bone cage's ability to withstand injuries, but also increases the function of avoiding injuries. This wave of improvement is not small. Chu Shan exclaimed. His current spiritual power is 1490 points. According to the formula, the upper limit of bone prison damage is 14,900 points, which is actually not high, but when he increases the skill points to level 40, with a 50 times multiplier, the damage limit reaches 74,500, which is quite impressive up. 70,000 points of damage tolerance, plus 20% damage absorption. It can be said that even if this cage is placed directly on the boss, it can also play a very good role in restricting. It's developed, it's developed. Jin Shan's eyes lit up. The dungeon of Pharaoh's tomb really didn't let him suffer. Wait, there seem to be 2 skill books here. Chu Shan was stunned. Among the many props and equipment pulled into the system props bar, he saw 2 rare skill books. The skill book is a precious item used to learn new skills. It allows professionals to learn some other skills that cannot be learned in this profession. There are very few items like this in circulation on the market. Is there such a good thing? He couldn't wait to take out these 2 props. Take a closer look. One of them. Healing. Healing, skill description, as the name suggests, allows you to learn a simple healing spell. The amount of healing is determined by the amount of mental power. This is actually a healing skill. Chu Shan. Skill books allow professionals to learn many other types of skills, but in general, they are basically limited to various life-related skills, such as cooking, blacksmithing, repairing, forging and the like. Active skills like this kind of healing are really very rare. If it is placed on the market, such a treatment book is absolutely astronomical, and it will be sold out by others. It is a hot and precious treasure. Whether it is provided to melee occupations or assassin occupations, this skill is of great significance. This harvest, the copy of Pharaoh's tomb has given me too many benefits. Learning this skill book does not require additional props. Chu Shan stuck the skill book on his forehead. A large amount of information poured into his mind directly through the skill book. After all the information was entered, two options appeared in his mind. You can learn the healing technique now. Do you want to learn it? Yes, apricot. I choose to be is beyond doubt. As the voice fell, the skill book in his hand turned into stars and disappeared, and a new skill just learned appeared in Chu Shan's personal skill column. Therapy. Effect: treat a single target, the healing amount is multiplied by 5 mental power. Congratulations, you have mastered the new skill healing technique, triggering natural disasters and luck. Your skills have been upgraded to Life Fluctuates. Life Waves. Description: Group Treatment. All friendly units within 1000 yards near the skill release point will restore HP equal to mental power multiplied by 10. At the same time, it provides 20% defense bonus and 20% magic resistance bonus for allies, lasting for 20 seconds. My mental power is now 1490, which means that the skill recovery is 14,900 points each time. This amount is really not low. Chu Shan said. After all, the attribute ratio at this stage. Crispy mages and priests, this skill can fill them up with one bite. Not to mention that there will be defense bonuses and magic resistance bonuses later, which are of great significance. But this kind of sacred healing skill is not very useful for my skeleton, Christina and Serena. There is no way for the healing of the holy department to replenish the physical strength of the undead department. But it's not a big problem. Because the second skill book happens to be the life recovery skill of the undead. The second skill book. Exorcism. Skill description: professionally heal friendly units of the dark department of the undead. The amount of treatment is 5 times that of the spirit class. At the same time, it can also be used as an attack skill to attack other units of non-dark undead and hostile units, and the destructive power is 5 times that of spiritual power. This is basically prepared for his own army of undead. Chu Shan also pasted this skill book on his forehead according to the method just now. Along with the information option, new skills appear in Chu Shan's skill column. Congratulations, you have mastered a new skill. Your skill has been upgraded, and it has been upgraded to the wave of exorcising spirits. Exorcism Wave. Description: heal undead dark units, within 1000 yards, the healing amount is 4.9 mental power multiplied by 10, and it can also be used as an offensive means to attack non-dark undead units with proportional damage friendly units. Shotgun change. Now I can not only play the main output, but also the main support. The output and battery life are all there, what else do I need? Chu Shan couldn't be happier. This kind of group healing spell consumes a lot of mana. However, with his current full mana and spiritual power, the consumption of this mana can be fully supplied. Unable to wait, Chu Shan immediately released a move to expel the spirit wave. When this black and purple brilliance enveloped Christina and Serena, the two queens suddenly showed surprised expressions. What? Chapter 86. Master, this is... Christina and Serena both looked surprised. They clearly felt the wave of healing in the light just now. But his master is obviously just a calling professional. How did he learn this healing magic skill? How does it feel? Chu Shan asked. It feels very comfortable. It's very comfortable. The two queen beauties nodded one after another. In fact, as one of the top bosses, this tiny amount of healing is really a drop in the ocean for their health. But don't forget that this skill is a skill that can grow. In the future, the higher Chu Shan's mental power is, the stronger the healing amount of this skill will be. When Chu Shan reaches the level of Christina and Serena, Chu Shan's treatment level will be at that time. It must be able to meet the daily needs of the two queens, there is no doubt about it. Secondly, the feeling of this treatment is also very comfortable. It feels like it is. The master hugs them the same. Anyway, I feel pretty good. Christina blushed slightly. Thinking of this kind of treatment, it was like being hugged tightly by the master. Serena's face also turned red for a while. There was no resistance, but a faint sense of expectation. Imagining the future, when the master really grows up, he will treat himself with blood when he fights with him in the wild. Master, why don't you quickly level up, so that you can level up and fight with us in the wild, and you can also increase our blood? Christina said here directly. I didn't dare to go any further. Just what? Chu Shan didn't understand. It's nothing, anyway, master, you should level up as soon as possible. How could a proud black dragon queen like Christina speak out her heart? That's weird. After all, Chu Shan didn't understand the specific effect of this skill. An upgrade is definitely a must. In order to test the power of the new Scourge Mage, Chu Shan invited Su Jiao and other students to enter the copy of Pharaoh's tomb again. Familiar map, familiar environment. When encountering wild monster zombies, Chu Shan immediately summoned his skeleton Scourge Mage. Attack, destroy these wild monsters. Chu Shan. Simple and straightforward commands. Skeletons who only know how to obey orders are naturally carefree. It wields the skeleton staff in its hand. Different elements take shape on their wands. Fire, or lightning. The skills are charged for about 0.5 seconds. Followed by a huge thunder, rumbling down. Thunderbolt. Magic skills with large area of destruction. Within the range, a large number of zombies were struck by lightning, and then fell into a pool of blood. Kill the black-skinned demon corpse and gain 2600 experience points. Kill the tiger skin corpse demon, get 2750 experience points. Kill the white-skinned zombie king, get 2800 experience points. High efficiency. In addition, the attack range is very wide, and experience is accumulated very quickly. After the skill is released, the skills of the future mage enter the CD period of 20 seconds. At this time, the skills of another group of natural disaster mages were seamlessly connected. 0.5 second skill charge. Followed by red flames. Meteor fire shower. This ancient tomb was irradiated like a sea of flames, incomparable. Within the scope of the skill, a large number of zombies were burned by the flames, melted, and turned into ashes after death. Kill the patent leather zombie and get 2650 experience points. Kill the wolf king zombie, get 2600 experience points. Kill the crawling zombies and get 2600 experience points. At this time, another wave of zombies approached. Because of the terrain, it seems a little scattered. They came here and were attracted by the fresh life, but the terrain problem made them gradually loosen as they advanced. It's hard to hit if it's loose. Bone prison. Chu Shan waved his hand. The energy of the undead is stimulated, and the bone prison skill just learned is activated. Just see. Among the zombie groups that were gradually scattered, a few zombies scattered in the outermost circle suddenly appeared at the feet of a terrifying bone cage, merging like claws, locking them up. The zombie growled. Instinctively attack the bone cage. But it's a pity that the bone cage has a strong ability to resist injuries, and it also has a 20% damage absorption effect. Zombies alone can't escape at all. The effect is not bad. Go on, attack. Chu Shan continued to order the attack. The Scourge Mage continued to release magic mechanically. The charging time of 0.5 seconds is followed by a lot of cold air. Ice Storm. Scourge Mages of different attributes release elemental skills of different attributes. Under the ice storm, a large number of zombies were frozen into ice sculptures. Then fell to the ground and shattered into ice slag. Experience, like a movie, is changing in front of your eyes. Kill the patent leather zombie and get 2650 experience points. Kill the wolf king zombie, get 2600 experience points. Kill the crawling zombies and get 2600 experience points. As long as there are many monsters, there is no need to worry about skills to eliminate them. I am afraid that there are not enough monsters. A natural disaster level skeleton mage, this kind of damage ability is really not suitable for wandering in ordinary dungeons. Ring type dungeon, the 890 wild monsters here like to get together on a large scale, but it is especially suitable. It is also at this time. In front of the field of vision, several golden potion saints appeared. Stone Demon Wanderer, Golden Boss. Small bosses are also clustered together. They are bigger than other zombies, their faces are terrifying, and their weapons are also very bloody. Sickles, maces. But if they are in large quantities, they are just used for leveling. Attack. Chu Shan's command was simple. 0.5 second charge. Immediately afterwards, a large number of flames enveloped these corpse demons. Under the burning of the raging fire, these powerful corpse demons let out a terrifying cry. Go on, attack. Chu Shan. 0.5 second charge. After the meteor shower, this time it was thunderous. Terrible lightning energy continuously bombarded these bosses. After all, it is the boss of a ring mission, and its strength has been multiplied many times. Not as crispy as other mobs. In the end, the Calamity Skeleton released another wave of ice storm to end these bosses. Kill the Stone Demon Rogue, get 7600 experience points. Kill the Stone Demon Rogue, get 7500 experience points. Kill the Stone Demon Rogue, get 7550 experience points. Kill the Stone Demon Rogue, get 7500 experience points. Chapter 87. This fight allowed Chu Shan to prove that Scourge Mage and new abilities are very useful. The last Stone Goblin Wanderer, Chu Shan simply threw a bone prison on it first, to restrain the Stone Goblin Wanderer's movements. The Stone Demon Rogue resisted vigorously, but even a boss like it couldn't escape the bone prison's control for a while. In the end, he fell into a pool of blood under the concentrated fire attacks of the Scourge Mages. Yes, the control ability of this bone prison skill is really good. Chu Shan was in a good mood. Joyful. He simply allocated all his remaining skill points now. There are still more than 40 skill points left. First of all, he allocated 8 points, and unceremoniously gave the bone prison skill to the full level of the panel. With level 50 bone prison skills, the ability to resist injuries has become stronger. At the same time, the full level of the panel level is 50, and new skills are unlocked. Bone Wall. Bone Wall, consume mana to create a hard bone wall in the designated area to block the target's movement. The wall of bones can be attacked. The upper limit of damage received is 5 times of mental power. Bone Wall, one of the Necromancer's iconic skills. The meaning is similar to the bone prison, both are used to seal the enemy, but the usage is different. The purpose of the bone prison is to fix the position of the target so that they cannot break free from the cage. The bone wall is to block one direction, just like a cordon that is pulled up, so that a large number of targets cannot pass through here. The usage of the two skills is different. It is detected that the host has mastered new skills, triggering natural disasters and luck. Your skills have been upgraded to Bone Wall. The name has not changed, but the upper limit of damage has been increased a lot. Bone Wall, it can block the target's movement, and the damage limit that can be attacked is 10 times the mental power. At the same time, it is immune to physical damage by 20% and immune to magic damage by 20%. It's about the same level of strength as the bone prison, that's the same sentence, different skill types, different usage. After this, Chu Shan also increased the panel level of the Skeleton Mage skill to level 50. Unlock new abilities, Bone Spear and Elemental Resistance. Afterwards, after the Natural Disaster Luck increase, the two skills were also upgraded to Natural Disaster level skills. Bone Spear Technique, attacking enemies in a straight line, the damage caused is 12 times the mental power. Elemental resistance, get fire/cold/thunder/lightning/holy light/undead/darkness, etc. 20% of all elements are immune to damage. 2 new skills. In fact, 2 new skill trees have been opened. One is an active attack skill, while the other is a passive skill that increases magic resistance. Increasing the passive element absorption ability is equivalent to improving the survivability. This wave of harvest can be said to be very good. I seem to be able to fill up a lot of skills with the remaining skill points, which means that the amount of skill levels provided by my equipment is relatively high. Chu Shan. The equipment that increases the skill level is really the best. But now I feel that it is enough. If you continue to fill up the skills and add other skills, it feels a bit counterproductive. It's better to slightly increase the existing skill level first, and try to maximize the level before we talk. Immersed in the joy brought by the improvement of skills, Chu Shan gradually calmed down. After thinking about it, he added all the remaining skill points to the natural disaster skill points. The natural disaster mage skill level has been improved, which also means that the recruited natural disaster mage will be more powerful than before. The number of wild monsters in the second link is much more than that in the first link, and there are at least hundreds of small monsters in groups. The scene of rushing down from the hillside densely. It makes one's scalp tingle. Leave it to me this time, you two don't need to do it. Chu Shan told Christina and Serena. He stared down the hillside, at the movement of the horde of zombies. Regardless of the zombies, the movement speed of these wild monster units is not as slow as imagined. When he saw these monsters rushing to a certain distance, he waved and released a skill of his own. Wall of Bones. The hard bone wall broke through the ground below the hillside, forming a solid wall instantly at an extremely fast speed. This tall white bone wall is all made up of lily white bones. The surface of the wall is not smooth, it will cause a certain amount of damage to the life forms that hit it, but this kind of damage will not be too much. The strong bone wall immediately blocked the wild monsters outside. Followed by the magic attack of the Scourge Mage. Destroy them. Chu Shan. 0.5 second charge. After that, there will be alternate flickering of meteor fire rain/thunderbolt/ice storm. The magic of various elements poured down. As long as it is within the scope of the magic, no matter how many wild monsters there are, they will all be killed. Kill the patent leather zombie and get 2650 experience points. Kill the wolf king zombie, get 2600 experience points. Kill the crawling zombies and get 2600 experience points. Easy. It's even more casual. The efficiency of killing enemies born after mastering the new skills seems to have improved a lot. Joke. It feels like this can already form a new set of tactics, not just on skeletons. Zombie monsters are no better than ghost monsters in the undead monastery. After death, they will leave wild corpses of monsters. After a long time, these corpses will be resurrected, reborn, get up and continue to attack people, which is more troublesome. But before they are resurrected and get up, they can be used as materials and recruited as skeleton disaster mages through skills. Fighting all the way is also recruiting all the way. With these powerful mage legions all the way to the bottom of the 3rd level. The new tactical bone wall plus the magic bombardment of the skeleton mage, or directly put on the bone prison to limit the action of the boss, and then continue the magic attack. Efficiency is very fast, several hours of attack down. This ancient tomb dungeon was cleared by Chu Shan again. At this time, Chu Shan's level has also risen to level 2 turn 65 faint. Congratulations to Master Hexi Master, the strength of Tian, Nyakian's people, has improved a lot. Very powerful bones block spells. If this skill is well cultivated, it will definitely play a very important role on the battlefield. Christina and Serena came over to congratulate. They are really happy for Chu Shan's growth. It's not bad. I feel that this level increase has brought me too many benefits. And it doesn't need much digestion to be used in actual combat. It's very effective. Chu Shan also smiled happily. If you can improve some levels, I am afraid that your own strength will be further improved, such as skills, such as active damage magic, etc., but it is not recommended to overthrow the growth. It is better to wait until you adapt to the current ability and then improve. And it's too late now. Even if Chu Shan wants to continue, there are not enough people to accompany him. Chu Shan's strength is very strong, and it cannot be measured by the physical strength of ordinary people, but the necessary number of personnel, they are all only ordinary people.